a strange stone appeared on the construction site, with red liquid oozing out of the cracks, resembling blood. This scene startled all the workers present, but you, with an excited expression, grabbed a jackhammer and prepared to drill into it. Seeing this, the person next to you quickly stopped you. Brother Mu, you can't do this. If you break the taboo, you'll be in big trouble. However, you paid no attention to this warning. It's been almost 20 years since you crossed over to this world, equipped with a cheat called the Monster Detention Prison, which allows you to grow stronger by killing monsters. Yet, in these 20 years, you haven't even caught a glimpse of a single monster. Just when you thought you were the unluckiest crosser in history, this abnormal stone appeared. At this moment, no one's words mattered to you. You only had one thought in mind: either kill the monster or be killed by it. Seeing everyone stopping you from taking action, you immediately spoke up. Just because we dug out a stone? If it delays the project, who will take responsibility? With these words, everyone dared not speak further, their eyes all turning to the project manager Luoanping. Seeing everyone looking at him, Luoanping was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, you suddenly said, "Manager Luo, I'm not afraid of these things at all. As long as you nod, I'll drill 7 or 8 holes in it right away." It was this sentence that gave Luoanping confidence. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Drill!" As the sound of drilling echoed, your heart was pounding in your throat, wondering why your golden touch hadn't shown any effect yet. At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. A large chunk of rock fell from the stone sphere, with 2 tightly closed eyes embedded in the sphere. Before the crowd could even gasp, the next second, the eyes on the stone sphere opened. Everyone present was just ordinary people, never having witnessed such a sight before. They shouted ghosts, monsters, and ran outside in a panic, including Luoanping. However, he saw you still standing there without moving, a look of conflict on your face. In the end, he didn't run alone, turned back, and pulled you along. You, on the other hand, shook off Luoanping's hand, opened the impact drill, aimed at the pair of open eyes, and charged forward. Blood splattered all over you, and at that moment, the stone sphere let out a eerie scream. You laughed. This was a monster. Definitely a monster. No running away. Luoanping was dumbfounded at the sight. Indeed, people with abilities were different. At that moment, standing behind you, he also gained some confidence. I'm not running either. The cries of the stone sphere grew more intense, but your smile never faded. With a click, the stone sphere split in half. A voice echoed in your mind, "Congratulations, host, for containing the monster, Nanshan Stubborn Stone, Unborn. Reward obtained, the way of the Jinche." Then, a warm current swept through your body, and you could clearly feel a surge of power breathing within you, an indescribable sensation emerging in your mind. At this moment, Luoanping tremblingly handed you a cigarette, flicking his lighter several times before finally lighting it for you. He trembled as he said, "Honestly, Mu, I've lived for over 30 years and I've seen my fair share of tough guys, but someone as ruthless as you, it's the first time for me." You cracked a smile. "Luo, can you raise my salary? I'll raise it for you right away, bonus included. I'll calculate 2,000 for you this month and transfer it to you on WeChat." The fingerprint unlocked, and there were still 2,000 in the bag, giving you a sense of security like never before. After finishing the cigarette, you looked at the broken rocks of Nanshan. Although you didn't know their purpose, you couldn't afford to waste them. With that in mind, you pushed a small cart over and placed the rock fragments inside. Seeing you like this, Luoanping was somewhat puzzled but didn't ask anything. Instead, he suggested, "Mu, why don't you take a rest for a couple of days?" This suggestion suited you just fine, and you smiled. "Sure, I'll take a 2-day break. When things settle down at the construction site, give me a call." Luo, you pushed the small cart back to the dormitory, emptied the clothes from the suitcase, filled it with stubborn rock fragments, and headed straight to your small nest where you paid a rent of 300 yuan a month. Not long after you left, before Luoanping could catch his breath, someone came knocking on his door and cornered him in the office. A man and a woman presented their credentials and asked, "Where are the things? Where is the person?" Luoanping played dumb directly. "What things? What person?" Seeing this, the two were not polite, slamming the gun on the table. "Can you speak now?" Luoanping knelt down, narrating the whole story with all the details, plus playing a crystal-clear 24K surveillance footage. They watched from beginning to end, and when it was over, they exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. On the other side, you returned to the resettlement house and took out the stubborn stone fragments to study. After looking at it for a long time, you didn't know what this thing was for, so you gave up in frustration. You got up and started packing your clothes on the balcony. preparing for tomorrow's move. Inadvertently, you glanced outside and saw what seemed to be a figure standing in the bamboo forest behind the residential area. As you looked over, it was looking at you too, and your gazes collided in the air. Before you could realize what was wrong, the figure in the bamboo forest raised its hand and pointed towards you from low to high. This action instantly made you understand something. This person seemed to be counting which floor you lived on. Were they coming to cause trouble or to rob you? Regardless of the intention, you couldn't tolerate it. You were a man who had just unlocked the cheat codes. With this in mind, you threw the clothes in your hand and shouted, "Stop counting. I live in 1503. Come up if you dare." But the next moment, you felt like you had made a wrong judgment. This thing was not human. After you shouted those words, the figure in the bamboo forest immediately ran towards the building where you were, at an extremely fast speed. In the dim light, you could even see the long hair floating on its body. You quickly put on your shoes and arrived at the staircase landing. Looking down, you saw a dark figure rushing up the stairs at a terrifying speed, triggering the motion sensor lights on each floor. 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor. Adrenaline surged through you as the motion sensor light on the 14th floor lit up for a moment, and you swiftly swung your hand, delivering a powerful blow. The dark figure couldn't dodge in time, directly hit by your strike, crashing into the wall with a deep gash in its chest. Without waiting for its reaction, you followed up with another strike, sending the dark figure flying. Half of its skull shattered. A roar echoed through the 15 floors, startling the duo of 749 who had just arrived at the residential area in search of someone. Hearing the cry, the two exchanged a glance. "It's a Wangel's roar," they whispered to each other. Realizing the danger, they stomped on the ground, crushing the tiles beneath their feet, and swiftly covered the distance from the entrance of the residential area to the entrance of the building. At that moment, a dark figure fell from the sky with a heavy thud. The two looked over and saw a creature covered in fur and wounds. Simultaneously, a voice rang out, "Run, now you know to run. What were you doing earlier? I'll make you run." Another slashing blow came down, causing the already staggering creature to collapse instantly, its body falling apart, legs remaining in place. The duo below instinctively looked up and saw a small bright spot leveraging the building's edge, leaping and tumbling before landing on the ground. At this point, the breeze picked up. The two men's faces were stabbed raw, as if someone was cutting their cheeks with a pocket knife. Looking again at the monster's upper body, crosscut and shattered into 4 large pieces lying on the ground, Lu Deng felt the new birth of power in his body. Monsters, reckless elephants, shelter reward, forgetfulness, forgetting the form of the so-called air traveling through the window of heaven, forgetting people and self, heaven and man in one. The name similarly stirred Lu Deng's memory. Reckless, Taoist books, the Huainanzi and the Analects of Confucius, all have records. The records are different, of which the Huainanzi and the Analects of Confucius recorded that the reckless elephant is a waterborne evil spirit, or mountain and rock spirits and monsters. Cannibalism, Taoist records, however, is a state of mind, God traveling to the window of heaven, that is, the fontanelle of the head, the image of nothingness, forgetting the shape of the so-called also, is the unity of heaven and man, and this rewarding forgetfulness of form is called the unity of heaven and man. With this skill, Lu Deng will be able to master the state of unity of heaven and man on his own. Other people's uncontrollable states can be turned on manually by looting. This one is kind of a moneymaker. The two men who had come to him behind him were shocked to the core as well. If Nanshan's stubborn stone was dog luck, then this violent decapitation of reckless elephant was absolute hard power. And it's still something that even they can't do. Don't look at the fact that reckless elephant was beaten like a chicken by Lu Deng. Say kill. But if they were to be replaced, there would inevitably be a bad fight. Chapter 4, 749 Door-to-Door, 7 Insurance and 3 Benefit Job Offers. Which, Lu Deng is it? The man uttered a cry. Lu Deng turned around. Just now he found these two, but the monster was in front of him and couldn't be killed. But it was the attitude of these two in the face of the monster, as well as the picture just now, that caught Lu Deng's attention. I'm Lu Deng, and you are? Zhou Jia had a smile on his face and a gentle attitude. We are trainee investigators from Bureau 749. My name is Zhou Jia and her name is Long Shanshan. We're here today to find out what happened on the construction site earlier. This isn't the place to chat. Can we go somewhere else? 749 innings. This name, Lu Deng, was simply like a thunderclap. Both past and present lives carry a heavy dose of mystery, and half-truths are not even remotely verifiable. I didn't expect that today. The 749s would actually come to my door. Lu Deng nodded. Let's go to my house and talk. Turning around and just about to pack up his loot, he saw that the corpse of the reckless elephant that was originally lying on the ground had actually disappeared. Long Shanshan spoke out to explain. That's a wooden recklessness, a wood and stone spirit monster that will obliterate into the dirt after death. It turned out that this was the case, which Lu Ding did not know. In my mind, I felt it was a shame. If I could have saved it, it might have been useful. See his face show regret. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan both jumped at the corners of their eyebrows. They had read Lu Ding's information on the way here earlier. At this point, other than getting great grades, it's completely average, precocious at best. But when he thought about Lu Ding's birth, precociousness was normal again. But the way he's acting now, it's not at all what an ordinary person should be like. Not to mention taking the impact drill straight to the face of the unborn Nanshan stubborn stone, drilling all over the blood, do not see the slightest fear, but a face of excitement, and now abused the wooden recklessness, cannot collect the body a face of pity. You're telling me that with this performance, he's just a regular guy. Follow Lu Ding home. Looking at the pieces of stubborn stone that lay in the living room, the two of them let out another long breath. Zhou Jie thought for a moment or decided to open his mouth. Lu Ding, the stubborn stone of the southern mountain cannot just be put out there. Why? Because it is the essence of heaven and earth, and Taiyu that kind of thing. The same source in different species. To all kinds of essence and demons some quite big attraction. Just now that wooden recklessness is estimated to be attracted by it. Lu Ding's eyes lit up. There's such a thing as a good thing. Then he'd have to go wandering down the street with it. The current Lu Ding couldn't wait for more monsters to come looking for him. Seeing that his expression was not right, Long Shanshan guessed what was wrong and hurriedly opened her mouth. But you can't mess around. Attracting a wooden recklessness is a small matter. If it attracts something horrible, don't say fight. You can't even run away. Hearing this, Lu Ding gave up, although he wanted to kill monsters to get more rewards. But if he attracted one that he couldn't afford to mess with, then he would be in big trouble. Put away the South Mountain tenacious stone fragment. The three men took their seats. Zhou Jie pressed the chest recorder and spoke. Then I will begin. Lu Ding, we would like to ask if you were enlightened in the process of slaying the stubborn stones of the southern mountain? Enlightened? Lu Ding was a bit confused. Zhou Jie patiently explained to him. People like us are called air refiners. It's like fairy cultivators in novels. In order to become a fairy cultivator you need to have a spiritual root. In the real world there is no such thing as a spiritual root. It's only about talent. This thing, there is not is not. Have cultivation talent of ordinary people? Generally speaking, and ordinary people are no different. Only in the encounter of external stimulation, or like you after the baptism will be manifested talent. Stimulation is needless to say. We focus on baptism. Baptism is also known as the point of spiritual enlightenment, with heavenly treasures, pointing their own talent, from invisible to visible. The process, there is a certain probability that will be absorbed into the awakening, used for the point of spiritual enlightenment of the things of the art of the talent. The blood and even itself of the Nanshan tenacious stone is a type of heavenly material, so that chopping ability of yours is most likely absorbing the talent of the Nanshan tenacious stone, and you yourself have another talent. I don't know if you've discovered it yet. Lu Ding pondered. That's good. Save yourself the effort of explaining. As for the talent itself, it's a good way to build up to the rewards later on. He shook his head, and asked the question in his mind. Then is it possible that such a talent can be absorbed and awakened afterward? Impossible. This talent, only the first point of spirit enlightenment to have the opportunity to absorb and merge into your instincts. Of course the follow-up you can also learn to have all kinds of arts and crafts aptitude, only with not so as arm's length. Lu Ding understood and grew in knowledge. He followed Zhou Jie's words down. I should be enlightened then. Sure enough, Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan secretly said in unison in their hearts. The stubborn stone of the South Mountain is a rare good thing, and it is normal to use it to point the spirit to open up the mind and become an air refiner. Although it is reasonable, but it is unexpected. Though the gift of absorbing enlightened things says it all. But the odds of that are just too small. And once it works, it's a dual talent possessor. It's a big step directly ahead of everyone else. And it's really enviable. Not to mention the fact that Lu Ding had such a terrifying combat power as soon as he was enlightened. It's a real people pleaser. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan also attributed Lu Ding's current terrifying strength to the Nanshan obstinate stone. Originally they thought it was just a small incident that happened in the patrol land. Who knew that there would actually be the existence of the stubborn stone of the South Mountain? If they knew that there was such a thing, it is estimated that the one who came was the official investigator. After some questioning, Zhou Jie points out the heavy hitters. It's like this, Lu Ding, about people like you who have been enlightened. The 749 has two management standards. The first is to join the 749, Start as a trainee investigator, and after completing 10 missions or sheltering 10 monsters, you can be converted to become a full-fledged investigator. The official investigator will have 7 insurance and 3 gold, and a salary of $50,000 a month, and will be calculated separately for missions. And the intern investigator will also have $30,000 a month, and will be calculated separately for missions, and will take on a minimum of 1 mission a month. In addition, joining the 749th Bureau, there will be cultivation materials, as well as cultivation techniques channels available for redemption, as well as teachers to guide the cultivation, the same as joining a clan in a novel. In addition to this, there are many other conveniences to walking in society, including but not limited to the possession of a gun, as well as unconditional cooperation with the local authorities, with the highest local temporary command authority, etc. As for the other one, you don't join the 749, but you have to make sure that you don't jeopardize the society, and you have to report to the local 749 once a month, and you are not allowed to leave the country. Both choices can be picked out by anyone who is not a fool. Join 749 has a lot of convenience. Why not join? And besides, for the Big Han, Lu Dinghard is quite a sense of belonging. After all, he can still be quite good to live until now, have a house to live, have a book to read, all rely on a variety of subsidies and relief of the Big Han. An iron rice bowl seems to be good, and it could also be cultivated. This one aroused Lu Ding's interest the most. What was that you just said about practicing? Chapter 5, Join 749. I want to be tested right away. It's like this, everyone can become an air refiner after enlightenment, but if you want to cultivate, you have to have the help of the Gong method, and resources, and these things. It's only the 749th Bureau, or some other air refiner sects that will have them, and air refiner sects usually don't just take in any disciples, so if you want to cultivate, it's best to join the 749, and by completing missions, you'll gain contribution points to exchange for cultivation techniques and materials. Newcomers who join 749 will have a chance to pick a basic technique for free, which is considered an employee benefit. Hearing this, Lu Ding directly said without hesitation, I am willing to join 749, though it's true that he can get rewards for getting stronger by relying on Goldfinger. But this is different. He had a skill such as Forgotten Forms predicate that could unite heaven and man, so if he didn't cultivate it, it wouldn't be a waste. Practice. Must practice. Hearing Lu Ding's reply, the smile on Zhou Jie's face could no longer be suppressed. Bureau 749 has a rule that if they can help recruit new people for the Bureau, they will give the recruiter a reward depending on the strength of the talent. The harvest from this mission was supposed to be modest, but with Lu Ding's addition, by then, once he was inducted, the rewards Zhou Jie received would definitely not be less. It's not a judgment. It's something you see with your own eyes. A person who had just been enlightened was able to abuse wooden reckless. This talent could be weak, and a dual talent possessor. Zhou Jie simply couldn't even dare to think about what rewards he would receive. After casually packing up his things, Lu Ding dragged his suitcase and followed Zhou Jie to the car to head to Bureau 749. He ran 2 places this night. Before leaving, Lu Ding asked, what about the ones in the neighborhood building? They are all broken by me. Don't worry, someone will come and carry out the aftermath and it will be better than it was. Hearing this, Lu Ding was relieved. All the way out of town, looking at the scenery that kept skipping by, Lu Ding was a bit puzzled. Is 749 that far from the city? What if something happens in the city? There will be people on patrol every day in the city, and in that area of the construction site today, it's Shanshan and I who are in charge, and once there's a situation that can't be handled, we'll report it as well. And someone more powerful will come then. It was also true that what one could think of. How could someone 749 not think of? As the vehicle drove into the tunnel, the scene changed in front of us. When they came out again, they had reached a base in the middle of a valley. Lu Ding only felt new. Follow the 2 Zhou Jie to a hall to register information and answer various questions. Finally walk through the small door. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan waved goodbye to him. After Lu Ding's figure disappeared into thin air, Long Shanshan asked, won't you wait for him for a while? People will not be in the same world as us. We can't go a bunch of times, and we still have the precinct to patrol. There are a lot of things to do. Let's go. It's good enough to get a face shot. Zhou Jie think through live to understand. Grade is not the same. Later destined not all the way people. Why don't we just get together and leave it at that? This way. Lu Ding followed the staff through a corridor full of technology. Both sides are full of clear glass. Looking around, behind these glass walls, a lifelike and very bizarre specimen of a monster stood. There are different sizes and different looks. Hideous, horrible, Mysterious, elegant, indefinable but possessing absolute beauty. There are so many different kinds of things to see. Lu Din's heart fluttered. How good it would be if he killed all these monsters himself. What a reward that would be. Pity. Through the hallway, peeped 749 base half of the real face, line to a room. The staff brush open the door and said, Mr. Lu, you take a short rest here. Now after 12 o'clock is already the first day of the year. Last month to join the 749 new trainees will be in this morning unified assessment of the roster. You can look at it then, observe it, and prepare for next month's test. While the staff was still there, Lu Deng hurriedly asked, what does it mean to be assessed for enrollment? It's like this. Every newcomer joining 749 has to go through a test for enrollment, usually on the first day of the lunar month. The main thing that the assessment examines is the combat power, and based on the different results of the assessment, as well as the wartime observation, the newcomers will be organized into grades, so that they can easily carry out the mission in the future to avoid unnecessary casualties, and the treatment will also be different. Those with average performance will be assigned to an 8-person dormitory, won't be able to get rewards, and won't be able to take monster sheltering quests, and will have to wait for the combat test to pass before being able to take quests for out and out monster sheltering, investigations, and so on. Those who perform well will be assigned to a dormitory of 4, will be rewarded with a sticker of muscle building and bone fortifying soup, and can take on the task of assisting the official investigators in sheltering monsters on the 749 app. Those who perform well will be assigned to a double dormitory, rewarded with a Tonghuan pill to aid in enlightenment, and can be either a primary investigator for combat-free investigative missions, or a secondary investigator for combat missions, and the perfect performance is a single dormitory, rewarded with an enlightenment pill, to open the whole body's orifices with mild medicinal power, straight into the realm of Jiaxian. You can take monster sheltering missions on the 749 app, no need to assist the official investigator. The priority is no different from the official investigator. Just wait for the completion of the 10 missions, or collect the monsters for 10 times, then you can become an official investigator. Now that you have just joined the 749 and have a month to choose your enlightenment technique, waiting for the first day of the next month you will be able to participate in the examination. There will be plenty of time. Although the words were so, he really couldn't wait for Lu Deng to wait for a month. Isn't this a waste of time? Suddenly he had a flash of insight. It shouldn't have been past 12 when I got to the base. Am I considered to have joined last month? And then tomorrow is the first day of the year. Can I go to the test? Seeing Lu Deng's eyes glowing as he said this, the staff only felt that this person hadn't understood the meaning of his words. It's possible, but if you rush to the test, it's easy to fail the test. Although you are a dual talent possessor, the time you have been enlightened is too short. My suggestion is to settle down for a month. Stay in the best condition. Learn the feats first, and then go to the test in the best condition a month later. And you are now in the stage of being for enrollment and are staying in a single room. Lu Deng shook his head. No, I'm not a sports student. I don't need to sink my teeth into it. Do I need to sign up for the test? If so, you can enroll me now. I'll follow along with the test tomorrow. He had waited 19 years for the golden handshake to unlock and work. Another 749 has been added, so you basically don't have to find a needle in a haystack to find monsters on your own from now on. You're making him wait now? Lu Deng didn't want to wait a moment. The feats could have waited until tomorrow to receive them after the test was completed. The staff was a bit speechless. Everyone else was thinking of reading about having more time to get stronger and then going back to the test to get the best grade. Turns out the man looked like he couldn't wait at all. Dual talent can be so arrogant. Okay, I'll sign you up. This is a 749 employee cell phone with the 749 app on it, so you can log into your personal information and check out the flipbook. Chapter 6, The Bastard Will Be Beaten. You will never be spoiled. The staff is gone. Lu Deng lay on the bed, logging into his personal information and checking the information on the 749 app according to what the staff said earlier. This night, Lu Deng was like a dried-up sponge, drawing moisture that he had never experienced before. Swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Learn about the other side of the world that is not known. Lu Deng also clarified the cultivation level of the air refiner. From low to high, they were categorized into Enlightenment, Jiaxian, Spirit Sea, Divine Palace, Siwan, Di-Jia, and Tianjia realms, and there should be more at the back, but with Lu Deng's current status level, he couldn't see it yet. On top of that, there are all sorts of various, unheard of monsters, as well as heavenly treasures. Lu Deng also found information about the stubborn stones of the southern mountain in it. The stubborn stones of the southern mountains, the genus of the elves and monsters, are also among the heavenly treasures. The red liquid in the body is the essence of the earth's energy, which can be used to open the body, and the remaining stone child limbs can be used to build weapons. Moreover, it was a rare and good material. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could give it to 749 in exchange for contribution points, and this Lu Deng wouldn't consider it. Seeing this article, Lu Deng said in his heart, "It really is a treasure. So what kind of weapon should one build?" Holding such doubts, Lu Deng slowly entered dreamland. Early the next morning, the alarm clock rang, got up and washed up, and a new staff member came to the door to lead Lu Deng to the examination venue. 7 turns, 6 turns, people coming and going left and right. Lu Deng finally arrived at the examination venue. Just listen to the sound of people. Look forward. There is the size of a soccer field area sunken a few meters, in which there are large dozens of people standing sporadically. At the side of the meeting place, a man, woman and child dressed in different clothes, weapons in different categories, swords, guns, swords and halberds, all kinds of men, women and children gathered around the meeting place to watch the bustle. Talking in the ear varies. It's a pity. I was joining 749 on the 16th. In the middle of the 14 days I had to start the examination, and in the end I got a mediocre grade. If it had been longer I would have gotten a good grade. You call that a pity? When I joined it was the 23rd. I remember it clearly. There were only 29 days in that month. I was really unlucky. That's all. I even got an average. If I could have been as early as you, I feel like I would have gotten good grades. So yeah, luck is also part of strength. For this month's test, there are 8 newcomers who joined before the 5th, and I reckon all 8 of them should be excellent, or even perfect. Excellent I believe, but perfect is not something that can be achieved in a month's time. If just anyone can get a perfect score by joining a few days earlier, wouldn't the Enlightenment pill in our bureau become a cabbage? Ha 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 ha, that's also the reason. Beheading 100 mooks in an hour is a bit unrealistic, haha. So according to you, who do you think will get perfection this time? That must be Lu Yun. People have a demonic sword, but also awakened the talent of shadowwalking, can roll over in the dark shadows, coupled with a sharp demonic sword. The wooden people in the examination field will probably not be able to touch her before she will be cut to death. Willow Rue would be a candidate, and she came on the 10th of last month, so there's plenty of time. I think it. Besides Lu Yun, Shu Hao should be able to do it too. He and Lu Yun are both from the 10th, and the two of them are still classmates. He also has the ability of rattan armor and controlling wood. This assessment venue is full of wooden people. It's his home turf. It's just that he doesn't have enough killing power. TSK. I said luck is also a kind of strength. I heard that Lu Yun and Chu Hao are college students, but also a club. Last month on the 9th, their club activities, more than 20 people to go to the ancient town to play, and finally erupted into a psychic event. The death of the two left in the end was the last by the investigators to save. These two managed to open their eyes, not to mention that they each obtained a magic weapon to recognize their masters. Their luck is truly good. Lu Yun, Chu Hao. Lu Deng listened. Isn't this from the same school as him? Both of them are Ancient Wind Society. Chu Hao and Lu Deng are the same as the freshman students of Yunhai University, only his Department of Economic Management. Lu Deng is the Department of Geological Exploration. On the open class when the two have played the meeting. As for Lu Yun, she was a junior sister, the president of the Ancient Wind Club, and a famous Ancient Wind beauty in the school. I didn't realize they were joining 749. It's true that there are acquaintances everywhere, but Lu Deng didn't care. He just sighed. Turning his head, he asked the staff member who was opening the entry gate for him, "Hello, I'd like to ask which assessment criteria they were talking about just now. How are they defined?" The assessment time is 1 hour. Killing 10 monsters is passing. 11 to 40 is average. 41 to 70 is good. 71 to 99 is excellent. And killing enough for more than 100 in 1 hour is perfect. So that's how it's rated. Rather simple and crude. Lu Deng said a thank you and lifted his feet to walk into the examination venue. The moment he entered, countless gazes were cast. What's with the extra man? Wasn't it 64? How did this become 65? Could it be a newcomer who joined in the last few days? Then isn't this looking for death? Just getting the hang of it. I guess I haven't even scratched the surface of the Gong method yet. And I'm coming to the test? The opportunity to assess is only once. I guess he will regret it later. It's probably hard to pass this. Alas, young people are too reckless. What is this talk about recklessness? This is just not being able to distinguish between the high and low of reality. Thinking that if you are enlightened you are the pride of heaven, the protagonist of the world, and not knowing the heights of heaven. Why are you being so sarcastic? You look like you know what you're talking about. is that what you thought? And then you got hit by reality? Lu Ding's sudden entry attracted more than just the attention of the onlookers. It also attracted the attention of others in the field. Lu Yun and Chu Hao appeared, and both of them felt a bit familiar when they looked at Lu Ding's looks. This guy seems to be a freshman at our school. I've seen him carrying equipment to the warehouse at the end of military training before. Lu Yun's words woke up Chu Hao. If you say so, it seems like I've seen him in the open classroom as well. I didn't expect to meet my classmate here. Go over and say hello to him. Lu Yun said to go forward. Chu Hao outshouted to stop her. No need. Before we come so long have not seen him. It should be just recently joined. Cannot figure out the reality now run to the test do not know the sky. Empty-handed. The results will certainly not be ideal. Let's manage their own on it. The sound of his words did not avoid people in the slightest, allowing Lu Ding to hear them clearly. Twisting his head to see how the man's mouth is so cheap. He can take the test whenever he wants, and he has to come and judge whether he can distinguish reality or not. He even gave Lu Ding a life and death break, stating outright that the results would not be ideal. Listening to the annoying, not to mention, cast eyes with contempt, a look of arrogance. You behind the back of the small talk on it. You also do not back people in front of others to provoke. How could Lu Ding spoil him? Lifting his hands and fingers to pop out, a chopping strike burst out heavily on Chu Hao's rattan armor. The speed was so fast that no one present reacted. Just look at Chu Hao being directly hacked out and smashed on the ground. A mouthful of depressed breath was held in his chest, half unable to spit it out, and the hideous slash marks on his chest were almost on the verge of cutting through the rattan armor. Lu Ding's voice also came at this moment. Other people do things. Less pointing there. We are not familiar with each other. Next time if you can't control your own mouth. That mouthful of teeth you don't want. Lu Yun went forward to help Chu Hao get up, and when she saw the breakage on his chest, her pupils shrunk violently. Before she and Chu Hao but tried, even with the hand of the demon sword cut to go, cannot hurt the rattan armor too much? This person flexed his fingers and flicked. How can cause such a horrible trace? Chapter 7 Examining the venue to kill indiscriminately. The difficulty is just too low, and it turns out that vine armor leaves marks that can be regenerated and repaired. But look at the rattan armor now. There is not the slightest trace of self-repair, as if it has been reduced to a dead thing, more than half of the waste. Lu Yun could hardly suppress her anger and said, "Aren't you a bit too much?" He just said a few words. Lu Ding clasped his hands. Well, I'm over the top. And then what? What can you do? He was just a cheap mouth. He was just joking. He was just saying it mindlessly. These words, Lu Ding was sick of hearing them. He was also too lazy to argue with others about the length. You first, mouth. I will beat you today. How about it? You. Yeah, what can she do? She can't really do anything. The difference between her and Chu Hao's strength wasn't too much. And if that blade Chu Hao couldn't block it, she couldn't block it either. And she couldn't react to it at all. In such a situation, even if she got on, she would probably be seconded. Okay, you hold it in. I can't hear your words well, and as usual, I won't give you face. Candidates are not permitted to lay hands on each other. Candidates, please get ready. The test will begin in 5 minutes. This came from the appraisal meeting. What happened here fell into the eyes of those watching from the outside. It instantly ignited the debate. No, what happened? Why did you do it all of a sudden when you were fine? A move that sent Chu Hao, who possessed a rattan armor. Where is this just joining? I'd even believe it if you said he was an official investigator. This should be a talent. The power of this talent is a bit too terrifying. I admit that this person's strength is indeed strong, but this character is a little bit less than good. Direct action. Isn't it a little too arrogant? Less ing here to pull step on others. Still is not too arrogant. If you think people are arrogant, you wait for others to finish the examination to go and fight with him on the power of this chopping, or flexing a bullet. If you play the full force, you see if you cannot cut your head and ass to split the family. Arrogant is right. If I have this strength, I am more arrogant than him. That Chu Hao on the basis of his own magic weapon. Everyday eyes rushing to the sky nostrils look at people. Our trainee investigators? There are a few have got his good face. Now finally someone to cure him. Before, didn't he also start a conflict with other newcomers, relying on the protection of rattan armor? After defeating others, he also called them trash. I think he is the trash. Now he doesn't even dare to put a fart. When he meets a high, he praises it, and when he meets a low, he steps on it. Now he is comfortable, right? Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere off the field was pushed to a new level. As 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, Chu Hao finally spat out that mouthful of depressed air, his face recovering as he looked at Lu Ding, who was not far away. His eyes filled with scorn. After noticing that the vine armor was basically ruined, that touch of scorn turned into fear. When there is not much difference between a person and you will resent him, scorn him, store up revenge, and wait for the coming day. But when the gap between that person and you have a cloud of difference, face him, you will only be afraid of him. Afraid of him? What revenge? The next day, all do not exist. Don't dare to think. Don't dare to do. Shu Hao himself understood that he was arrogant before, and apart from Lu Yun, he simply didn't put any of the trainee investigators he met during this time in his eyes. The bottom line of all this stems from the rattan armor. But now that the rattan armor was broken, his bottom dissipated. Originally confident in this examination his heart began to be weak. A 2-meter tall, strange-looking wooden man drilled out of the ground, and Shu Hao took a half step back in fear. Before, he had the rattan armor to block external attacks, so he only needed to attack with all his might. But now that the rattan armor was gone, he would have to think about dodging, and a solid attack that landed on his body would be painful. With a bang on the radio, the test begins. Hundreds of mooks launched a charge. Lu Ding's face showed excitement as he took the brunt of the leap. Come on! Raising his hand and swinging it, a horizontal chop that encompassed 10 meters instantly sent out, wherever they traveled, until the power disappeared. A dozen or so wooden people were cut in two. The immediate cue is not out. Lu Ding felt nothing but regret in his heart. It wasn't very practical, but he still fantasized about getting a reward for getting these monsters killed. Right now, they don't seem to be stowable, and that's too weak. The terrifying power of this strike caused many people to gasp in shock, and it ignited the other interns' desire to fight. The battle of the test officially started. Lu Dingyu walked in the forefront of the monster group, surrounded by chopping parcels, raised his hand and raised his foot with chopping bursts. Wood chips flew, broken limbs shot in all directions, as if strolling idly, not panicking. Interpretation belongs to the elegance of the aesthetics of violence. Raising his hand, he grabbed over and snapped the head of a wooden man. Dozens of chopping blows dazzled in his hands. The wooden man's head instantly shattered into a handful of wood shavings. Spread it out casually. Lu Ding only felt that the difficulty was too low. These wooden people looked horrible, but their actual fighting strength wasn't much higher than ordinary people. That is to say, taller, more defensive, more powerful, faster, and more numerous. That's all. It didn't pose the slightest threat to him. In 10 minutes, the data behind Lu Ding's name on the big screen soared to over 80. This meant that he had killed over 80 monsters. See this horrific statistic. Once again, the other trainee investigators watching couldn't stay calm. This man is more than a monster. He killed over 80 in 10 minutes, chopping them up like a cabbage. No wonder it's so arrogant. This strength, should people be arrogant? I'm afraid this is going to be a record breaker. Whether it's in terms of quantity or time, I haven't heard of anyone being able to kill 80 monsters in 10 minutes in an internship test. Lu Ding. I've memorized this name. In the future, if I can, I hope to go on a mission with him, full of security. How many do you think he could have killed in that hour? At least 400 or 500. I think it's about the same, and I don't know if there's a reward for breaking the record. What are you thinking? You think you're reading a novel, where there's an extra reward after each record is broken? There's no extra reward, but this guy is kind of famous. I guess there aren't many people in the 749th Bureau who won't recognize him in the future. Lu Ding in the field was unaware of the reaction outside the field. Not far away from the battlefield, Lu Yun held a demonic sword and weaved between the monsters, and a monster was transformed into points on the big screen when his hand rose and fell. But even so, her score was a long way from Lu Ding. She had only killed more than 30 while Lu Ding had already killed almost 200. Originally, Lu Yun felt that the gap between herself and the other trainee investigators was already big enough, with the demonic sword and the powerful talent. But today, Lu Ding appeared to make her understand what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Thinking of the compliments and praises received these days, Lu Yun's cheeks blushed and her heart felt ridiculous. Another slash to kill the woodman. Willow Rue had been here for almost a month, and for the first time she woke up to the fact that she should make an effort. Chapter 8, Celestial Being, Buffs Stacked. One day to finish other people's years. The time was almost near the end, and the word examination lost its meaning in Lu Ding. Right now, he was just using these wooden people to sharpen his practical experience. The skills, the forgetfulness, have long been open. The state of celestial unity enriched itself, and a chop went out airtight, with more and more terrifying power and tricky angles. Lu Ding's practical experience is improving rapidly. This divine state of his attracted the 749 managers in the background who were observing the situation at the assessment venue. Celestial unity. This kid has actually entered the state of celestial unity. Enlightenment yesterday, joined the 749th Bureau yesterday, ran to participate in the examination without even choosing a gong method. Having such a horrifying combat power is already something unimaginable, and now also entered the state of celestial unity. And when the time comes to get a perfect score, receive an Enlightenment Dan, and directly break into the second realm of cultivation, according to Xian, and then receive the gong method afterward. Good lord, this kid is buff stacked ya. If the other combat power is now 1, then this kid is at least 30, and then wait for later on the end of the celestial unity comprehension. His talent chopping power is stronger, combat power again soared up to 100, and at night go back to receive an Enlightenment Dan directly enhance a large realm, combat power until 1000, and then a cultivation technique. Itself there is also a second talent has not been manifested. How do other people go after it? One day at a time. Today see others can still see a bit of his back. Tomorrow Lu Ding reappears. This other person is not even able to eat the tail gas. He has traveled in one day a path that many would not travel in 10 years. Offhand, he's also an investigator in training. Ha 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 ha. In the observation room, a group of 749 management is laughing and having a good time. A little guy whose strength was higher than the average full-fledged investigator was actually just a trainee investigator, which was like a high school student going to elementary school. Isn't that a descending blow? It's not like there's any way around it. The hard and fast rules are there somewhere. 10 quests, or 10 monsters. This time the old pre-founder set the rules. No one can change them. Wouldn't this be a vicious wolf charging into a flock of sheep and killing them all in one fell swoop? These management can't stop laughing just thinking about it. With the end of the assessment, Lu Din lifted from oblivion, at which point his score led off a cliff on the big screen. Looking at him withdrawing from the state of celestial unity, these people in the observation still felt some pity. If only it could have lasted longer. They didn't know that the celestial unity that others could only dream of was for Lu Ding to enter whenever he wanted to. The wooden man dissipated. On the screen, the score division lights up. The only one with a perfect score was Lu Ding, and there were 10 excellent ones, with Lu Yun among them, while Chu Hao got an average one. Originally, with his original state, taking an excellent was definitely not a problem, but because the rattan armor on his body was broken, his defense was not as good as it was before, coupled with the fact that he hadn't intentionally practiced dodging before, so he was more restrained in moving his hands. At this moment, Chu Hao was somewhat unable to raise his head. The heart was humiliated, but there was nothing to be done about it. He had experienced Lu Ding's combat power just now, and he still had the feeling of being cut on his body from a long distance away. It was too terrifying, causing him to be unable to raise any hint of harboring hatred. He could only use his afterglow to glance to check, only to find that Lu Ding had not cast a glance from beginning to end. The atmosphere grows long and the heart feels despondent again. Yeah, one's a jumping off point for others. As everyone retired, Lu Ding received his own reward, an enlightenment pill. It is greenish in color throughout and is sealed in wax in a small box. Looking at the enlightenment pill, Lu Ding's mind flashed through the information he had previously seen on the 749 app. Orifice opening pills, special pills for the orifice opening realm, exceptionally precious, containing pure and gentle medicinal power in large quantities, which could help air refiners open up orifices all over their bodies and enter the Zhaoxian realm straight away. Cultivation of the first realm, the realm of the opening of the orifices, said that the body has 365 orifices, dark with the number of the circumference of the sky, open the whole body orifices, dark with the way of heaven and earth, which is the opening of the orifices, laying the foundation for cultivation. After the opening of the orifices is Zhaoxian, the 365 orifices condense the Qi cyclone, attracting the spiritual air of heaven and earth to store itself for deployment and nourish the physical body. After Zhaoxian is the spirit sea, 365 orifices united together into a sea. There are resources to supplement the expansion of heavenly treasures to replenish the spirit sea. There are no resources can only rely on the water to grind, until the limit of their own, will be able to break through the sea of the spirit into the realm of the palace of God. This is the foundation of the three realms, laying a good foundation in order to build a 10,000-foot high building from the ground. To practice these three realms, enlightenment and resources are indispensable. At that time, when he saw these, Lu Ding was also glad in his heart. Fortunately, he joined 749, or else where would he go to find resources on his own? No wonder it is said that poor literature and rich martial arts, financial law and landed. If he really let him come alone, I guess to Hemp Claws, where would it be as convenient as now? Nothing to do can first get an enlightenment Dan to not to play. In the future, he could also use the contribution points to exchange 749 stock of heavenly materials for cultivation. Even if they went out to do quests, it was for their own sheltering of monsters to get rewards, and contribution points to earn. What a great decision to join 749. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a while, Deng Guofu, who had originally felt Lu Ding's talent and handed out rewards after learning about his style of doing things, liked him very much, and now that he found that he was lost in thought and froze, he liked him even more. In his mind, he also beautifully gave Lu Ding an identity. Bare bones, Deng Guofu couldn't hide the smile on his face. Lu Ding, what are you thinking about? Nothing, thank you leader. Lu Ding returned to his senses and thanked him. The staff member next to him laughed. This is Minister Deng, the logistics minister of our 749 Yunhai branch. The word logistics is heard here, so don't think that just because it's some kind of control over food and drink, you're underestimating people. Put in the immortal cultivation novel. This is the collection of elders, the internship courtyard of all the gongfa, resources, potion exchange, have to pass from the people under the hands of the people. It might be some kind of big hand. Lu Ding also figured this out and hurriedly changed his words. Thank you, Minister Deng. The little comrade learns quickly. Ha 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 ha. Minister Dun snickered. Lu Ding smiled in agreement, only feeling that the old man was gentle, like the orphanage director who had raised him. It also looks a lot like the grandfather of the soon-to-be-retired director of the neighborhood street office. All of these people have been a colorful part of his life experience for the first 19 years of his life. Haven't chosen your feats yet, have you? Tang Guofu asked in a gentle tone. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I was going to pick it out as soon as I was done here. That's just as well. I'm going back to logistics. We'll go together and I can give you a little advice. This is not a small suggestion. There are so many feats that an investigator in training can choose from. If he or she were to do it on their own, they might choose poorly. Others don't get this treatment. Who told Lu Ding to perform so well? It would be chilling if appropriate accommodations were not made. Not caring that things weren't finished here, Tang Lao led Lu Ding away. On the way, the two chatted. Lu Ding also gave Deng Lao a rough account of his previous 19 years of experience, and the old man patted him on the shoulder. It's a man. Chapter 9, First Mission, Extinction. Old Lady Black. People my age have become grandfathers. If I were an heir, I would probably have grandchildren about your age, just not necessarily as competitive as you. Ha 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 ha. Elder Deng sighed. The two of them also marched up to the logistics of a building that looked like a book turned upside down. Step into it. A wide array of bookshelves were filled with books of all colors, feats, miscellaneous talks, information, and so on. It's really hard to know what to choose when you're dazzled. Lu Ding stepped forward and came to the intern investigator feats partition. Pick a book at random to view. 8 strike method. Those with unusual arms are best suited. It is emphasized to put long strikes far away, wide open and close, and the mind is moving, seeking to hold and keep the unity, which can be perfected. Lu Ding looked at his arm. It didn't seem to fit. Forget it. Read another book. The Een Scorched Treasure copy. Refining the body with Een fire. Planting the seed of Een fire. The air with Een fire. The most Een and soft. It sounds like it's not bad, but there's so much left to read, so I'd better check out the rest first. Seeing that Lu Ding was slow to pick out what he wanted in front of him, Tang Guofu took an ancient scroll and handed it over. Take a look at this. Lu Ding took it and unfolded it, and the traces left by the years spread out, and it was as if a heavenly hissing sounded in his ears. Fishy air. A hideous giant bear with wings on its back hunted and killed. Lu Ding subconsciously raised his hand as a shield before realizing that it was just an illusion. Regardless of the feats, at least the compulsion is pulled off. And then look at the scroll painted. Lifelike giant bear with wings on his back, long whistling in the sky. All kinds of exotic beasts under the body, bones piled up in the mountains. The blood flow into the river. Is really ferocious tight. Lu Ding looked up at Elder Tang. He smiled to explain. This is the flying bear visualization map. This is painted above is the main flying bear. It is stepped under the feet of the two boundaries of the mountain, dividing the north and south. The legend is that the flying bear is an ancient beast, over the north for the ferocious, tyrannical character to pounce on the kill for fun, ravaging the north, living in the south for the Swiss, the town of the mountains and ridges, to maintain a side of the order. The observation diagram is different from the Kung Fu. Everyone can realize something different from it. There will be a difference between north and south, which is very wonderful. Are you interested in trying it out? That's all that's been said. Of course Lu Ding could hear that this was something good, not something that could be compared to these feats that were placed on the bookshelves. He put away the scroll. I'll take your word for it then. I'll take this one. Ha 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 ha. You are smart. Then this is it. Take a good look at not in a hurry to return. Anyway, this thing stays and this is also eat dust. Quickly go to cultivate it. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Do not delay. Remember to observe this flying bear map with the opening of the orifices of the Dan together, so as to be able to perfectly absorb the effect of the medicine. Thank you, Minister. I'll go first then? Go go go. Deng Wufu waved his hand outward, signaling him to go quickly. Lu Ding bowed and left. He was also a little impatient to try and visualize this flying bear diagram. They say that a tiger has wings. If this bear has wings, can it be weaker than a tiger? Lu Ding wants to see what's going on. Seeing that he knew how to be polite and resourceful, Deng Wufu nodded with satisfaction. At the same time doubts arose in his mind. Is the information written wrong? Where is the tyranny? And know-how? And smart? And polite? Nowadays the investigator is really. Work is not rigorous at all. Turning toward the deeper shelves, he ripped off the labels of the empty spaces. It says, Flying Bear Viewing Chart, 500 contribution points. Back to the 200 square feet of single dormitory assigned to him. Lay the Flying Bear Viewing Chart flat on the coffee table. Pinched open the broken orifice's Dan and threw it into his mouth. The skill-forgotten forms of the calling turned on. Celestial unity, activated. A stream of warmth erupted from his heart and flowed throughout his body along with his blood. And the flying bear conceptualization in his eyes changed marvelously at that moment. At the top of the lofty mountains, the flying bears with wings on their backs whistled up to the sky, and their roars pierced through the clouds, resounding through heaven and earth, stirring up the mountains and forests for 500 miles. I heard the mountains and forests shaking in unison with the beasts in the south, and in the north, smoke and dust rolled out and 10,000 beasts ran. The flying bear stood on the top of the mountain, looked back to the south, lifted his wings and went away, tearing the northern sky and setting off a bloody storm. Lu Ding, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, snapped his eyes open. At this time, 2 days had passed since he had visualized the flying bear diagram and entered into meditation. The entire body's orifices opened wide and went straight into Jiaxian. The tyrannical aura spread out, as if it was a giant wave sweeping the earth, crushing all existences that dared to provoke him. This was Lu Ding's realization. The flying bear pounce method. Extreme crushing and killing means, born only to abuse and destroy everything, with a tyrannical aura of aggression in the true air rotating between the cyclones. The minister really picked a good gonfu for me. This is a favor. Lu Ding has to remember people's kindness. Got up and moved his muscles, crackling and crunching, taking out his cell phone and looking at the time. 2 days had passed. Now that the combat power was up, it was time to take on his first mission to join the 749. Taking out his cell phone and tapping on the 749 app, Lu Ding's identity had been updated and refreshed the mission board, and a mission with detailed intelligence appeared. Feel free to scratch around and find a title of interest to click into. 816 Murder Investigation Mission, August 16th, Longan Street, Apricot Blossom District. A family of 6 brutally exterminated. The local report submitted. The dead are all lacerations and bleeding to death, and are missing the face. The local authorities initially judged to be the result of the bite of wild animals. After submitting 749, after specialized exploration, there are traces of black old lady infestation remaining at the scene. Please find out the truth and kill or shelter the black old lady. The ancient book folklore records that this old black woman is also called the Black Fairy, originating from a northern sectarian protector. Later, it refers to the black fox or the black bear, black snake. After becoming a spirit and detaching from the physical body, the corpse dissolves and transforms into the spirit of the alias. One of the black bears that became fertilized and transformed into a black old lady had the habit of gnawing on human faces, and it's still chewed and ripped alive, which is extremely cruel. It just so happens that Lu Ding's practice is also the flying bear pouncing method, and the thing that is causing the disturbance is also the black old lady who was corpsed after the black bear became essence. It's all bears. What does it mean to have a destiny? It's called a destiny. Mission reward, the leader gets 20 contribution points and 100,000 bonus points. The auxiliary transfer gets 5 contribution points and 50,000 bonus points. And each person who captures the black old lady alive and brings her back to 749 gets another 10,000 bonus points and 1 contribution point. Quest tip, it is recommended that the leader be a Shoshuan realm or above to go. Before Lu Ding took a look at them all on the 749 app, what 10 years of lightning strike would made wooden swords, with the ability to ward off evil. Hardness better than ordinary steel. It's only selling for 5 contribution points a handful. Moreover, the contribution points on the 749 app are exchanged for coins. 1 contribution point is 100,000, and 20 contribution points works out to be 2 million. Although it sounded appealing, only a fool would exchange contribution points for money, so when you do the math like this, 20 contribution points is actually quite a lot. The only problem is that 749 investigators, both trainees and regular investigators, go on missions just like police officers, and require 2 or more people to travel. This is done for the purpose of monitoring each other and also to ensure that in the event of a special situation, someone will be able to ride along and ventilate the situation. But now Lu Deng was alone, and he hadn't added the contact information of the other investigators, solely dumped the quest queue right onto the forums, with a shout out, Trainee Investigator Lu Deng, an auxiliary transfer. The brains are preferred, do not require you to fight how high, can protect themselves, can do odd jobs on the line. Such arrogant shouting instantly attracted a bunch of gourds. Hoo-ah, so awesome, why did not die you? Do not know that you think you are an official investigator it, dude up there, why don't you see what his ID is? Chapter 10 Recruiting Auxiliary, going on a mission. Haha that's okay, Lu, I didn't wake up this morning, don't be so mean to me, I'll just smack myself right now. After 2 days of fermentation Lu Deng's name in the 749, in addition to going out on a mission did not come back. That basically belongs to the state of no one knows, after all, but never before has there been such a ruthless trainee investigator. Then someone dug up some information about looting and sent it out. After seeing that he had joined 749 one day and participated in the examination the day after, there was nothing but admiration in his heart, and that was nothing but bull. This horrific fighting ability, and a ride of talent, definitely a taskmaster. Follow him on a mission, as long as you honestly do what people say. Contribution points that is nothing. The Lu Deng quest queue had just been thrown out, instantly drawing dozens of quest applications. He clicked on the details to view them one by one. A trainee investigator named Yen Fifan was finally selected. Consent queue to send a message. Do you have a car? The car is very critical, although Lu Deng will drive, but that is all in the previous life. This life he has not yet taken the driver's license, and cannot afford to buy a car. Car? Yen Fifan froze for a moment. He had thought that he was just trying it out. If he could, then it would be best, and it would be fine if he didn't agree. Who knew that Lu Deng actually agreed to the queue? Yes, I have a car, sturdy and resistant, a big Jeep, and I drive it well. That's fine. Wait for me at exit A of the base. I'll be there later. Yay! In the 4-person dormitory, Yen Fifan let out a cheer, and the other trainee investigator in the next bed grabbed a pillow and smashed it over. Shout out to your mom. Let no one sleep. Yen Fifan shrunk his head. I'm sorry, I'll go out right away. Get out. He put on his shoes and socks and walked out the front door, the smile on his face lifting again as he carefully pulled the door to his room closed. The steps toward the outside have become lighter. Hit the ignition car, mouth humming, all the way to the A exit. Just to see the roadside someone wringed hands, clothing flat, all rely on the looks of hard handsome, just based on the standing posture. It reveals a strong posture. Yen Fifan parked his car, got out of the driver's seat, and pulled open the passenger door. Brother Lu, I'm Yen Fifan. Lu Deng went up to the passenger seat, before he circled around and returned to the driver's seat to unscrew the mineral water and hand it to Lu Deng, saying this, Brother Lu, what should we do next? On the way here I took a look at the task in detail. It says that there are 3 key suspects in this case. Each, Tong Yong, 21 years old, male, junior student of Yunhai Computer Vocational College. In earlier years he and the deceased family were neighbors, living together in Yangzhou Argosy village. When he was young, Tong Yong's father fought with the deceased family, but didn't win, and then within a few years Tong Yong's old man died, so he has some suspicions. The second, Zhao Haichuan, 52 years old, one of the deceased Wu Daoxiang's ex-husband. Earlier in the year because of the drug deal was imprisoned, and then Wu Daoxiang divorced him. Second marriage married to Zhou Shinghua. Out of prison latter Zhao Haichuan from time to pester the deceased's family, demanding that Wu Daoxiang compensate him for the money. The third, Fan Warue, 24 years old, one of the deceased Zhou Lian's ex-boyfriend, a small employee of an automobile repair shop. Zhou Lian's father did not agree with the two together, during which time he also beat Fan Warue. Other than these people, the deceased's family hasn't had any more run-ins with anyone else, and are quite honest. Not bad. This is the auxiliary tune that Lu Deng wants. Will come to things, will look at the task details in advance, and is also smart. He leaned back in his seat, took a sip of water. Tell me what you think. It is so Lu. I used the method of elimination in my mind. I think Dong Yong is the most suspicious. First of all, Fan Warue, The local investigation information shows that this person's family is harmonious, but is not too much to listen to his parents. So much so that later didn't go to college, went to work in his uncle's automobile repair shop, social crawling for many years, until now is still a small employee. It is unlikely that he will have the vigor to kill. Even if he kills, he would not dare to exterminate people's whole family. And he and Zhou Lian do like each other. The two of them have been together for 3 years, so he's hardly suspicious, at best. As for Zhao Haichuan, although he went to pester the deceased's family many times, but no conflict broke out. The deceased's family didn't want to mess with him at all, and has been avoiding him, and in the middle of the process, they also gave him some money. But the man changed his mind when he received the money. He was only there for the money, and killing and exterminating people was too much of a risk for him. Finally, Dong Yong. Local information visits and investigations show that this person in school is very honest, liked to be alone, and not many friends. Academic performance is quite excellent. Senior high school fight with someone almost get killed, and that is the thing that led to his failure to enter the university. From this we can see that Dong Yong, though not very old and seemingly honest, is a very ruthless master, combined with the involvement of the black old lady. First of all, Zhao Haichuan is old. Even if the black old lady is possessed, or out to drive, it is unlikely that she will find him, and when the investigators went, the old boy was still alive and well PC, and now he is detained. In the end, there are only 2 young men left, Fan Warue and Dong Yon, so even if they are possessed out of their minds, they won't be left with too much of an aftermath. Out of the horse possession, although the dominant consciousness of the black old lady occupies most, but the child itself will have some consciousness. Fan Warue and Zhou Lian is true love. How can Zhou Lian down so hard? Of course, does not rule out other cases, but the comprehensive comparison down to see this Dong Yong suspicion is the biggest. Yan Fifan finished everything in one breath, and after he picked up his water bottle and took a sip, his eyes looked at Lu Ding with a slightly hopeful look. Seeing Lu Ding nodding, then go and find this Dong Yong. If he really has possessed Old Lady Black in his body, or has a relationship with Old Lady Black, I can smell it. Flying bear, that was a ferocious beast that abused other fey monsters for fun. Finding monsters is kind of one of the things that people look for, whether it was a normal person or not. Lu Ding could tell with a single sniff. Originally, his intention was to go from one to the other to find the 3 suspects. Now that Yan Fifan had analyzed the situation, there was hope that he could save his time and attack the yellow dragon directly. With Lu Ding's approval, Yan Fifan stepped on the gas road. Yan Fifan stole a glance at Lu Ding from time to time, feeling surreal in his heart that he could actually go on a mission with such a person. Lu Ding was also aware of his eyes. Being the first to break the silent atmosphere, asked, "What did you do before? I see you're analyzing it." "I'm just a student. I just like watching movies. I've seen many movies, documentaries, since I was a kid, and it's the only hobby I've ever had. And even though the movies are fake, a lot of them, they can be used to apply to reality." Yan Fifan said with embarrassment. It does sound a bit of a stretch, but Lu Ding was interested. In his last life he remembered a movie called Manslaughter, in which the hero just loved to watch the movie. His own daughter and wife mistakenly killed a powerful son. The hero finally arranged everything clearly, and even pulled down the powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that the male lead would never have been caught, if it wasn't for the trial at the end of the day, he was not expecting that a randomly recruited auxiliary transfer was actually a talent. So what's your gift? Chapter 11, Yan Fifan who can hide from the ground. Speaking of this, Yan Fifan scratched his forehead and said with a somewhat insufficient bottom, "Well, through the wall." Through the wall? Lu Ding found it a bit interesting. How did you awaken such a talent? That, when I was at home before, I encountered a paranormal event and was eaten in by a wall. Then I tried to run and escape. Then by accident, I drilled my way out. And then I awakened the gift of walking through walls. Yan Fifan spoke as he drove. Since you can walk through walls, can you vanish? That would be fine. But I can't swim and I'd have to get stuck. Ha 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 ha. The carriage resounded with the sound of Lu Ding's laughter. Yan Fifan hurriedly said, "I'm afraid of water. I almost drowned as a child. But I'll learn. Okay, behave yourself. Remember to learn how to swim, and I'll call you back for the next mission." The promise given by Lu Ding instantly brightened Yan Fifan's eyes. Compared to going back to someone else, Lu Ding felt that Yan Fifan was just fine. It's mostly this character, with a touch of cowardice and intelligence, such that he won't have much of his own. Handyman used with confidence, and it can also go through walls and hide, so it might be of great use in the future. Really, Lu, I'm actually quite a waste. I can't fight combat. I can't scout. I can't do anything. Even the test was drilled and passed. That means you're smart, and on a mission with me that requires you to fight? If you need to be on it, then I don't think either of us will be able to get away. Yen Fifan thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. Soon, the two of them arrived at a milk tea store that opened at an intersection, and Yen Fifan said, "Brother Lu has arrived. This is where Dong Yong works his summer job." The two of them walked down the jeep. Yen Fifan led the way in front, and the moment they walked into the milk tea store, a faint fishy odor went straight to Lu Ding's nose. Yen Fifan in the front saw that there was no figure of Dong Yong in the milk tea store. He ordered 2 cups of hand-beaten lemon tea and then took the opportunity to ask, "Hey, miss, you before the small brother who works here. I saw him last lemon tea hit quite hard today how not in? Let you a girl to play more tired What does it mean to be smart? That's what it means to be smart." The store was already small and hand-typing lemon tea was a laborious task. If you ask directly, you don't know the person's relationship, and you might be hiding something, but now dump the contradiction. "Do lemon tea clerk miss," immediately said in a bad mood, "you were talking about Dong Yong it. He resigned. Originally the rules are to be half a month in advance to say. The result is that he mentioned yesterday resignation to say go away. Make now the store only I am a person, and have to do milk tea and have to play the order. Annoying." As she said this, the young lady increased the strength in her hands by a few more points, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances on the lemon. Yen Fifan followed up her words. "Hey, this person is really uncouth. He doesn't follow the rules and regulations at all. He is also willing to let such a good-looking girl get tired like this. I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea to dissipate your anger. It's on me." Before the girl could speak, Yen Fifan paid over for an extra cup of milk tea. The girl was a little embarrassed to hear the collection. No, we have a rule in the store that doesn't allow us to take what our customers order. Nothing, just a cup of milk tea. You're so pretty, even if you can't drink it at work. After work I guess there are people grabbing to buy you a drink. That's what that little brother called Dong Yong doesn't understand, the reasoning of the nearer the water, the more the better. Yen Fifan wasn't bad looking in the first place, and with the addition of catching a good time and speaking well, the girl instantly blushed. By the topic he was pulling, the girl talked down the line. "Where can people do not look at me. Yesterday when he left, I overheard people are chatting with a big beauty. Not a moment later was picked up by the car, or sports car. Originally think he is the same as me, are here to work. Who knows that they are a rich son to experience life." 2 cups of hand-rolled lemon tea were ready, and the sales clerk lady looked at Yen Fifan with a wistful face, and her eyes couldn't stop glancing at Lu Ding next to her. One speaks well and looks good. One does not say half a word. All rely on hard handsome, where a pestle than the TV model looks more exquisite, and temperament. I would have thought that this well-spoken handsome man who had bought himself a milk tea would at least add a contact. Who knew that people turn away and just pound on their cell phones? When he got to the car, Yen Fifan looked at his cell phone and read, "Brother Lu, I had the Bureau's task customer service check the surveillance of this section of the roadway, as well as the car that came to pick up Dong Yong that day." At this moment, Lu Ding truly felt that recruiting Yen Fifan as an auxiliary tone was an incomparably correct choice. It's too much. He didn't even need to move his lips. People could think of his requests in advance and then show him the results after they were done in a thunderous manner. It's a feeling that just doesn't get any more comfortable. Did you find out anything? Find out. Without even needing Lu Ding to see for himself, he heard Yen Fifan say, "The screen shows that yesterday morning Dong Yong got into a black sports car. This sports car is registered under the name of K's Group, and after comparing it with the roadway surveillance shots, the one who drove this car yesterday was K's Group's first lady, K. Fei." The Heaven's Eye system had captured K. Fei and Dong Yong meeting on the Old Mountain Goods Street on the day of August 17th. Supplementary information also said, K. Fei language has a sister K. Yen Frost, as if it is to provoke what unclean things. The hospital examination is normal, and then they looked for a Chinese medicine practitioner, said that it is a deficiency of yang qi, has been taking medicines, and the mountain market. From time to time, there will be some nationally banned wild and good medicines, and a lot of other messy stuff. And the information also says that on August 18th, the day the Xinghua neighborhood extermination case was discovered, Dong Yong was summoned as a suspect, and not long after he arrived, Ji Fei came to bail him out, plus he had an alibi, so the local authorities didn't give him a hard time. Hearing this, Lu Ding once again experienced the terror of the state apparatus. How much time is this? The ancestors can be investigated for you. Next to Yen Fifan said, more and more excited, and today, the chairman of the K Group K Hong also invited a real material out of the horse disciple over to K Yen Cream to see things. Good guy. Lu, I have a sentence I do not know when to speak or not to speak. You say. Lu Ding's tone was flat, This Dong Yong is simply a template for the protagonist of an urban psychic novel. If, indeed, Dong Yong has old lady black in his body, then when he meets Fei Yuji, he will definitely be able to tell what is tainted in Fei Yuji's body due to living with Fei Yuji, and following the flow of the novel, this Dong Yong will definitely point it out. Later, when Dong Yong was summoned, she went to bail Dong Yong out, and by going this far, it shows that Ji Fei had already begun to take Dong Yong's words to heart, and by following the mundane process, Ji Fei must have wanted Dong Yong to help exorcise what was on her sister. Today there is another out-of-the-horse disciple, and there is still a real one. When Dong Yong strikes, the ordinary out-of-the-horse disciple on the back of the immortal, where can be compared to the black old lady on the back of the Dong Yong then it is just pretending to hit the face. Chapter 12, Brother Lu, can we go in and punch him to death? Dong Yong will also be able to use this outgoing disciple to learn some of the hidden secrets of the air refiners, and completely step into the world of the air refiners, and he will also be able to get a large amount of money and connections from the K family, and use this connections to make a name for himself, so that if that rich man gets into some trouble later on, he'll be able to step in to see things through and get a large amount of money, live a better life, and even because of saving K Yin Shuang, he might even be able to gain the favor of these two sisters. After all, the attraction of the air refiner to ordinary people, that's fatal. The life class is all different. Damn this kid. Sisterhood. Lu Ding cast a strange look after hearing this. You don't say. You don't say. It sounds like it. Yen Fifan subconsciously scratched his head. This was because of the embarrassment in his heart and the inferiority complex that he had developed for a long time, and he was used to distracting others with some small actions. I see that all the urban psychic novels of the previous few years are written like this. This is too much like it. That's why I'm saying this. Will you think I'm sick, Brother Lu? Lu Ding shook his head slightly. I do think that you're a ing genius. You can think of this. Yen Fifan's eyes narrowed as he received the compliment. No. It's just that this kind of plot is too cliched. It came to mind all of a sudden, and it doesn't make sense. I guess this kid also read too many novels and followed the steps above. If things really go on like this, even if you don't take this mission, Brother Lu, he is still going to be noticed by the 749, and he won't be able to run away at that time. Simply put, he's just drifting away, and he doesn't think about it carefully. Since all these things appear in the private sector, how can the country not have a countermeasure and a corresponding department? If that's the case, let's go see the real-life pretending and face-punching, and wait until he's at his most pleased with himself. Then I'll step in and take him down in one fell swoop. Lu Ding also came to have a bad taste. Many unrealistic ideas are always going to be poisoned by real life. Take this Dong Yong for example. It's too arrogant to commit a crime and still dare to strut around and not even run away from the road. And there was actually the possibility of a sisterhood plot, which Lu Ding found very unreasonable. Yen Fifan blasted out with a foot of gas, a bad smile rising on his face. Hey, Lu, you're too bad. Suddenly he seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. No, Lu, I mean very handsome, very charming, just like that kind of pugilistic villain, strategizing and fighting against the brain-damaged protagonist. Wouldn't that make you the dog's head strategist at the side of the archvillain? Yen Fifan froze, seeing that Lu Ding was not only not angry, but also joking with himself. His hidden smile resurfaced. Then I should smile like this. Ji. Ha 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 ha. What the B movement? You come less Listen to the goosebumps. At this time the other side. Inside the K family villa, a man and a woman stood opposite each other. The man, dressed in white and with a clean-cut look, was Lu Ding's target this time, Dong Yong. Originally, Dong Yong is just an ordinary person, but with the black old lady and he established a relationship. Heaven and earth spiritual air into the body washing, even if the ugly people will not be ugly to see where. Moreover, after becoming an air refiner, the status level was different from that of an ordinary person. That self-confidence wells up and improves one's temperament and mental outlook, and naturally one is handsome. And standing across from him was the outgoing disciple invited by K Hong, the chairman of the K group, by Xiao, all here to do something. That's peers. How could the atmosphere between the two be good when their peers are enemies? Bai Xiao spoke without any good humor. Chairman K, what's going on here? It's not enough to hire me. There's also an insurance policy. You don't trust my Bai family's tactics? Fox Yellow White Willow Gray, 5 Immortals of the North. Out of the horse in the hall. The Fox family for the big, deep source, complex background. If the hall is located in the Fox family, that is the backstage. Basically walk everywhere to give some face. Belong to the omnipotent. What will be a little bit of everything. The Huang family, on the other hand, is known for their illusions, and they mostly sit as marshals among the halls. The White family, on the other hand, treats people. The Ryu family leads the army and is most capable of fighting. The Gray family, on the other hand, tends to avoid bad luck. These are the Watchers. K. Hong was a bit embarrassed. MS. Bye. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that my daughter didn't know I would invite you. That's why she invited this little brother. I'm really sorry. He looked at Dong Yong with an apologetic face. Junior brother Dong. I'm really sorry about this today. There's $500,000 in here. Look. Dong Yong didn't accept this $500,000. He said lightly, I won't accept money for not doing anything. It's fine for me to leave, but if you want to invite me back later, it won't be at this price. You mean I can't cure the K family's second young miss? White little frowned in question. Dong Yong sneered. Just buy you? Milky little hairy girl. It's better to go back and cultivate for a few more years before coming back. The immortal on your back can't cure Miss K's illness. Not far outside the villa in the jeep, Yen Fifan held a copper mirror, which played a scene that happened in the villa. Seeing Dong Yong so pretending, Yen Fifan could not help but spit out. Lu brother, you see, this guy can give him to pretend on the force, but also Milky, sort of he will use on the idiom. Maybe he is not as big as other people. A look of old air, not moving on the sneer. Do not know is from that novel to learn. Look at it is really If you're really good and she dares to provoke you, then get her. If you're not that good, you don't have to act like you're a pussy and get all preoccupied with this whole thing. Lu Ding looked and also felt that this person was a bit pretentious, more than he could pretend, and those who did not know thought how powerful it was. However, Lu Ding's focus of attention was not here. It's kind of amazing where you got that mirror. This is a small magic weapon that I exchanged with contribution points. It's not much use. It's just able to monitor the situation around me. If the person's strength is too much higher than mine, it'll still be discovered. It's mainly used to protect my personal safety when I go on a mission. And if there's any problem, I'll just run through the wall. It's a real fear of death. After hearing that the role was very limited, Lu Ding instantly lost interest. Keep looking at the images in it. The two of them are at the final step of their conflict. Just see the image of White Xiao Xiao saying, yes, since you say I'm not qualified, let's compete to see who can cure second young miss. If I do, you'll climb out of here. If I don't, feel free to make whatever demands you want. Meanwhile, outside the front door, the sound of high heels stomping in sounded. A woman in a hip-hugging dress breaks into the picture. With a figure that matches this outfit plus rimless glasses to add a touch of glamour, she caught everyone's attention as soon as she appeared on stage. Dong Yong also changed his hands into his pockets at this time. Yes, I agree with your proposal. Ladies first. I'll let you go first. Oops. Lu, can we go in now and punch him to death? This is what I said, goosebumps. Too awkward. But also ladies first. He is like an open peacock. Cannot wait to show their PIs. I really convinced. Damn. I can't stand it either. Originally, I was thinking of watching the play, but who knew that Dong Yong would make such a mess? And Lu Ding's toes were all clenched tightly. The two men pulled open the car door on the left and right, got out directly and rushed in towards the villa. Chapter 13, hand-tearing Dong Yong, sheltering the black old lady. The villa was listening to the conversation between the two. There was some impatience in Kei-Fei's heart, even though they were all capable people with skills. But to use one's own sister's illness as a criterion for determining the winner of a wager was really upsetting. She's already being nice to Dong Yong, and he also promised to give a heavy amount of money if he could cure his sister's illness. Now what's going on here? But even if her heart was dissatisfied, concubine Kei didn't say anything. Her sister's illness had dragged on for too long, and now her only hope rested on these two. Turning her gaze to her own father, seeing that a sulk also appeared on his face, concubine Kei sighed out. Both of you, why don't we start now? Dong Yong took out a hand stuck in his pants pocket and spread it forward, his face calmly saying, please. Bang. A loud bang was heard, and the wall behind him was instantly shattered by a silhouette. In the haze, the people present seemed to see a bear-shaped beast with two wings on its back that was incomparably ferocious swooping down on them. Lu Ding's big hand stretched out in a flash of lightning and fire straight to pinch Dong Yong's neck, lifting him up and smashing him on the ground, crushing a floor of expensive flooring, and lifting him up again in the air. Please your mom, you really don't know how to write the word embarrassment, do you? I'm outside listening to my toes picking at them. Do you think you're particularly classy? Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. In that blow just now, although Lu Ding had left quite a bit of strength behind, it was still enough to cause this Dong Yong to lose his fighting strength instantly. Cough cough cough. You, who are you? Who am I? I'm here to send you to Hades. Dong Yong, you're leaking things. Call the old black lady inside you to come out. The old black woman's screams continued in Dong Yong's head. No, no, I don't want to go out. I don't want to go out. Flying bear. He's a flying bear. The black old lady in Dong Yong's body is also a bear spirit, and has lived for many years, but the talent is not good. The cultivation of a road it went to the head, so it abandoned the physical body, looking for another way, not to mention that she doesn't have a physical body right now, even if she did. Facing Lu Deng, who practiced the flying bear pouncing method, she could only be killed and torn apart in seconds. Counting on it, Flying Bear was her oldest ancestor's oldest ancestor, and it was also a ferocious existence that took sadistic pleasure in killing. It would be strange for this old black woman to dare to come out. It was also the first time Dong Yong had seen the unstoppable old lady black lose control of her emotions like this. Fear grows inside like a weed. All of his bottom line came from old lady black. Ever since he unintentionally let old lady black enter his body, Dong Yong felt that he was the protagonist of this heaven and earth, the same as the protagonist in the novel. Plus the old black woman bragged to him about how good she was. Dong Yong is also interpreting the old black woman as his own accompanying old grandfather. Also because of the sudden expansion, Dong Yong thought of the Zhou family who had fought with his father in past years, coupled with the fact that old Mrs. Black had been advocating on the sidelines. Dong Yong, in a fit of excitement, killed 6 members of the Zhou family. He had thought he was seamless. Who knew that someone would actually come to my door today? I surrender myself. Don't kill me. Lu Deng laughed. Yan Fifan stood next to him and said, foolish, what did he do earlier? Strutting and waving his way through the world, and running to cure and exorcise the evil spirits, and now he's talking about turning himself in? Lu make a comment. Too late. Lu Deng's voice rang out. I gave you a decent chance, and since you won't listen, let's play it this way. As the crowd watched in horror, Dong Yong's body turned into 2 pieces in Lu Deng's hands. Blood spurts. A black smoke flew out from the corpse, manifesting a huge black bear running away outward. Flying bear. Flying bear. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Deng raised his palms, and a breeze brushed through the room. Shattered. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it exceptionally clearly. The black bear that ran away was instantly sliced into countless tiny pieces that dissipated into the air. Not even a last scream was left. The cue to get into position rang in Lu Deng's ears. Sheltering monster, old lady black. Shelter reward, bear fighter's strength. The strength of the warriors, 1,000 pounds of force. The palm can push mountains. Lu Deng looked at the reward and calculated in his heart. The power of 1,000 gene. 1 gene is 30 gene, and 1,000 gene is 30,000 gene. Although this kind of power appeared in a person is very scary, but when you do the math, that rural tractor can pull 2 gold hoops. Forget about it, just use it, it adds up. Thanks to Lu Deng's mental activities didn't let others hear. If those air refiners who specialized in the physical body heard it, they would probably die of anger. You're comparing people to tractors. Can this be the same? 30,000 pounds of strength. Do you know how many years you have to train? How many heavenly ingredients you have to take? And what kind of talent you need to have? Yan Fifan stepped forward and handed over the handkerchief with both hands. Lu Deng took it and wiped his hands. Yan extraordinary and took out the confidentiality contract, walked to the early has been scared silly in front of the 3 people, squinted his eyes and said, 749 do. This is a confidentiality contract to sign. Shall not be disclosed to the outside of the things that happen today. Otherwise will bear legal responsibility. Direct arrest and imprisonment cannot be released on bail kind of. Oh, please rest assured, Chairman K, there will be someone to come to you to negotiate compensation for your loss today, and you will be satisfied. Ah. Yan Fifan's voice awakened the stagnant Bai Xiao Xiao, and sharp shouts resounded through the villa. Next, scream again and I'll tear you up too. White Tiny instantly muted and shut up, pale face with trembling hands covering his mouth. Although she was also an air refiner, and knew and even met people from the 749, she had never seen any 749 investigators who would be so ruthless and brutal. She asked incredulously, You 749 aren't, not house incarceration, internment? Where does one's reward come from when one is incarcerated? For all those extra contribution points and tens of thousands of dollars? This is not putting the cart before the horse. One of Lu Deng's original intentions of joining 749 was to use 749's information to help him find monsters to kill and stow away. So how could he possibly capture them alive? You're probably talking about someone else. I'm different. I don't like to stay alive. Gollum. Bai Xiao Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes fluttered as he looked at Lu Deng, and when he realized that his gaze was cast, he hurriedly lowered his head again, afraid of meeting Lu Deng's gaze. This This lord? Kehong was at least a chairman of the board of directors and had seen great storms, and although he was also scared and alarmed, he had barely regained a little bit of his ability to think. There's no need to call me lord. If you don't know, you'll think it's ancient times. My last name is Lu. Call me Investigator Lu. Investigator Lu. Just can you erase my daughter's memory about this incident as if it were inside a movie? Next to her, Kei Fei had been dumbfounded in place, her face pale and eyes lost in thought for a long time, unable to slow down. Lu Deng nodded at Yen Fifan. 749 is such a means. Out of the mission will also be issued, but has a strict control standards. The use of the requirement to retain the image, but also cannot be used by one person, must be 2 and more investigators together to use. If once there is something wrong with the process, that is directly take down. Seeing Yen Fifan approaching him with a small long strip, Kei Fei language instantly back to God stretched out his hands to block in front. No need to. Vomit. Vomit. Don't erase my memory. Vomit. Chapter 14, Threaten me? Find the door to screw you. The corner of Lu Ding's mouth arched up. He's a stubborn bastard. He doesn't use it even after all this. Okay, respect people's wishes. With this matter settled, Lu Ding got up and was about to leave. He still had to go back to the bureau to hand in his assignment. Just then, Kei Hong shouted out to stop him. Investigator Lu, just can you wait a little bit? I don't want compensation. I just want you to wait a little bit before you leave. Okay, I'll wait a while then. Cannot be compensated, that is of course the best. Each investigator has a compensation quota. Trainee investigator, a month is 5 million. Used up, that is a different set of standards. This is also to prevent some investigators, relying on the compensation of the state, from making a big move once they have made a move, transforming themselves into mobile batteries and bombing indiscriminately. So if you can save a little, that's a little. Seeing Lu Ding's agreement, Kei Hong looked at Bai Xiao again. Miss Bai, can you treat my daughter now? May I? Bai Xiao's eyes looked toward Lu Ding as he said this. Why are you looking at me? You treat people who ask you to treat them. Oh, that'll do. Cure now. Where's Miss Tu? Kei Hong led the way. This way. With the departure of the two, only the 3 of them, lower Lu Ding, were left in the living room. Kei Fei leaned back on the sofa breathlessly, twisting her head to look at Lu Ding, who had pulled over a chair and sat down on one side. Next to him, Yen Fifan stood respectfully. I don't know where she got the courage to stare straight at Lu Ding. Yen Fifan lowered his head down and whispered in his ear. Brother Lu, she is probably a bit Stockholm Syndrome, coupled with the fact that you, Brother Lu, are handsome, and the means you just used were really too brutal. She might also bring a bit of certain aspects, so she just might be a bit mean to you. The gaze was too wanton, and Lu Ding asked out loud, does it look good? Kei Fei subconsciously nodded her head, then shook her head in a hurry. Suddenly, a gurgling coldness came accompanied by a stern voice. By Family Junior, with you are not worthy to break my law. Lu Ding got up violently. There were monsters. He was not used to seeing someone being arrogant in front of him, and he wanted to see how it went. In Kei Yen Shuang's room, black mist rose, and a half-illusory white female ghost floated in it. Bai Xiao shivered. She was how did not think. This second miss of the Kei family provoked actually this ferocious ghosts. This evil can't be exorcised by himself. Bang! Same voice, same outro. The door of the room was directly shattered, and several powerful chopping blows slashed into the black mist, causing a miserable scream. Come and see if you can break my law. In the black mist, the female ghost's face was twisted and her eyes bled as she stared at Lu Ding, who had broken through the door. Seeing the insignia on his chest, the female ghost whispered, 749. Hundreds of chopping strikes slashed away, directly omitting Lu Ding's next words, and the black mist instantly collapsed. I'll remember your scent, and I'll come for you. The female ghost collapsed with the black mist. Lu Ding's face instantly became gloomy. Targeted by a ghost? That's not a good thing. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? On the bed couch, due to the dissipation of the severe ghosts that had entangled Kei Yen Shuang, her eyelids were seen to move slightly, and there was a tendency to open her eyes. Lu Ding took a step forward. The moment Ji Yinfeng opened her eyes, what came into her eyes was Lu Ding's face. The feeling of security wrapped around it, while the tyrannical aggression of the clashing eyes followed with oppression. That damn thing just now, where did you meet it? The newly awake Ji Yinfeng was still a little less than lucid in her head, but she could understand what Lu Ding was asking. That female ghost had been tormenting her in her dreams for quite some time. It's as if a lifetime has gone by. After a while, Kei Yen Shuang said, White Kiln Ancient Town. Yes, White Kiln Ancient Town. I went there to look at White Kiln porcelain, and then I came back and dreamt of her. White Kiln Ancient Town. Lu Deng mentally memorized the name. Yen Fifan, look to see if there's a quest for the White Kiln Ancient Town. Instead of waiting for someone else to come to her door, she should just come to her door and kill her by surprise, tearing her soul apart. Of course, even if there was no mission, Lu Deng would still go. He didn't want to be watched from the shadows all the time. It would be more convenient to have a mission, which would be accomplished, by the way, as a publicly funded trip, and there would be public money to pay for whatever you break when the time comes. Yen Fifan was also the first to understand Lu Deng's meaning. Straight away, he picked up his cell phone and started checking it out. After searching for half a day, Yen Fifan shook his head. Lu didn't find it. Lu Deng frowned. It seemed that he would have to go by himself on this trip. If not, forget it, go back to the station first. As Lu Deng turned to leave, Ji Hong called out, "Investigator Lu, why don't you have a casual lunch before you leave? It won't take you much time." Lu Deng refused. No need. He had to go back quickly to turn in his quest and then head to the ancient town of White Kiln before he could do so. Dare to threaten him, after holding back the golden finger for almost 20 years. It's hard to awaken it, and you dare to threaten him, who he didn't want to spoil. K Hong saw off the two Lu Deng to the door and saw the vehicle go away. K Yenfeng moved into the middle of the living room at some point. Seeing a room of blood-stained and mutilated corpses made her feel some discomfort in her heart, but in her dreams, she had seen even more horrifying images than this, so it wasn't a big deal. On the sofa, the two sisters, K Fei and K Yanfeng, hugged each other after a naughty cry. My younger sister, K Yen Shuang, asked, "Sis, where did you and Dad find that what's-her-name land investigator just now? Looking? You can't find them in your house." These words were spoken by Xiao Xiao, who hadn't left yet next to him. K Yen Shuang cast a curious gaze. She had a lovely look. Her eyes were innocent. She had just recovered from a serious illness, and she brought with her a sense of delicacy. The tone was soft. "Sister, you know Investigator Lu? Although Bai Xiao Xiao is the same female, but where cannot stand this sound. She is almost cute fried." It was close to having stars shining in his eyes. Clearing his throat, "Ahem, I said you can't take it out and talk about it. I'm in the business. You're not. So just listen. This land investigator under the 749 National Security Investigation and Shelter Bureau, with the General National Security is not the same. 749 is mainly responsible for all the paranormal events occurring in our Big Han investigation and shelter, as well as sperm and demons for the sake of wrongdoing. Their duty is to capture, imprison, and shelter those evil spirits and demons. But right, this Lu investigator, I see that he seems to be a bit too big in his killing nature. Although this is not against the law, but it's too ferocious to look at. It's scary to look at. Where there is to tear a person alive. The sisters listened in their hearts as K Yenfeng looked at the pool of blood. So this death is a demon? This is not. This is the same as me. Should be all out of the horse disciples? Only I, that is the immortal family authentic, behind the back of someone endorsement. This is the wild way. Should also commit things, and then do not know how. Was your sister invited over to cure you? Which is the 749 people looking for over? K Fei language hurriedly said. I just met him in passing, in the mountain goods market. He said that I was stained with something unclean, and then he called me and asked me to bail him out, and also said that he could save your life. Said you. So I invited him. Chapter 15. Who says the white moonlight can only be female? K Yenfeng listened carefully and nodded her head in a somewhat confused manner. Sis, thank you. Reaching out to hug her sister, K Yen Shuang added. But you can't be so sick next time. Looking over again. This sister. You just said something about people in the line. What does that mean? This side of the story continues. In the meantime, inside a quaint and ancient style inn in White Kiln Ancient Town, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out from the black-veiled woman sitting cross-legged on the bed. The 2-meter-strong man pushed his way in. Spirit Ant, what's wrong with you? The woman shook her head. It doesn't matter. It's just that the law was broken and a potion was lost. The strong man sat on the bed with a heartbroken face. There are so many medicine leads. Just lose them. Tell me who hurt you. I'll kill him. I don't know the name. I only know that this person is a trainee investigator of the 749, carrying a star on his shoulder. You don't want to act rashly and spoil our good deed. The Flying Centipede achievement is in the next few days. It needs to be peaceful, and we'll talk about this matter later. The burly man's brows were soft, and his movements gently took the woman's shoulders. Don't worry, Spirit Ant. I'll listen to everything you say, and I definitely won't cause any trouble. 749th Bureau Base. Lu Deng and Yen Fifan came back to hand in their quests. It's nighttime. The lives of ordinary people have gone quiet, and the stage is just being set for what belongs to 749. Demons at night are more active, and the night for the air refiner, completely without half a point of influence. All the air refining, who will not be a night vision That's why nighttime is the most active time for 749 investigators. The two of them came and just stopped on the mission hall steps to go up. Yen Fifan's footsteps gradually slowed down as he landed behind him. Eyes swept ahead, head slowly lowered. Lu Deng twisted his head to see. What are you doing? Go away. Lu, I need to go to the restroom. Why don't you go turn in your quest first? Or is it okay to wait for me? Although Lu Deng was a bit puzzled, he still nodded his head. There is no such thing as a person handing in a mission alone. Then I will wait for you for a while, so go quickly. Okay. Thank you Lu. I'll be back soon. Yen Fifan turned around and was just about to run off at a fast pace when the oncoming arm wrapped around him. Where are you going in such a hurry? Brother Fifan. I'm going to the restroom son. Sun Changming twisted his body to face the mission hall. It's all the way to the mission hall and you still need to go to the toilet. Is that like it? You have to hold it in. Lao do. Aren't you looking for Brother Extraordinary? Look who this is. The youth in the front mission hall, who was sliding his cell phone around, turned to look. Isn't this Brother Extraordinary? Where have you been today? The young man known as Laudu tucked in his cell phone and walked slowly down the steps with a fake smile on his face. What are you arguing about where you are this morning? You don't know that I didn't sleep last night after my mission, and you don't wash your clothes? Who do you keep them for? For me? Lu Deng was speechless as he listened from the side. It's ING 749 and you still see bullying. But yes, wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. And people are all different. Enlightenment and awakening. It's not like they specialize in the 3 best students. All people have the opportunity to be enlightened. So it's normal to have some bullies mixed in. But in front of him, bullying someone he could still use. That would be unusual. Glancing at Lu Deng, who was still next to him, Yen Fifan looked at Du Guang with thirst in his eyes. Brother Du, I've gone on a mission today. I'll go back and wash the clothes at night, okay? At this moment, how he wished that Du Guang would give him some face in front of Lu Deng. Just like what Yen Fifan and Lu Deng had said, he wasn't good at fighting, and he was able to be assigned to a 4-person dormitory with good grades and still get the rewards, all thanks to being smart and exploiting the situation. So over time, his deficiencies will become apparent. Under the same dormitory, he was of course at the bottom of the list. So cleaning, laundry, and other chores, he does it all. Who called him the weakest? Yen Fifan is also used to it. When he was a child, his parents told him that it is a blessing to suffer. The family is poor. Don't fight with people to start a conflict. And other words, has been affecting the growth of Yen Fifan to this day. That's why his nature is a bit cowardly in comparison. But today, for the first time, he rose up in defiance. Lu Deng, comparing to himself, it was an unattainable existence. Absolute combat. Absolute talent. It was not too much to say that one sentence was high above the others. But this is the kind of person who will play with himself and compliment himself. Although he didn't know what Lu Deng thought, Yen Fifan had already treated this person he had known for less than a day as his first friend in 749 with all his heart. He didn't want his friends to see him in a mess, but his thirst would eventually fall away. Du Guang raised his hand, and Yen Fifan had already expected that the not heavy but extremely insulting slap would also slap him on the neck as usual. At this moment, Yen Fifan was ready to resist. As long as this Du Guang dared to slap him in front of Lu Deng, he would definitely fight to the death with him. Next, Du Guang, who had his hand raised, flew straight out across the room. Lu Deng stood and slowly closed his feet, looking at Du Guang who was almost kicked into a folding screen in the corner. Lu Deng's voice rang out, pretending to be your mom. Twisting his head to look at him, he pointed at the youth who was still pinching Yen Fifan's shoulders and said, loosen your hands for me. At this moment, even though the sky was dim, in Yen Fifan's eyes, Lu Deng at this moment seemed to be standing in the light that isolated all darkness. Who says white moonshine has to be female? The youth let go of his hands and took a step back. Lu Deng, this is none of my business. Recognize me? It's good to know me. Lu Deng took a step forward with great speed and lifted his hand to smack his mouth. The beaten youth spun 3 times in the air before landing. Knowing me, you still dare to bully my auxiliary tone. In the future you too will wash his clothes. Do you hear me? The youth covered his face and nodded. Okay, I'll wash. And you, do you hear me? Du Guang in the corner felt humiliated. His eyes were resentful, even though his heart was unwilling. But now the situation was stronger than others. He nodded with difficulty. The breeze is blowing. Du Guang raised his head, and it seemed as if the darkness was enveloped before his eyes, and large plush hands with sharp claws tore the darkness before him as if they were tearing apart a curtain, and poked out bloody mouths from them. Here, flash me that look you just gave me again. Du Guang curled up in the corner and kept stomping back, but the wall behind him gave him no way to escape. Can only raise his hand to block in front of his face? I'm convinced. I don't have any other meaning. Really, I really don't have any other meaning. In the future, I'll clean the dormitory hygiene. I'll wash the clothes. Lu Deng really couldn't understand why someone would show that kind of resentful look when they knew that they couldn't beat someone else. Is it a way of expressing how ironclad you are? It's not a death wish? And on top of that, there are actually people who don't fill in when they know the guy is defiant? What a bunch of brainiacs this is. Lu Deng turned toward the steps. Still peeing? Yan Fifan hurriedly followed quickly. No more peeing, brother Lu. Let's go hand in the mission. Lazy donkeys have a lot of on the grindstone. Next time pee clean ahead of time. Got it, Lu. Chapter 16. Which woman to hit? Step on the gas. Mission crossing. The staff member in charge of handing over the task had his hand out. Give it to me, old Mrs. Black, and I'll raise your contribution points. Dead. What? Dead. Dead? Anon. Killed. Lu Deng spoke in a flat tone. The staff looked him up and down. I didn't see it. You're quite powerful. As a trainee investigator you can beat the black old lady to death. I haven't heard of you before. What's your name? Little brother? Lu Deng. Lu Deng. The staff member rushed through the papers he hadn't looked at closely just then. Above is really clearly written Lu Deng, two big words. These days Lu Deng's name can be said to be a moment of popularity. Who does not know in the base day after day doing this job of handing over tasks? As long as the swipe card pop-up task handover is fine. Who will pay attention to what others are called? That's not surprising. Lu Chan, 9 more missions to go before you can be promoted to full investigator. Go for it. Speaking of this, the staff member added in a serious tone, in fact, Lu Xiaobo, you can be a little lighter. If you can stay alive, this is even to complete a task, plus capture a monster, can only go from 9 to 8. What a relief. Lu Deng agreed. Okay, I'll be gentle next time. That's right. The staff's hands crackled with an operation to hand over the formalities. The contribution points and money have been credited to your backstage, so pay attention to check and receive it, and welcome to come back again next time, oh little brother Lu. Lu Deng put away his documents and muttered in his mind. The service was pretty warm. Next to Yan Fifan came over. Brother Lu, just now that window lady smiled at me. She never smiled at me before. It's so pretty. It's all thanks to you. Brother Lu, don't you dare. Didn't the lady selling milk tea smile at you today? Why aren't you so happy? Lu Deng smiled and disliked him. That's different, Lu. Lu, are you going to White Kiln ancient town? Yeah, I'm going to go over there later and check it out. It's all being held against me. If I don't get this fixed I won't be able to sleep at night. I always feel like someone will sneak up on me while I'm asleep. It's actually not a bad feeling to be missed, but it's a terrible feeling to be missed by an enemy. Although it was fine inside the base, but he wouldn't be inside the base all the time. He always had to go out to carry out the mission. Right, in case he got cold feet and was backed up then. What should he do? Lu Deng didn't want the day to come when he was sneak attacked. Lu, I'll go with you. There's a helper, isn't there? And I've looked up the information about the White Kiln ancient town. And I've looked at the satellite map. I've memorized it all in my heart. Although it sounded good, Lu Deng was worried about him having an accident. And it's their own business. It has nothing to do with others. Yan Fifan continued. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. I'm a thief who can run. Although I can't help in a fight, I'm absolutely first class in running. Lu Deng thought about it but agreed. Alright then, we'll both go together. The main reason is that he doesn't have a car, and the old town of White Kiln is a bit far away, so it's not convenient for him to go there by himself. Just like Yan Fifan said, although he couldn't help in a fight, he could run. If you can walk through walls and hide from the world, it's easy for you to run away. The two of them got in the car and set off again, heading straight for the old town of White Kiln. In the car, Yan Fifan read the information about the ancient town of Bayao to Lu Deng, which was a kind of boredom relief in the evening. This White Kiln ancient town to White Kiln famous, to count forward hundreds of thousands of years, that time or feudal dynasty. This White Kiln have to be tribute, not allowed to casually burn. I've seen photos of the White Kiln on the internet before. That's really great. Porcelain can be able to burn out the feeling of paper. And that White Kiln statue of Goddess of Mercy, hair can be rooted clearly, see clearly. With the modern development, Bayao ancient town, in addition to relying on the firing of white kills, but also developed a tourism industry. rich cultural heritage, as well as a high degree of preservation of the old town, really attracted a lot of foreign tourists. I was thinking of visiting the White Kiln ancient town before, but I never had the time. I didn't realize that I would actually go over there under such opportune circumstances. The whole way was Yen Fifan talking and Lu Ding listening, and he didn't mind. It's just not in so many words, and it's kind of sciencey and culturally enriching to listen to. Coincidentally, the moon was on a branch, and outside the old town of Baiyao, a line of official investigators 749 with 2 stars on their shoulders touched the middle of the old town of Baiyao through the night. In the inn, the topless, burly man's eyes snapped open and he rolled out of bed. Now that you're here, come on out. The spirit nun on the bed tugged her shirt over her shoulders. The door to the inn room exploded. There were 2 men, one in front and one behind. The man in front holding both long and short swords, the long one in front and the short one behind, and the man behind juggling the meteor hammer in his hand, which hid the sparks and carried a bit of bright light. Maki, Shan Lingying, come with us. Lingu got up and got out of bed, moving in light steps to stand behind Machi, fatalizing knife when Yuchuan, wind and fire hammerine Fong, the 2 749 pups. Where did they smell it from? They can actually find this place. Their noses are really smart. You need to smell your Thai odor? It's wafting all over the street, so it's hard not to find it. In Fong casually said. Lingu's face was ugly. When Yuchuan followed, alright, don't procrastinate. The rest of your heavenly principal sect has our colleague greeting them. Today the 2 of us, against the 2 of you, 2 against 2. No one else is interfering. Just what I want. The last time we fought in a hurry. Today I'm all set to see how much power this long and short hypnotic blade of yours has that was bragged about outside. Raising his hand for luck, his muscles were tinted with indifferent golden light, and his palm came out with the sound of wind, charging straight at Wen Yuchuan's chest. The long knife pulled the flowers. The knife aura was sharp, and the tool of the ancient colored bed in the room fluttered. A knife and a palm, flesh and iron collided. The 2 people each retreated half a step, seemingly indistinguishable from each other, but the room was ringing with the sound of ticking and blood. It turned out to be that the palm of Machi had broken the mouth, and it was dripping blood downwards. What hard qigong? What Tota Luohan? I think it's nothing more than that. In Fong flung the meteor hammer in his hand. The enclosed room kicked up a fierce wind, and a spirit snake spat out its letter to strike at a tricky angle. At one time, the black mist rose. Lingu pinched the air, and out of the black mist flew a round black ball dragging its tail, and Infan flung the meteor hammer and struck a solid blow. With their hands and feet completely released, the 4 of them no longer went back and forth between you and me, and they directly made killing moves frequently, sweeping thousands. Surname Wen, you recklessly disregard the name of your hypnotic sword. Force-splitting Huashan is shouted by you as sweeping thousands of troops. The window shattered, and 2 figures broke out of it and fled. When Yuchuan held the knife in close pursuit, his face unchanged, I shouted, you listened, moved to eyeball. He believed my words and was injured, but also blamed me for shouting nonsense, saying that I'm reckless with my name. You Tota Luohan and Lingu mutilated ordinary people, raised flying centipedes, and maliciously killed local law enforcement officers. You also deserve to use the name Luohan. Eat my blade before you say anything. Blade breath flung away, and Maki sidestepped to get out of the way to return the slap. A jeep drove up at the front street entrance. Lu Ding sat in the co-pilot. The tip of his nose lingered on the familiar flavor that he had smelled on the KG family's stern ghost earlier, and when he fixed his eyes on it, the flavor was exactly what came from the woman who had run away. Ruthlessness surfaced in his eyes, and killing intent condensed in his chest. Lu Ding's tone was low and with excitement. Crash through. Yen Fifan didn't make any hesitation, but just asked, which one did brother Lu bump? Hit that woman and floor the gas. Well Lu you see, I bought it just for the sturdy and durable power good. Yen Fifan responded loudly, his hot blood getting the better of him, and with a foot on the gas directly to the bottom, he crashed into the spirit nun who was escaping this way. Chapter 17, Should I tear you up or cut you up? The headlights shot straight up, shaking Lingu, who subconsciously raised her hand to shield herself, and yet, there was not the slightest thought that someone would travel so far for a subconscious threat just to come and create her death. It was Madge who reacted. Spirit Ant. With a high shout he slammed to the side. Lingu was pushed away by him with his dexterity, and the front end of the car that was supposed to hit Lingu landed on Machi's stomach instead. Due to his tall stature, he subconsciously moved upwards to remove the force when he was hit. The moment the Jeep hit him, Madge went headfirst right into the windshield of the Jeep. Raising his eyes, he saw the eyes of the buxom-looking teenager radiating rage wantonly. Love to take the fall for people, don't you? Lu Ding, heart a belly of fire. Would have just that collision. The woman is not dead but also seriously injured. The result of this bald big man inserted a foot. Make no collision. This immediately upset Lu Deng. Lifting his hand he went and snapped Maki's big bald head, yanking him through the shattered windshield and into the car. The fists kept falling like rain. Each one had the force of 10,000 pounds, hitting the Tota Luohan without the slightest power to fight back. The hard Qigong that was invincible in the past was as good as paper mache at this moment. It simply couldn't block Lu Deng's tens of thousands of kilograms of giant fists. It's blocking that when Yuchuan slash didn't hurt this much. With every punch that landed, Maki felt his internal bones breaking and shifting. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs kept spewing out of his mouth. He kept struggling, but none of it had the slightest effect, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him. Yan Fifan in the driver's seat doesn't care who it is. Whoever it is, if Lu Deng makes a move, he makes a move, and out of nowhere, he pulled out a short knife and slashed and chopped and stabbed at the lower half of Marge's body as he rushed his way. Blood spilled in all directions. The spirit nun who had been pushed out hadn't understood the situation yet, and was just about to come back to hitch a ride on Maki who was in the car. Just then, I heard Machi's high voice mixed with pain coming from the car. Go! Spirit ant, quickly go! There is an ambush! Ah! Plus when Yuchuan and Yin Feng had already chased after him from behind. Ling Du's eyes were red and she could only retreat with hatred. By the time when Yuchuan and Yin Feng arrived, the jeep had stopped shaking. Looking at the glass scattered on the ground and the blood spraying outside from the jeep, the two of them looked at each other. Both saw the confusion in the other's eyes. There shouldn't be any co-workers coming this way to support them. It's impossible to have completed the capture of the other 10 Rikyo personnel so quickly. What's going on here? Yun Feng sidestepped his head and tried to look at it. The result was just a step forward. The doors on both sides of the jeep opened at the same time. Lu Deng and Yan Fifan, who were covered in blood, got off the bus from both sides at the same time. Bah! Tough skin. Big life. So damn hard to kill. Blood got in my mouth. Yan Fifan said as he flung the short blade in his hand that had already curled its edge. Lu Deng, who got out of the car on the other side, casually threw away the arm of Maki that he had just ripped off during the fight in the car, and sniffed the smell that the woman emitted in the air as a way to identify the direction of her escape. Yan Fifan just wanted to open his mouth and call out to Brother Lu. Just in front of the car, two shocked-looking men stood. Eyes scanned the weapons in both men's hands, and finally his gaze landed on the stars on both men's shoulders. Yan Fifan instantly stood up straight. Hello, two investigator seniors. The presence of the two people Lu Deng had long ago discovered. He was just lazy to pay attention to it. They were all his own people, and it looked like they were still chasing after the woman. As for saying hello, only Yan Fifan could do it. Although he is a trainee investigator, he enjoys the same priority as a regular investigator. They are on the same level. Alright, Yan Fifan, see if your car can still be driven. I'll go after which woman first. Pay attention to yourself. I'll call you later. After recognizing the direction, Lu Deng flew and landed on the roof of the house and chased after the spirit nun in the direction she had fled. Lu, wait for me. Don't you go. Just wait a minute. Yin Feng, who had returned to his senses, called out to Yan Fifan, who was about to run out. That's too much of a stretch. Two investigators in training drove a car for Totaro Hammond March, not to mention pinned him down and screwed him over in the car. Hands are ripped off. Why is this Machi called Tota Lohan? That's because he's tall. He practices hard Qigong, and he has a background as a Buddhist lay disciple. That's why it's called Totarakan. That body simmers so much that bullets can't get through it. And someone would actually rip his hand off? Outrageous. So outrageous. Just now, when Yuchuan had given someone a knife and still only broke the skin. Is this an investigator in training? You're teasing me. What the hell happened in the base? This is not just half a month did not go back. How do you sneak? Evolution does not take those of us who are out on a mission. Yan Fifan revealed a smiling face. What's wrong, senior? Yin Feng mused. Well, what is your cultivation level? Enlightenment. What's his cultivation level? Yin Feng pointed in the direction Lu Deng had chased off. Yan Fifan played it safe and replied. Brother Lu has taken the Enlightenment pill. At least Zhao Xian. Perfect examiner. Yin Feng exclaimed. But this is not right. Even if it is a perfect examiner, I have not heard of this one before. The only thing is that this month's examination, they have not gone back, so they do not know what the situation is. If this month's just examined this kind of combat power, this is outrageous. What are these people of your own? You've been practicing for so long, and you're practicing on a dog? Then seeing Yin Feng trying to ask endless questions, Yan Fifan was a bit anxious. You don't have to ask. Are you trying to catch any of the women who ran away? Yin Feng ahs. That's right. Lu is also here to find trouble with her. If we don't chase after her, you'll have to carry her corpse back to the police later. What do you mean? When Yuchuan asked, Yen Fifan spoke out of turn. She threatened Brother Lu, and Brother Lu will probably tear her apart. Hearing this, the two of them flew up to the roof, with Yen Fifan following closely behind. Ahead, in the woods outside the ancient village of White Kiln, Spirit Nun escaped all the way, her face terrified as the aura behind her got closer and closer. She really couldn't figure out where the hell this person came from, looked a little familiar, and after going over those famous investigators of 749 inside her head, she couldn't match any of them. Is he not a 749? You have a grudge against him? Thinking of this, Linggu twisted her head and went to shout, Little brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? As it turned out, Lu Ding, who had previously been in hot pursuit behind him, was long gone at this point. Suddenly the sound of wind in her ears, Linggu's bladder hand blocked, and the moment the force was transmitted, she only felt as if she had been hit by a truck. The terrifying force directly smashed the Spirit Nun out, heavily hitting a large tree as blood gushed out of her mouth. The arm was even directly beaten into a twisted twist. There was a vague pain coming from all the organs. Lu Ding landed in front of him, half crouching, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding between us. You're a nobleman who forgets things. You just threatened me today and you've forgotten so quickly? Didn't you say you memorized my aura? How come you can't even feel it when I'm right in front of you? At this moment Ling Gu's eyes widened. You're the one who broke my spell. Between the words, the spiritual nun double finger buckled to go straight at Lu Ding eyes, but not yet buckle to feel the breeze blowing over. The spiritual nun's arm instantly crumbled into tiny pieces of meat scattered all over the place. A woman's scream rang out in the woods. You caused me to run so far. I thought it was some kind of sperm or evil spirit, but it turned out that you were just a person, causing me to look forward to a scene for nothing. You say, should I tear you up or cut you up? Chapter 18, palm passing like a knife, flying up half of the ceiling. Lu Ding had thought that there would be another game today, just like the day he had taken in the stubborn stones of the southern mountain, scoring a double-yolked egg and obtaining 2 rewards. As it turned out, it was actually a person now, not a demon or a monster. The heart's expectation of receiving a reward was dashed. This made Lu Ding, who had run so far, a little angry. You say you are a human being, what are you messing with me for? Why favor people? Ghost or demon? It's just a person. Hearing his words, Linggu was in pain and only felt that this was a madman. Damn 749 out of the nuts. Being a human being himself, he is not satisfied. What is not crazy? Is she going to die today at the hands of a madman? Suddenly, pale male voices came from all directions in the dense forest. Little doll, so young cannot rise, so heavy killing intent. Give me 1,000 gold, old man of face. Let go of the spirit of the ant. Do people leave a line in the future? Good to see each other. Well, Lu Ding didn't move. He propped up his head and quietly looked at Linggu in front of him. Come on, be happy, happy, happy. Someone has come to save you. Just look at Linggu's eyes radiating a surge of raw hope. The woman's body then fell to the ground with a thud along with the tree she was leaning against. Round heads rolled all over the floor. Only then did Lu Ding slowly get up, opening his hands to the empty woods. I'm sorry, senior. I haven't heard of any old man of 1,000 gold. I accidentally stepped on your face. I'm deeply sorry. As an indemnity, I'm willing to accept all your chastisement. Come out and chastise me. I'm scared to death right now. Little doll, you seek death. The old man's angry voice rang out. Lu Ding also followed his words. Yes, 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 yes. I'm looking for death. Look for death. Come out and get me. But after waiting for a while, no one or attack appeared. Lu Ding sked. How is it different from what was written in the novel? Wouldn't someone jump out and launch an attack on themselves in this situation? This waited for half a day. Big words. People did not see. Not even a single hair. Hey, hey, hey. Didn't bluff you. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the front. Old man, I can't fix you. Forget it. I'll go first. We're high in the mountains and far away. See you again if you have the chance. Want to go? Too late. The delay just now was to use the flying bear pounce method to find out where this person was hiding. If he had left earlier, Lu Ding wouldn't have been able to find him, but now it's too late for him to leave. Lu Ding's open hand slammed forward and clapped together, setting off a gust of wind, in which 100 chopping strikes were wrapped up, encompassing a whole fan-shaped area in front of him. Shrubs, trees, grass, ground, stones, everything in sight was instantly turned into broken pieces as the chopping attack erupted. There were muffled grunts, the smell of blood filled the air, and black shadows flew from it. Found you. Senpai. Lu Deng swung, and a chopping strike with great power slashed away. Lu Deng's way of catty car. There is a difference between quality and quantity. The smaller the number, the greater the power of but the smaller the range of attack. The more you have, the less powerful it will be, and the range of the attack does become much greater. That hit just now was just to find someone. Now this chop was the killing move. The old man in the air, Qianjin, was too late to change his form, and could only throw out a magic weapon that looked like a golden dollar to grow bigger against the wind, and finally blocked the blow for him. Huge chopping marks surfaced on the golden dollar. Lu Deng said unhurriedly, the magic weapon still has its desirable features, but once the weapon is heavily damaged, as the owner of the weapon, you should not feel good either. The old man of 1,000 gold dropped to the ground and gasped a little. This you was an honorific in the old days, but now it's ironic. Thousands of gold. Old man smiled. Meet not smile opened his mouth and said, young, let's not rush to do. You see I did not provoke you. We are a little bit of a small corner of the mouth, resulting in a little bit of unpleasant. The old man, I'm here to give you an apology. I shouldn't rely on the old. Make a show of mystery. If you think it's not enough, I'll give you another kowtow one. Besides, I'll trade another treasure for my life. What do you think? Whether it was Chu Hao's rattan armor from before, or this 1,000 gold old man's golden treasure now, those were all good things that could keep them alive in times of danger. If it wasn't for these things, these two people could not resist a single move from Lu Deng if they picked any one of them, or even added together. It was estimated. This also illustrates the importance of Dharma weapons in a sideways way. So when Elder Qianjin said treasure, Lu Deng came to be interested. Take it out and I'll check it first. Old man Qianjin laughed awkwardly, revealing his large gold cast plate teeth. Hey, it's not on me. Looked at the Lu Deng black face a step forward, which gave the old man scared. You don't rush, although not in my body but not far from here. The wind beads, that treasure is the wind beads, can set the wind in steady line, also can defend the wind flight, is really a rare treasure. Wind stabilizing beads? Lu Deng's eyes pondered. To say that the wind beads, you cannot escape the flying centipede, one of the beasts. Folklore records have the ability to fly and hide. Fond of snake brains, one of the natural enemies of snakes. His favorite food is the brain of that beautiful snake. It looks like a giant lacewing, but its size and ferocity are 1,000 times bigger and more than 100 times taller. The wind stabilizing bead was the inner elixir of this flying centipede, but it was still only half finished. To metamorphose from an inner elixir into a wind-setting bead also requires human refining. Suddenly, Lu Deng thought of the second miss of the K family, and now he could figure out why this second miss of the K family would be targeted by that woman just now. Feelings are for this wind-stabilizing bead. As I said earlier, the flying centipede likes to eat the brains of beautiful snakes, and these beautiful snakes don't come from anywhere. They would have to be descended from a human and a snake demon, and they would have to be female as well. There are very few natural ones and almost none in modern times, unless you use some evil method similar to the animal making technique, then later forced to ripen. Wait until the time is right. Live to take the human brain, feed the flying centipede, to add mana for it, accelerate the speed of condensation of its inner Dan. One ring to rule them all. When Lu Deng heard about the wind stabilizing bead, he instantly figured out the purpose of these people. Wind stabilizing beads, he was interested in, and flying centipedes, he wanted the same. This is a ferocious and famous demonic beast. If I can kill it, Goldfinger should give a very good reward. As Lu Deng thought this, even the serious expression on his face tightened up. Seeing that he had moved, old man Qianjin let out a long breath. Fortunately, this little bogeyman know what to do. I do not know which family raised. Look at the vitality of the young look. Definitely not 20 years old. Such a young age has such a strong fighting force. Run to 749. What intern investigator? It's a waste. Where's the flying centipede? Hey. Here's a man who knows what he's talking about and understands the door. Elder Qianjin hurriedly got up from the ground when he heard that there was something going on. Those people from the Tenrikyo sect kept it in the ravine over there. Speaking of this, he also nudged towards the ravine. Oh yes, this woman you just killed is a member of the Celestial Reason cult. Her name is Spirit Nun, and she's the one who did all the sinning things. What about you? Lu Deng asked straight to the point. And what are you in charge of? At this moment, Elder Qianjin was a bit flustered, and he stammered. I am just doing odd jobs. Lu Deng raised his hand, over palm like a sword, saw half of the ceiling fly up. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. The world is as black as a crow. Things come in groups, and you're certainly no good. Is Lu Deng a good guy? He doesn't know himself. because his moral bottom line is too flexible to be good enough to be in the good guy category. But he doesn't seem to have done anything too terribly bad either. Just like to criticize things in my mind that I don't like to see. Chapter 19, Dry Howling Puppeteer. I'm not going. Moreover, he is still a trainee investigator of 749, so to speak, when one day is a monk, one day is a bell, and to execute one of the guidelines of investigators of 749, to get rid of evil. That's always right, isn't it? Lu Deng was also too lazy to interrogate why exactly this old man of 1,000 gold was here. Anyway, he's here now, hanging out with those 10 Rikyo guys, solely as a litter hit, rather than kill the wrong. By the way, did not let the old man of 1,000 gold to say thank you, that is all good. Looking at the mountain pass in the distance, Lu Deng took a step to leap up and roll through the woods. He just left on the front foot. On the back foot, when Yuchuan and the others arrived, it wasn't how fast Lu Deng's stance was, it was really because he resolved the battle too quickly. The three of them rushed and still came a step too late. Oh wow, it's not over. It's all dead and buy one get one free with an old man. Yun Feng clapped his hands together. Just 2 words. Oh wow. Black lines stood up on Wen Yuchuan's face. Yin Feng went forward to check these 2 dead bodies in a tragic state. It's the spirit nun, right? There is also 1,000 gold old man. We want to capture the object of the hunt, all died in his hands. How to go back to deliver? That the 2 of us are out on a field trip? Doing nothing and wandering around all night? Damn, this contribution point I can't feel at ease with. What kind of thing is this? Yen Fifen, has Lu Deng's murderous nature always been this great? The spirit ant is just letting out some harsh words, and he rushes all the way over here in the stars and moonlight just to kill her? On the way to follow the chase, Yen Fifen briefly talked to Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng about the causes and consequences of their coming here. The 2 of them were really listening to that bull ********. We're all air refiners. Who doesn't have a temper? Eat a small loss to put a hard word. You really find the door to the people on the spot to death. You this. It should be like this. Lu's character is careful. He also did not know that the spiritual nun said harsh words. He is worried that this spiritual nun will trip him up in the future. So he directly find over to see, and not sure if it is really on this side. Who knows that after coming, this person is still really in it, and it can't get Lu, so that's purely counting on her bad luck. When Yuchuan laughed out loud beside him, it was also the first time he knew that people could laugh when they were extremely speechless. Alright, just kill it. The scenery of the old town of White Kiln is not bad. Just think of it as an outing. Listening to Wen Yuchuan's words, Yin Feng didn't have any opinions. In fact, I have no problem with the outing, but I want to find Lu Deng to have a drink and get acquainted. He is a person who is right for my temperament. Meet all met. Then you must make a friend. Right, he said looking around. Where did this man go? Yen Fifen fumbled for his cell phone. I'll send a message to Brother Lu. Not long after Yen Fifen's message was sent over here, when Yuchuan's cell phone rang, he picked it up and looked at it. A co-worker who was supposed to still be fighting actually gave him out voice bars. When Yuchuan tapped on the voice bar, a female voice was heard coming from it. Isn't this mission just the 6 of us? How come there's an extra trainee investigator? It's simply fierce and uncharacteristic. Who hired outside help? I go. This Lu Deng hit the mountain pass. Yin Feng exclaimed in shock, turned around and ran towards the mountain pass. It turned out that just now, Lu Deng ran towards the mountain pass in search of the Flying Centipede. It so happened that he met Shering Ha, who was fighting with the Tianli sect's demons, right on the mouth of the mountain pass. At this time the 2 people you back and forth fighting hundreds of rounds of victory or defeat. Each has 1,000. Are hanging color, but all in all, Shering Ha was more seriously injured. 749 official investigator, Shering Ha, with the name of turning back and laughing. Legend has it that the hair on the back of your head hides your killing move. No one who has seen it has survived. So what if you can't use this killing move on me? In the darkness, a black shadow kept flickering and scurrying with extremely fast speed. Suddenly an attack came. Shering his sword ruffled and hacked away, making the sound of gold and stone clashing. The black shadow flew backwards, but it was a kettle-sized puppeteer, holding a blood-stained steel fork, hanging upside down from a tree, making an attack posture. Shering his eyes quickly searched the surrounding area, mentally cursing. He was also unlucky. His opponent was a puppeteer. Just like what this puppeteer said, she did have a killing move, yes, and it was extremely powerful, but now that the people were invisible, it was useless to have a killing move. She had hacked up several of this puppeteer's puppets since the beginning of the battle, but each time a new one appeared, it's like they can't be used up. Break an old one and get a new one. Ad infinitum. Every time it was hard to find where this puppeteer was hiding. It turned out that just after a few moves, he took off again by using the puppet. If this continues, there is only one outcome facing Shuringha tonight. Death in the line of duty. Shuringha, how about this? If you beg me, perhaps I will be merciful and spare your life. After all, I don't want to be charged with the murder of the 749 investigators either, don't you think so? Good ah, I beg you, let me go. Do not kill me. I am also quite not easy or a yellow flower big girlet, long so good looking and no man. Also did not earn any money. Death for me or too early. Or you have mercy to spare me? Shuringha directly threw off the long sword in her hand and said this. The expression of the puppeteer hidden in the shadows instantly changed to a strange one. Obviously the request was made by him, and as a result, people did as they were told. He's still a bit down now. Mainly, he also didn't expect the Shuringha to have no backbone at all, surrendering when he said he would, and losing his sword. A big chunk of that surrender is water though. This ing. For a moment, the puppeteer was in a dilemma. It was also at this time that a voice suddenly came from behind him. You see, you didn't want to after doing what you said. Who? The puppeteer's mind reeled as he raised his hand and raised a short fork to stab behind him. The screens were agitated, and the arms holding the short forks flew high in the air. The grass shifted and the puppeteer crawled out of it in a heap with frightened eyes. The heart could not raise the heart of resistance. Just with that hand just now he knew that this was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. Lu Din, following in slow steps, raised his leg and stepped on the puppeteer's heel, and heard a click. Ah, you, who are you? Shuringha also sized up the visitor, and when she saw the one star on Lu Ding's shoulder, her expression was the same as the two when Yuchuan's earlier. Stunned, puzzled. Where's the trainee investigator from? There's that question again. Is that all you guys ask? As soon as he pinched the puppeteer on the ground, Lu Ding spoke in a calm tone. Let me ask you something different. Where is the flying centipede? At this moment, the expression on Lu Ding's face was infinitely magnified in the puppeteer's eyes. It was originally plain, but the more you look at it, the more it reveals a sense of weirdness and horror. He trembled and pointed to the depression with what was left of his one arm. Over there. Then please lead me to it. When Lu Ding said this, the puppeteer shouted miserably, knowing that he might not survive this trip. I don't want it. I'm not going. Shuringha, aren't you a 749 investigator? I'll recruit. I recruit all. Don't make me go with him. I'll tell you everything. We came here to raise flying centipedes in order to cooperate with the treasure-holding people. We'll pay for the wind-stabilizing beads. They'll pay for the people. And together we'll go to the top wind mountain to catch the G-Man G-horse. I've said it all. Save me. Chapter 20, Receiving the Flying Centipede. Obtaining the wind-fixing technique. Shuringha looked at the sky with her eyes and her feet on the ground, surveying her surroundings. No, she doesn't say anything. Did anyone call out for themselves? No. Seeing her like this, the puppeteer's mind collapsed. Shuringha, you deceitful thing. You're still an official investigator of 749. No backbone. See death. I'll you. As Lu Ding dragged the puppeteer's legs farther and farther away, Shuringha bent down to pick up the long sword on the ground and swung it around to shake off the dirt staining it. Che, backbone. Backbone is worth a few dollars. Have life to live down you then say backbone to me, but also see death to save. You a heartless Tianli religion demon said that I deceived the world. I poo. Puppeteer is also short-circuited in the brain. People can throw their swords and beg for mercy, pretending to surrender, but also say what backbone. This is not a brain pit. Watching the two figures disappear into the dense forest, Shuringha touched her cell phone to send a message in the combat group of this operation. Isn't this mission just the 6 of us? How come there's an extra trainee investigator? It's simply fierce and uncharacteristic. Who hired outside help? That's what led to Wen Yuchuan's reaction just now after receiving the news. The depression. The coldness rose of its own accord. The yin qi was rampant, and swarms of poisonous insects swept by. Lu Ding inverted lifting silhouette landed on top of the treetops. His eyes swept across the valley floor. This place is not too big, not too small. He has just looked at almost all of them, except for the flying centipede that he didn't see. What a mess of different forms of poisonous insects he saw. Wake up. Where's the flying centipede? Lu Ding shook off the puppeteer in his hand a few times who was drowsy from the loss of blood. He slowly opened his eyes and wriggled out words through those whitened lips. The hole. Lu Ding looked forward. At the bottom of the wall at the far end of the valley, behind the trees, there seemed to be a cave that could be passed by one person, which was fishy and pungent, and the hole is smooth. so it looks like something goes in and out through it from time to time. But Lu Deng is not a fool. This kind of place, can it be a casual entry? The environment was so cramped. If we encountered something difficult, it would probably be hard to run. You're not playing games with me, are you? Referring the puppeteer to the front of the room for questioning. He shook his head slightly. No, it's really just inside. I've already told you what you want to know. Let me go. Okay, let me accept the trial of Bureau 749. I really can't. If you don't treat my injuries, I'm going to bleed to death. Even though he was an air refiner, he was not invincible. With one arm missing, plus being lifted upside down like this all the time, even if Superman came, he couldn't top it. This puppeteer is no fool. The things he did, if he fell into the hands of the 749th Bureau, he might still be able to live, just to suffer later. But he also has the possibility of making a merit. But if it keeps falling into this man's hands, I'm afraid I won't even last long enough to see tomorrow's sun. As the saying goes, it's better to die than to live. He hasn't lived long enough to die. Lu Deng didn't answer his words. He just looked at the cave entrance and then at the puppeteer in his hand. He was then seen lifting the puppeteer in his hand in several large circles and throwing it towards the hole. Let's talk about turning you over to the Bureau for trial while you survive. None of you 749s are good. The puppeteer's body slammed straight into the cavern. A rustling sound was heard, and the screams of the puppeteers inside the cave kept coming out. Next moment, the thin sound faded. A buzzing sound rang out, as if it were a helicopter. The black shadows of people scurried out of the cave. Lu Deng couldn't see clearly, and he didn't care what it was. He raised his hand and slashed out with a chopping blow, but that thing was too fast. In a blink of an eye, he dodged Lu Deng's strike. Climbing above the branches, a crisp click sounded in the darkness. The giant toothy lacewing of a human gnawed on the puppeteer's head. A body of armor bubbling with protruding spikes, along with that huge mouthpiece, was enough to easily clip an ordinary person in one blow. This is the Flying Centipede. Thick armor and high attacks were not its most praiseworthy points. Speed, that was where its terror lay. Lu Deng looked at the Flying Centipede that was climbing on the branch. If you throw out the guy's cruel and horrible habits, and his elfin status, he's still pretty cool, especially the pair of large pincers on the top of its head. Even under the night, they could shine with an eerie luster. If only I could take this thing to a bug fight. Who can beat that? It doesn't even have to race. The other contestants all on it probably wouldn't even be able to get it to eat. Unfortunately, it's a sperm. It still appeared in front of Lu Deng, so it would definitely die as a result. A man and a monster face off. Lu Deng took the lead as the chopping attack erupted, directly encompassing the 10-meter square area where the Flying Centipede was located. Since it's fast, it's a straight-up carpet bombing. The rocks and trees were turned into powder. The Flying Centipede lifted its wings in the midst of the chopping attack, extremely fast and at a tricky angle as it kept dodging Lu Deng's chopping attack. This move fell right into Lu Deng's hands. Downward pressure foot on the trunk. As he exerted his force, the tree trunk gradually curved out in an arc that resembled a bow. As Lu Deng let go, his entire body was instantly catapulted out by the backriding tree trunk. It shot out like a bow and arrow off the string. Raising his hand, he hit the Flying Centipede with a palm carrying 10,000 pounds of force. Gotcha. Chopping erupts in the palm of your hand. 1, 10, 100. The clanging sound of knives slashing gold and iron kept ringing out. The Flying Centipede's hard armor instantly shattered, and a chopping blow landed on the tender flesh after the armor was shattered, and a piercingly sharp insect sound rang out. The man's Flying Centipede splits his body in the air. By the time Lu Deng landed on his feet, his hands were not only stained with the mucus between the Flying Centipede's blood and flesh, but he was also pinching a walnut-sized light green bead. This is the inner elixir of the Flying Centipede. It is also the main raw material for refining wind beads. Mechanical sounds in his ears. Homing monster, Flying Centipede. Reward, wind fixing technique. Wind taming technique. It can control the wind in the sea of clouds, and it can also control the wind to fly and travel to the mountains and rivers. Wind fixing? Lu Deng looked at the Flying Centipede inner Dan in his hand, meaning that the wind stabilizing beads that he had worked so hard to find were useless? Spells were no better than spells, not to mention the fact that the spells he had acquired from the Golden Finger were straight up full level, powerful, low attrition, no special circumstances, there's even less damage to speak of, and it's exceptionally stable. The feet slowly hovered off the ground. Lu Deng's heart was pleasantly surprised. Just ask, and who can resist the temptation to fly? Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground, this is a pursuit engraved in the bones. Originally, Lu Deng was still a bit dissatisfied with his speed, and with the acquisition of the wind fixing technique, his only shortcoming was made up. long-range offense, melee combat, strength, speed, all-around development, hexagonal warrior. The current Lu Deng himself didn't even know how strong he really was. Chapter 21, If you don't like it, come and fight me. After storing the Flying Centipede inner Dan, he took out his cell phone, and on the message notification page, Yen Fifan sent several messages. Luck, we're on a formal investigator's mission. Brother Lu, where are you? Don't kill. These are people's tasks. The most recent entry was just posted. Brother Lu, we have arrived outside the valley. Are you inside? Just now the 749 investigators you met along the way, they said that they wanted to come in and look for you. Lu Deng returned the message. Don't come in. I'll be right out. Did you find the Flying Centipede? I heard Sister Sure say you went in to look for the Flying Centipede? It's already dead. Who's Sister Sure, by the way? The investigator you just saved. Outside. Yen Fifan took his cell phone and showed the chat logs to the Wen Yuchuan trio. The inner elixir is probably in Lu's hands. We don't need to go in. He'll be out soon. Just wait. The three men looked at each other, each making a thoughtful gesture. Sheringhao was the first to speak out. I just heard that puppeteers say that they raised the Flying Centipede just to use this inner elixir to refine the wind-fixing bead, and after it was refined, they cooperated with the treasure-holding man to go to the top wind mountain to catch the Chi-Man-Chi horse. Now our task is also completed. The White Kiln ancient town of things are also investigated clearly. Just Xuanning, Manhwa Zhou, Yu Yuan, also in the group said that their side of the matter is also finished, but also saved as seriously injured law enforcement officers, and now sent to the city to the big hospital to rescue. On the first, do not meet with us, when the time to direct the bureau to see. Just now they are still asking the Flying Centipede and the matter of foreign aid. Now that the Flying Centipede has been killed by Lu Deng, it is estimated that the inner elixir is also in his hands. How can I write a report? The three of them were a bit helpless. The report was not really easy to write. Yin Feng, who was relaxing his meteor hammer next to him, suddenly said, why don't we not write about the wind-taming pearl? Anyway, the wind-fixing pearl was taken down by Lu Deng, and our mission is only to investigate and capture the Tianli sect demons in the ancient town of Baiyao. And even though all of our capture targets are dead, there are still survivors left on their side. Do not write also save time. Anyway, this inner elixir is not in the mission. We do not need to take it back to deliver. Whoever gets it will be counted as whoever. The Bureau's rules are not always like this. I'm fine with it, but Xuanning and the others also contributed to this mission. According to the rules, this inner Dan should have a share of them. Now that the inner Dan is in Lu Deng's hands, and the Flying Centipede was also killed by him, when Xuanning and the three of them ask what to say, Sheringhao threw out a new question. Having seen Lu Deng's methods, they didn't have the slightest idea about the Flying Centipede inner Dan. Whoever got it killed is the one who got it. This thing was a treasure, but there was no need to argue with Lu Deng over it. Isn't that asking for trouble? But the other three Xuanning didn't know that. This mission, according to the original 6 people discussed, is the mission contribution points everyone equally. If there is loot in the middle, everyone also equally. After all, no one had any ability to deal with all of the heavenly principle sect's demons. Who knew a Lu Deng could pop up in the middle of the day? Now that the Flying Centipede is known, the inner elixir cannot be hidden. And when you ask about the loot, you say you don't know. How can that work? Tell Lu Deng the problem directly. I don't have any sobriety. I didn't kill the Flying Centipede. I can do without it. It's up to him what he thinks about Xuanning and the others. When Yuchuan spoke of the solution to the problem, that doesn't seem very authentic. Yin Feng's words made Wen Yuchuan a bit red warm, and he directly opened the pendulum. This also can't. That also can't. I don't care. I don't know. I don't want it. And it's not something that I should take. Anyway, in my opinion, the Flying Centipede inner Dan belongs to Lu Deng. People killed. You guys love it how you like it. Xuanning, they love it how they like it. It's none of my business. If you don't want to be convinced, go find Lu Deng and fight. This is the rule anyway. It doesn't make sense. Then a big fist is the hard way. I also think that if there's a disagreement, you can have them come to me for a fight, Lu Deng said as he leapt out of the woods. It landed steadily in front of the 4. On the way back, he also thought, well, this thing is now left to his own use as chicken ribs. He already has the wind-fixing technique, but also what wind-fixing beads are. But it would be impossible to get him to take out again what had arrived in the bag. Now he is still short of money, so he just sold this wind-stabilizing bead to go. People Yin Fifan's car was wrecked like that. Lu Deng felt that he was in the right to fix the car for people. Otherwise there's something to be said for it. It's not bullying honest people. He couldn't do something like that. Lu, Yen Fifan shouted. Lu Deng nodded. Look at this attitude. Can you not fix the car? That is, Lu Deng has no money, or else high and low to buy a new one to compensate him. That cart was full of blood, and now there was the body of the demon of the Tenrikyo sect lying inside. It was just bad luck. Lu Deng, introduce yourself. My name is Wen Yuchuan, 749 official investigator. Hello Lu Deng. My name is Infeng. My name is Shiringhe. The three introduced themselves to Lu Deng one by one. He didn't hold back, and was soon chatting with the trio. Lu Deng, regarding the matter of the Flying Centipede's inner elixir, everyone else is fine. There's only one you have to be careful of. Lu Deng looked at Wen Yuchuan and asked, who? Xuan Ning. He is known as the little bully, and is not quite the same as any of us. He was born into a family of air refiners, and at the age of 8 he began to cultivate both internally and externally, and a handful of Xue family's overlord guns are used in an extraordinary manner, and in terms of combat power he can be said to be the strongest of all of us. He joined the 749 in the first half of last year and has done over 20 missions without fail, and with a good character. He cannot want this wind stabilizing pearl, but this face, he will definitely come to fight for it. Even if he can win, he will still give the wind stabilizing pearl to you. That's a funny guy. He doesn't want anything, he just wants a good face. But this face, Lu Deng definitely couldn't give him anything, and neither could the stuff. Then we'll just have to see the real thing on top of the means. Lu Deng hadn't met this kind of person who came from a family of air refiners, and he wanted to see what was different. Meanwhile, Jing City, one of the prefecture-level cities in the Sea of Clouds, the Dragon Tang building, the iconic building of the Dragon Tang group, with the dragon shape at the top of the building roaring towards the sky. This is the rudder of the Tenrikyo sect. The group of Tenrikyo demons from the White Kiln ancient town went out from here. The large office is beautifully decorated. A one-eyed man in a black suit stood in front of the window, his glass shaking in his hand. Mr. Lu, the White Kiln ancient town has been defeated. 749 went down. Our people died and were injured. Even the inner elixir of the Flying Centipede fell into the hands of those 749 investigators. The man's shaking of his glass gradually slowed. Hoarse voice rang out, Flying Centipede good breeding, but can be refined to formulate the wind beat inner Dan Flying Centipede 100 miles hard to pick one. Must be the right place, right time, right person and the lack of one. This year our Taiyu mine not only did not improve the production but also reduced production. This Jiranjima is the key to making amends and sending gifts. Without the wind stabilizing bead, we can't go up to the top wind mountain, and if we can't catch the Jiranjima, not only will I suffer at that time, but all the people in our branch will not be exempted from punishment. Tell the people to go and grab it. Before they go back to 749, snatch back the Flying Centipede inner Dan for me. Chapter 22, I don't care to hear it, you don't deserve to talk about it. On the highway back to the Sea of Clouds, since Yen Fifen's car was covered in blood, the two of them, Lu Deng and Yen Fifen, rode in Wen Yuchuan's car, while Infeng and Shiringhe were in the other car. Rode, Infeng's car, traveling in front, Wen Yuchuan traveling behind, leaning against the leather seats and enjoying the comfort. Lu Deng asked, Wen Yuchuan, this car of yours has good space, and it has a nice interior and handsome appearance. How much did it cost? It's just over $300,000. Over $300,000. That's a big G. And these are all leather. And it's only over $300,000? My car is over 60. Yen Fifen said with some surprise as he sat in the back seat. We buy with others to buy is not the same. And my car is not formal procedures. I bought a mortgaged car. We are the ancient capital of the 3 dynasties in Yunhai. Rich people. Like what a mortgaged car foreclosure car. Foreign black cars. Countless. What good goods are there? And also cheap. There is no need to buy what the formal way. When it's time to get a sign at the station, all the paperwork will be there. It's also a clean angle, doing the most with the least amount of money. Yen Fifen came up and inquired, Brother Quan, so you didn't encounter a clearing team? Mortgaged cars are good for everything but one thing. It is easy to meet the liquidation team to repossess the car. That is hundreds of GPS location. Cannot be defended. Speaking of this, Wen Yuchuan couldn't hold back the smile on his face a bit. He nodded. I came across it. I was parked right on the side of the road, and when I came out, the car was gone. Turns out it didn't take half a day for the owner of that mortgaged car dealership to send me back my car in pristine condition, with gas and a car wash. For what? Yen Fifen was a little confused. Just lift up the back seat and see. Lu Deng also twisted his head to look, and saw that Yen Fifen moved to the side, and the back seat could really be lifted up. And once it was opened, there was a beautifully large sniper, as well as several pistols lying peacefully inside. Seeing this scene, Lu Deng also smiled. I'm guessing the owner of that mortgaged car dealership, after repossessing this car, saw these things. People went numb. 749 investigators are allowed to carry guns. But barring that, the gun thing, it doesn't work that well for the air refiner. Yan Fifan touched the large sniper. Quan, what are you doing with this? When Yuchuan said casually, some time out of the mission need to go into the mountains and what? The mountains are not much to play with. I will use it to hit a bird or something to play with. Just like a big toy. Like to send you. I go back to make a note. And then receive a hand on the line. Anyway, the gun this thing, our bureau is much. Put is also eat dust. This is one of the benefits of being a full-fledged investigator. No need. Although Yan Fifan refused with his mouth, the love in his eyes could not be hidden. Which boy does not like guns? But he did not intend to ask Wen Yuchuan to give it to him, but wanted to wait until he became an official investigator, to go and make a note to receive a handful of them to play with. Lu Deng, you want to buy a car? I'll introduce you. Just I buy this car mortgage car dealership, where there are many good cars also cheap. Fine, but you'll have to wait until after I've gotten the wind stabilizing beads out of the way. Lu Deng felt that it was about time that he should be equipped with a car, otherwise it was really inconvenient. As for the driver's license, he could drive anyway, so it would be good to get one when the time came. You're going to take a shot at the wind stabilizing beads? When Yuchuan asked with some surprise. After all, this thing was a magic weapon, and he really didn't think that Lu Deng still had the intention to make a move. There's no use in keeping it in my hands, so I might as well sell it for money. I just don't know how much I can sell it for. For the price of the wind beads, Lu Deng heart is really no spectrum. The big girl on the sedan chair for the first time. He has never sold before. This thing can't set a price. It's too cheap if you exchange it for money. You can exchange it for some resources for cultivation. And by the way, you can exchange it for some bits and pieces of money. So I guess it must be a few $100 million. When Yuchuan was somewhat moved, but he couldn't get a price. And he didn't have the heart to pit Lu Deng. This price did make Lu Deng's heart thrill for a moment. He'd never seen so much money in his life. Thinking of this, Lu Deng turned around. Extraordinary. What do you think of this car? Quite good. Look handsome. Drive out and face. And anti-build. We go out on missions. Come and go every day. We have to use this kind of sports car kind of look. Not useful. That's fine. When I get out of my wind setting bead, I'll arrange one for you. We don't want your original one. Hearing Lu Deng's words, Yan Fifan instantly sat up straight. Is it true, Lu? Tens of millions of dollars. Yan Fifan is not unable to take out. But if Lu Deng sent that is different. Sure. We'll change it as soon as the money arrives. We'll change it together. Thank you, Lu. Yan Fifan spoke happily. When Yuchuan, who was driving the car, changed his expression. Looks like someone doesn't want us to go back so smoothly. The smile on Lu Deng's face tightened, and through the rearview mirror next to him, he looked behind the car. A column of black convoys caught up, respectively on the left and right sides of the two cars in their line, in a state of encirclement. Twisting his head to look at the parallel black sedan next to him, the man with the grinning pig mask turned his head sideways and raised his hand in a gun gesture to his temple. Laughter came from under the mask. Wanton. Open. The corners of Lu Deng's mouth pulled upwards. Just listen to the side of the wing. Yuchuan said. 749 cars dare to stop. This is tired of living. High-speed car too much. Let's next exit off the highway and they play a game. How? As soon as the words fell, Lu Deng raised his hand and slashed out with a chopping strike. The black sedan next to it instantly turned into two, bursting into flames. Lu Deng pulled open the car door. What are you waiting for to get off the highway? Quickly go back. I still have to go out to fix the wind beads. Then with a leap, his figure fluttered in the air with the breeze and landed steadily on top of a black sedan. The people of the Tenrikyo sect were stunned. Damn, is this still a 749 investigator? How dare you do it in front of so many people? The reason why they dared to come to the highway to intercept Lu Deng and his party was because they thought that 749's people would definitely not dare to make a move on the highway. After all, there were so many people, and when the time came to get off the highway, there would be their people waiting in front of them. With the advantage of numbers, even if 749's investigators are ruthless, they'll have to get down for me. As a result, Lu Deng made a direct move without reasoning and crushed their ambush plan. This move was truly unexpected by these people. Seeing that Lu Deng had gone out, when Yuchuan shouted, Fan, come and drive. I'll go out and help Lu Deng. Not having seen too much of Lu Deng's methods earlier, when Yuchuan felt pity in his heart, and now that he had the opportunity to fight side by side, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Go ahead, Quan. Leave the car to me. Yan Fifan climbed through the gap in the middle of the driver's seat to take over the steering wheel at the very front. When Yuchuan pulled open the car door and rolled over to stand on the roof, just see the black sedan. Lu Deng raised his hand to scratch. The roof of the car instantly split in pieces and lost control, in which the limbs and arms shook and scattered. He grabbed a living person, jumped back to the roof of the big G to rip off the mask. Underneath was an unfamiliar face with a panicked expression. Say, who told you to stop us? Take what's ours and advise you to give it back or. The man hadn't even finished his sentence when his brain just exploded, red and white crashing all over the place. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Lu Deng was too lazy to listen to his threats, and there was nothing nutritious. It was purely a waste of time. Moreover, once this sentence came out, it was to think with one's toes to know that it was from the Tenrikyo sect. After all, he had only taken the Tenrikyo sect's wind-stabilizing bead. When Yuchuan finally truly saw Lu Deng's decisive character, he knew that this matter today was not something that could be ended easily, and immediately fumbled for his cell phone. I'll notify the person in charge of the aftermath to come, so pay attention. Chapter 23, Your powerful Vajrapalm is nothing more than that. Lu Deng nodded before looking at the black caravan in front of him. One of them shouted with an intercom device. Damn, the 749s aren't afraid. We're scared less. There's a taller man to hold the sky when it collapses. Do it, snatch the stuff back for me. With a command, a door opened and dozens of masked-faced heavenly principal sect demons flew out from it and landed on the roof of the car. The convoy dispersed, encircling Wen Yuchuan and Yin Fang's car, gradually moving forward. Yin Feng rolled over onto his car with the meteor hammer. There's a second game, just in time to not have fun. Come on. Wen Yuchuan also fumbled with his long and short double swords. Looking at the bare-handed Lu Deng next to him, he asked, do you have a weapon? Lu Deng slowly floated up and hovered on the roof of the car, stretching out a hand with 5 fingers open. Countless chopping attacks burst out and cut away. The sound of blood and flesh cutting was endless. The blood sprayed like a rain of blood, wreaking havoc. I don't need to use a weapon. Lu Deng's voice was not loud, but it was unusually shocking. So that's what he's fighting for. Ever since he had the forgotten forms called skill, which allowed him to manually turn on the state of celestial unity, this thing had never been turned off by Lu Deng. Though actions and battles can affect the efficiency of the forgetfulness of the word, but it still works quite well, and is faster than a dedicated cultivation by an average talented air refiner. That was why Lu Deng's combat power was growing rapidly every moment, whether it was walking, fighting, or just spending his days normally. For him, that was all cultivation. This strike shook Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng, and likewise shook the Tianli sect's party. One move killed several people without even leaving a whole body. How's this for a fight? It's a big no-no to chicken out before the battle. Seeing the low morale, the commander of the Tenrikyo's mission on this trip was somewhat sitting on his hands. It's not nice to chop up my people like they're vegetables. The man wore a serpent's head mask, and his aura seemed grim. Lu Deng looked away. If you're not convinced, you can come yourself personally. Pretend a few. What is it? Hide your head and wear a mask. You still stand out. Eat my hammer. Yin Feng directly without front shaking open spray. The hand-shaking meteor hammer with a breeze. A harrier over the mountain. Directly swinging the meteor hammer towards the man smashed over. The man raised his hands, which were calloused and thicker than normal, directly catching Yin Feng's meteor hammer steadily. Instantly the difference between the high and the low. His tone was disdainful. 24 meteor hammers. Nothing more than that. Mouthy Jr., come here. The man yanked the head of the hammer. The terrifying force directly yanked Yin Feng over, lifted his hand for luck, and directly slapped his palm, powerful and heavy, with a faint golden light. Lu Deng's figure instantly panned away. Then you took one from me too, but that's it. Both palms pushed away, tens of thousands of pounds of power instantly erupting. The man didn't dare to be too big, changing his one hand to two, and similarly pushed with his palm. Then you'll taste my powerful Vajrapalm. Bang! The two of them struck under their palms with an airborne explosion. The sedan under the man's feet was directly dented, momentarily out of control on the highway. Lu Deng and the man are using the force to leap up and land elsewhere. Powerful Vajrapalm, you're Yuan Baifeng of the Tianli sect. When Yuchuan caught Yin Feng, who had been thrown back by Lu Deng, and pointed out the snake-faced man's details, Yuan Baifeng trembled his hands. A wave of horror rose in his heart. His physical strength was already terrifying enough. Practicing the powerful Vajrapalm, which was one of the secret Buddhist traditions, the strength of both palms was nearly 10,000 pounds. Moreover, his realm was still the Spirit Sea, and having just faced off with Lu Deng, he felt by a wide margin that Lu Deng's realm should be in Zhaoxian, but as Zhaoxuan's air refiner, at such a young age, had more terrifying physical strength than him, injuring himself with just one move. Does that make sense? Hearing that someone had pointed out his bottom line, Yuan Baifeng simply stopped pretending. As soon as he ripped off the mask that was in the way of his face, he brushed his palms across his body to transport air to the sky. Kid, I recognize your power. In terms of flesh, you're stronger than me, but in terms of realm, I'm higher than you. It's not good to receive that slap from me just now. Lu Deng shook off his hand. It really isn't very comfortable. It's all reddened for me. His tens of thousands of pounds of terrifying strength was no joke. Wanting to injure him with his physical body alone, this person was not qualified. Yuan Baifeng felt humiliated and hit red. Why don't I break your hand? Tough talking kid. Hand over the stuff to me today, this matter is settled. Otherwise, okay, don't bother listening to your crap. I don't want to hear it. Not moving to put hard words, Lu Deng listened to the fire. Have the ability to come to take, no ability to not force. If you can solve the problem just by talking, but also 749 what to do, all changed the negotiator good. The wind stabilizing technique was played to the extreme. Lu Deng's figure was like a ghost, lending strength out of thin air. A terrifying chop slashed away. Yuan Baifeng had a magnificent aura. His flesh palm was attached with golden light, and without dodging or flashing, he slapped at Lu Deng's chopping attack. It was thought that the suppression of the realm, coupled with the age gap, even though Lu Deng's physical body was terrifying, but he had at least immersed himself in cultivation for so many more years. A casual blow, how can it be taken? No? Who knew the moment the meaty palm slapped on? The pain that cut through flesh and blood came immediately. Half of the palm was cut off. Yuan Baifeng's eyes were a little flustered, and he looked up just in time to see the ironic smile floating on Lu Deng's face as he bullied his way over, talking to him about age disparity. It's not a joke. Except for the flying bear pounce method, all of Lu Deng's arts were full-level skills given directly by the system. To be able to cultivate to perfection in the arts, it wasn't something that could be done with time and sweat alone. Originally, Yuan Baifeng still had some chances of winning. However, he relied on his age and high realm to receive this chop from Lu Deng, being half of his palm wasted. The means of a powerful Vajra palm was instantly nullified by 50%. Powerful Vajra palm? Come you try this palm of mine. Lu Deng relied on his wind-setting technique to bully his way to Yuan Baifeng with great speed. A tyrannical aura emerged, and the entire picture of the person changed, with a giant bear with wings on its back looming behind it, making the same palm-pushing gesture as Lu Deng. The surrounding light and breeze backed up in unison. It was an extreme visual impact that is hard to describe in words. At this time Yuan Baifeng has been unable to dodge. If rashly do dodge, will only disregard the defense to leave the best attack place to the enemy. He had no choice but to endure the pain and push out his palms as a defense. Who knew that the moment the two palms collided, Yuan Baifeng's palm was as if it was made of tofu, as his flesh and blood crumbled and his bones stabbed backwards, piercing through his shoulder blade. Lu Deng hit his chest with a palm strike, directly into it, right through and through. The palm struck in through the front chest and through the back, carrying a spray of blood across the room, breaking the surface with a point. The force penetrated all the way through. Yuan Baifeng's mouth and nose were gushing blood wildly. He braced his last breath and raised his hand to hit Lu Deng's chest, but he found that the remaining force was like a mud cow entering the sea with no trace, and Lu Deng didn't even shake his body. Watching him have his last breath left to take, Lu Deng murderously said, "Strength is not determined by age. Your powerful Vajra palm, not over. As this, put." Yuan Baifeng's injuries could no longer be suppressed. A mouthful of blood sprayed the sky with blood mist, the last trace of vitality faded, and his body just hung in Lu Deng's hands. Chapter 24 One Night Realm breaking 5 levels. Flying speed. The battle between Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng continued next to them. Lu Deng shook off the body hanging from his hand and turned to pounce into the crowd, as if hibernating for a whole winter. The ferocious beasts that have long been starved of their chests and backs pounced into the flock of sheep. The blood and flesh of the body pieces kept flying across the board, and there was not a single whole body of the heavenly principal sect's demons that died in his hands. The nearest cleanup crew entered the scene, and when they saw the hell-like battle scene on the highway, they couldn't help but blanch a bit. They had seen a lot of big scenes, but they were all left behind by some called demons, or cruel elves and monsters. No one from 749 has a fighting style as vicious as this. Sizing up Lu Deng on the side of the highway, the all-black cigarette was held in a blood-stained palm and fed into his mouth. A puff of smoke came out. Yin Feng tilted his head over to look at him. "Before I thought you were just a little bit capable, more or less dabbed with a little bit of unself-consciousness. As a trainee investigator, your attitude is a little bit arrogant, but now look at it." when we first met, you were still very courteous. His words caused Lu Ding to choke on a mouthful of smoke and roll away a blank stare. Don't talk if you can't chat. Ha 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 ha. This is not a compliment to you. Seriously, in the future, there are good tasks absolutely call you. You really are not joking about this combat power. Yuan by phone can be dried up. After today your name is probably going to be spread in this acre of Yunhai, and I don't know what nicknames will be passed on to you. I hope to pass on a handsome one, the more elegant sounding kind. Infeng looked him up and down. Clothes stained red with blood. Where is the elegance in that? You're purely interpreting violence, and it's only with your face that you can label it as aesthetics. When Yuchuan also came over at this time, if Lu Ding doesn't join the 749, he will be designated as the most wanted criminal in our bureau. When these words came out, he and Infeng exchanged glances, and the two of them laughed uncontrollably. Next to him, Lu Ding was somewhat speechless. Lu Din, take off your clothes, isn't it hard it's full of blood? Sheringh's eyes were glowing as she said this. Lu Ding felt as if it was also, so he simply took off the clothes on his body and exposed his upper body, revealing a well-defined and toned muscle, combined with clean, short hair and sword-browed, starry-eyed good looks, a proper killer of the opposite sex. Sheringh's eyes went straight as she watched. Sheringha, you're drooling. Infeng spoke in an exaggerated manner, and Sheringha touched her chin, and after realizing that there was nothing, she reddened on the spot and shouted in annoyance. Son of a Infeng, I'll screw you. What happened on the highway was witnessed by a number of people, and there are even some videos that have made their way to the internet, but it was short-lived, and was harmonized before it could make a big splash, though in the general population group, the incident didn't cause a stir. But in the circle of Cloudsea's air refiners, Lu Ding was considered completely famous. The brutal methods, the horrifyingly bloody sight left over from the battle, and a host of other things added together managed to create a nickname for Lu Ding as a corpse solver Teyuyu. Anyone who died at his hands basically didn't have a whole body, so the nickname is apt. Lu Ding had also made a name for himself by stepping on Yuan Baifeng's corpse. Back to Bureau 749. Everyone, including Lu Ding, was interviewed, mainly because the commotion was too big this time. There are too many ordinary people on the highway. Interview room. A man and a woman looked at Lu Ding. So you really just ran off to kill the spirit ant for a mere threat? Not all of it, mainly because she drives evil spells to harm people. As a 749 investigator, I have the obligation to arrest or stop the air refiners who are doing harm. Lu Ding's answer dripped with water. The two didn't inquire too much about the details, and after closing the notebook in their hands, they said, it's like this, Lu Ding. The impact of this matter isn't small, so during this recent period of time, you'll take a break and rest first, and don't go out on a mission for the time being, to avoid being recognized by ordinary people. So what if I want to go on a mission, with Goldfinger in his body? It would be worse than killing him to keep him from killing monsters. There's no way around it. It's just so hard. The two questioners looked at each other, really not expecting Lu Ding to say such a thing, but that mindset is really what fits into becoming an investigator at 749. It's also not that investigators who complete one mission a month are bad. It's investigators who complete multiple a month and want to keep doing them that are better. Tell you what then, you'll go to the patrol precinct. We'll assign you a precinct. You'll go on patrol, and you'll be able to look after everything in the precinct on your own, and the patrol precinct will be considered an assignment. If a special event occurs during your patrol time, and you deal with it, deal with one and consider it a mission accomplished. What do you think? Enforcing the patrol precinct. Zhou Jie and Long Shanshan seem to be doing this job before. Will there be monsters or paranormal events in the law enforcement patrol area? Lu Ding had no problem with enforcing patrols and whatnot. The only thing he cared about was whether there were any monsters for him to kill. The attitude of the two questioners became gentle, with smiles on their faces. There's been a lot of emergencies in Yunhai lately, so if you want, we can put you in a precinct with a higher chance of emergencies for you. Yes, set me up somewhere where special events break out more frequently. 2 people are needed to enforce the patrol precinct, and by definition, this is randomly assigned by us, but given that your strength exceeds that of an ordinary trainee investigator by too much, you can assign an investigator with you, and you'll see if you have a suitable candidate, or it's better to leave it to us to arrange it randomly. Just yin fifen, use it, compared to getting to know another stranger. Lu Ding felt it was better for yin fifen. It also saves the bonding process, in case you send him someone with an unbalanced brain. Okay, we'll get you set up right away, and probably tomorrow you'll get the precinct information, so watch out for the forward handoff. Good. The questioning was over, and Lu Ding was also tired after 2 days of not resting properly, and getting covered in blood. After returning to the dormitory to comfortably take a hot shower, and sending a message to Wen Yuchuan, asking him to help him ask about the matter of the wind fixing beat out, Lu Ding went straight into dreamland, and this sleep lasted until night. Back to daily life, eating, sleeping and finally practicing. At this moment, Lu Ding's realm was the first level of the Zhaoxian realm, opened a tenth of the chakra of the whole body, sitting on the bed, running the flying bear pouncing method, absorbing the free spiritual qi between heaven and earth, transforming it into his own stored spiritual qi, and then using his own spiritual qi to fill up the empty orifices to produce a cyclone that can operate on its own. As one cyclone after another was filled, Lu Ding's realm had also reached the second level of the Zhaoxian realm. However, he didn't intend to stop there, but rather, with a burst of energy, he continued to absorb the free spiritual qi between heaven and earth to refine and transform it. 9:31 and 58 seconds p.m., Shaoshuan realm, triple, 11 o'clock 46 minutes and 21 seconds at night, Zhaoxian realm, 4th level, 3 o'clock and 1 minute and 13 seconds in the morning, Zhaoxian realm, 5th level, 7:30 a.m., sharp and on time, Shaoshuan realm, 6th heaven. Feeling a burst of hidden pain coming from the meridians in his body, Lu Ding only stopped. The main purpose of the Zhaoxian realm is to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and convert it into its own spiritual qi to nourish the physical body and fill the empty orifices to produce qi whirlpools. Lu Ding's physical body, not to mention comparing with the Zhaoxian realm, is that there are not many Spirit Sea realm qi refiners that can compare with him, unless it is a Spirit Sea realm qi refiners who are very gifted and specialize in physical cultivation that are qualified to compare with him. So the step of nourishing the physical body can be omitted. Inhalation of heaven and earth spiritual qi, he has forgotten the meaning of can be united with heaven and earth. Other people inhale heaven and earth spiritual qi at most is to use a straw to slowly suck, but Lu Ding is able to do open pumping. Chapter 25 Administrative Leave, Subjurisdictional Patrol Management. Besides filling the empty aperture cyclone, this step is about the strength of the physical body, one's own talent, and the work of water polishing. Cyclones are fragile, one can accidentally injure an empty aperture cyclone, so nourish the physical body. However, Lu Ding's physical body was already terrifying, so his chi cyclone could satisfy him to fill it with spirit air in a bold manner. And once again, the meaning of forgetfulness plays a vital role. Celestial Mode 1+. Lu Ding was directly Zhang Fei threading a needle, thick and thin. It may seem rough, but every step is perfectly filled. All of these conditions combine to create Lu Ding's terrifying cultivation speed of climbing from the first level of the Zhaoxian realm to the 6th level overnight. That is, the meridians do not allow it anymore, and then carrying the circumference may damage the meridians. After all, he broke too much tonight. Otherwise, he high and low would not exit the cultivation state. Self-strength is once again elevated. Lu Ding stretched out, feeling the newfound power in his body. Let's recuperate first, and then cultivate after the meridians have recuperated. Lu Ding said this, naked upper body to open the closet to see. Originally he brought little clothes, the previous conditions do not allow. Yesterday also soiled a dress. It's not like 749's uniforms are very nice. In the closet now, there was only one set of clothes left, besides the uniform. Lu Ding took it out and put it over his body. Wait for the precincts to be assigned and buy a few more when you go out on patrol yourself. The words were spoken, and speak of the devil. A message vibrated from his cell phone, and it was about Lu Ding's precinct assignment. Dear trainee investigator Lu Ding, your precinct has been assigned. Please go to Yunhai City, Baofan District, Baofan Local Security Bureau to complete the handover within 12 hours of receipt of the notification. Is this going to work with the local sheriff's office? That's right, if we rely on our own patrols. In a place that big, news reception will definitely not be comprehensive. Only the local security administration can take in a lot of news quickly and efficiently. As a half Yunhai man without a house but only an account, Lu Ding was familiar with the name of Baofeng District. The district, as its name suggests, is inches of indescribable prosperity. It's also just a little worse than those top-ranked center regions. And poor this is because the treasure prosperous area land price is too expensive. Demolition cannot, construction cannot be too much. The previous decades, here is the economic zone of Yunhai, although now no longer the same year, but inside the rich is still a big catch. Casually throw a brick down can be smashed to the value of millions of people, and the personnel are disorganized. Lu Ding also did not expect that he would actually be assigned a precinct like this. On the cell phone page, Yan Fifen's message followed. Brother Lu, are you awake? Yesterday I saw you too tired. Did not dare to disturb you. I split the precinct. I bought you some breakfast later to hang you at the door. Remember to eat when you wake up. I'm going to go to the precinct to take office. The next period of time, I guess I cannot take the task with you. Lu Deng picked up a glass of water and took a sip. I'm awake. Did you have breakfast? Lu woke up so early? I haven't eaten yet. It's a bit too late. What I want is to go early so that my colleagues who will be on the job together don't pick on me by then. Eat before you go. Whichever co-worker you came up with is me, not picking on you. Lu Deng smiled and sent a message. Yen Feithan do things, or still so reliable. This mentality is good or not good. Change at once may be a little difficult. Let it be. Lu, is it true? I could have fooled you? Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Deng went up to open the door, and Yen Feithan stood outside with his breakfast. Lu, it's great that the two of us can actually share a precinct. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold up such a large precinct. After learning of his assigned precinct, Yen Feithan's heart was somewhat frightened. The main reason is that he has also heard of the name of Baofeng district. This place is busy and chaotic. The personnel of the 3 religions and 9 streams not to mention. The incidence of special events is also high. His little skill, to be assigned to this kind of area, that's not a joke. Now after knowing that Lu Deng was with him, Yen Feithan instantly understood that it was alright then, and that he was still mopping up. The main combatant is Lu. He simply loves mucking about too much. Wear your own shoe covers to the door. Take out your breakfast and put it away. Lu Deng took the bun and took a bite. What's there to be afraid of? The Baofan district doesn't have a long mouth and can't bite anyone. Brother Lu, then you may only know one thing but not the other. Baofan district is too chaotic, and the incidence of special events is the top 3 in Yunhai. It has always been high. In the past, this place was sent by the official investigators. You said that I'm a trainee investigator who received this kind of transfer. Can I not be afraid? And the other patrol enforcement officer, most likely unfamiliar official investigators. I'm not much with the official investigators have not dealt with. For the few times, others still annoyed me. I'm this. LOL. Oh, you know the Baofeng district well? Lu Deng looked over at him as he sipped his thin rice. Understand some of it. Before the Baofan district's patrol officers, is our bureau's official investigator Cross-Sword Shell and Light and the Kemden Han Mingjun. I heard that all of them are ruthless characters, and on the job has not been a long time yet, but they have a major mistake during the patrol, resulting in serious injuries and deaths. I guess that's what's going to replace them. Major blunders? Focus on that I want to hear. Since we're going into office, we need to get the intel right. Lu Deng didn't want to go over there unexplained. He was confident in his own strength, but he wasn't a brainless, reckless person. I also heard about it. At the end of last month, there was a subsidence in a place in Baoshang district, and I heard that underneath it is an ancient tomb. This place of ours, Yunhai, the ancient capital of the 3 dynasties, the ancient tomb is the same as the Chinese cabbage, which is not rare at all. But barring that, this tomb is a little bit different. There were white-haired roars raised in there, and there were quite a few treasures. And as soon as the ancient tomb collapsed and the white-haired roars got out of their traps and hurt people, Bei Hugwang and Mingjun, who were the official investigators, went to deal with the white-haired roars. 2 people beat the white hairy roar into serious injuries, forced back to the ancient tomb. The result of these 2 to the white hairy roar a bundle, turned his head to find the treasure, resulting in the white hairy roar second time out of the trap, killed a lot of ordinary people. The back of the treasure prosperous area of the local air refining sure forces out of action only to give the white hairy roar subdued. In the back, because of the treasures in the ancient tomb, the 2 sides had a disagreement, big fight. These 2 haven't fought yet. When Lu Deng heard this, he only felt that these 2 people were also too stupid. At least we have to get the white-haired roar dead before we go looking for the treasure. It's okay to let someone else take a shot, but if you start a disagreement in the back, you 2 can't beat someone else. Shame on you. It's a real shame. But he also had a question. This tomb appeared. Other air refiners interfere. We do not care about the bureau? Brother Lu, although 749 manages the air refiners, but the existence of air refiners has existed since the ancient times. How many years have we 749 only been established? It's impossible to deprive the folk air refiners of the space to live just because we 749 has been established. Moreover, those treasures, if they fall into the hands of ordinary people, they won't be treasures anymore. They'll be a disaster. What's more, although it's a treasure, yes, but compared with our bureau's treasure, whether it's quantity or quality, that's the tip of the hair on the 9 cows and 1 hair. People still help out. This is also the way of survival of folk air refiners. As if the novel appeared in a secret realm. Even if it's a family or dynasty, people will not be the only one to swallow. This is not conducive to the management. This angle was also clear, and it was the first time Lu Deng had heard of it. He's halfway through his career, and that's how much time he's only been with 749, so it's normal for him to not understand any of this. Chapter 26, Intern Investigator on the Baofeng District? Let's give him a kick in the pants. You do know a lot. Like you're not fit to work on the front line. You're fit for management, Lu Deng said casually. But don't Lu, with my fighting ability, if I become management, no one else will serve me. Lu Deng glanced at him with the intention of joking. So you still have this heart? Good for you, Yin Fifan. You're bold enough to still want to be an official. This sentence could give Yin Fifan a fright and hurriedly denied it. No, brother Lu, I didn't. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding with you. Don't be so nervous, just relax. Okay, the food is almost ready. We should go to Baofeng District. Yin Fifan froze. No, brother Lu, I haven't eaten yet. Let's make you not eat and teach you a lesson. Brother Lu, you're being unkind. Isn't this what you told me to talk about? Lu Deng said jokingly that he still had to let others eat. Yin Fifan took a big gulp of the thin rice, stuffed the bun, and finished it in 3 tries. The next step is to go up to the Baofeng District. Baofeng District Security Bureau. As managers of the 749th Precinct, Bei and Guang and Mingjuan's offices are on the highest floor, with great space and a wide view. But such a good place. Because of a mistake, they had to give it up, and go back to be punished by the bureau. The two were packing up at this point. Mingjun looked around left and right. Ah Guang, are you really willing to leave just like that? Nonsense. Of course I don't want to. Behind that gate we haven't seen it yet. There must be something good, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Who told us to work wrong? It's fate. We have to admit it. The reason the two of them didn't get the white hair roar killed in the first place was because they saw a lot of treasures on their way to chasing the white hair roar. Originally, they were thinking of getting the white-haired roar dead before collecting the stuff. However, when the two of them saw the stone door that was outlined with divine runes, they decided that it would be better to put the matter of the white-haired roar aside for a while. Let's get the door open and talk about it. There's got to be something good back here, lest it be too late to come back to the people. As a result, the door didn't open, and the white-haired roar even ran away. Later, the two also went back to see. The stone door is still closed. This period of time, they are what law all think all over. The result is still cannot open the stone door. I was thinking of grinding the stone door open bit by water grinding. The bureau is fine even if there is a punishment down the line. Admit it. It's not possible to transfer yourself back before your term is up, is it? Turns out, hey, it's really tuned back in. When the transfer order came down, the two just felt like the sky was falling. Now Bei and Quang are saying it's fate and you have to recognize it. Ming Jun was instantly upset. The life of a fart. I can become an air refiner from an ordinary person. This is God's favor. From joining 749 all the way from trainee investigator to official investigator. This is God's love. And now I encountered this stone door. Surely this is God's reward for me. Leaving just like that. I'm not happy. Bei and like things a let go a hold. Then you lay out a charter out. I see your high opinion. Air. So what? Do you know who the investigator is that's coming this time? You're nuts. The bureau's message control is so strict. Who knows about this? I'm not management. Aren't you well-traveled and well-connected? How about you ask around? Bei and Guang hesitated. Then I'll ask around? Just hurry up and don't question it. Bei and Quang fumbled with their cell phones to unleash their connections. After a long while, his brows slowly furrowed together. Strange. This doesn't fit the rules, does it? How's it going? Have you inquired about it yet? Ming Jun asked anxiously from the side. Inquired out half. This friend of mine also happened to hear a half-knowledge. Said that this time the Treasure Prosperous District came to the Law Enforcement Patrol as a temporary transfer. And also trainee investigators. As for who is, that is not known. Temporary investigators? Temporary investigators come to Baofeng District? Isn't this a death wish? Or did you offend someone? Made a mistake? Sent here on purpose? Bei and Guang cast a look at a fool. Isn't there a possibility that these two temporary investigators are particularly good? So they were busted and transferred here? Ming Jun pondered for a moment. It's possible, but all those powerful characters seem unlikely. There are just a few ruthless people among the trainee investigators, the premier one being Bai Helmian, who is still in solitary confinement. Then there's Tantai Inoue. She made such a big commotion in Ninglong City. It's impossible for her to come back. The others, all promoted to full investigators, can't be right either. You've forgotten one more. White Kiln ancient town is famous for the corpse-solving Taiyu, Lu Deng, who killed Yuan Baifeng on the highway. The name, last night, was all over the news, and the two had heard the rumors of it, even though they were distracted. Perfect examiner. Zhao Xian killed the spirit sea and died in the hands without surviving a whole body. All the names sound appalling. Mingjun shook his head. It feels unlikely. There is no falsehood in the name, but Lu Ding just did the mission yesterday, and made such a big commotion. He also let Wen Yuchuan put out the news of the wind-setting pearls out of the way, and now Wen Yuchuan Yin Feng and they are all still on administrative leave. It's unlikely that he would alone propose to transfer to Baofeng district. The worst thing is to be paired with an official investigator. Right, 2 internships, and I can't really think about what ruthless people. This analysis of his was well reasoned and sounded as if it was so. Beside him, Bei and Light got wrapped up in it. Okay, you just say what to do. Ming Jun simply didn't want to think about it. It should be the more powerful trainee investigator. In this case, when the handover person arrives, we'll first see if we recognize him, and if we don't, we'll just give him a direct warning, and let them go back to make a report saying that they can't handle the work in the Baofeng district. This way we can stall for a few days, and while we're at it, we'll get the tomb door open. If you know each other, then have a nice chat and a good attitude, and we'll all split it equally. Bei Juan's idea is actually very good. Seeing people and determining his attitude based on their strength and fame. The plan was perfect, but he missed a loop. Neither he nor Bei Hugwang had ever seen Lu Ding, nor did they know what Lu Ding looked like, so they knew that there was this person, had heard the name and knew the nickname. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's do it. The two of them were in no hurry to pack up their things, so they waited. Soon, Lu Ding led Yan Fifan to the door. The phone call went through, and the director of the Baofeng District Security Bureau and a group of leaders came to greet them in person, each with a smiling face, not to mention how happy they were. They are finally waiting for the new 749 Deacon Patrol. At first those two weren't that bad, I guess, but they definitely weren't good, and they also stirred up a lot of trouble in their already short tenure. And this time, they even caused dozens of ordinary people to lose their lives because of their work mistakes. It really adds to the difficulty of their work. Now that the past is gone and the new executive patrol has arrived, let's hope we can rely on it. Hello comrade, I'm the head of the Baofeng District Security Bureau, Gao Zhangliang. Chapter 27, scared out a few drops of urine. Lu Ding extended his hand. 749 Trainee Investigator. Lu Ding, this is my partner, Trainee Investigator, Yan Fifan. The sky fell on Gao Zhangliang when he heard the words intern investigator. Although Ming Jun and Bei Hugwang have stirred up a lot of trouble, they are at least still official investigators, right? Now comes 2 internships. Leadership. I, Gao Zhangliang, work diligently for Baofeng District and maintain the security environment of Baofeng District. How can you do this to me? Yan Fifan saw Gao Zhangliang's smile freeze on his face, and immediately spoke out with some indignation. Director Gao, aren't formal investigators promoted from internships? Why? Are you planning to be blind to the fact that you don't recognize MT? Tai? The word have eyes but not recognize MT. Tai is used abruptly, but for that effect, it can sting the ears of those who hear it. Gao Zhangliang's face instantly returned to normal. It's me. I've lived for so many years. The more I live, the more I lose my head. I'm sorry 2 investigators. I apologize to you too. Let's sit down and talk inside please. It's fine Director Gao. There are still long days ahead. Let's just take our time and get along. The crowd dispersed, making way for the 2 Lu Ding. In front of the glass doorway of the security bureau, Ming Jun looked outside and asked Bei and Guang. Well, recognize it? The one on the right I haven't seen before. He looks strange. The one on the left I remember. He's just a regular intern. Then it's the regular trainee investigator alright. Let's go. Give them both a head start and get them to back off. The 2 of them walked out from the side of the gate left and right, blocking the front path of Lu Ding's group. Gao Zhangliang sighed slightly. Beiji Patrol. Mingji Patrol. What are you doing? The 2 of them ignored Gao Zhangliang. You 2 trainee investigators come to pick up our regular investigator class. Do you have that in you? Lu Ding's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye stood in front of the speaking Ming Jun. Looking down at him, the feeling of oppression hit instantly. The air around him seemed to be drained, leaving him breathless. Ming Jun's face gradually reddened, and hallucinations arose before his eyes. At this moment he seemed to see the upright man-bear rubbing his fists with red eyes, picking out the good meat on his body, the piece that was fit to be the first to be eaten. Bang! Ming Jun couldn't resist the pressure and knelt down. Lu Ding's voice rang out. I'm going to give you 1 minute to get out of my sight right now, and there's only one chance like that. The feeling of oppression dissipated, and Ming Jun's clothes were already wet with sweat. The whole thing looked like it had come out of the water. Gao Zhangliang stood next to him with the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. Although he was an ordinary person, he still knew more or less about air refiners. That's a shock before you even do it. Lu Ding's strength could not be doubted. He hurriedly stepped forward to round off the scene. Lu Shi Xian, the bureau has prepared a reception banquet. See if you have any favorite dishes. I'll ask the kitchen to add them for you. Ming Jun raised his head. Information intertwined and strung together in his mind. Surname Lu, trainee investigator. This is not Lu Ding. No wonder when you look at Eisborn, you don't recognize him. 1,000 times. I missed this one. Ming Jun said with shock in his eyes. You're the corpse solver Taiyan Lu Ding? Uncorpsing a corpse too? Yan Fifan stepped forward. Brother Lu, this is the number that someone outside passed on to you. Lu Ding felt speechless. That nickname doesn't sound like a good person either. His own Hall 749 trainee investigator. The end of the Iron Rice Bowl. Doing is to guard a side of the people, free from the attacks of monsters and demons work. The result is that you give me a whole such a nickname. Uncorpsing the corpse of a Teiyukai. It sounds similar to the demon man devil and a few monsters. Lu Ding was really powerless to spit, and directly crossed over Ming Jun, who was still kneeling on the ground, and walked into the security bureau. When he's gone, Ming Jun looked over to Bei and Ko, who were hiding in the corner next to him. Ah, Light, come help me. I can't stand up. Bei and Guang jogged up to help him up. Is everything alright? Nothing? You try to see if it's okay. I'm scared out of my mind with a few drops of urine and it's still okay. He got up with difficulty and spat out. It's really Lu Ding who came. What kind of law is this person practicing? How can it be so scary? Sure enough, there is only the wrong name to take. There is no nickname to call wrong. It's really unlucky to have met him. But if I'm not the same as he are all 749s, I guess I will have to have this piece and that piece today. Lu Ding didn't mean it. People don't give good face. Does he still want to spoil it? But when it comes to Ming Jun, it's almost this piece and that piece. It's not that you're analyzing yourself blindly, and we haven't seen Lu Ding, so no one knows what he looks like. Horse hindsight. Why didn't you say so? Bei and Guang smiled awkwardly. I just remembered. Damn you. You're pretty quick to hide. Let me take the blame alone. Go find Lu Ding. Let's have a good chat with him. No. Wait a minute. Are you crazy? Didn't he just tell us to leave in a minute? Going to him now. Aren't you damaging his face? What about the tomb? We are modern people. You use your brain, okay? Cell phone at his friend. Cell phone, and he said ah. Ming Juan's eyes lit up. This time you didn't horseback. But can he add us? This kind of person, I feel that their temperament should all be more lonely and arrogant. Not easy to get along with. So you won't add which one next to him? That guy looks honest. It shouldn't be a problem to add him and let him pass on a message. Go. Let's get out of here before we say anything, lest he comes out again later. No more stuff? Don't ask for it. It's not worth a few bucks. Let's go first. The two of them left the place like they were running away. Upstairs, Lu Ding declined the invitation to the reception banquet for Director Gao. Walk into the office that Ming Jun and Bei and Guang left behind. Lu Ding sat and drank tea, while Yan Fifan cleaned and discarded the debris beside him. Earlier, Director Gao said that he wanted to find a few people to help Yan Fifan, but they were all rejected by him. He knows his niche well, mopping up and not fighting. If all the odd jobs are replaced, isn't he useless? Then what's the point of having him walk out carrying a bag of garbage? When Yan Fifan came back again, he took his cell phone and said, Brother Lu, just now those two official investigators added me. There's something they want to tell you through me. What do I have to go through you for? I don't eat people. Why don't you just tell me? Lu Ding also didn't understand what all the fuss was about. I guess they were afraid of you, so they found their way to me. Yan Fifan hit the nail on the head with the correct answer as he continued. They said that they know where there is a treasure, and they hope to cooperate with you for a bit and plot and scheme together. Another baby? Lu Ding sat up straight. The last time he was slightly regretful about the wind-stabilizing beads. What was originally a good treasure ended up being a chicken rib. Now that there was another treasure, of course he wouldn't let it go. You ask what baby? Chapter 28, The Body Snatcher? It's a good one. I need another one. They didn't say that. They just said baby. But, this however from Yan Fifan caused Lu Ding to cast a glance. When did you learn to sell out? No Lu. I think so This treasure prosperous area is not a mountain, which has so many put the treasure place, is nothing more than a few possibilities. The first, these two people saw what other people have eyes not to recognize the gold and jade things, and which people they themselves cannot afford to mess with, so want to cooperate with you, borrowing Lu your means as a knife to make. The likelihood of this is small. What makes an existence they can't afford to mess with any less eye-catching than they are? As for the second possibility, it's that there's something else in the tomb and the treasure shift area that no one else could find and miss, or that they found but couldn't get rid of. I personally favor the latter, and combined with their behavior today, they aren't particularly brainless people, so I'm guessing that they don't want to hand it over just like that, and want to give us a warning, so that we'll know what's going on, and delay it for a few days, and use it to plot for the treasure inside. And which treasure? They couldn't take it, but found it, and maybe there are others who have found it, but they must have made sure that no one took that treasure, and that's why they want to work with you. It is said that the treasure has a fated person to get it. The moment you come, Brother Lu, this treasure is revealed. It seems that you are this fated person. I think we can not rush to reply to them first. We can go to the tomb to find the things that you can get. Brother Lu, you take it, as if it did not happen. If we can't find anything, let's talk about cooperation. By then you have a thick wrist, Brother Lu. Of course you're the first to pick the good stuff. That's the rule. We're not at a disadvantage. What do you think? Lu Ding's smile surfaced. Although Yan Fifen's combat power wasn't good, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. No wonder schemers were so popular in ancient times. It's good to have someone with a quick mind around. You are getting smarter. Yan Fifen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, isn't it because he has been following Brother Lu for a long time, and has more or less learned a little? That's a nice thing to say, but not exactly a compliment. Yan Fifen was a smart man, so he could tell that Lu Ding was also smart. It's just that he's more powerful. If it was a real time to use his brain, Lu Ding would think more than he did. At this stage now, it was his time to shine, advising Lu Ding in checking for leaks. But this sounded different to Lu Ding. It is said that a dim king loves a slanderous minister, and this is not wrong at all. He kind of appreciated it. Then let's do as you say, and let's go now before it's too late. In broad daylight? Then what? We're not grave robbers. We don't need to go into the night. The procedures are legal and compliant. Who can stop us? The two of them pushed off at once. As a result, once he came out, he met Gao Zhangliang face to face. Lu Tun, it just so happens that I have something to find you. Is it a special event? That didn't. Forget it then. I'm in a hurry, so if there's anything, wait until I get back. Lu Ding's duty is to take care of special events in the Baofeng district. As long as it's not a special event, nothing can stop him from finding his treasure. Lu Tun, you don't go yet. Our Baofan district's Chaojia Alley, as well as the 4 Seas group, the 5 Viscera Sang Society, these air refiner forces want to invite you to dinner. Lu Ding refused without thinking. No need for Director Gao to push it for me. I don't have time to eat now. Gao Zhangliang was a bit anxious. Lu Tiaoe, these are the local snakes of our Baofan district, the air refining forces. If you don't go, it will not be easy to carry out your work in the future. It didn't matter to him. No matter how powerful these people are, they would not dare to challenge the state authorities. He was mainly anxious for Lu Ding. Although Gao Zhangliang had just met Lu Ding, he saw that this Lu Ding had real skills. When he's better, law and order in Baofeng district will be better. When his work goes well, the work of the Baofeng district security bureau will go better. The two go hand in hand. That's why Gao Zhangliang was in a hurry. Lu Ding could also see that people were doing it for their own good. Then tell them to change the time. I really don't have time today. Oh right, Director Gao. Hard you send me a list of the air refiners in our Baofan district. I'll leave first. Yan Fifen added from the back. Director Gao has worked hard for you. Brother Lu was really in a hurry. Sorry about that. Ugh. Okay. I have to run errands and do things for such a big director. This old back of mine. Gao Zhangliang euphemistically conveyed Lu Ding's meaning to the ears of these several powers. Saojia Lane. Chao Yuan, since Lu has something to do, we'll make an appointment some other time. Please ask Director Gao to tell him that Lu's presence is always welcome at Saojia Lane. For C's group, Xia Shunan, tough Director Gao to pass on the message. Lu transferred busy affairs, but it is our 4C's group abrupt. When Lu transferred free, remembered our 4C's group, we will have this meal again. Looking at the messages that came back from Chao's Lane and the 4C's group, Gao Zhangliang shook the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. This Lu Ding is really different from the other investigators. It's not like those 749 official investigators have come on patrol before, and it's not like things like today haven't happened. Not selling anyone a face. Then there's nothing more to say. These air refiner forces in the Baofan district are directly masculine, do not cooperate with you in carrying out your work, and open their mouths in a perfunctory manner. If you're looking for trouble, take it. Also made a big fuss. In the end are not settled. 749's management of all things to reason. Talking about fairness and justice. can be fair and impartial, do not interfere with each other in the state. You have no way to carry out normal patrol work. A lot of things you need to help people with the cooperation to work. The meal is only the pretext. The important thing is the attitude test of both sides. Don't need you to give anything tangible or promises. Just an attitude. If it were according to the past, these people would not have this attitude at all. Which would be like now. Lu Deng refused and they were still polite. Gao Zhangliang only felt rare. A trainee investigator that's better than a full investigator. That's weird. Hey. Another message followed. Gao Zhangliang smiled. I told you, this is what they were originally like. Gao Zhangliang then sent a screenshot of the message to Lu Deng and also Yin Fifan. Just look at what it says. 5 Viscera Society. Tang Hu, not he Lu Deng cattle what invited him to a meal. He also pushed the time. How can he be so capable of it? To engage in this new official inauguration of the 3 fires, to whom to look at it? To the face of the face, to solve the corpse of the year-old. You let him give me a little careful. Gao Zhangliang had just sent the screenshot of this message over, when the opposite party withdrew it and resent one over. I'm Tong Pao from the 5 Organized Crime Club. My brother's drunk. I'll pretend you didn't see him. Gao Zhangliang pressed out the cigarette. Didn't see? That's not good. I'm an old man, and I'm not for you to spread fire. You dare to scold people. Then don't be afraid of being seen. I didn't add fuel to the fire. Anyway, it's you who said this, and it's not me who said it. High and Low is also a director of bureau, who doesn't have a temper anymore. Although the air refiners were not under his control, who let a hardened partner come this time? Gao Zhangliang has lived for so many years, and today he also foxed a tiger, uncorpsing the corpse Taiyaki. That's a pretty good name for a bogeyman. I'm going to have to smoke another one. Snapping, the fire flared and a mouthful of smoke exhaled. Chapter 29, Documents and Guns. Let's get in or not. Driving to the tomb. Lu Deng looked at the message from Director Gao on his cell phone. The mind secretly noted the name of this 5-organ Sengshi Tanghu. Like to have a foul mouth, huh? We'll meet sometime. When we arrived at the place, it was a modest park, long cordoned off. Lu Deng showed his papers and was just about to go in. Yin Fifan slowed down by half a step, and he also saw the message on his cell phone. Brother Lu, this 5 Viscera Sangha's strength is the weakest among the 3, and it still dares to be so arrogant. Don't we have to teach them a lesson? The 5 Viscera Sangha, one of the powers of the air refiners in the Baofan district, members of which, mostly out of the horse disciples, or wild Mashan hair rampant Taoist priests, are from all over the place to make money to do things in the Cloud Sea, and finally embraced the group settled in this. He usually does things like reading feng shui, exorcising evil spirits, catching ghosts, fixing luck, and so on. They also sell some small spells and the like, and they are not allowed in the Hall of Fame. Among them, the 3 brothers, the dragon, tiger and leopard, were in charge. These 3 people are also out of the horse disciples. Big brother Tang Long, body back fallen dragon old fairy, the old loach into essence. Do not know how many years to repair. Anyway, one step short of a climate. The second brother, Tang Hu, by chance met a downhill tiger. Luckily not only was not eaten, but also became this downhill tiger out of the horse drive. Third brother Tang Bao, I heard that when I was a child, I accidentally lost in the mountains. Was a lost child leopard picked up and raised for several years. And finally the leopard became a spirit of enlightenment. He also became a child of this leopard. It is interesting to note that both the elder brother, Tang Lung, and the second brother, Tang Hu, became the outgoing children while searching for Tang Bao. The 3 brothers also rushed together. Later on, they even changed their names together into the 3 brothers, the dragon, tiger and leopard, and came to the Sea of Clouds. There's no rush. When things are taken care of here, I'll personally go to his door and tell him who I'm giving this new officer 3 fires. How about the other executive patrol? Lu Deng does not care, but he came. Is a dragon has to lie down? Is a tiger has to disc? He did not go to provoke these people. These people in turn first to provoke him, then have fun with it. Don't be idle. Everyone, step over the cordon and walk into it. The large park is divided into 2 areas. In the outer area, scientists with small brushes and shovels are excavating the tomb as a whole. Further in, it was guarded by a different group of people. They saw a man with a raw face coming and rushed forward to intercept him. Is there a pass? Not allowed in without a pass. Lu Deng touched his own ID to give. Can this get in? The man took it and flipped it open, with the word National Security written plainly on it, and a steel seal pinned to it. The man's hand trembled a little. Even if he is arrogant, he has to be numb when he meets the National Security. It was just as well that he wasn't a gas refiner. Otherwise he would probably be even more numb when he saw the 3 words 749. In the current era, The power of the three-word 749 is no less than that of the ancient brocade guards, who were first to kill and then to be authorized by the emperor. Obstruction of official business, kill and be killed, the man said with a difficult face. Sir, this place is already owned by our 4Cs group. It's against the rules for you to go in without a pass, and I'll be out of luck if I let you in. Looting felt for his pistol from behind his waist and loaded it. This one, can it go in? Looking at the blackened barrel of the gun, the man no longer dared to block the way and nodded his head in a hurry. You can enter. You can enter. Feel free to enter. He was really afraid that if he said a few more words, they would really dare to shoot him with a gun. Obstructing state security in the execution of their duties is no joke. Take the papers, the man respectfully hands back. Looting tucked his pistol back into his waistband and walked into the actual cave-in area. After he left, the man fumbled for his cell phone to rush out a message. Brother Xian, there is a national security coming. People are flashing their guns. They can't stop them. Now they are going in. I guess they will be on your side in a while. Yi Xian looked at the message on his cell phone and then looked at another one. The explosives and construction team will enter immediately. Heat sked. What's national security doing here? Yi Xian, male, 19 years old, an air refiner who came down from Dahe Mountain. When it comes to this big black mountain, the scenic moments have to be counted further back for hundreds of years. This place used to be a demon cave, a bandit den. Later, the Big Han to fight the bandits, only to calm down this place, and then after this place to return to normal. But there are still demons rampant. This thing cannot be eradicated, but the bandits are no longer robbing the house. Some are just the strongest of the group still living up there, who surrendered earlier. They are all air refiners and do not fight against the state or accept its reorganization. Just live on the big black mountain. Don't go anywhere. Don't ask questions. Live your own life. Yi Xian was taught by them. Now that he is almost old, there is no future for the young man to stay on Dahe Mountain, so he is letting him go down the mountain to make a break for it. It just so happened that those people on Big Black Mountain had some friendship with the 4 founders of the 4Cs group. Then he told him to come to Yunhai and join him. As a result, not long after arriving at the Sea of Clouds, he heard that there was a ground subsidence in a place over here, and Yi Xian, who was a great artist, was prepared to come and take a look. Just in time, the white-haired roar ran out. Although this thing was a monster, its teeth were a rare and good material. Yi Xian gave it a smooth finish. Then came the tomb divergence. Mingjun, 2 people did not solve the white-hair roar he solved. According to the rules, this place has to be his. Subsequently, 2 against 1. Mingjun and Bei Guang Hard didn't straighten him out. It was only possible to surrender the place, and the 2 of them, though they had no control of the place, could come in at any time. This was considered Yi Xian's gesture of goodwill toward 749. Yi Xian, who had gotten the rights to develop the ancient tomb, turned around and gave the place to Xie Shunan of the 4Cs group. As for himself, he's got a security chief on the job. Incidentally, looking for treasures in the ancient tombs was rewarding, but not good enough until he discovered which chamber Mingjun and the others had found. Yi Xian was certain that there must be something good inside. The next time, he and Mingjun, 2 people are almost the same, also should think of all the ways to think. Cannot open, dead cannot open. There was no way around it. Yi Xian could only inform Xie Shunan that after a few days of attempts later, he had planned to blast the chamber today. Who knew that 749 would suddenly have to change its patrol today? I heard that the replacement was also a ruthless character named Lu Deng, who was only a trainee investigator, but was able to kill Spirit Sea Air Refiner Yuan by phone with his Zhaoxian realm cultivation. It was even rumored to be the name of the corpse unwrapping Teiyukai. Xia Shunan went to invite this Lu Deng to dinner. Yi Xian was a bit upset. In his opinion, what Lu Deng can do he can likewise do. He and Lu Deng are about the same age. The only difference is that people come from official families and are 749 practice investigators. And he, Yi Xian, is a bandit. Big Black Mountain coming down. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't join the 749 because of this background, Yi Xian estimated that if he went to the 749 himself, people would have to rush to take him. It's just Lu Deng's luck to be famous earlier. When I'm famous, let's see if you still dare not to look at me with a straight face. As early as when he was going down the mountain, the old man in the village told him to make good contact with Xie Shunan, and if he could, it would be best to accomplish a good relationship. Although the 4Cs group is a large family, but the Great Black Hills are no slouches. The big deal is that the old men who are half buried in the dirt will come out and back him up again. Yi Xian is also very fond of Xie Shunan. Good looking, good figure, and capable, and money. Brain is also smart. All the conditions are the top choice. Such a woman which men see not moved. He is certainly no exception. Chapter 30, Bone Breaking and Hand Breaking, You Should Have No Future. So when Yi Xian knew that Xie Shunan was this attached to Lu Ding, the heart is very upset. But when he heard later that Lu Ding had an emergency and pushed off the meal, he was happy again. In the bottom of his heart, he secretly spat at Lu Ding for not knowing what to do. Looking forward to the scene later when Xie Shunan came over with the demolition team and opened the tomb with him. This side is fantasizing. Lu Ding had already walked around the corner and saw Yi Xian sitting on a horse stance in the center of the main road. That aura of banditry was uncontrollably overflowing outward. Sitting on the big horse, more or less there is a wave of this mountain is my open. This tree is my plant. Want to pass from here. Leave the by road money meaning. Yan Fifan leaned up and spoke carefully. Brother Lu, there is this person on the air refiner's information just sent over by the Gao Bureau. His name is Yi Xian. He came out of the Great Black Mountain Bandit Den. He has a great relationship with the Four Seas group, the one who got White Hair Roar killed, and the one who snatched away the development rights of the ancient tombs in the collapsed area in a fight is also him. But it's not as good to meet as it is to see how this looks, and how it has a not-so-smart feel to it. Lu Ding also had this feeling. Which normal person would sit in the middle of the main road in broad daylight and giggle? Lu Ding was too lazy to pay attention to this person. Straight away, he was about to walk past him. Yi Xian didn't even get up and sat on the horse zipper and rushed out waving his hand to drive people away. There is a great sense of the old neighborhood security guard stopping takeout boys. 749 does its work. Idlers stand down. Yan Fifan took out his credentials and spoke. Yi Xian stood up feeling the same air refiner aura coming from both of them. 749? Aren't you two national security? Lu Ding was simply speechless. This person came down from the mountain. Is a little common sense of life do not learn The 749's credentials look like national security to the average person, but it's the 749 to the air refiner. Forget it, no matter if you are national security or 749, the development right of this place was lost to me by your 749 Baofeng District Executive Patrol. Now this place belongs to me. National security or 749. All, not allowed, to enter. Looking at Yi Xian's arrogant attitude, Yan Fifan took a step back. He knew that the man was going down. Luck couldn't stand to see someone who was even wilder than him. Unsurprisingly for him, Lu Ding's voice rang out in the next second. That means you won this place? That's right. Yi Xian clasped his hands. Lu Ding's tone was indifferent. Then can I also snatch it from your hands? Yi Xian's face turned serious. To hear where he did not understand. These two people are here to retrieve the scene to pick a fight. If you've got the skills, you can try it. But let's say up front, if you do something wrong later, just say you touched it. All of them are air refiners, and their skills are practiced to be used. There's no such thing as reasoning. Fight if you don't want to. Yi Xian set up his stance, with the tiger's claws in front and the crane's beak at the back. Lu Ding watched his movements and commented, Tiger and crane dual form? It's a bit of face work. During this period of time, Lu Ding would look at the Bureau's various information and literature when he had time. He knows that there is no end to learning and that there is no harm in learning more. It just so happens that this tiger and crane double form Lu Ding had seen it not long ago, but compared to the Bureau's record of the teacher's tiger and crane double line information, this Yi Xian is going to be almost interesting. Hearing the man call himself a face saver, Yi Xian couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Beating you is enough. The tiger form was fierce, and the crane form was agile. He tried forward with the tiger claw, and Lu Ding raised his hand into a claw to collide with it. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. His tiger's claws were capable of pinching even fine steel. This man clashed with him with his flesh palms. Could it be that he has lost his mind? It's good to teach you a lesson, so you'll understand what it means for trouble to come out of the mouth. He also made up his mind that as long as the tiger's claw was fastened firmly later on, he would immediately make a second strike and shatter this person's finger bones, so that he would have a good long memory. But imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. The moment the two palms clashed, Yi Xian could only feel a large pincer of fine iron squeezing his palm. He blushed. Wait! Lu Ding wouldn't wait for him. After buckling and stabilizing Yi Xian's palm, the second force, tens of thousands of pounds of terrifying power then twisted and flung with dexterity to death. A few clicks, Yi Xian's entire arm's bones were all dislocated on the spot. The five-finger bones were even directly shattered. The old generation of snake catchers have a technique, like catching what has a highly poisonous snake. Will lift the tail of the snake fling. After a few times, good snake catchers will be skillful flinging the snake so that the whole body dislocated but the snake is still alive. That is, cannot be moved. Lu Ding used this technique. Although he hadn't studied it, he had seen the video on the miscellaneous interface on the 749 app. there is forgetfulness of the so-called can open the state of unity of heaven in man. Lu Deng, just look at a glance will understand as 7 or 8. After all, it's not like it's anything profound. It's just the use of dexterity. Lu Deng once again pursued the attack, pulling Yi Xian's arm with a huge force to rip him over, striking his chest with a horizontal elbow. Just one strike hit Yi Xian's chi and blood surged. The whole person flew backwards, stumbling on the ground. He rolled over 10 meters before stabilizing himself and climbing up. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His right arm hung limply at his side, and his fingers had been twisted into a twist. Yi Xian forced himself to endure the pain and said, "Isn't your excellency's hand a bit too vicious? The two of us are just sparring. Don't talk this to me. Don't think I can't see what you're trying to do. If I was weaker than you, the one who's wasted right now would be me." The moment he had just touched hands, Lu Deng sensed the man's thoughts. It's just that he's too weak. It's just that you can't screw yourself. Now what is not funny about hitting hard? Yan Fifan added on the side, tough hand? If it wasn't for Lu's mercy, you'd have been here and there by now, and you'd be happy to have saved your life. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. I've learned your high skill. The mountain is high and the road is far. Please leave your name. Yi Xian will definitely come to repay him in the future. Done. The man can't think straight. Yan Fifan sighed silently. If you lose, you lose. You have to say things like that. You really think you've lived too long? Then you should have no future. The Lu Deng killing accident leaked out, and an airtight sense of oppression wrapped toward Yi Xian from all directions. At this moment, it was as if he was drowning in the abyss of that bottomless canyon, never to see the light of day again. If Yi Xian retreated there, Lu Deng would still pretend that nothing had happened, but he should never have said such a thing. Lu Deng instantly stormed up, the ground crumbling beneath his feet. The entire person pounced and crushed away like a ferocious ancient beast. Yi Xian only felt that his death was imminent. Running lights surfaced in front of my eyes. Bailiff Lu, please leave me alone. Someone shouted and drank. The ground shook, and a wall of hardened earth rose up to block Lu Deng for no apparent reason. As he charged, these earth walls instantly shattered as if they were tofu dregs, and although they couldn't withstand Lu Deng's attack, they could slow him down. Take advantage of this time. 2. There was a short old man in front of Yi Xian. Chapter 31, Killing Yi Xian. What era is this? Still playing before casting spells? Lu Deng crashed through the last piece of dirt wall in his way. The whole man was like a flying bear pouncing on its prey. Face the old man. Lu Deng's voice wrapped in killing intent rang out, threatening 749 law enforcement officers, obstructing law enforcement. Several counts. Come on, block me. A slap to the face. The old man pinched his fingers and carried out his heir, and an armor made of mountains, rocks, and earth gathered around him was fitted. Raise your hand to make a block. The old man was directly slapped away by this powerful strike from Lu Deng. The armor on his body was shattered for the most part. Lu Deng landed and turned around, his back hand over palm like a knife in a circle rotation. He saw the big good head rushed up to the sky. Yi Xian couldn't have imagined it. One casually encountered a 749 investigator with such terrifying combat power. That wasn't quite the same as what he'd heard from the old men when he was in the mountains. Wasn't it said that at his age, with this talent, he already belonged to the category of genius? How is it that you just got off the mountain not even a month ago and you gave your life away? The headless body fell to the ground. Lu Deng got up and looked at the old man who had been knocked back by his palm to stabilize himself. Looking at the dead through Yi Xian, the old man's eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Yi. At this point, he didn't know how to face those old brothers on the mountain. More than 10 years ago, the old man escaped from the Great Black Mountain because of a mistake, and by chance he arrived in Yunhai and joined the Four Seas group. He had thought he had no hope of ever going back to the Great Black Mountain. It wasn't until Yi Xian arrived that the old man realized. It turns out that his oldest brother on the hill has been watching him all these years. The mistakes they made in the past years, they have long been passed the blame, and joining the Four Seas group was also arranged by those old brothers. But now he was not even able to keep the only disciple of his old brothers. At this moment, the anger in the old man's heart was at an extreme. Lu Deng, you're too mean to be a 749 investigator. I will kill you today to remove the hidden danger for 749 and avenge Yi Xian. Old undead, don't ing judge me. As a 749 investigator, am I something that he, Yi Xian, can just threaten? If you're capable, come and kill me. If not, come and collect your death. Lu Deng directly disliked it. It is not his turn to be judged by others. At least Lu Deng has a clear conscience. Just ask 749. There are a few people who are as active as he is in killing demons and monsters, also deluded as a 749 investigator. Could it be that Yi Xian had voiced out a threat to him, and he was still going to let him go? making himself an enemy and leaving behind a hidden danger that he couldn't be sure of, and messing up some uncontrollable accidents in the future. Lu Deng couldn't do such a stupid thing. He'll just nip all the hidden dangers in the bud. The old man pinched and pressed above the ground. Yellow swamp divide. The solid ground instantly turned into a swamp of yellow mud. The old man stood above the swamp. In the exchange of blows just now he had realized that it was almost impossible for him to win against Lu Deng in terms of strength. But power comes from the ground, and there has to be a place to borrow it, right? Lu Deng was only at the Zhaoxian realm again, so it was reasonably impossible for him to be able to fly. As long as the environment was changed so that he had no way to lend his strength, he himself would be able to take the home field advantage and use his location to overwhelm the others. Again, with a strength one realm higher, it is a human being. He had 2 out of 3 of the right time and place. Even if Lu Deng was as terrifying as he was with all his power, he could not exert 50% of his strength, whereas he could exert 102% of his strength. With all the conditions, the old man didn't know how he was going to lose, but he had never thought that Lu Deng could really fly. He was seen slowly floating up and standing in the air. The old man's expression froze a bit. How could he fly? He's a Shoshuan realm. What makes him able to fly? Outside the swamp. For C's group Xie Shunan had a serious expression, and she was the one who shouted at Lu Deng to stay back earlier. At this time, Xie Shunan was in an annoyed mood. How did things get to this point? Originally, I wanted to ask Lu Deng to have dinner today to test his attitude, but the result was that Lu Deng pushed it. Xie Shunan did not feel anything. It is normal for a capable person to have a big temper, but she never expected it. He himself actually saw Lu Deng again in the collapsed area. Moreover, Lu Deng had even exchanged blows with Yi Xian, and the tyrannical aura that leaked out really alarmed her. She also concluded that Yi Xian was by no means a match for Lu Deng. However, she did not expect that Lu Deng would actually kill Yi Xian directly. Now old man Huan was even confronting Lu Deng, just like another look of immortality. For Yi Xian's death, Xie Shunan didn't really care much. He and Yi Xian did not have any friendship in the first place. If not for the old man in the family giving the word, she probably wouldn't even take care of Yi Xian. That aura of banditry made her very uncomfortable. It always felt as if Yi Xian was living in the old days of occupying mountains. Not all the way. Later on, Yi Xian got the rights to develop this ancient tomb, and Xie Shunan didn't change her mind about him too much. It's a curse not a blessing to take this place. The 4C's group won't be able to go any further just because they have this extra bit of space and stuff, much less be a step behind because they don't have it. She'll come and keep an eye on it. It wasn't because Xie Shunan was interested in what was in this tomb. Rather, it's because once something comes up, or a treasure, she can just make the call to turn in the 749, or preside over the situation. There are some things you can't just take, easily offended. But who knew that something like this would happen? Elder Huang, please calm down. Xie Shunan also wanted to advise Huang Lao not to be impulsive. Whether he could fight or not, it was not a good thing. What's the point of beating Lu Deng? Kill him, and then be wanted by 749? Let him go? Waiting for him to come back to take revenge? If he couldn't beat Lu Deng, according to the rumors outside, and what he had just seen, there was only one outcome for Huang Lao, and that was death. So no matter what we do, the outcome for Huang Lao will not be good, and it will also involve the 4C's group having to cooperate with the investigation. But the old man couldn't listen. Miss Xie, don't try to persuade me anymore. I'm ashamed of Great Black Mountain. I'm ashamed of those old brothers. They gave Yi Xian to me but I didn't keep an eye on him. There's an enemy in the wrong and a debtor in the wrong. He killed Yi Xian, so I'll kill him to avenge Yi Xian, and I'll go and turn myself in at the 749 after that. Kill me? Lu Deng's face showed mockery as he listened. On what basis? On the basis of your farmland transformation technique? Yan Fifan covered his face, wanting to laugh but not daring to. What time is it? You still have the heart to joke around, Lu. But on closer inspection, there was water and mud and soft rot, so it was indeed farmland all right. Lu Deng hooked his finger at the old man. Come and kill me. You seek death. 2 mud dragons flew out of the swamp, devouring and biting at Lu Deng left and right. The old man didn't expect this mud dragon to pose any threat to Lu Deng. He only hoped that a little more delay would give him enough time to build up his strength. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Deng's figure disappeared from view. The wind whistled in his ears. What an age to be playing precast shakes. Lu Deng did not know when to come to his side of the air up leg with the sound of the wind. A powerful whip leg horizontal strike straight sweep. The old man had no choice but to disperse his hand, using his hand to turn into a palm to scratch in the void. The ground of the quagmire swirled and swept in waves, solidifying into a thick wall of earth to resist Lu Deng's attack. Boom! a leg down. Debris was flying around. The muddy water at the old man's feet curdled into a platform, holding him back. The mud and water then reified his palms to hold up the old man, throwing him into the air and leaping tens of meters high. His hands strangled and his body's spiritual air surged. The mud puddle rolled over. A foul smell gushed out, and the color of the mud puddle changed from yellow to black. Death Zephyr Burial Kill. Chapter 32, Lao Deng. Your defense is wide open. Suffer death. The mud puddle instantly exploded, and countless black mud tumbled up into the sky, surging towards Lu Dingbao. The old man pinched his hand again. In the black ball of mud, Lu Ding's voice was unhurried. As I said, these days the delaying time, plus the shaking before casting spells to build up the killing moves that set is no longer appetizing. Shatter me. The fist wrapped in a terrifyingly huge force directly chiseled the mud ball that surrounded Lu Ding with a single punch. He was seen opening his palms. A breeze rises from heaven and earth. Chop. Hundreds of chopping strikes from all sides slashed towards the old man at various tricky angles. Each strike carried a sharpness that was enough to split a chi refiner of the same realm. Elder Huang waved his palms and twisted his body, bringing up the spirit air in his body to perform the spell. Beside him, the mud under his feet kept changing state, forming shields, raising walls, and piling up mountains. They continuously resisted one of Lu Ding's chopping attacks for the old man surnamed Huang. The more he fought the old man, the more shocked he became inside. Speed, strength, long-distance attack, melee combat, excluding the realm. He actually didn't have an advantage in any of them. Previously, he had only heard that this Lu Ding's physical body was very strong, but the outside rumors didn't say that his speed and long-distance attack techniques were also so strong. Now the old man could understand why that Yuan Bai Foam had died under Lu Ding. Inside and out, top to bottom, there is not a single flaw. Can't fight it. He will lose today. Lu Ding was too restraining for him. No, it should be Lu Ding restraining most of the air refiners. Unless it's a demonic monster like him. Whether it was the physical body or the arts, they could all go hand in hand and cultivate to a high level in order to fight with him. If an ordinary air refiner encounters Lu Ding, those who were as good at arts as himself would be interfered with by him, unable to accumulate the means to kill, and be blown away in close quarters. Even if he could get away with dodging close to him, it would still be drinking hemlock and dying a chronic death. There must be a slip once a long time has passed. Once Lu Ding caught the opportunity, the terrifying power was in his body, and a single strike could decide the victory or defeat. The air refiners who excelled in the power of the physical body would be attacked by this weird and sharp chopping attack of theirs, and would only have to passively defend. Plus he knew the secret art of flying. It would be very difficult for an air refiner with a strong physical body to get close enough to blast with him. Even if he broke through to close quarters, Lu Ding's physical strength was still terrifying, and the suspense would not be too great when the deer died. The old man just couldn't figure out how a person could do everything so well. Will, spirit, talent. Is it possible that he can't use up all these things? The defeat is evident. The old man's defense finally revealed a crack, and a chopping attack took the opportunity to slash in. Blood swirled and arms flew up. The old man forced himself to endure the pain and froze without saying a word. Then he saw Yen Fifan next to him. The eyes revealed ferocity as they charged straight at Yen Fifan. Frightened, Yen Fifan shivered. Don't you come at me. He turned and ran, but his strength was too low, and he saw that the old man was going to catch him. Yen Fifan sank directly into the hard ground, and the old man's grip was empty. Hey old Den, your back defense is wide open. Get ready to grunt 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 grunt. Resignation surfaced in the old man's eyes. The vision dropped and he saw his upright, headless body, blood spurting from his neck. Is this my body? It turns out it's already so old. Lu Ding landed on the ground and lifted Yen Fifan, who had nearly drowned in the ground, with one hand. Vom vom vom. Lu, I'm going to wash my stomach vomit. What's the point of wasting that trouble? Lu Ding reached out to him and poured and lifted and shook a few times, and Yen Fifan vomited even more, hanging on to his stomach. It wasn't until after the vomiting was almost over that Lu Ding put him down. This old man is also stupid enough to try to catch me. Yen Fifan sat paralyzed on the ground panting. Lu Ding looked at him in this wretched state and didn't hold back saying, You, hurry up and learn to swim. I'm really afraid you'll drown in the ground that day. Or you learn to control the dirt like this old man. Brother, I'm going through walls, not controlling the elements. I can't do it. Okay. Lu Ding looked up at the silent Xia Shunan. Shouldn't the 4Cs group give me an explanation? Xia Shunan looked straight into Lu Ding's eyes. Lu Zhaipan, just now you also heard. I persuade him to calm down. He does not listen to me. This is the staff's personal will. It is none of the 4Cs group's business. I myself as well as the 4Cs group have a friendly and kind attitude towards you in 749. I'm a businessman. The 4Cs group is a company that does business. We don't have any part in these matters. Whether or not there's a share for you, we'll talk about that later. Now you can go. Lu Deng directly opened his mouth to kick people out. He hadn't forgotten what he was here for. It's better to find the baby first. Avoid long nights. Then I'll leave first. The 4Cs group is always ready to welcome the great visit of the Lu Executive Patrol. Xie Xuanan's expression was normal from beginning to end, and he did not see any other emotions such as panic or anger surfacing on the surface. With such a person, Lu Deng really couldn't see what she was thinking. But it's best not to think badly of yourself. Lu Deng nodded, and Xie Xunan quickly retreated. Come to the limo outside the cordon. Xie Xunan slammed the steering wheel, his face instantly becoming gloomy. The little ones don't know anything about it, and the old ones don't know anything about it. And this big black mountain gang coming down is banditry, and the times have changed and they still can't change their seed. Bunch of bad things. Never consider the consequences of your actions. You guys are so spontaneous. You die and I have to clean up all the mess. Xie Xunan took out his cell phone and dialed. It didn't take long for the phone to pick up across the street. Dad, you tell Grandpa, I won't be the 4Cs group heir. Aren't there 3 more? Let them fight. I won't serve. Whoever likes to do it. And the people from the Great Black Mountain, don't introduce me to any of them in the future. I don't want to know who's how powerful, and who used to be so brilliant. What a time it is now. There is long outdated. There was a long silence on the other side before he spoke up. What happened to Nan? Xie Xunan controlled his emotions and told his father everything one by one. The man on the other side of the phone took a long time before he answered. The matter of the Great Black Mountain. In the future, our family will not care about it. Lu Deng's talent is too demonic. The means of the heart is even more ruthless. Do things without dragging their feet. Such a person is very dangerous. It is not good to make a grudge with him. We do not have a conflict of interest. In this way, I will ask someone to inquire about his favorite, to make amends to account for the matter. Face and face, we solve the family will give him enough. Xie Xunan hung up the phone after assaulting him and stepped on the gas. It looks like she shouldn't have gotten over it yet. At this point in the tomb, Lu Deng searched for a while and finally stood in front of the chamber that no one had ever opened. It was the same as Yi Xian and the others. He also tried various means, and in the end, he even used brute force to push this tomb door, but it didn't respond in the slightest. Just as Lu Deng was at a loss, Yan Fifan, who was next to him, spoke up, Brother Lu, why don't you let me give it a try? I can walk through walls. I should be able to get in. Chapter 33, It's better to die alive than in pieces. Let me help you. Yan Fifan's abilities were finally coming into use, but the situation therein is not clear. Moreover, he was not good at fighting, and Lu Deng was a bit uneasy about him going in alone. Perhaps it saw his concern. Yan Fifan took out a rope from his bag and tied it to his waist while saying, Don't worry, Brother Lu. I have a special rope here that I exchanged at the bureau. It can match my talent. Later I'll go in. If there's any problem, I'll just tug on the rope, and you'll just yank me out when you feel the commotion. Or forget it. There's no point in taking the risk. It's just as well to go to the station and sign some explosives over to blow it up. The main reason was that he was really afraid that something would happen to Yan Fifan when he went in. This place has been known to produce white-haired howlers, although monsters like the white-haired roar posed little threat to Lu Deng. But if Yan Fifan meets him, he will really meet the king of the living hell, deleting the number and restarting at any time. Brother Lu, this may be a bit unpleasant to hear. Today you killed Yi Xian and got the old man of the Spirit Sea realm killed. Your hand is too heavy. Maybe the above will punish you, time after time. It's not possible to say that this place will be taken by someone first. It's too late for that. I can walk through walls anyway. At most I'll just eat some dirt. Nothing will happen. This reasoning was also understood by Lu Deng, and he had even thought about it when he made his move. But even so, he wouldn't be able to stay his hand or spare those two either. If you make a grudge and have a grudge, if you don't get killed in the moment, you'll have a lot of situations in the future. Even if the Bureau would give punishment and say that he had over-enforced the law, he would admit it. It was necessary to get Yi Xian and that old man dead before anything else. Lu Deng nodded. Then pay attention. Be careful, and be the first to pull the rope if there is a situation. Don't worry Lu. Yan Fifan stepped forward. The hard walls let him through as if they were a curtain of water. A huge altar square fell into view. White bones piled up into mountains in various poses, and there were bloodstains on the altar floor that had been drying for an unknown period of time. Ahead, the huge hanging coffin was bound in the air by 4 thick chains locking the 4 corners. Yan Fifan did not rush forward. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that apart from the corpses on this altar, as well as the hanging coffins in the air, there was nothing else inside the chamber. Finally his eyes fell once again on top of the hanging coffin. If there really is a treasure here, it should only be here. But how is Lu going to get in here? He could use the wall penetrating technique, and looting couldn't. I can't get this stone door behind me to open yet. Yen Fifan turned around, wanting to try and find out if there would be a mechanism to open the stone door in here. Although he felt that this idea was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could anyone design a mechanism to open a tomb door in a tomb chamber? The next second, when he twisted the head of the beast next to him, and the stone door rumbled and gradually opened, Yen Fifan understood a truth. Never underestimate the brain circuits of the ancients. There's really something about designing organs into it. It's not a lack of heart. The stone door opened, and Yen Fifan's strange expression fell into Lu Ding's eyes. Lu brother, I really have a long time to see. Actually there will be someone to open the door of the mechanism designed inside. This is afraid of the dead live cannot open the door. Yen Fifan's spitting voice came to an abrupt end. Horror flashed in his eyes, turning to look at the hanging coffin. Lu, what's inside? It won't still be alive. That's unknown. In case the owner of this tomb isn't willing to die just like that, and is still keeping a backhanded plan, waiting to be resurrected on another day. Lu Ding walked into the crypt to pick up on Yen Fifan's words. Such an example, Lu Ding had not seen with his own eyes though, but it's well documented in the literature in the 749th. Resurrected old monsters. The old necrotic monster. The old monster who wanted to live again but turned into a monster. Not everyone can accept their death with grace without making a mess of it. Yen Fifan quietly retreated behind Lu Ding. Luck, what should we do next? Should we go up? Or should we find a corner and light a candle, then run when it changes color or goes out? We're not the goal finders. People like candles and ghosts blow lamps. I'd rather have it come down than us go up. Who knows if going up there will trigger any organs? When you open the coffin, you'll be killed in the face, and you won't be able to hide. Lu Ding raised his hand and slashed towards the corner of the chain that locked the hanging coffin. Clang! The chain snapped in response, and the hanging coffin shook, followed by a few additional cuts from Lu Ding. The shin coffin fell and smashed heavily not far in front of the two men, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, and the rubble shook off. The huge altar square was smashed full of cracks. Lu Ding floated forward. A foot kicked off the lid of the coffin, revealing the scene within. Man body lying in witch, wearing armor, cloak like blood. There are evil face armor cover face cannot see the face, hitching a ride on the waist and abdomen of the hands without the slightest signs of decay, as if the living flesh and blood in general. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Before Yen Fifan, who was next to him, could be surprised, Lu Ding sent out a chopping attack at the male corpse's head and performed a decapitation. In a flash of lightning, the mask that the male corpse used as a face cover squirmed, manifesting demonic eyes and pulling out a bizarre smile. Twisting at a weird angle to avoid the blow again, he tumbled to his feet. His lips quirked but not a sound came out. Bang! Lu Ding swept a whip leg across the room, pumping the male corpse to fly backwards, sinking deep into the wall. Lu, it seems to have something to say. Not listening, Lu Ding's voice was cold, lifting his hand to transport air, and the Dao chopping strike erupted and wreaked havoc, sweeping everything in the tomb, making an indiscriminate attack. He didn't have that much free time to listen to more nonsense from this thing that he didn't know whether it was a ghost, a demon, a sperm, an evil spirit, or something that wasn't human anyway. If you're not a human being, then you have to die. In the chamber, the male corpse tried to dodge the attacks as much as possible, but his body still left a lot of blood-soaked wounds, and his armor fell off, revealing the bright red flesh in it. A foul odor emanated from the blood and flesh, wafting through the chamber. Lu Ding hit chopper one after another. The male corpse became slower and slower to dodge. At this moment, Yen Fifan behind him finally found the corresponding information in the 749's literature section on his cell phone. Lu, walkers, this is the living molting vivisector. He's being forced to undergo the final molt right now. Quick, kill him, don't let him finish molting. Live molted zombie. Similar to zombies, but with zombies of the same genus and different species. According to legend, in ancient times, many big people are not willing to their life expectancy will end. They would then look for various ways to extend their lifespan or even to die and live forever before their own deaths were imminent. Living molted zombies are one of them. This method is born out of the Buddhist Vajra's secret tenet: if for people to despise, is the person's past life sin karma, should fall into the evil way. In order to this world people despise, therefore, the past life sin karma. Then for the elimination of when to get a ho duoluo duo duotian sanbodhi. It is to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground. This is supposed to fulfill the purpose. Later generations have misinterpreted the meaning of this law and have applied it to those who have practiced the evil way and have committed extensive murders. Before the end of the day, the living body will be refined to expel the poison of killing, grievances and sins from the body, and condense the sins into an armor. And to shed the armor is to shed the skin, shed the old self, shed the sins of killing, and be reborn as a new being in the next day. But what comes out of this approach in the end are not people, but walkers, monsters, much less their former selves, and everything will fade away. All that's left is a living corpse with great power that acts on instinct and drinks blood. Live molting is new life, even if the timing of molting is not right, but as long as it can finish molting, then it will appear in a new and strong posture. But the process of living molting makes the walker extremely vulnerable. It's like a snake. After Yen Fifen's reminder, Lu Ding also thought of this information. He flew horizontally, forcing his way close to the living corpse, his body's spirit air agitated with fire, and the flying bear's shadow emerged behind him. At this time, he had already gained a three-part flying bear resemblance, directly using brute force to suppress and pounce on the living corpse. It's better to die alive than in pieces. Let me help you. Chapter 34, Living Molt, Living Corpse, Living Molt, Living Life. The tyrannical aura lingered. Fingers into claws, Lu Ding's steady pressure on the upper body. Living corpse body sinews and bones flesh was he piece by piece ripped apart and torn and thrown out. Under the blood overflow, no matter how the living corpse struggled, the flying bear shadow behind Lu Ding was able to suppress it from moving. You can only let your skin and flesh leave your body and your muscles and bones break. Yen Fifen, who witnessed everything, only felt that at this moment, Lu Ding was even more ferocious than a living corpse. If only, Lu Ding didn't want to use this method either. It was too inelegant. The chopping attack of Naiha Jin Che Jidao couldn't kill the living corpse in seconds, and he didn't want to give this living corpse a chance to metamorphose. So then he could only perform the flying bear pouncing method, pouncing to kill and tear this ghost thing alive. Get up! Half of his clothes were stained with blood. The most pleasant voice came to mind. Monsters in the shelter, living morphed zombies. Rewarded, living molten life. Living molt, can recover from injuries by molting newborn skin. Status, living man molting. This skill can be a bit of the netherworld but the netherworld to the netherworld. Good use on the line. Imagine, the enemy is not easy to Lu Ding into a serious injury. The result is that he is a molting to restore the peak state. Make a comeback. The enemy would probably despair on the spot. Got another full-ranked spell though, but Lu Ding always felt that there was still some beauty in it. He's here for the baby. But sweep around this chamber. In addition to the corpse of the living corpse, a treasure is not. This guy was also strange in life. As his own main chamber, he is not a little treasure to accompany the burial. Another wasted effort. He wanted to find a treasure artifact of his own. Why was it so hard? Lu, don't lose heart. Although we didn't find the treasure this time, but we got the living molted vampire killed. The bureau will definitely give us a reward. I guess I can't give much, so don't get your hopes up. Lu Ding said this. This living morphed living corpse did not come out of the world to harm people. It is the two of them to find their own door. So at best, it's a piece of work and gives some contribution points for preventing it. I guess they'd give quite a bit if they could be brought back alive. However, this is tantamount to letting Lu Ding take a full grade art and exchange it for contribution points. A deal that only a fool would do. And he is not stupid. There's the line. I'm not greedy. Yen Fifen was easy to satisfy. As he looked at the situation in the tomb, his eyes twinkled. Brother Lu, I suddenly thought of a way to let you go unpunished by the bureau, and we can still get some more contribution points. What way? We can do this. The scene shifted to the 749 investigation and interrogation room, which was the second time Lu Ding had come here. It was the same two staff members who had the information in their hands. So you mean, you wanted to go to see if the collapsed area is cleaned up and there are still no monsters left, but just went in. You smelled the smell of living molted zombies. At this time Yi Xian jumped out to prevent you from going in, and also provoked you with his words. And after you guys started to do it, he couldn't beat you but also threatened you. So you killed him in the name of obstruction of official business and threatening the lives of the 749 patrol officers. Him? Then Huangzhou jumped out and tried to avenge Yi Xian's death against you, and you killed him for intending to murder 749 enforcement patrol officers. And finally you entered the crypt with the help of trainee investigator Yen Fifen, and managed to kill the living molting vivisector and tear it to shreds, resolving an impending outbreak of a hidden danger for the Baofeng district? Here I want to correct. Not smelled the smell of living molted living corpse, but smelled the smell of monsters. I am not sure what kind of monsters, but I practiced the flying bear pouncing method, stripped of the flying bear conception of the idea of having the ability to track and identify monsters. So I first went to investigate, and did not report the suspicious situation to the bureau in advance, because I cannot be sure, Lu Deng said with a serious expression. This was what Yin Fifan had come up with, and although it was pretty much the same, it adjusted the order and timeline of everything before and after. If you look at it without knowing what's going on, there's no holes in it at all. And the level of reward you get from stumbling upon a monster on a treasure hunt is not the same as the level of reward you get from anticipating it before it happens. The staff looked at Lu Deng suspiciously. The fact that he repaired a flying bear visualization chart was indeed true after investigation. So it is also true that the flying bear pounce method is taken off from it. But there's a doubt in the middle. May I ask, Lu Deng, did you inform Yi Xian that you were investigating the monster during the time you faced his block? Lu Deng shook his head. No. The 749 Bureau stipulates that the execution of a mission cannot be told to outsiders to disclose information in detail, and the executive patrol of the Baofeng district is my mission, so I can't tell him. It's a violation of the rules, and besides, who am I to tell him? Does every outsider have the right to know the action plans and trajectories of our 749 investigators? The reasoning is indeed this, but you're following the rules and regulations too much. Is there really no edge at all? At this moment, Lu Deng's image in the eyes of the two staff members turned into a terrifying genius who strictly followed the rules and regulations, and possessed iron-blooded means, a ruthless heart, and was not on the same page with demons and devils. It's a weird process though, and the results are a little less than stellar, but you just can't pick on people. It's really hard to do. Finally, after a series of reconfirmations, Lu Deng walked out of the inquiry room unharmed. Incidentally, he harvested 50 contribution points, and 500,000 coins. It's a real windfall. Yin Fifan had been waiting for a long time in his car, and the two of them re-entered the Baofan district. It was an honest 2-day break from this trip. Nothing else happened in between. It was so hard to be idle, and no one said anything about treats, much less revenge-seeking, as if time had been suspended. It made Lu Deng think that this was the calm before the storm. After all, there were quite a lot of things on him now. Killing Yi Xian, who came down from the Great Black Mountain, and robbing the Heavenly Principal Sect's wind-setting pearl. One was a bandit den and the other was a cult. Neither of them were good to deal with. The result is that these two places froze for 2 days without a single fart crashing out. That's not right. Until this day, when Yu Chuan sent a message that someone had made a bid for the wind-fixing bead, and it was quite a lot. A centuries-old ginseng doll, a plate of old Ganoderma lucidum that has become essence, plus a new Qing chicken, and finally $30 million in cash. If it wasn't for Lu Deng looking at this last $30 million, he thought this buyer was putting out all this stuff to make a pot of stew out of him. Another ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and new Qing chickens, catching up with the mountain goods market. But although these things sounded a bit rustic, they were invariably all good things that aided in cultivation. Great tonic, and singling them out individually, apart from the $30 million, the value of each of the first three was not inferior to the wind-setting bead. Lu Deng was also curious as to who was so generous with such a large family. When Yu Chuan only said 3 words to him, "Hold the treasure, people." That's okay. These guys are notoriously rich, and they spend a lot of time in the mountains, wherever there's good stuff. Earlier in the year, when Lu Deng had not yet joined the 749, he had heard of these people's names. They say that there are golden chickens and golden dolls hidden in the rocks somewhere, but they are all caught by treasure hunters in the end. As far as being famous goes, ordinary people know that when it comes to affluence, apart from those seriously big powers, these people say second and no one dares to say first. When you get down to it, there's really not much difference between treasure holders and grave robbers. The only difference is that the one who holds back the treasure is capable of a great deal. The one who steals tombs only does grave robbing. The one who holds back the treasure dares to do anything. A serious ruthless corner and outlaw. Lu Deng vaguely remembered that he had previously heard old man Chen Jin say that this Tianli sect raised flying centipedes to get the wind-setting pearls and the treasure-holding people to cooperate to catch the chi people and chi horses of Top Wind Mountain. Now the treasure holders had approached him again to buy the wind-setting bead. Does it have something to do with Tenrikyo? Lu Deng traveled to the place of the interview with doubts in his mind. Chapter 35, Cultivation and Strength. How high is high? Cloud Thinking Hotel. Existing for hundreds of years. If the Star Hotel is high-end atmosphere, then this place is low-key luxury with substance. Inside the booth, 2 wildly intense, hard-looking young men were gulping down clouds and waiting for their rightful owners to arrive. "Brother, we haven't finished our own work yet. There's no need to steal food from Big Cripple Lee and the Tenrikyo cult." The youth next to him, tearing at the steak chicken on the plate in front of him, stuffed his own mouth with a drumstick, and handed another one to the little brother next to him. Sit with your mouth open in an ah motion. The little brother's mouth opened and the youth took the chicken and shoved it into his mouth with the meat and bones. Seeing the woeful appearance of the little brother, the youth's expression is untamed. The world's things is not to snatch back. Every day in the mountains. Knife Wade, how can you not understand? This world who is capable of great, who has a good brain, the treasure is who. Remember my brother's saying, a dog can't get fat without eating, and a man can't get strong without being greedy. In the past, my mother died early. Should my family have those things? Not all by Chow Yuan, that son of a snatched over it. From that time I understand, I Chow Ing. I would rather die of greed, not willing to starve to death. That's why I will give up Cao Jia Lane's comfortable life however, to go into the mountains to hold back the treasure. Now that I, Chow Ing, have come back, and have gone out to make a name for myself in the past few years, I have to prepare a generous gift for my family's old man, and I see that the Zhiring Jima is just fine, just enough to take it. And this Lu Ji patrol, I have not yet met it, has been known to the ears calloused. More friends, more road, more daughter-in-law, more home. How to do this business, how to value. My little brother nodded in confusion, not quite able to understand, but whatever my brother said, that's what happened. He was plucked out of the grave by my brother. If you don't listen to your brother, who will you listen to? There were 3 knocks on the door of the booth. When Yuchuan pushed the door in, and Lu Ding tailed off half a step behind. Today it just so happens that he is free to accompany the Lu Ding came, and as a middleman, our friends and friends, there is no reason not to show up. Ha 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 ha, old one, long time no see, the last time we met was last time, now you are all fat, ha 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 ha. Chow Ing opened his arms and hugged him, when Yuchuan's face was like ink, but then he did not dodge and let him hug him. Lu Ding was also sizing up Chow Ing at the moment, short hair, broken eyebrows, wearing a suit without a shirt, hanging a piece of jade above the neck. Obviously dirt to the extreme wear, but hard by virtue of that face, wearing a different kind of bandit. It was different from Yi Xian's feeling again, while Chow Ing gave off more of a ruthlessness. Yi Xian was fluid. As he sized up Chow Ing also sized up Lu Ding. The two are actually pretty much the same. The sharpness was not internalized, but unlike Chow Ying's ruthless temperament, Lu Ding was more tyrannical, and completely undisguised in his recklessness. This point made Chow Ying's evaluation of Lu Ding a few points higher in his heart. He wouldn't be happy dealing with the kind of people who played mind games at a young age. Not play, but he at least is also a mountain of fire. Lumpy cloud inside out. Hard eyes, this kind of thing. He Chow Ing has a lot of. Others have eyes on their hearts, he has a heart on his eyes. Mr. Lu, it's better to meet than to be known. I've heard a lot about you. Let's open the door and talk before we eat. How about that? This man spoke and did things to Lu Ding's liking. Let's talk first then. The 3 men took their seats. When Yuchuan didn't say anything and just watched quietly from the side, Chow Ing directly lifted the package on the floor and threw it on the table. Mr. Lu, the stuff is all inside. You can see it. If it's suitable, $30 million will be on your card immediately. Lu Ding brought the package. Ginseng dolls have been air-dried, lying quietly, in which there is a nose and eyes, and the same as a living person. That is, the size is not the same. Ganoderma lucidum put aside to emit a scent. The raging chicken was tied up, his eyes gleaming, and his spirit was in full swing. Both the selling and the potency are superior. Lu Ding closed the package. The thing is good. When Yuchuan introduced the person I also trust, but I still have to remind a word. This is I snatched from the hands of Tianli sect. They don't have the ability to snatch it back. To your hands, whether it's a blessing or a curse I don't know. I'm not here to cover the after sales. This will not need to lose Jipan to worry about. Also don't know you have heard of such a sentence. Refining Airline 4 don't mess with. 749 officials, mountain running people, day walking ghosts, and the sky flying corpse. You in the first, I am in the second. Can't afford to mess with you. He may not be able to mess with me. Chow Ing said so. The 749 officer is talking about 749 investigators. Messing with one can come in a bunch. Killing one will come in a bunch. As for the people running in the mountains, it is the people who hold back the treasure. These people mixed in the deep mountains and old forests, the desperate and dangerous places. Wherever there is a bit of fame, that body is a heap of treasures. The bottom of the card into a piece, and a vicious and venomous. If it is not with these things, it is not to break into the fame. As for competence, that's more than I can say. The last two, the ghost that walks by day and the corpse that flies in the sky, those are not unusual things. Not to mention messing with it, seeing it and surviving is enough to brag about for the rest of your life. As for why it's in here, It's mainly to emphasize the strong ruthlessness of the first two. There are also rumors that the first two are specialized in treating the last two, which is the right kind of medicine. Since people are not afraid, then the latter thing is much simpler. Eat, drink and chat, recognize each other to leave a contact information. Lu Deng also remembered that there is such a person as Chowing, and finally dispersed, each back to his own home, each looking for his own mother. It was also quite pleasant, walking along the side of the road at night blowing in the cool breeze and carrying a huge amount of money. Lu Deng was not as excited as he had imagined in his heart. I don't know if it's too little money or if the mental threshold has been raised, or the pursuit is different, from money and fame to cultivation and strength. Thinking about what? When Yuchuan asked as he handed over a cigarette, Lu Deng continued, "You say, to what realm should this cultivation and strength be practiced before it is considered high?" The cigarette that Wen Yuchuan had just lit was directly extinguished, and he walked towards his parking space without looking back. Too damn pretentious. Can't talk to you? I'm going back to practice. He was really struck. In terms of cultivation time, he had lost more than 10 times to Lu Deng, and in terms of comparable combat power, Lu Deng could have lost 10 times to him even if he copied his hands. He's also what others call a genius. How come here? It's just like the minion celestial soldiers standing behind the 4 heavenly kings when Sun Monkey caused havoc in the heavenly palace, which is not the cultivation of 1,000 years will be able to ascend to the supreme genius. The result is swept by the Sun Monkey a large area. The stick hit a line. It's game over without even a positive appearance. Chowing Bull. That is the life and death to break out. The him Bull. Lu Ding Bull that is not understandable Bull. Do not know why Bull. Anyway, is Bull. Poor Wen Yuchuan is devastated. Lu Ding shouted to Wen Yuchuan, who was driving by, "I'll buy you dinner next time. You better really have a next time. Go away and be safe on your way back. Don't get robbed." Lu Ding laughed out loud as he listened. Rob him? It would take a life. Driving back in a sheriff's car borrowed from the sheriff's office was a smooth ride. Yan Fifan was still cultivating, presumably realizing that his lack of cultivation might hold back Lu Ding, and from the day he came out of the interrogation room, the boy hadn't stopped. Lu Ding borrowed a large pot in the back kitchen of the security bureau, boiled water, killed the chicken, plucked the feathers, chopped the pieces, mixed with ginseng dolls and the essence of Ganoderma lucidum together into a pot of stew. In 2 words, squirt. From the morning grunt to the night, uncover the lid. The aroma is overwhelming. Take a spoon and taste the saltiness. The taste is really great. With a single bite, the empty orifices of Lu Ding's body were instantly filled with a stream of pure spiritual air. Chapter 36 Entering the Spirit Sea Realm, the cabinet that changes. He took a basin and distributed some to Yan Fifan. For the rest, Lu Ding waited for it to cool down, meditating and conditioning his state halfway through, waiting until the temperature was about right. Roll up your sleeves and pick up a bowl, whirlwind chopsticks and spatula mouth, and take a big bite out of it. The spiritual air of heaven and earth instantly rioted at this moment, converging into a wind eye in the sky, and along with the medicinal effect in Lu Ding's body, a storm of spiritual air, like a tornado, drilled straight into his body, with the ginseng dolls, old Ganoderma lucidum, and the medicinal effects of the new Qing chicken to protect the meridians. Lu Ding was not at all afraid of re-injury. As soon as the celestial unity skill was added, it was directly on fire. Suck as much as you can. Straight is the body to swallow. One by one, the empty aperture cyclones were quickly filled. In less than half an hour's effort, Lu Ding's realm had broken through from the 6th level of Xiaoxian to the 7th level of Xiaoxian. This was followed by the Shoshuan 8-fold, Xiaoshuan 9-fold, until the last empty orifice, Qi Xian, was filled. All the cyclones began to turn in one direction in unison. The raging heat appeared out of nowhere, climbing up from the Chungquan, going through Taishi, over Yangling, through the Sea of Blood, and converging all the way to the lower Dantian. Again, I felt a coolness blowing from the fontanelle at the top of my head, entering the divine court, circling the mud pills, and traveling straight to the lower Dantian, where yin and yang converged. There was a crunching sound, a glimmer of light filtered into the dimly lit lower Dantian. Heaven and earth are gradually divided. This is the 3rd realm of cultivation, the Spirit Sea. Originally, Lu Ding opened the state of celestial unity. Cultivation speed is very fast, plus there are ginseng dolls and other big drugs to assist. A breath rushed into the Spirit Sea which is not unusual, and to this realm, the real practice is just beginning. If talent was the first watershed of a gas refiner, then the Sea of Spirit was the 2nd watershed. The bigger and stronger the spiritual sea, the more spiritual chi could be stored, the higher the quality would be, and the better one's own foundation would be. The opposite will be worse. In the Spirit Sea realm, talent, resources, and time. One was indispensable. Talent determines the upper limit of the size of the spirit sea, while resources determine the lower limit of the spirit sea, that is, the degree of sturdiness, as well as the quality of the spirit air. A freshly opened spiritual sea is a small, dry puddle. It requires the air refiner to transform the spiritual air of the body's cyclones into liquid and converge it into the spiritual sea. Subsequently, through the constant use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist in widening and reinforcing the spirit sea. Of course, it is possible to cultivate without using heavenly materials and earthly treasures, relying hard on talent, but in this way, your spirit sea will only be worse than others. It's like fixing a house. Some people use 30 cents a brick, others use 3 apiece. Some will choose to install underfloor heating to their house and insulate it, while others feel that build it and use it. In fact, only you can know the suitability, comfort, and longevity. There was no doubt about Lu Deng's talent. What he lacked were resources, a wide variety of heavenly materials and treasures that possess divine efficacy. These things, apart from relying on his own chance to find them, more can only be redeemed from 749. Lu Deng actually had another plan. Didn't he just meet Chowing, who was a treasure holder? And he wanted to try to see if he could get some good stuff from him to build himself a good spirit sea. After all, this person was generous, and it looked like he was the master of a rich family. Lu Deng will not miss the 749's heavenly materials and treasures, but he is now too few contribution points. The whole body together is not even 100 contribution points, and cannot be exchanged for anything. Have to think of some ways to do so, but that's all afterward. What he had to do now was to turn the air into liquid and fill the spirit sea. But before that, he had to deliver the chicken soup that he had separated out to Yin Fifan. Whether it is the White Kiln ancient town to kill the Flying Centipede, or the collapse of the area to tear the living mold zombie, are Yin Fifan accompanied? People also advised, Lu Deng may not eat alone. Yin Fifan, who received the chicken soup, was touched, saying that he must cultivate well and must break through to enlightenment with a single blow. After Lu Deng encouraged him twice, he returned to his room and began to transform the air into liquid. Time passed, the sun rose and set. At nightfall, a white SUV with its hood cocked crashed into the Baofeng District Sheriff's office after hitting several peacefully parked vehicles. The figure of a woman ran from the car, with a terrified expression and a pale face. He ran toward the sheriff's department building while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help!" The sentry behind her ran up and held her down. The woman remained unmoved, screaming for help, help, help. Soon, a group of magistrates rushed out at the sound of the noise. Even Gao Zhangliang was attracted out by the commotion. He hurriedly greeted his subordinates to bring the woman to the room where the questioning was taking place, and only after he called for the doctor to give her a shot of tranquilizer did the woman's mood stabilize. With a glass of warm water in hand and a blanket draped over his shoulders, the woman looked at the group of sheriffs in the room and shuddered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry, I'm really scared. They all say I'm crazy, but I'm not." The group of magistrates looked at me. I looked at you, and finally their eyes landed on Gao Zhangliang. Before he could speak, outside the door, Lu Deng came and asked, "What happened?" "The room he lives in is the one facing the courtyard, this side facing the sun. The commotion of the crash just now was too great, disturbing Lu Deng, who was refining the air into liquid to fill the spirit sea. He got up and looked out the window to see the public SUV, borrowed from the 749th, crashed across the lot. Nothing major though, but the paint is definitely off." Unaware of the Lu Deng some fire, immediately looked down. The results of a question to know. It turned out to be a woman driving in to ask for help, accidentally hit his car. The people are now in the room where the questioning took place, and the High Commissioner and the others are there. With that, Lu Deng sought it out. Seeing him coming, the people at the door rushed out of the way. The seated Gao Zhangliang also got up and briefly repeated what the woman had just said. This time it was Lu Deng who took his seat instead. He spoke up and asked, "So what's going on? Can you tell me about it?" Although the horrified woman didn't have time to appreciate Lu Deng's handsome appearance right now, she would always ease her emotions a little bit when a good-looking one came along instead. Our closet eats people." No. It doesn't eat people, it replaces them. Everyone in my family has been replaced. No one believes me. No one takes my word for it. You guys don't think I'm mentally ill, do you? I'm not mentally ill. It's true. It's true. The security office in neighboring flowers didn't believe me and called my husband to take me back. They'll eat me, they really will. Please believe me. Lu Deng's tone was gentle. "Don't worry, I believe you. So can you tell me what's going on?" The unease in the woman's eyes faded a few moments. "Okay, I'll talk. I'll talk. My husband and I have been married for 10 years, and some time ago my husband went out of town on a business trip, and my child said he missed his grandmother after his summer vacation, so I sent him to his grandmother's house, where neither of them were at home. It was just me at home. I was sleeping that night and in a trance I saw what looked like eyes on the closet, but the room was so dark and I wondered if I was wrong, but I didn't dare go up there to make sure. I was scared and I watched all of them on TV, finding out that something is wrong with the place. And then the people who notice the situation run over to see what's going on, and they all end up being surprised or grabbed by something that comes out of nowhere. I then called my husband and I told him to have the cabinets in the house replaced. I saw the eyes on the cabinets and that closet was from our previous home where the closet was too small to fit the clothes, and went to buy another one in the back. My husband agreed and said he'd change it when he got back from his trip, and he reassured me that there are no cabinets with eyes in the world, and as we were typing a video, he told me to put my phone on a selfie stick and reach over and he'd look at it for me, and then I did. Hubby said there were no eyes and he said if I was really scared he'd come back, he'd change the cabinet. After a few days my husband came back, and it was too late that day, and neither of us remembered to change the cabinet, and then when I went to bed at night, I saw in a daze that the cabinet had been opened, and a pair of long, thin hands reached out from inside the cabinet. Then a bald guy with a black top sticking halfway out just yanked my husband off the bed and inside the closet in one fell swoop. Then I woke up instantly and realized it was daytime. I thought I was having a nightmare, and my husband's voice came from outside the door calling me to eat, so I didn't think much of it, and then I brought up the replacement of the cabinets, and my husband got angry and smashed the bowl on the spot, saying that it was all sentimental, so why should I replace it? Chapter 37, Grandparents' Meat is Too Old. As she said this, the woman couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face, and her eyes were full of fear. She continued, my husband is very good to me, although it's normal for couples to quarrel, and we've quarreled before. He's never quarreled with me over something like this, and the day we had a big fight, my husband went out to work and left me alone at home to clean up. I was crying and cleaning up at the same time. Then I called my son. He heard me crying and asked me what happened. I didn't tell him about the fight, I just said it was fine. And then the conversation got to the closet in the house. My son said that grandma's closet is so big and holds so many clothes, and ours is so small, and he doesn't like our closet, and he wants me to change it. I just blurted it out. Your dad wouldn't approve. Then my son said he got second in his class on this final and his dad would have approved. After we hung up later, I was in a better mood, and then my husband came home in the evening and told me, quite suddenly, that he missed his son and asked me to pick him up. I didn't think too much about it, so I picked up my son. And then I don't know when it started, but I felt that my son changed. He became quiet and nonverbal, and became fond of attacking other children. When she got to this point, Deng interjected for the first time and asked, so how did you find out that your husband and son had been switched? What about the in-laws? Aren't they not in your house? And how did they get switched? As for the son's matter, Deng could probably make some sense of it. It should be that after hanging up the phone with the woman, the kid turned around and told his dad about it. Then the father of the child who was switched, the monster asked the woman to pick up the child and switch him because the child had offended the taboo subject of having to switch cabinets. But what about the others? What's going on with the others? The woman looked up, the color of her lips having faded completely to a ghastly white. I remember very clearly, that day was Thursday. My son was playing in the neighborhood biting other children, and biting very hard. The property notified my husband and I. I went there first. After arriving at the place I first apologized to the other parent, and then I asked my son why he was biting the other children. He said that the other kids smelled good and didn't resist biting them, and by this point I had realized something was wrong, but I hadn't thought of the key. When we got home, my son acted scared of my husband, and I joked with him about whether or not he was scaring my son, and my husband said no, and then he suddenly changed his story and said that he missed his mom and dad, and that my son missed his grandparents. And that he wanted me to call both of them and ask them to come over and stay for a while. I thought it would be good. It just so happened that I was so mentally exhausted during that time, and I could use a break with mom and dad helping me with the kids. And the next day I called mom and dad. Husband is at work. The child has mom and dad to bring. I can also be at ease to take a good rest. It is this day. I took a nap in the middle of the day to get up. I realized that the child, husband, mom and dad are all not at home. Call and send a message, none of the people back to me. I was a little worried and I opened the parental software on my phone that allows me to control my son's smartwatch. This software can see my son's track of action as well as positioning, but also quietly open the real-time call function. I used to be always afraid that the child was abducted by traffickers to buy. After opening it, I saw that my son's location was at home. but I had obviously looked for no one at home. So I opened the real-time call function of the phone watch, and before I could speak, I heard my son's voice coming from over there. The woman swallowed. He says grandparents' meat is too old to eat. Then my husband said that you can't just eat people, and if he can't keep his mouth shut again, my husband will put him back in. When I heard this, I instinctively thought of my family's closet. I rushed over and opened it, only to find that there was nothing there, and all those jumbled thoughts in my head, all connected together at this moment. My husband and my son seemed to be no longer human. I was terrified. I ran to the neighborhood Flower Street Sheriff's office and explained all this. I could tell they didn't believe me, but they accompanied me to my house, and the moment I opened the door I saw my parents and my son at home watching TV. I don't believe it, but I don't understand why my mom and dad are still alive when they've been eaten. The sheriff says it's because I'm stressed out, and my husband says it's because I'm stressed out and told me not to go to work. But then I turn my head, I can see my mom and dad looking at me sorrowfully. That look could eat me alive. I was locked up in their house and they wouldn't let me go anywhere, and they told the doctor to give me medicine, and then one day they weren't in the house again, and I know. They must have gone back to cannibalism. I knew it had to be, so I broke free of the ropes and ran out. Look. Here are the strangulation marks. Here are the strangulation marks from the rope. I'm not lying. They're definitely not my family. Save my son. Save my husband. I'm begging you. Everyone doesn't believe me? Please believe me. There really are monsters in the world. There really are. The woman emotionally raised her hand to show everyone the strangulation marks on her hand. For the moment, the room was silent. Of course they know there are monsters in the world, but they can't admit it. Lu Deng also heard the details of the matter. He took out his ID and said softly and soothingly, "Ma'am, don't be afraid or nervous. I'm national security. You should know about national security, right?" The woman snatched the ID and carefully turned it over, looking at the steel seal on it, and the standardized photo that corresponded to the face of the youth before her. She nodded, the light of hope just about bursting out of her eyes. I know state security. I know. It's good that you know. Now you wait here properly. I will go to your house to survey the situation on the ground. That cabinet you mentioned. I don't care if it's a real monster or a fake one. I will smash him. I hope you won't ask me to pay for the damages, can you? The woman nodded densely. No, I won't make you pay for it. She didn't want to make it so easy for Lu Deng to attach to her that there were monsters in the world, even though it was her personal experience. She never saw her son and husband turn into real monsters, and her education from a young age had told her that there were no monsters in the world. But she also didn't want Lu Deng to deny her, because she really couldn't explain all this situation except for the monster, and she was convinced again that she wasn't crazy. So when Lu Deng said that he would smash the cabinet, the woman couldn't help but bend down and sob without being able to say a word. Gesturing to the female sheriff next to her to take care of the woman, Lu Deng walked out of the room, and Gao Zhangliang followed him out. Director Gao, please pay more attention to the emotions of the informant. I'm going to make a trip to Dinghao neighborhood. If there's anything going on, you can call out to Yan Fifan. Chapter 38. If a person's pulse doesn't jump, it's either a zombie or a ghost. Due to the situation this time, it might be a bit dangerous, and considering Yan Fifan's low hard power, Lu Deng didn't intend to take him. A monster that possessed a normal human mind and could also replace its identity unknowingly and operate in the human community for so long should not be a good person, so it was better to be alone. Even if the worst happened and Lu Deng couldn't beat the monster in the informant's house, he had the confidence to run. But if he brought Yan Fifan with him, it wouldn't be the same. Don't worry, Lu Bailiff. Go at ease. I'll watch over the side, and you should also pay attention to safety. It was dark outside at the moment and visibility was poor. After Lu Deng said good, he flipped over and leapt out of the window into the air. His wind-fixing technique executed to the extreme. What's faster than driving a car? Gao Zhangliang was too shocked, causing him to unconsciously open his mouth. This is the moment when all the myths and stories of folklore take on concreteness. In the story, the face of that one male protagonist, in Gao Zhangliang's mind, completely merged with Lu Deng's appearance. So the air refiner can fly? In the sky above the Baofan district, Lu Deng sped past, anger pressed under his eyes. He'd like to see what the hell it was that dared to make trouble in the precinct where he served, and the whole beaver and go out to work in the open? He really thinks that he, Lu Deng, is a vegetarian. Meanwhile on the other side, downstairs in the Dinghao neighborhood, Dong Xinrui has just finished moving house, holding the big golden hair that has been shut up for a day to go downstairs to defecate and pee, and incidentally recognize the road of the district. But just as she came downstairs, she encountered a group of grandparents playing with their children. Children were born to love to play. The golden hair of this dog, but also like people like to know one. And now the two meet. Purely Wang Baji see green beans, all of a sudden on the eye. Dong Xinruwei couldn't even pull. Her own big golden hair just wanted to play with the child. Fortunately, she went out with a mouth cover for the dog, so she was not afraid of the dog hurting the children. And the next grandpa and grandma also said, "Let it play with the children." Dong Xinruwei also did not think too much. The hand rope to put a little longer. Let the dog and the children to play, while she herself and the grandpa and grandma chat into a piece, eat melon and listen to gossip. Every now and then, I marveled. By the end of the day, the grandparents were talking about their lives, about whoever was gone again. Next to her, Dong Xinruwei had just lost her grandpa last year, so she chimed in. "Alas, my grandpa was an old Chinese doctor when he was alive. He told me that birth, old age, sickness and death is something that everyone needs to face. It's good to look on the bright side. In the past I always thought that I looked on the bright side, but when things really happened to me, I didn't come out for half a year. Especially my grandpa before his death also called me to the bed, let me touch his pulse, a calm face, and told me that this is the extinct pulse. This breath finished, my grandpa also fell out of breath." The grandparents next to her listened and praised her for being a filial and good girl. Somehow the conversation got to Chinese medicine later on. An old man was the first to speak up, saying that he had recently lost his appetite and wanted Dong Wanruwei to take his pulse. "She is also itchy hands, said she is not good at learning. Take the pulse can, but cannot prescribe medicine, and just for fun, do not take it seriously." The old man said it was okay, just reach up and touch her. If there's one, there's a second, a third. Basically, most seniors are in relatively good health, with at most a bit of geriatric disease. A small number of elderly people are not very well, but they are not suffering from any serious illnesses. Until, that is, an older woman dragged in her old partner. "Big girl, you give grandma a feel for what's going on with my old partner. He used to be quite a talkative person. Now he can't pop out a fart in half a day, and he doesn't eat very well either." Dong Wanruwei lands an overhand right. It's not right. Why doesn't it jump? Could it be that you are not learning your craft well? Grandpa, give me that hand again. In the beginning, Dong Wanruwei had all taken her pulse with one hand, and she still had some confidence in her own craftsmanship, but now there was a non-jumping pulse. Dong Wanruwei instantly felt a little hot under the collar. For insurance, she went straight to both hands. A pinch, still not jumping. Damn, I've met something evil. The living don't jump pulse. But you can't joke like this. She couldn't say anything about it. "How? Grandma, let me tell you something funny. This old man in your family, his pulse doesn't jump, but he can jump. You say it's rare." Pulling the guys that there were many things at home that needed to be cleaned up. Dong Wanruwei pulled the dog and left. The more she thought about it when she got home, the less she could understand it. How can you not jump for a pulse when you're looking at a living person with your own eyes? Send a message to your best friend and ask. The results of people bluntly told her, this is not simple. People jump pulse does not jump, either zombies or ghosts. Hit the big luck. This is a rare thing. Quickly take out your cell phone to shoot a video. Guaranteed you can fire. The speaker has no intention of listening. Not when you meet yourself. That's when you dare to say anything out loud. It is also the time. The doorbell rang. Dong Wanruwei, who was already like a scared bird, was directly frightened and jumped up from the sofa. "Who is it?" No one answered. The doorbell stopped ringing, but the next second the knock came back. Knock knock. Dong Wanruwei's voice unconsciously raised. "Who is it?" Still no one's talking. All she could do was tiptoe boldly towards the front door, and when she arrived at it, the thing outside the door stopped continuing to knock as if it sensed she was behind it. At this moment, Dong Wanruwei's heart was beating in her throat. She eased herself down onto the cat's eye. There was nothing in the gray. A breath of air grows out. Scare yourself. Scare yourself. You should have knocked wrong. Dong Wanruwei patted her chest in this self-assurance, but at that moment, that most undeserved flash of aura suddenly appeared. She muttered to herself, but I clearly heard a knock on the door. It shouldn't be a hallucination, but if there really was a knock on the door, why aren't the sound-activated lights outside on? Just to be sure, she went down to the cat's eye again. This time, there were 2 more white dots in the gray patch. Just see Dong Wanruwei's pupils instantly shrink. White dot. The old man earlier had white spots in his eyes too. It's which old man just now? It turned out that it wasn't that the voice-activated light wasn't on, but that the old man had also put his eye to the cat's eye, blocking the light. "I see you." Bang! The old man's voice came intertwined with a loud smashing sound. The hardened security door instantly sprouted a huge bulge. You can see how strong the power of what's out there is. At this moment, Dong Wenrui also realized that it wasn't a person. It definitely wasn't a person. What was outside the door definitely couldn't be a person. She fell to the ground in shock, covering her mouth and not daring to make a sound. All that could be done was to get up and run towards the back to try and grab a cell phone to report a crime. But it's too late. The security door was torn open in a huge gash, and the old man pushed his way through the opening into the room with an expressionless face, letting the sharp edges of the shattered security door cut and tear at his flesh and blood, and mumbled, "I see you." Despair spread through Dong Wenrui's heart. After living for more than 20 years, when had she ever experienced such a thing? The next second, the same words rang out from the landing behind them. "I see you too." Chapter 39, showing the monster his brain. Floor-to-ceiling windows off the 21st floor. Dong Wenrui's body stiffened. Her face turned white. Her brain stopped thinking, and she slowly twisted her head to look. Just outside the window, high in the air, men were seen floating and flying with their arms clasped. The large floor-to-ceiling window in front of them silently dissolved into hundreds of pieces, falling and scattering. A breeze brushed against his face and the image flashed in his eyes. Lu Deng appeared in front of the old man as if he had instantly moved, his feet not touching the ground. Raising his hand to make a palm to clasp the old man's forehead, he ran his body's spiritual air to pour in to probe. Although the exterior is still a human shell, the interior has been replaced by a human being. Simply put, this is just a monster in human skin. Hidden underneath is a cumulative old ghost. The hands gradually exerted force, and the old man's expression was agonized. Lu Deng's voice was flat without any emotional ups and downs. "Where is the original old man? Ho 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 ho. Eat it, it's too old. It's a little bit too old to bite." Lu Deng raised his hand and slapped all his teeth away. "Is it possible that you have bad teeth?" Hands hard. The old man's head burst open like a watermelon, and inside were black chunks of tissue, accompanied by green pus and blood scattered all over the place. Lu Deng shook off the dirt on his hands. The gold finger panel flashes with a prompt, but no sound plays. Obtain colorless small crystals *1. Small colorless crystals, pure heaven and earth spiritual air gathered together, which is wrapped in pure soul power, and can be used to replenish consumption and enhance the realm and combat power. It seems to be that this thing is too low grade to be worthy of shelter, so no bonus spells, just these little colorless crystal nuggets. Lu Deng is not greedy. As long as there is something to earn is good. The big head he came for this time, not these fish. Turning to look at Dong Wenrui, who had long been frozen in place. Earlier, Lu Deng was in the process of flying in and saw her panicking in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, so he flew in and stopped to save her life. "What floor is this?" Dong Wenrui's fear dispersed most of her heart, and with a little fear left, she answered Lu Deng's words. "This is the 21st floor, 2109. Though I don't know what this man is, but she understood one thing. Her life was saved by the person in front of her. If it wasn't for Lu Deng, she might have died at the hands of that monster who didn't know what it was. The world turns out to be really haunted. I'm going somewhere else right now, so stay home and hide for now. Don't go anywhere." Dong Wenrui desperately nodded her head. She didn't even need Lu Deng to remind her that after seeing the monster that had changed into an old man, Dong Wenrui didn't dare to go anywhere until dawn. Not to mention going to the elevator to escape, or taking the dark, safe passage. Seeing Lu Deng floating about to leave through the broken gate, Dong Wenrui subconsciously asked, "Where are you going? You guys still have stuff in this building. I'm going to clean it up." Upon hearing that there were still monsters, Dong Wenrui's body trembled a few times. You stay safe." The land tripod floated away, and the gate collapsed. After he left, Dong Wenrui quickly ran to the room, locked the bedroom door and hid on the bed and began to shiver. Out the door, Lu Deng came straight to the safe passage. The woman who came to the station earlier to report the incident said that their house was on the 19th floor. 1911. There was exactly where Lu Deng's target was, down on the 20th floor, just a few steps short of the 19th floor. Behind the security corridor, a young man stood frozen behind the door. See the floating land tripod. There was no panic in his eyes as there should be in a normal person. "What's the matter with you now? It's not even a couple days. Can't you wait a little while? Your pussy legs long as a pose? Can't you climb the stairs? Really, can't you take the elevator? Heck, it's been so long and you still can't learn to take the elevator? Wait for you to get such a good-looking flesh. That said, this flesh of yours is nice to look at, but why does it look so familiar?" Lu Deng listened to the man's words and did not interrupt. "Chief soldier, halfway through July. Build the wall high and build the grain wide." What this person said should be the mastermind behind the scenes. The chief soldier. It seems to be an ancient ghost. There are official positions in the body and also a little bit of culture kind of. As for the half of July, it's a ghost festival. Are these things trying to pull something on July half? Lu Deng stepped forward with great speed, lifting his hand and grabbing the man's body to press him on top of the wall, the hard wall behind him shattering in pieces. There were chopping and slashing, falling arms are rolling to the ground. The pain made the man want to shout out, but his jaw was being pinched to death by Lu Deng, making clicking noises, resulting in him not being able to say a word. Now, I'm asking you to answer, and if you slow down a bit, you'll see your brains. Who is this chief soldier you speak of? The ghostly creature hidden in the man's body had a playful look in his eyes, and he wasn't about to answer any questions. Lu Deng did as he was told. The ghostly creature's heavenly cap flew up, spilling its brains on top of the clean white wall. Lu Deng casually flung the body away. Looks like you guys are pretty loyal. Never mind, I'll just go to 1911 and find it myself. Out of the safe passage, Lu Deng drifted to the 1911 door. A kick went through and shattered the door with its frame, revealing a family of 3 eating dinner in the back. 2 old ones, 1 young one. If nothing else, this would be the in-laws and children of the reporting party who were replaced. The 3 monsters also froze for a moment the moment they saw Lu Deng. The doubt in his eyes was even heavier, especially when he saw him floating along without his feet touching the ground. What's this? Is it human, or are they all monsters like yourself? In their inherent mindset, people don't fly. The old man stood up. What kind of demon are you? This place is my pay family army cantonment. Leave quickly and I can forget about it. Lu Deng laughed. What kind of demon am I? Damn Tao against the Big Dipper. He was a rooted man who turned into a demon. Instantly moving forward, lifting his foot and kicking out, the old man flew directly to sink into the wall. Large gouts of green pus and blood spurted out. Next to the old crone got up to do pounce. Lu Deng raised his hand. Cold light emerged. From bottom to top, the room dim light irradiation, reflecting the crone's shadow, divided into 3. There are countless long curved objects scattered on the ground. Grab the ghostly replacement child. Lu Deng hadn't had time to make a move. Deep into the wall old ghost. Unable to move, the old ghost intermittently shouted, let go of the male. Something rushed me. Both thighs were chopped off at the roots. Don't get into this whole loyalty and protection thing with me. If you don't know, you'll think you're the victims. Answer my questions properly if you want me to let go of him, or the little bastard, piece by piece, will die on my hands like this. The little monster that the old ghost had called Gongzi had his arm ripped off alive by Lu Deng's brutality and roughness. Now he was even more ferocious than these monsters that replaced his body. Ah, Dad, shut up. It's no use calling out for your grandfather, and you're calling out for Dad. I say. Chapter 40, Facing the Ghosts of the Netherworld Alone. Notifying 749 to come and wash the ground later. I'll tell you anything you want to ask. Just ask. Lu Deng twisted his head over, and the tyranny under his eyes shocked the old ghost who was a monster. What is the name of your general-in-chief? What is his last name? And what is the purpose of his cantonment? The old ghost was quite sensible, and quickly replied without any hesitation. Our general soldier's surname is Fong. His name is Du. We are here to canton our troops in order to wait for the general's revival. I advise you to leave quickly, or else when the general soldier comes back, you won't be able to avoid suffering. And the child in your hand is the youngest son of the general soldier's lord. Fondo? Never heard of it. Check the historical documents later with 749. As for general recovery, Lu Deng once again ripped off one of the brat's arms. I'm a person who doesn't like being threatened, and I don't want to hear harsh words. Now tell me where your chief soldier has gone, and where your general is, and what is his name. When will he revive? I say. The old ghost's blood was still coming out of his mouth, but he couldn't care less now. The general soldier went out at night to look for the lady to go. The lady was released by the male son. Our general's surname Pei, called Pei Zi, sealing the broken ridge jade-faced great general. July half of the Yin Chi when the most vigorous recovery. As for where I don't know, the general soldier doesn't know, but we know that the general is in the Cloud Sea. Lu Deng listened with a strange expression. Although I do not know what this Pei Zi is, but the jade-faced general. He remembered that which living molted walker he had gotten killed seemed to be wearing a jade face to it. Lu Deng asked tentatively, then I should know who it is. Was your general buried in a secret hanging coffin with a jade face when he was buried? The old ghost's face was shocked. Right. How do you know? Have you seen my general? Sure enough, it's true. This is a big problem that was solved by mistake. Lu Deng twisted off the brat's head, split the corpse in 2, and casually threw it away. I've seen your general. It seems inaccurate to say so. It should be. Your general was killed by me lifting the coffin. Died just like this little beast. This piece and that piece. Not even a whole body was left. You. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You curmudgeon. Empty words, how could the general? Before the words were finished, Lu Deng walked straight past him into the bedroom, and behind him a head slowly rolled into view, his face full of unwillingness and anger, forever and ever fixed in this moment. The yellow woodgrain armoire stands in front of you. This is the closet that the informant said hid the monster. But no matter how Lu Deng looked at it, it didn't look like a weapon that could hide ghosts. Lift your hand to cleave open the cabinet door. Blood was seen coming out of the broken closet. Boom boom boom. The building began to vibrate, and if Lu Deng was outside the building at this time, he would be able to see that the building he was in now was flickering non-stop. It's as if the picture is being played on an old VCR with bad contacts from the old days. Flashes, vignettes, overlaps, jams. Inside the closet, which had been empty, an old portal crawling with cracks now surfaced out of nowhere. There's air drifting out of it. Looking into it from the outside, it was actually a room exactly like the bedroom outside. The nether realms overlap? Lu Deng spoke of the mysteries of this place. The domain reunion. Something that only powerful ghosts can perform. People are divided into life and death, and things are divided into yin and yang. The place where the living are, is the yang world, while the place where the dead are is the yin world. In mythology, that's where the 10 temples of hell, the ox-headed horseface, the black and white irregulars, and other netherworld deities are located. The netherworld is not the same as the yang world, it possesses different rules than the yang world. The yin domain, on the other hand, is something that is condensed by the powerful ghost's own power. The birth of the yin domain was a reflection of the rules of the powerful ghost's own power, and from the moment of its birth, the rewriting of the rules was doomed. As for what the rules are, the simple fact is that living people need oxygen, that's the rule. Falling from a height kills you, that's the rule. And living people are mostly hydrated, that's also the rule. The monster that derives from the yin domain, it on the other hand, has the right to rewrite the rules of the yin domain, but it is also limited to the yin domain, and it is a one-time thing that should be written once and cannot be rewritten again. The nether realms can exist on their own or be dependent on what exists in reality. An yin domain overlap is when the balance between the yin domain, which is dependent on reality, and reality is upset, resulting in an overlap between the two. The door that appears inside the cabinet in front of you is the point where the nether realm connects to reality. Feel the yin chi raging in it. The footsteps outside were chaotic, and Lu Deng understood that this should have alarmed the monsters inside the yin domain, and the people who were replaced by the monsters in the building he was now in. Downstairs, 706. The woman, who was about to take a break, watched as her husband, who was supposed to be washing up in the bathroom, suddenly rushed out, naked and running wildly toward the door. 514 downstairs. The old companion had already gone to bed, and the tired mother-in-law was just about to go to sleep when she saw the old man, who needed to go out in a wheelchair every day, sit up straight and run towards the door with flying steps. Look at the mother-in-law with a dumbfounded look on her face. Is she hallucinating? Situations like this keep happening in other homes in this building. Some are one, some are a family. All of these people running wild. They all had one goal in mind, and that was 1911. In the meantime, cars parked on the road outside the Baofeng District Security Bureau. The man sat in his car, hands on the steering wheel, eyes fixed straight on the sheriff's office in front of him. Ma'am, you shouldn't have found out about these things. My true heart for you is evident to heaven and earth. Why? Why this? With the sound of the words, the expression on the man's face became more and more hideous, with armor emerging from his body, and his face changed from an ordinary middle-aged man, to a ferocious ghostly face full of scars. The man was none other than the chief soldier, as the old ghost called him, who had followed the woman sent all the way to the sheriff's department. The heart is in heaven, he is into women, but the informant tried twice to sabotage his plans, and he could only make the decision to silence him with grief, but not before he killed the sheriff's department. The heart sense appears that someone has broken the closet of 1911, disrupting the balance between the nether realms and reality, causing the nether realms to rejoin and expose themselves to the eyes of the world. The man was instantly enraged, his tall frame bursting through the human skin that had been placed over his body. Damn you, whoever you are, you must die. Now it doesn't care about the people in the Public Security Administration. It directly flew through the roof of the car, carrying a gust of black mist towards the distant Dinghao neighborhood pressure. Room 1911. Lu Deng fumbled for his cell phone and dialed the 749 manual connection. Hello, this is Lu Deng, the Cloudsea Baofan District's Executive Patrol Investigator, and now I want to report on the situation. Okay, go ahead. Baofan District, Dinghao Subdivision, Building 5. There is a yin domain overlap. and there are powerful ancient ghosts hoarding food and raising troops here. Domain reunion. 749 General Directorate Wiring Department. The headset-wearing staff instantly stood up and shouted out. Immediately everyone's attention was drawn to him. Patrolman Liu, please hold on for a little while, or retreat now and wait for the other investigators to converge before joining forces to exterminate the monsters and blockade the domain. Lu Deng twisted his head to see that there were already monsters that replaced living people rushing to the door. The moment it stepped into the door, a raging chop erupted, and the wall, the door frame, and the monster exploded together. There's no going back, so hurry up and get someone to wash the floor. This is going to be a big deal today. Chapter 41, Crushing Ghosts, Shelter Reward, Drumming the Heart. The moment the phone hung up, everyone in the wiring department moved. Quickly, check if there are any passing investigators near the Dinghao neighborhood. Send them a message informing them to support the Dinghao neighborhood immediately. Immediately issue an emergency notice to inform the 3 regional patrol investigators of Anong District, Lok Din District, and TC District, which are close to Baofan District, to go there immediately. Notify the Aftermath Department to head to Dinghao neighborhood for aftermath. Make sure not a single monster escapes. Make sure to clean it up. Satellites, communication barriers, network monitoring, roadway closures, hazardous match. Turn them all on. Have local authorities pull earthquake warnings and turn on seismographs to be ready. The downtown area is not like any other place and must be dealt with seriously. The first thing that should be ensured in a place like the Dinghao neighborhood, where something like the domain overlap occurs, is the safety of the lives and properties of the general public. Road closures and whatnot were a must, and as for network monitoring, that was to prevent news of the netherworld from leaking out through the network. And seismographs and earthquake warnings, that's what you need for aftermath. In case there are casualties, there must be an explanation given, and an act of God is the best explanation. The state also makes all sorts of compensations, in every way. The 749 is fast. Lu Ding's side couldn't slow down either. Hundreds of monsters that had replaced the people swarmed up and down the entire building. Lu Ding was blocking the doorway of 1911. His firepower was on full blast, and a chopping attack swept away like a lawnmower, decapitating and dividing the monsters that were rushing towards him. Powerful. Along with the walls, floors, and ceilings of the building outside of 1911, it left a trail of deep cuts in it. But what's out there is not the biggest threat. The biggest threat is what's inside the domain. It takes time for the domain to rejoin. In an unconscious state, before the complete reunion, the cumulative ghosts inside the nether realm wanted to come out, but only through which opening of the bedroom closet in room 1911 to the outside. Lu Ding cut down the ones rushing from outside while blocking what came out from inside. It didn't matter who was coming. Anyway, he popped up one to kill one, and when 2 came out, he killed a pair, and he was like a god of war, clogging up the spring to kill. Bang! A stomp. The ghost monster that had gone through a lot of trouble and dodged the Dao chopping strike had just rushed to Lu Ding's body before he could launch his attack, when he was stomped away by Lu Ding and crashed into the wall and fell into room 1910. The original occupants of them had long since turned into monsters and were decapitated by Lu Ding. There were countless corpses lying beside him, broken flesh laying on the ground, and rivers of blood flowing. Lu Ding floated above the pile of corpses, with his hands spread out flat at his side. He exuded a powerful aura at this time, as if he were a king standing in the middle of a battlefield, in control of the situation, powerful, subdued, arrogant. The monsters outside were slaughtered, and in the narrow hallway, Lu Ding's chopping attack passed casually like a red-hot sharp blade cutting through butter without the slightest lag. All that remains are the netherworld ghosts that exist within the closet portals. Lu Ding blocked the door and shouted, "Come on, charge again!" Now that the domain hadn't fully merged, all he needed to do was to trap and kill all of these things in the domain, not allowing them to come out. The monsters of the domain were shocked on the spot, but they used to be the ones who killed out the fierce ones in the mountains of swords and the sea of fire, and died once. Certainly not afraid to die again. A half-decayed monster, heavily armored, with vaguely white bones visible underneath through the cracks. It stood among the ghosts. In a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Heavy shields push forward, lances 2 ladders, swords and axes 3 rows." Ghosts with heavy shields of human height lined up and set their shields, and between the gaps, a faded and rusted spearhead emerged. And finally a ghostly creature flattened its head and raised its sword. An ironclad military formation is nothing more than that. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy shield soldier pushed forward at the top, taking one step and smashing it with great vigor. Lu Ding was unmoved, and his eyes fell on the heavily armored ghost monster that had given the order earlier. "You're still a leader. Cast." With a command from the heavily armored ghost monster, a long spear flew out from behind the heavy shield, extremely fast, heading straight for Lu Deng. Looked at the closet where it was located. Lu Deng shook his head slightly. Never mind, it was simpler to kill them as opposed to blocking them. Raising his hand, he whistled a fierce wind and blew away the lance that had been thrown at him. The wind-fixing technique could do more than just allow Lu Deng to fly. It could also whistle the gale, thus further allowing the user to increase their flying speed. At this moment, Lu Deng's speed was boosted to the extreme. The figure flew into the Yin domain, and the flying bear silhouette gradually rose behind him, crushing towards the military formation in the Yin domain. Punchline: the tall and hideous flying bear wrapped Lu Deng and smashed into the ghosts and monsters army formation, lifting off recklessly, crushing the ghosts and monsters that these proud soldiers had transformed into. Lu Deng casually struck, trapped and killed the ghost monster holding a high shield. Even the shield with a person together broken and spilled blood and flesh. Looking back with his eyes handed, Chopper slashed flat, clearing 10 meters as if he were cutting grass. In the military formation, there are 2 ghosts and monsters holding shields as a bridge. Heavy armor ghosts and monsters flying on the bridge, holding spikes and copper hammers, wearing a tiger swallowing stacked armor. Hands crossed that is the force to split Huashan, flying down the potential to sneak attack Lu Deng, smashing ahead to open. Let your strong man be ferocious, but I'll hammer down the grievous souls. Bang! The heavily armored ghosts and monsters looked shocked. He saw Lu Deng grasping the tip of the stabbing lance with one hand without advancing an inch, and holding the copper hammer with one hand to stop the sky, without going down by half, shouting loudly, but unfortunately it's a waste with loose hands and a soft hammer. Reincarnate in your next life and eat a few more years before you come back. Both hands fired at the same time. The gun shattered and the hammer cracked. Flying bear silhouette turned to roar, diffusion of sound waves carrying the power of the real air, layer by layer cuts to kill, roar of the heavy armor monsters, broken armor, scattered meat, off the bone, smoke disappears, turned into pieces. The giant bear swept across, and limbs and broken arms flew in the sky. Homing monster, hammer ghost head, shelter reward, drumming for the heart, drum shocking heart, using air to turn into a hammer and flesh to make a drum. It can shock the internal organs, heart and lungs, which will be blown to pieces and die at the sound of the sound. And it can also be used to hammer and refine the internal organs and flesh and enhance the strength of the physical body by means of the drum method. Drumming ghost head, military records, historical records. Some dynasties of the army will be in a particular day of the year, assembling soldiers, set up a drum higher than a person, 100 pounds of drum hammers, so that the soldiers to lift the hammer to smash the drum. 10 ringers can get grain silver, 20 ringers can be integrated into the general's personal army, 50 rattles can be used as the head of the hammer, responsible for ringing the drums on the battlefield. This is not a decent and safe job. Can do this job. It has to be a first-class ruthless, strong, living brain, but also do the protection of the drum thing. With the standard guard battalion is almost the same, just do not have that elite only. This hammer ghost head is the fierce soldier who beat the drum and was transformed after his death. Finally, a reward has popped. Having obtained another new technique, Lu Deng was a bit impatient, immediately transported the air in the body. With the air to ring the drum, fell a hammer. Bang! The dull sound of the drums stirred away. A sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed away, and the incoming ghosts and monsters exploded one by one on the spot, collapsing all over the sky with blood and flesh. By the time the propped-up human-skinned Fondo flew back to the Dinghao neighborhood, smashing the 1911 window and flying to the ground, only limbs, blood and flesh were seen everywhere. The ghostly soldiers that he had replaced died a clean death. Chapter 42, Cut your son in 1,000 cuts and abuse the boss. Lu Deng sat on the only piece of the sofa left clean and said, "You as a general soldier fled from the battlefield. The remaining group of men were killed by me as a stinking fish and shrimp for a while. May I ask, how do you feel now?" Fondo's body trembled. Again and again his eyes swept over the cramped room, long ago strewn with blood and flesh. It was in this very spot that the human in front of him strung up the soldier he had replaced. Fong Du looked at Lu Deng, his eyes full of unwillingness. Inside? Lu Deng lifted his legs, his expression leisurely, propped his hand on the top, holding his chin. All dead, none left for you. Miserable outside, even more miserable inside, crumbling piece by piece. Do you remember that you still have a drum-beating proctor with a hammer? Fong Du looked at Lu Deng, and he already had someone's guess in his mind. However, he did not hear the person in front of him, who had the momentum of the pressure to say. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. As a result, Lu Deng added with a playful look on his face, "The death is even worse. The block can't even stay, beaten into powder all. Ha 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 ha. Lu Deng smiled wildly, his face arrogant, got up and walked to the side inside the pile of corpses to pick up a ball-shaped object. Look, look, it's your son. He screamed so hard when he died, and I took special care of him. Lu Deng lifted his hand and tossed the corpseless ghost head into Fong Du's arms. He shook his hand to catch it. Lu Deng's voice is still coming. Other people I am a blow to kill, without the slightest pain. Only him, I am the first to pull the arm and then pull the foot, the head to stay in the last screw. You heard right. Is screwed hard to just screw down. When he said this, the expression of fun came out of his mouth as if he were a mischievous child tearing apart his toys. Easy and cozy to say, coupled with a slightly exaggerated expression. Successfully messed with Fondo's mind. Ah, he shouted his heart out, and a ghostly aura filled the air around him. You beast, woe to your wife and child. He is a child. Lu Deng directly disliked him back. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your child is a child. Other people's children are not children? Your son can't be killed, but someone else's family can be killed at will? You also made a bird take over the nest, a cat for a prince. You are lucky that I was on fire and did not torture this little beast too much. If I were calmer, I would have to cut him 1,000 times. Perhaps Lu Deng is emotionally indifferent, and he can't quite understand the pain that a mother who has lost her child has to go through, so all he can do is make the guy lose the kid too, and let it empathize with the informant properly. If you kill someone, that has to pay for it, whether it was or is. I'll kill you. As the Yin Chi surged, Fong Du raised his hand to gather Yin Chi, and a huge ghostly hand slapped down at Lu Deng head on. The chopping attack slashed vertically, and the ghost hand instantly split in two. Waste, you're really a waste. Son you can't keep. Henchman you can't keep. Now you want to avenge them, but you realize that you can't do anything to me at all. Pain? Despair? Die. You die for me. Fong Du was furious, raised his hand and lifted up the floorboards at his feet to throw them, but the result was still the same as just now, and it was chopped into pieces without entering Lu Deng's body. This guy replaces living people and mutilates other people's families. Of course Lu Deng wouldn't let him die so easily. Physical torture would have little effect on this humongous transformed ghost, but Lu Deng just those words are not the same. Listening to Fong Du ears, that is a murderous heart. Knife storm, directly hit his soft underbelly. Sons live and die. Soldiers have and don't. Wives come back and run away. TSK. Lu Deng himself felt as if he was a bit bad, but he loved the feeling. That's the right way to treat these beasts. Kill you. I will kill you to avenge my soldier general's children. The dispersed Yin Chi accompanied Fong Du after he lost his mind and began to converge on him, coalescing into a pair of heavy armor. A black high horse under his feet with 4 hooves on fire and empty eyes that emitted ghostly fire and ghostly light. Fondo rolled onto his horse. Yin Chi in the hand to take change Zhang 8 horselance, flat raised under the armpit, behind the emergence of a set of ancient soldiers' shadow, each holding a sword and gun, followed him, the gun head flat to Lu Deng. As the warhorse ground its hooves, Fong Du galloped in, his long lance stabbing and picking in his hand, carrying the Yin Chi rolling. Next, just see Lu Deng lifting his hand into the white blade, a grip on the lance pole. Fong Du unbelievable. Is he or she a monster? Or is this person a monster? Don't say he is now by humanized ghosts. Strength increased greatly. Is alive or people? He has not met can step station empty-handed seize his horsegun lance. What kind of monster could possess this power? Fong Du exerted force in his hands, but Lu Deng remained half a step back. His expression relaxed. See, this is your strongest strike, and it's still so weak and feeble. With such a means you still want to kill me? You can't protect your son. You can't protect your soldiers. And likewise, you can't kill me. Terrifyingly huge force pinched the lance body. Lu Deng a hand to pull. Fong Du even man with horse was pulled by him stumbled. He was seen turning around, sending his leg, and the Yin Chi that was floating around the room, because Lu Deng's leg was too fast and too hard, kept surging backward from his feet. The moment, Lu Deng's expression was magnified in Fong Du's eyes. Tyranny, coldness, and indifference from the powerful. Boom! A foot down. Fong Du flew backwards, crashed into the entire wall behind him. Half of his body is missing and crushed. This is due to Lu Deng's foot, which can be seen how horrible the power is. The feeling of death once again came like a tidal wave. Fondo kept grabbing at something in the air as a running scene flashed before his eyes. The warhorse that had fallen into the air with him was torn apart by a strong force, turning into blood and flesh and splattering, and Lu Deng shot straight up from it, stomping on what was left of Fong Du's half of his chest. The force of the descending and Lu Deng's power intersected, and the two forces converged and fused, carrying one person and one ghost like a cannonball from the 19th floor to the ground on the first floor. In the meantime, the 749 investigator who arrived in support has just entered the neighborhood. There were 6 men in all of whom were enforcing patrols in 3 nearby districts. Tired of it? Where is the in-domain overlap that we can manage? This is not for us to send to death. Baofan district everyday accident. My precinct how do not have accidents. The original Mingjun and Bay and Light is a waste of money. The work will also be a mistake. And now Lu Ding and Yen Fifan will be even more outrageous. It's only been a short time since I've been here and I've gotten into this kind of thing. Bear, you can't say that. We're all co-workers, and it's what we 749 investigators are supposed to do. The girl, in a double ponytail, eating a lollipop and wearing a baseball jacket with hot pants underneath with Martin boots, walks bouncing next to the black bodysuit teenager with the gun over his shoulder ignoring the speaker. Brother Xuan Ning, do you think I'm right? Xuan Ning, one of the parties involved in the White Kiln ancient town quest, is known as the little bully because he has to send the seriously injured magistrate to the city for medical treatment together with other colleagues. That's why I didn't meet Lu Ding. Later on, when the matter of the wind stabilizing beads came to light, Xuan Ning had been holding his anger in his heart. However, due to the fact that one of Lu Ding's horrifying battle results was in front of him, he never went to Lu Ding to ask for a statement. It wasn't until recently that he had broken through to the 9th level of Zhaoxian and asked himself if he could also beat the Spirit Sea realm to death. So his confidence came up and he took the initiative to take on the matter of patrolling the area next to the Treasure Prosperity District. Chapter 43, The General's Armor Patching Technique. I killed your general too. The reason for this is to have a chance to find a field of wind-setting beads at Lu Ding's place. Now there's a chance. Under the eye covering long hair, the teenager's eyes were confident due to his own strength, and said in a casual tone, Lu Ding, but it's just a guy who picks up the pieces. In vain, today I come, not only to solve the matter of the overlapping of the domains here, but also, boom. Before Xuan Ning finished speaking, a sound came from not far ahead, like something had fallen from a high altitude. But since everyone's attention was not over there, they did not look closely. The smoke stirred. Lu Din stomped hard to break Fondu's body. The upper and lower parts of the body are separated from the abdominal cavity and the intestines are scattered on the ground. Watching that he still had his last breath, Lu Ding first looked aside to where the smoky crowd was, and afterward whispered, from the mouths of those men of yours, I heard that you were waiting for your general to recover, right? Fondo had long since lost the power of speech, just meticulously looking at him, his eyes resigned, the smile at the corner of his mouth sneering again. Unwillingly, he didn't have the ability to get the monster-like man in front of him. The irony is that no matter how powerful this man is, when the general recovers, he will be nothing more than another dead soul's blood meal under the general's command. The general will surely avenge him. Must be. Lu Ding saw what he was thinking in his mind, slightly lowered his body. Don't have to think about it. That general of yours is still dead in front of you, also killed by me, or lifted the coffin and plowed open the grave, just tore a piece of broken meat in the chamber. No. Fong Du was about to say it was impossible, but the next second his head was stomped on by Lu Ding. There's nothing impossible, both you and your general were unlucky. One by one, to meet me before the plan was fulfilled. Monsters in the shelter, Shogun, shelter reward, general's armor patching. General's armor art, please get the general's armor, close to the body tightly. Tao Wu swallowing armor, can block the ghosts and gods invasion. Will break, travel 5 countries biographies have written. The general's armor died in blood and point spirit. Send the general's will, suck battlefield ferocious. General and armor buried together, can be out of the general's break, also known as the general's break. The later generations of people cannot be armoring generals buried together. It was assumed that the people of whatever dynasty Fondo was from didn't remember these things anymore, and that's why they did the thing of burying the general and the armor together, which led to the man becoming a general's fury. It's also possible that they died on the battlefield and fused and coexisted by chance. It's worth mentioning that the general's armor paste technique is also considered a heck of a technique in 749, with a simple method of use, a high ceiling, a handsome appearance, and the ability to increase one's overall combat power, including, but not limited to, speed, strength, and so on. It's just that the outward image of the general's armor sticker technique used is different for each person. Lu Ding was curious as to what his general's armor would look like when posted, but there's no time to work on that right now. He had heard clearly what those people had said just now. Beyond the smoke, footsteps groped. There were 6 people in the group, all with tense faces. The lull, smoke stirred, a black shadow flashed, and Xuanning crossed his spear to block it. A huge force slammed him partially right on top of his gun. Xuanning's tiger's mouth was broken. The gun in his hand was bent, and the whole person traveled backwards, stumbled and rolled more than 10 meters before finally holding up the gun and stabilizing his body. "I'm vain? You're nothing more than that. You can't even hold a gun steady and you have the nerve to snarl behind your back." Lu Deng floated more than 2 inches off the ground, his sideways squint sweeping away Xuaneng, whose head was resting on the ground because he couldn't hold the gun. That breezy tone, and the meaning of the words, made the hearts of all those present condense. "This is Lu Deng? Brother Xuaneng, the girl who was eating a lollipop," exclaimed in shock, not caring that Lu Deng had come out strongly. Raising his hand, he shot several flying daggers straight at him. Facing the flying daggers that came to his face, Lu Deng raised his hand and flicked several of them away, then kneaded his hand and grabbed one of them and flicked it back the way it came. If anything, the girl's flying dagger was as powerful as a pistol bullet. Then Lu Deng bounces back, and that's sniping. Single shot, high precision, high power, breaking through the air, it nailed into the girl's shoulder with terrifying force, bringing her entire body up with it and rolling into the flower bed. The flying dagger shot in from the collarbone, penetrated through the shoulder blade, went with unabated force, and finally stuck deep within the trunk of the green banyan tree in the Dinghao neighborhood. Lu Deng's figure floated without wind and stopped in front of the severely injured girl. "Didn't you say that Shijun and Bei Hugwang are trash, and that Yen Fifan and I are even more outrageous? Come on, get up. I'm willing to treat you as an opponent and give it my all." The investigator known as Bear didn't dare answer, and even his breath came out a little unevenly. The sense of oppression brought about by Lu Deng was too much. Not to mention catching her flying dagger with her empty hand, she was also able to strike her in such a way as to injure her like this. At this moment, it was self-evident on the spot who was the waste. Zenon tightened his grip on his gun and regrouped. "What's the point of bullying a female? Have the guts to come at me." Lu Deng's figure seemed to be instantaneous, appearing in front of Xuaneng at an unknown time, or a straight kick. This time Xuaneng didn't even have time to react, and was directly kicked backwards and flew out and crashed into the wall. And he didn't know how many of his bones were broken. "Charge you? What kind of thing are you?" Blocking my kick was nothing more than me letting go of the water. Now the same way, the same attack. You can't even see the shadow. If you don't have the ability to hold back and endure, that's the way for the weak to survive. Turning sideways, he went to look at the girl sitting on the ground. Her wound had been stopped bleeding, but her face was still a little pale. "When you see me in the future, you'd better take a detour before I can't help but cut out your tongue." The man who had first admonished the girl stepped in front of her, looking at Lu Deng with determination in his eyes. "Investigator Lu, we're here to help you. Isn't it a bit too overbearing for you to do things this way, bully?" Lu Deng gave a rhetorical question, and he asked himself. The strong are born to oppress the weak are the strongest. This is the basic law of nature that has remained unchanged for ages. The snake eats the mouse, the praying mantis catches the cicada, and all of them are like this. Humans are different. That's because the strongest among humans have their own connotations and don't bother to bully those weaker than themselves. But that's not a reason for the weak to provoke the strong, and since she dared to provoke me with her words, then she has to be prepared to suffer the consequences. You just kind of spoke from a rational standpoint, so I'll answer you on that one. Right now I'm talking to her, and if you like to be the outlier, next thing you know, you'll be lying in that corner. As Lu Deng said this, he reached out and pointed to the flowerbed 10 meters away directly in front of him. The man swallowed hard. Lu Deng is strong and ferocious. He has long heard of it, and the decomposition of the corpse is too old. What a scary nickname, favoring such a nickname. His master is still the investigator of 749, but these are only known by name, not by sight. Today, after witnessing first-hand experience, men realize that there is too much water in the rumors out there. He's not only cruel to monsters and tyrannical to his enemies, he won't even give a damn about his own people who mess with him. But it wasn't justified. After all, it was Bear Blue who first talked about people behind their backs and happened to be overheard. The girl hid behind the man, slightly poking out half a head, scared to the point of stuttering as she spoke in response to Lu Deng. I know, I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry, Lu Deng. I apologize to you." Chapter 44, Compare Eggs. Who dares to fight Lu Deng? So, Lu Deng was also satisfied. "Alright, go get someone to take whichever one over there to the hospital, and the rest of you clean up the battlefield and maintain law and order at the scene in conjunction with the aftermath crew that will be here later." This place, he couldn't stay a second longer. Stained with too much monster blood and battle soot, the smell was a little too much for him to bear, and he had to get back to the sheriff's office quickly to take a shower, turn and fly into the long darkness. The horror of the crowd was once again raised to a higher level. He can fly. Earlier, when they saw Lu Deng floating, They thought in their hearts that it was just some small method of transporting air and borrowing wind, and they didn't even think of flying above. Realize that floating and flying are not the same concept. Why is it that in Bureau 749, the large category of ghosts is notoriously difficult to deal with, and basically no one wants to take on the task of sheltering them? That is because the ability of ghosts is strange, not to mention that they are born to be able to float, and after a certain level of power, they can fly extremely fast. Once a situation arises where you can't beat them, people will run. You can't even hit it or chase after it. If the air alchemist can also fly, then ghosts aren't really as big a threat as those various and varied monsters. Nay, the secret art of being able to fly was something that the average person couldn't even touch or learn, much less have a huge amount of air to support themselves for a long period of time to fly and lag in the air. So Lu Deng was able to fly, and this incident brought a different kind of shock to a few people once again. Turning around again, the smoke behind him cleared, and the dead Fong Du on the ground was exposed to several people's eyes. Though dead, however, the remnants of the body that was rapidly decaying still exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Just by getting a little closer, they could all feel that strand of gloomy coldness coming over their faces. Is this the monster that holds up the Indomain? If nothing else, that should be it. There can't be another existence more powerful than this thing, right? That. The person who spoke got stuck for a moment and turned his head to look around for a moment before continuing. So Lu Deng can fix it? After saying that, he felt a bit wrong and then fine to add, I'm not questioning the strength of the Lutuna. I mean, if there is a monster than this even more powerful, this neighborhood has long been destroyed. Where to hold out to the Luji patrol? A few people had a conversation. Soon, the people from the aftermath department arrived, all dressed in black, with gas masks on their faces, big bags on their bodies, complete with guys, photo ops for photo ops and aftercare for aftercare. In the end, when they walked out from the safe passage and saw the battlefield on the 19th floor, everyone just felt that hell on earth should be just like that. Dismembered limbs, pus and blood, rotting flesh, the deep marks left by a chopping blow on the walls, floor, and ceiling told them what kind of horrible battle had happened here. Is this really, like, a one-man kill? Can a trainee investigator really do this? The heart couldn't believe it, but it had to believe it because apart from Lu Deng, there wasn't any investigator here before, and there were no traces of the battle left by the second other person. Everything spoke of the fact that this was the work of Lu Deng alone. Lift your foot and step into room 1911. The pus and blood and rotting flesh under his feet stuck to the soles of his feet, pulling out silken threads. This was also the reason why Lu Deng would choose to float instead of stepping on the ground. Handsome is only one thing, it's more that it's so dirty. A photo that needed no retouching was sent back to 749, causing a furor. The 749 investigators' post-war cleanup information is not hidden. Instead, it is put up for all to see. The purpose of doing so is, first, to use the strong to motivate the weak, and secondly, to convey outwardly, to warn the curfew why 749 investigators generations like dragons, generation after generation of capable people, so do not mess up. But today with Lu Deng's post-war cleanup information coming out, those investigators who have been on board for less than a year are asking the same question. Are we still going to compete in this year's 1E in martial arts? Asterisk. Then, who's going to fight Lu Deng? Is it you, me, or him? I don't know about the others. If it's me who meets Lu Deng, not much to say, direct surrender. A second of hesitation would be a sign of my disrespect for his battle record, as well as his title. You're hanging out in the trainee investigators with this combat power? Isn't this bullying? Hurry up and get promoted. Originally we were quite happy with our rookies pecking each other. In the front, there are a few through the Fudu White Crane sleep, after the Su Immortal Officer Wenrushu, and Jade Goddess Tantai Stringu, Triangular Tripod, almost predetermined this year's first year of the martial arts top 3, and now killed out of a body decomposition of the year-old Lu Deng. Although we can't rank, but we can watch the show. In the Yuan Nian martial arts, only the top 3 will be able to travel to further education. Now there are 4 people, one will inevitably be squeezed out, and at that time, these 4 people will probably have their heads knocked out of their socks. A sweet voice came from the side, brother, what is the Yuan Nian discussion of martial arts? Chatting, a few people turned to look, saw wearing a white dress girl smile sweet, standing under the lamp as if the young heart of the white moonlight general. As for the one who didn't have a white moon, well, congratulations, now he does. If Lu Deng were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was none other than the second young lady of the K family, K Yanfang, who had been saved by him at the beginning. It turns out that Ji Yanfang accidentally awakened the talent of a gas refiner after the incident with the spirit nun. and was discovered by the aftermath personnel when they were interviewed, and spontaneously petitioned to join the 749. Now that some days had passed, she was going to take a trip home with a note to see her sister and dad. As a result, just as he came out, he heard someone talking about Lu Ding. That's why Ke Yin Shuang came up to ask. A polite brother, shouted the men who were scrambling to answer her questions. This Wonenjian discussion, is a competition meeting that only investigators who have joined for less than a year can participate in, the person next to him added. Investigators who joined a month before the last Yuan Yen discussion martial arts can also participate in the next one, as they can't cultivate anything in a month's time. A third person spoke up again. There are 10 reward slots in total. The difference between the 4th through 7th rewards isn't big, but they are all good things. But the top 3 are different. They can enter the places of further training that the 749th Bureau got jointly across the country, for the purpose of selecting talented saplings with strong talent to be trained and strengthened. Ke Yin Shuang's face made a thoughtful gesture. So is the competition this year great? More than big? I'll put it to you this way. We just said that those 3 people, every one of them is not an oil lamp. Jade Goddess Tantai Qingyu, with a Goddess of Mercy Great Light Phase, strong and powerful. Some time ago, a person in Ninglong City fights the snake spirit that intends to transform into a jiao, and the dam that was beaten collapsed. The snake spirit escaped only after it managed to drag in support. It was a snake spirit that was comparable to a spirit C9 air refiner, and once it succeeded in transforming into a jiao, it could be on par with the air refiner's divine palace realm. To be able to hold off a monster like that, do you think she's strong? Ji Yinfeng spoke up. But didn't Lu Ding kill an old spirit sea air refiner right in Jiaxian? Men. Chapter 45, capture them all and shoot them, line them up and machine gun them. The other man spoke next. Then you listen to this, and warm ferry officer. When Rushu, treating people warm, from the family of hundreds of millions, but also awakened 2 kinds of talent, was once a cult spirit sea realm chased by a strong man. The plight of the breakthrough in the spirit of the sea, anti-killed the people chasing him, just into the spirit of the sea, will be able to kill the sea of the spirit. You say awesome or not? Or 2 kinds of talent possessor. Ke Yenfeng pondered for a moment. How long ago did this immortal officer Su join the 749? Join like the end of September last year, and my appeal thing happened this May. The man answered truthfully. But Lu Ding only joined 749 in August this year, and he can still kill Spirit Sea in Jiaxian. Second one. Yes, Lu Ding is formidable, yes, but Bohemian is more formidable than him, and the 2 of them are indistinguishable in terms of their battle records, and their hearts and means. And the most important thing is that Bohemian has been practicing for several months more than Lu Ding, and under the same horrifying talent. Time is the key to victory. Ji Yanxian, I heard he's been confined? Third person, it will be released. Ke Yanxian, didn't you say that the top 3 would be fine? The other 2 can't beat Lu Ding. Men, good point. This answer is just like encountering a wild beast. It doesn't matter if you can outrun the beast. The most important thing is whether you can outrun the person next to you. Seeing the mood of the 3 seemed a bit off, Ke Yin Shuang realized that she seemed to be taking herself too seriously. She hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry 3 brothers. I was saved by Investigator Lu, so I thought he would be the most powerful. Sorry. Several people opened their mouths in desire to speak. No wonder they helped Lu Ding speak in this way. Actually, after thinking about it properly, she was right. Lu Ding was indeed powerful, strong, and unscientific. It's a monster. The reason why several people did not look at Lu Ding was also because they were more afraid of him. Although White Crane Sleep's nickname and battle record were also ferocious, it wasn't so much that he couldn't move and split his body. By the time a few people returned to their senses, Ke Yin Shuang had long since waved goodbye while walking away. It's so nice to look at, and have a good personality, and apologize for the way you talk. Sweet mouth, good temperament, open mouth is brother long brother short. Damn, how come I don't have such a sister? No? You guys have all the compliments you need to give. What am I talking about? Save some words for me. ING asshole. Baofan District Security Bureau. After Lu Ding, who had returned, told Gao Zhangliang about the details. Then he took a shower and went to the interview room where the informant was. The woman hadn't rested yet. She had been waiting for Lu Ding's return, standing outside the main door of the inquiry room. Lu Ding's mood was apprehensive. Even when he was facing the army of ghosts and monsters in the Yin domain, he had never surfaced such a mood. But now, he was really a little unsure of what to say. Do you want to say, your husband, son, mother-in-law, father-in-law, all dead, no crumbs left? But I can't tell you, I can't hide it. In the end, there was no way out. Lu Ding pushed open the door with a hard head. Seeing him come in for a moment, the woman stood up, looking agitated, her tone trembling. Sir, where is my husband? How about my son? Monster. Any monsters? The female sheriff next to her rushed to calm her down and assisted her to sit down. Lu Ding came up and took a deep breath. Ms. Chang, your family was killed, but I helped you take revenge. The monster was killed by me, and the monster's son was ripped apart and split into pieces by me. He couldn't really say it. The expression on the woman's face had frozen. There wasn't the cries and shouts that one might expect. There was just silence, disheveled and disoriented, sitting in a chair. Even though her eyes were tired and frightened earlier, there was no lack of hope still present in them. But now, it's gone. It's all gone. It's all gone. It's like a pool of stagnant water. Tears rolled down along with the woman's voice. I want to talk about it with tears in my eyes. I know it all. I thought about it, but I was holding on to the unrealistic hope that the monster had turned into them, and I wouldn't have let them live if I had been the monster. Thank you, sir. Thank you for helping me get my revenge. The woman rose, her body no longer swaying, her stride becoming steady. When can I leave? I want to go back and see my house. Lu Ding gave a general description of her family's situation. The woman smiled. It's okay, sir. I don't want compensation. You're a good man. May I know your name? Lu Ding. My name is Lu Ding. The name was etched into the woman's heart. Toward Lu Ding, she bowed deeply. Whether it was the action, the tone, the look, it all signaled that the woman didn't want to live, or that she had lost hope of living. But Lu Ding couldn't say anything to persuade him. It only felt like a wave of air was being held in my heart, and I couldn't get it out. In the end, all he could do was walk out of the inquiry room with heavy steps. Alone, I came to the dimly lit stairwell and lit a cigarette, seeing the little flames flickering in the darkness, one after the other, until dawn came and the light cut through the sky and the soot fell. The footsteps came from far to near until the visitor turned into the stairwell to look at looting. Gao Zhangliang spoke up. Inspector Lu, the magistrate of our subordinate Ginkgo magistrate's office has been detained by people from the 5 vulgar Sangha. Since ancient times, blessings and misfortunes have been unparalleled. Demons and monsters are coming to mess with people. Lu Ding flicked his cigarette and smashed it on the ground with a splash of sparks. He already had a bellyful of fire with nowhere to spread it, and now the 5 Viscera shrine was going to come and touch his mold. Shoot them, bring them back and shoot them at once. Make them stand in rows and machine gun them. Gao Zhangliang was startled, looked at Lu Ding a few times, lowered his voice and slowed down his speech. It shouldn't be to the extent of shooting. I just want to say that you're a 749 air refiner, and air refiners are out of the control of our Public Security Administration Bureau, so can you help me go and communicate with them, and ask for the person back? Just now, Gao Zhangliang received a call from the head of the subordinate street security office. Said they had a couple of magistrates who were investigating the fruit smuggling in the Baofeng district when they accidentally stumbled upon something being traded between the Goju Sangsang Society and the people from the Zhenle Kingdom. There was a little conflict in the middle. The people of the 5 organized Sangha then detained the magistrates. The director of the Ginkgo security office knows that there are air alchemists in the world, and understands that he can't get the people back on his own, so he reports it to Gao Zhangliang. As a result, Gao Zhangliang sent a message. People also do not give face, directly read and do not return. There was no other way, so Gao Zhangliang came to Lu Ding. If he could have asked for it back himself, he certainly wouldn't have disturbed Lu Ding, who had been tired all night. 2. Lu Ding slowly shook his head after glancing at him. It's not wanting, it's saving. He still remembers that last time this Tang Hu of the 5 Viscera Sangha said that he had 3 fires in his new office and that he was shameless and told him to be careful. Now it's just right. Old scores and new scores are settled together. Where's the 5 organized Sangha? Take me there. Hearing Lu Ding's emotionless voice, Gao Zhangliang's heart thumped. Bad. Something's going to happen. Chapter 46, Speak tough, right? You have the guts to kill me. And on the other side at this time, 5 Viscera Sangha is located in Baofeng district, Vanguard Union Street. It's also called the 10,000 man neighborhood. The previous article has said that this prosperous area is the most prosperous area of the Cloud Sea in the past years. At the moment, although it is not the first, but ranked in the front can still be, because of this glorious past, it has led to a mixed bag of fish and dragons in the Baofeng district. This is the case with this neighborhood of 10,000 people. Before, this place was like a fortress that was stacked up and down from house to house. Then officials tried to demolish it because it was too dangerous, and as a result, it couldn't be demolished. It's just been dragging on and on for maybe a decade or so. Then the officials saw that there was no hope of demolition, so they simply contracted out the project to outsiders. Then later, those 4 founders of the 4Cs group got up and joined forces with a few of the biggest landlords in the 10,000 person neighborhood, and hardened the site and rebuilt the densely constructed buildings. That's what they promised the residents of the Vanguard neighborhood. 4Cs group is famous for this, officially entered the real estate industry, and now gradually evolved into a variety of industries are involved. The 5 Viscera Sangha, which falls in a neighborhood of 10,000 people. This place, the name is called 10,000 people neighborhood, but which lives, not just 10,000 people, at least a few times more. High-intensity crowd, from all over the world, more people, more things, coupled with different customs, different cultures. Earlier all kinds of weird paranormal events occurred frequently. This was the beginning of the start of the 5-organ Sangha, help the people in the 10,000 person neighborhood with these things. Originally, these matters could have been reported to the police station, and then the police station reported to the 749, but the 10,000 people living in the neighborhood are not allowed to see the light of day, so people will not report to the police station. Until now, the 5-organ Sangha has become almost a door goddess, Zao Wang Wang, in a neighborhood of 10,000 people. The incense is in full bloom. On the first 15 days of the year, the incense pot, which could hold several people, could be emptied several times a day, and the incense was so strong that it reached this level. This was also the reason why Tang Hu did not put Lu Ding in his eyes. Confidence. With this kind of horrifying incense feeding, the old Sienna in the 3 of them, that could be said to be strong to an extreme point. The 3 brothers do not do enough on their own, but also pull the external air refiner combination of the 5 Viscera Birth Society. Together, more people consume more. The money is gone can be earned, but all kinds of legal consumables used quickly cannot be found. Big powerful people have their own supply channels. What do you have? And as soon as I heard the name, I knew that they were not using anything ordinary. What with the purple river chestnut, human bones, human blood, stalks of various protected animals and plants, and body parts. These things in the country, not good to get. Small scale above can give you a little share of the grant, such as human blood. Every year the National Blood Bank will be updated iteration. The law and do not pick the blood type can be used into. As for the purple river chestnut and human bones, that's what hospitals, messy places can get. The procedures are still compliant, but there's not enough of them, not to mention the protected flora and fauna. What then? It's right over at True Wax, and it's available in large quantities at a good price. Yearly if you want yearly, and fresh if you want fresh. The 5 Visceral Born Society has moved on. However, it was a bit unrealistic to report to 749 that they would have to go to Jinla to buy these, so the people of the 5 Dirty Sangha secretly tried to get the channels on their own. It used to be fine to trade again and again. As it turned out, this time, something went wrong, and the sheriff, who was checking for fruit, found out and quietly groped and opened the crates. Crates and crates of flora and fauna and bones of all kinds, even skulls, which normal person would see these things and not be scared and mutter, sheriffs are people too. Then they were caught by the 5 Dirty Sangha. The 5-organ Sangha base camp. Ritual lamps with red light illuminate the room. 3 golden idols with hanging scrolls are placed high in the shrine to receive incense offerings. The man was half naked, with a tiger descending from the mountain behind him in a lifelike manner, his feet stepping on the divine steps, his hands doing the divine dance, and his eyes white. This is the second in command of the 5-organ shrine, Tang Fu, the lower tiger. Taking a handful of burning incense offerings, he ran the tip across his muscular chest, face, stomach, arms, and finally the lit tip into his mouth. Tang Hu chewed with gusto. The white eyes instantly changed. A pair of amber-colored pupils appeared, and the whole person's temperament instantly became wild and fierce, as if it was a fierce beast in the mountains. The few magistrates who were tied up next to him were filled with amazement when they saw this scene. This cult leader seems to really have some skills. Only one person still had a tough attitude and cursed loudly after spitting out the rags in his mouth in one mouthful. Ugh, a bunch of cults. Do you know what offense it is to hold a sheriff's deputy? I urge you to think this through and release us at once to turn yourselves in for leniency. The woman snapped. Her name is Yen Beshi, a female magistrate of the Ginkgo Public Security Administration. Her mother is in politics, her father is in business, and she is considered to be a family with connections. But her work is nothing to speak of, and her efficiency is very high. That is to say, her personality is too hot. I could tell from what she said that this person was straight and intense. This kind of person, If you say she is stupid, she is indeed stupid. Obviously she has arrived at this kind of place and seen this kind of situation. She can still say such words, but as sheriff, that's what it takes. If you're an ordinary person who has suffered an injustice and met her, you've hit the jackpot. She will definitely manage, and will manage to the end. With connections and a sense of justice, it is not too much to say that it is the Grand Master of Qingtian. It is that things will be a little overstepping the bounds of authority. Deng, who withdrew from the state of seance and took the towel served by his sidekick and carefully wiped the sweat from his face afterward. Cigarettes were lit and crossed his legs, his eyes sizing up Yen Beshi. Ha, dumbass, who do you think is in control of the situation right now? Deng, who let out a cold laugh and raised his thumb towards himself. It's me who's in control of the situation. You talk to me like this, are you really not afraid that I'll give you some bitterness to eat? Don't be bitter, come on, get me killed. Get me killed if you have the guts. I'm not afraid of you, a criminal smuggler and organizer of cult activities. Her words made Deng, who froze for a moment, seeing the head iron. He really did not see the head iron like Yen Beshi, but that's really saying something. Even if he was rampant, he wouldn't dare to kill Yen Beshi. Arresting a sheriff and killing a sheriff are two different concepts. Originally, what Deng who intended was, through coercion, to make these few magistrates keep their mouths shut and rot in their hearts what they saw at night. Don't tell anyone, and don't report it to the top, lest we attract Lu Ding. He and Lu Ding originally did not deal with each other. Before the 5 Viscera Birth Society to buy these legal consumables, the previous executive patrol are turning a blind eye, but Lu Ding does not come to dinner, cannot figure out his attitude, and there are rumors of his heinous reputation outside, which makes the 5 Organ Sangha how cannot be careful. It was about to be the Ghost Festival, when strange things happen frequently, and the 5 Viscera Sangha's stockpile of consumables was not quite enough, which was why the 5 Viscera Sangha had notified the people of Jinla Kingdom to bring these things without ascertaining Lu Ding's attitude. And Deng, who went to the connector, he was really getting annoyed when the sheriff bumped into him. As a result, the little patience in his heart disappeared, and he directly got up and grabbed a handful of incense ash in the incense burner and rubbed it in his hands, and the secret method was added. Hard mouth ha. Chapter 47, in the name of the Baofeng District Inspector, I sentence you to death and immediate execution. A handful of incense ash scattered over and landed on Yen Biesher's body, and pain that seemed to burn like flames instantly surfaced and enveloped the entire body. Yen Bieshi clenched his teeth. His body couldn't stop trembling and sweating like rain, but he didn't shout out in the slightest. Deng, who watched, endure, continue to endure, see how long you can endure, is still thinking of going out after the examination of injuries to find me trouble? A cold smile surfaced on the man's face. Then you're overthinking it. You'll only be in pain. You won't have any injuries, and even the most sophisticated medical equipment won't be able to detect what's happened to you. But if you can cooperate with me properly, and promise to keep your mouth shut about last night and sign off on it, I can let you off the hook. Otherwise, the words were not finished. The door to the room was in pieces and scattered all over the floor, along with the walls of the door frame. Lu Ding came from outside and followed up his words by asking, or what? Twisting his head to look at Yen Beshi, who was suffering from torture. He raised his hand to bring up a breeze that blew across his body, a coolness that invaded his entire body. The burning pain of the fire dissipated. However, Yen Beshi still had lingering fears in his heart. In that short 10 seconds just now, she felt as if she was in the middle of a blazing fire, suffering from torture, unable to faint, unable to die, and in a lot of pain. Good thing he saved himself. His eyes went to Lu Ding and Gao Zhangliang behind him. Although she didn't recognize this youth, she had seen Gao Zhangliang before, director of the Pafan District Security Bureau. So he was called by the chief? Lu Ding looked at the tired Yen Beshi, frowned slightly. In the novel, whenever the protagonist saves someone, he always appears at the critical moment to avoid the suffering of the person he saves. How come it is not the same in his own place? Lu Ding, what do you mean? Deng, who questioned, smashing my 5 Viscera Sangha's facade and beating up my 5 Viscera Sangha's people. If you don't give me an explanation today, I don't care what 749 uncorpsing corpse tie you are, you can't leave today. With Deng Hu's words, the crowd of air refiners in the room instantly surrounded towards Lu Ding. Lu Ding scanned the surroundings, not able to afford the slightest emotional fluctuation, and said in an indifferent tone, threatening the 749th Enforcement Patrol investigation, intending to besiege the 749th Enforcement Patrol investigator, privately detaining law enforcement officers, and abusing lynchings against law enforcement officers, all of which are punishable by several counts. I sentence you to the death penalty, to be executed immediately, in the capacity of 749th Enforcement Patrol investigator of the Baofeng District. Along with Lu Ding's words came his terrifying chop that had strangled hundreds of ghosts and monsters last night. The crowd was shocked, but they didn't have time to react yet. A crisp cutting sound was heard in his ears, the sound of flesh and bones being cut and chopped. Blood erupted in the room and broken flesh shot out. Lu Ding walked out forward. Behind him, Gao Zhangliang half raised his arm to speak. He originally wanted to stop Lu Ding, but Lu Ding's speed was too fast, and his determination to kill was too firm. It led to the fact that before his words were out of his mouth and his movements were up, Lu Ding had already taken care of all of these people. He was seen taking his seat, raising his hand, and the three idols and picture books above the shrine shattered in unison. Out of the blue, he said, "What kind of wild god is worthy to sit behind my superior position?" The soup tiger on the ground was without half of his body. The upper half of his body was pestled on top of the blood-stained ground, and his screams were suppressed between his throats. Lu Ding looked at him now. "This is the explanation I gave you. Are you satisfied?" Now changed to Lu Ding crossing his legs. "Didn't you say that I'm a new officer and asked me what's the bull about? Now I've burned it for you to see, and for you to realize exactly why I'm bullish. So, now please tell me, what are you pretending? Who gave you the nerve to arrest the sheriff? And who gave you the nerve to threaten me?" Lu Ding looked at him, his tone flat as usual, his expression leisurely, as if he was chatting with his friend about idle matters. "It's just that this setting, and the people of the moment, are not the place or the people to talk to. Ho ho ho." The pain caused Tang Hu to keep sucking in cool air, and smoke rolled behind him, carrying a faint sandalwood scent that washed away the smell of blood in the room. A huge, lifelike tiger's head loomed in the middle of it. This is exactly the old fairy on the soup tiger. Got the way. Down the mountain over the human robbery of the Mountain King, the head of the king word imprint, all the ferocious power. It is called the Lord of the Mountains and Forests. The beasts retreat and all evils are repelled. If you want to find trouble with me, come in real body. Killing your parasitic air-formed phantom body wastes my time. Get out of here. Roar. The bear's head emerged behind Lu Ding with his words, a roar that came from the depths of the barbaric wilderness and shook the hearts of the people. The mountain monarch in the smoke instantly collapsed, straight in the face of the angry roar of the Tang, who was also flying bears of this roar, bombarded to the wall above the tumbling landing. Injuries can no longer be suppressed. A mouthful of blood spit out. You bull. Lu Ding. I'm convinced. The corpse relief Taiyang is really very overbearing and ferocious. This time Tang Hu is really convinced. He also dared not disobey. Now he has been seriously injured. If he cannot get effective treatment, it is estimated that today this 5 Viscera Sang Society's base camp is the place where he perished. But those weren't the words Lu Ding wanted to hear. Answer my question. Who gave you the nerve? The feeling of oppression hit him, invoking the fear of death within Tang Hu, and his emotions pulled on his injuries, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood once again. No one. I was wrong. I shouldn't have arrested the sheriff. I shouldn't have threatened you. Please let me go. Very good. Lu Ding reached out and pressed on the law enforcement recorder on his chest, which was tantamount to Tang Hu's statement. Lu Ding then raised his hand. The lingering half on the ground split in two, too dead to be seen. Lu Ding also fulfilled the judgment he had made earlier. Counted. Capital offense. Immediate execution. As for these other people, they had the audacity to have the intention of mobbing him when they knew he was a 749 investigator. Death is not enough. Inside the room, the few magistrates who survived in Gao Zhangliang were all dumbfounded, their throats rolling, wanting to vomit but not daring to do so. Dead. All dead. And it was also in front of them. The magistrates, all of them were all killed by this youth in front of them, but they were unable to say anything, because the 3 words 749 thrown out are enough to say it all. Although they didn't know about 749, they had heard some rumors, and this was the first time they had encountered a live 749 today. Gao Zhangliang's face was bitter. What are we going to do? If I had known, I would have thought of another way to not talk to Lu Ding. Now a death is. Gao Zhangliang subconsciously scanned the circle and tried to check the count, but there are body parts less than the size of the palm of your hand all over the place. So what the hell can you find out? It's not like he kept a head count when he came in earlier. Gao Zhangliang gave up. Destroy it. Tired. Chapter 48. Let Tang Lung and Tang Bao meet me, and if they don't perform well, they'll go on the road together. Recovering some energy, Yan Bieji forced his heart to hold back the nausea and spoke out. Lu, listen to her half a day and she can't come up with a thing. Lu Ding voiced a reminder. Call me Lu Deacon Patrol, or Lu Toon. Lu Ding. It's all fine. Patrolman Lu, isn't this out of order? They should be handed over to the court for trial, right? This sentence managed to make Lu Ding laugh wholeheartedly. Stupid, he's seen. but he'd never really seen stupidity this awesome. You are in charge of ordinary people. I am in charge of people like them. Ordinary people have laws for ordinary people, and people like them have their laws governing them, and I do things legally and reasonably. But you didn't say compliance. Yen Bixi caught the loophole. Lu Ding gave her a blank look. None of your business. Don't know what's good for you. If you can't hold it in and want to talk, go to sleep first. It's annoying to hear you talk. No, I didn't mean anything else. I just don't quite get it. I'm sorry, but I can't sleep here either. She didn't mean anything else. She just didn't understand, didn't get it, and the normal human triad in the education she grew up with was completely unacceptable to the current situation. Lu Ding flicked a ball of gas to hit above Yen Beshi's acupoints, and saw her fall straight down. You can fall asleep now. Director Gao, you should have the contact information of Tang Long and Tang Bao. Notify them to come back and meet me here immediately. The reason why he wanted the other two to come to see him was that Lu Ding intended to see what reaction these two would have. If the reaction is good, then more observation. Although he is very much want to cut off the roots, but 749 also did not have no reason for guilt by association this statement. He also cannot give two people to the whole dead off for no reason, but if the reaction was bad, it would be just what he wanted. Chopped up. The three brothers went down together to walk the path of the Yellow Springs. As for the Bureau's punishment for the deaths of Tang Hu and these other air refiners, will he be given a punishment? It was as if Lu Ding himself had said it, and Yen Beshi had added it. Reasonable, legal, non-compliant. He should be questioned and investigated like last time, but should not be penalized. It was important to know that Lu Ding had only just solved the matter of the Yin domain overlap in Dinghao's neighborhood, and he had been given credit for it, only that he hadn't been given a reward because he hadn't dealt with the aftermath of the repercussions at the moment. How could the higher-ups punish him, a man of merit, for something that happened for a reason and was reasonable and legal? Arresting a magistrate is a major offense, not to mention the torture. The magistrate doesn't care about the air refiner, but the air refiner can't touch the magistrate either. That's the rule. Otherwise, if you become an air alchemist, you can just provoke the law and brutalize ordinary people as well as the magistrates who maintain the order of ordinary people. Then the world will not be in chaos. Listening to the words of Lu Ding, Gao Zhangliang also gave up. He was seen. This is the lawless lord. As long as the rubbing of a little 749 on the management of air refiners regulations, you messed with him, he will be the whole death of you. No ambiguity with you at all, and an ordinary man himself. Count on it. Okay, whatever your old man says? Gao Zhangliang took the opportunity to say a little tirade. After spending some time with him, Lu Ding was also like Gao Zhangliang, figuring out the other party's temperament. Spreading his hands, his expression was helpless. This is not your high director. Want me to come to help save them? I a 749 investigator, or Baofanzhou's law enforcement patrol, encountered such a thing, I should be in charge of it. How? You're not satisfied? I'm no longer satisfied. There is no way. Cannot give them to put together and say, you hold on to the hospital. This has to be sent to the crematorium, but also to be burned with the door closed to be able to do. Lu Ding was a bit surprised. He really didn't see that Gao Zhangliang actually had some black humor and hellish jokes. Soon, Tang Long and Tang Bao meet downstairs at the 5 Dirty Sungda. Look at your own home base in front of you. The brothers looked up together. Tang Bao was the first to speak. Big brother, second brother may not be around. Later you go up and don't be impulsive. Let me say everything. Look at my eyes and act. After losing second brother, I don't want to lose you again. Compared to Tang Hu's fiery character and Tang Long's reticence, Tang Bao is undoubtedly the most intelligent and resourceful one among the three brothers. He was the one who was overseeing all the big and small matters of the 5-organ Sangha. Tang Hu's presence is mainly for outward show of combat prowess, and for some times when force control is needed. Tang Long, on the other hand, is the strongest in battle and is responsible for diving into cultivation, which belongs to the bottom of the 5 Viscera Sangha. It should have been Tong Bao who was supposed to go about purchasing legal supplies in the wee hours of the morning. Nay, midway through, Chowing of the Chow family lane called him over to discuss helping him get his footing in the Chow family. As a result, between a mistake, let Tang Hu go to the joint to get the goods. Carelessness led to the transaction being discovered by the magistrates, such as Yen Bieshi, and that's why the latter happened. It was also at Chao Ying's place that Tang Bao heard someone talking about what happened in the Dinghao neighborhood tonight. The nether realms overlapped, monsters swarmed, bones and flesh lay on the ground, and blood flowed in rivers. One by one, all of them are hitting Tong Bao's heart. After hearing this, He immediately made a decision to go back today and immediately prepare something to personally take his second brother Tang Hu to find Lu Ding to apologize. Although the message at the time he told Gao Zhangliang to just pretend he never saw it. But fear not. Fear not. In case Gao Zhangliang does not give face, in case Lu Ding sees it, when he frees up his hands to remember this matter, by that time the 5 Viscera Sangha will not be ruined. Messing with such a killing star, the future of the Baofeng district, and even the future of the Yunhai will not necessarily be able to have a place for his 3 brothers to land. As a result, I didn't expect. He hadn't even gone to Lu Ding yet, and people were beating down the door themselves. It's because of Ergo again. Tong Bao instantly did a double take when he learned the news. At the same time he was mentally prepared for the tragic death of his second brother, although there is no contact with Lu Ding. But he heard and people and just solved the Dinghao neighborhood. I do not know if it is physically and mentally exhausted, but certainly want to rest. Just at this juncture, people can still play on the 5 Viscera Sheng society. Try to ask someone with such a temperament, someone with such exaggerated combat power, going at such a time, the troublemaking Tang Hu could survive. Tang Long was silent for a long time. If Lao Er really died, this revenge, Tang Bao shouted a brother. I am also sad, but this revenge we cannot afford to report. Also cannot report. Even more cannot report. Our 5 Viscera Ra society these years is too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of not being able to distinguish between their own a few pounds. The second brother likes to make trouble is not a day or 2 days. I give face, you give the inside. Give him a lot to wipe his ass. Just because he's my second brother. What is the purpose of us coming to Yunhai? To have a better life for ourselves, to fight for mom and dad's face, and to fight for ourselves. Over the years, we have traded dignity for money, and we have traded money for dignity. But second brother only remembers money for dignity and the reckless dashing that comes with having power. But we forget the mess we were in when we exchanged our dignity for money. The 5 Viscera Sangha was our labor of love. But what is second brother doing? He's pushing the 5 Viscera Sangha towards destruction step by step. The world has rules. Lawlessness will only lead to extinction. Brother, do you understand? Tang Lung finally moved. I see. Let's go up. Wait a minute. Tang Bao shouted, turned around and took out the thorns from the car, which was originally for his second brother, Tang Hu, to prepare to go and ask for forgiveness, but now it could only be for him to use. As soon as his clothes were off, a few lashes of thorns struck his back, skin and flesh torn by the spikes, gurgling blood down his face. Tang Bao's face was unchanged. Go up. Chapter 49. It's right for you to give me face, and it's right for me not to give you face. The brothers went upstairs, both before entering, and the thick smell of blood hit their noses. Walking slowly into it, with trepidation, he saw a field of blood and flesh strewn about. In the very center lay Tang Hu, who had been split in two. Gao Zhangliang cast a helpless look. Although Tang Hu was said to be a brainless person, his overall impression of the 5-organ Sangha wasn't particularly bad, especially this guy Tong Bao. It's smart, it knows what it's doing, and it's helped the authority. Aside from a bit of unpleasantness last time, the two didn't really have any conflicts. One was the head of the Baofeng District's security administration. The other was the founder of the Baofeng District's groundbreaking force, the 5 Viscera Sangha, an ordinary man and an air refiner. There is no conflict of interest, or head down, head up. The world does not have so many grudges cannot be rationalized. Tang Bao and Tang Long's gazes fell on Lu Ding, who was seated on the upper seat. The man just sat there, like a king perched on a throne, his whole body radiating an inexplicable sense of oppression. This feeling was not something Lu Ding intended. Rather, it's something subconsciously attached to the inner workings of Tong Long and Tong Bao. They were terrified of Lu Ding from the bottom of their hearts. It's not by the book. It's about rules. But it's about the 749 and its own rules. But it's not about the rules that are out there. According to reason, such a person can't live long. But he is hard enough and capable enough. The development cycle is still short. The development speed is very fast. Do not pay attention. Also thought that other people behind you. The result is that when you turn back, people have already dumped you don't know how far away. Taillights cannot be seen. Such a man is not to be made an enemy. Tong Bao cast a questioning look at Gao Zhangliang. All you get is love. He realized in his heart that he would probably have to rely on himself for this matter today. Bang! A dozen steps away from Lu Ding, Tang Bao directly knelt down. The knees of both legs smashed and cracked the bloodstained, slippery floor. I'm sorry, Lu Shisun. My second brother doesn't know how to do things, and has caused trouble for your work. Beating, punishing, we admit it. Please be magnanimous and lend us a road to walk. Next to him, Tang Long followed suit and knelt without a word. Tong Bao's tone was sincere, and the thorns in his hands were held up with both hands and presented above his head. Looting. That's pretty badass. One of them is so smart. There was no room for him to capitalize on it if he wanted to. Forget it. Anyway, Tang, who was already dead, and Tang Bao and Tang Long didn't have any ulterior motives, and their attitudes are still so sincere. Lu Ding opened his mouth unhurriedly. From the first day of the office to now, after so long, I never wanted to make things difficult for you guys. As long as you follow the law, you live your lives, I live mine, and we don't interfere with each other. You guys give me face, and that's the way it should be, and I don't give you face, and that's the way it should be. I've seen your attitude today. This matter will end here. Threat or warning. My words you'd better listen and remember. I don't want this to happen a second time. And as for the Jinla Kingdom, you make the note and I'll sign it, and remember to pay the taxes. Through this period of time, Lu Ding guessed in his heart that this year's Ghost Festival should not be boring. The Pufan district is too big for him to handle alone. And the Ghost Festival accident. And not only this year, a year is possible. Every year the Ghost Festival. Xingming, Chongyang, New Year's Eve, and so on. These days rubbing the edge of the strange things will happen. It's the same all over the country. By the time 749 was understaffed and Lu Ding couldn't run away alone, these local air refiner forces could more or less help a little. That's why 749 allows them. As for the legal consumables, there's no point in going deeper into this stuff. As the saying goes, there is no killing without buying and selling. There is too much demand in the country, and that breeds crime, whether it's ordinary people or air refiners. So shifting demand abroad, paying taxes at home, giving money to the 749 for nothing, and not having to pay out anything, that kind of good thing, is actually done. It's solidified and increases your income, and nothing will happen to you. How nice. Hearing Lu Ding loosen up, Tang Bao let out a long breath. The 5 organs of the living Social Security Society were saved, and the matter of the legal consumables was resolved. It seems that this body decomposition Tai Sui is not particularly difficult to talk to, at least not like the rumors outside. What he had in mind now was exactly what Lu Ding needed. This brings us to the psychological aspect. As a simple example, a good person, who has been a good person all his life, can one day be forced, or mindlessly do a bad thing, and others will judge him for pretending that he can't go on, and finally show his face. But if a bad person, who has done bad things all his life, can't look at it one day, or by chance does a good thing, people will say he, by nature, is still not bad, just too sexual. I think we can give him a little bit of a chance, and there are quite a lot of people who agree with this kind of talk. This is what comes with breaking the persona. There are contrasts in character and actions that make a deeper impression. Lu Ding was like that in the eyes of these two brothers. The name he had passed around outside was loud, but not very well heard. Now that he had experienced it for himself, even though it had cost him the life of one of his brothers, he could still think about it in his heart. Eek, this guy is not a pussy. Many thanks to the Lu Deacon Patrol. Lu Ding got up. No need to be polite. We just understand each other. Passed by Tongpa and headed out the door. He turned his head slightly to look at the departing back. He couldn't help but have thoughts in his eyes. He had seen a lot of strong people, and he had seen a lot of geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen one like Lu Ding. There are times when a person's charisma is not just limited to the opposite sex, or favorites, but many positive emotions are intertwined to create the word charisma. In Lu Ding, Tong Bao experienced what it means to have people right in front of your eyes but out of reach, as well as the bloody and abrupt images in the scene and thus the aesthetics of violence. Dinghao Neighborhood in Domain Reunion. 5 Viscera Raw Society Tang who died tragically bones. 2 things enough to shake the entire Treasure Prosperous district even happened in one night and one day. The entire Baoshan district was abuzz with rumors. Lu Ding was less than throwing his weight around, so outsiders didn't know much about him. And after today's incident, which was spread out, the people outside were even more curious about this Baofan district's executive patrol. Xiaoying was the one who was most interested in Lu Ding among these people. Unlike the others, he had met Lu Ding, though they hadn't talked much and were only nodding acquaintances. However, Lu Ding gave him a feeling of being on the same path but on a different path. The general direction of the two men is similar, but the goals of the two men are different. And now these two things have come out. Xiaoying hand holding the lid of the bowl scraping the tea froth, drink a mouthful of holding the treasure people in the mountains to take their own self-made top monkey kuei. Scat after he looked at the tea bowl thoughtfully. His life, just like the tea in this bowl. Generally, from the mountains and forests, walk the high temperature, over the rolling water, the sword mountain and fire, to get today's taste, but these are not enough for him. Far from enough, he also wants more. Suddenly, Chao Ying's eyes lit up. Right, oh. Instead of looking for these local mongrels, why don't we just look for Lu Deng? With his strength and current fame, as long as he supports it, which one would dare to deny my Chao Ying's position in Chaojia Alley? Chapter 50, Strengthening Strength, the Great Black Mountains Visitors. Chaojia Alley is one of the top antique trading places in Baofeng district, and even in the entire Yunhai. Of course, that's just the bright side. Behind the scenes, the business in Chaojia Alley is everything from mountain goods to plutonium. This was why Chao Ying had made a name for himself along with the treasure holders. Born in Chaojia Lane, himself also surnamed Shao. Genealogy above the big name. These are the gold signboard, plus his own skills, brain alive, all to have today's strength and status. This time he came back from the mountains. The main purpose was twofold: 1. To snatch back what belonged to him, and 2. To make Chao's alley bigger and stronger and gain more security. But either way, it's not as easy as it sounds, and it's even harder to do. Earlier in the year, he chose to run away from Chao family lane, and from that moment on, although his name was still on the Chao family tree, the Chao family had long since disowned him as a descendant. Now that he wanted to come back, he had to be recognized by the Chao family again. The biggest resistance to this was the second house of the Chao family that was of the same generation as him, and also the contemporary young head of the Chao family, Chao Yuan's lineage. How could people agree to him coming back to burn incense to his ancestors and re-enter the ancestral hall? Isn't that giving yourself a hard time? Originally, what Chao Ying had planned to do was to draw on the local forces of the Baofan district, or the other air refiner forces in Yunhai, plus his own squad, to fight Chao Yuan in a bright and honorable manner. But with the appearance of Lu Deng, and his understanding of the power behind Chao Yuan, Chao Ying suddenly figured it out. Chao Yuan is so powerful now. Isn't it because he has a brother and a mom behind him? A veteran 749 investigator who previously disappeared to live or die, then returned strong after Chao Ying's departure, afar away for more than 10 years. Some time ago returned with a foreign consortium, into the Cloud Sea. The two men supported Chao Yuan from their financial and power respectively. But Chao Ying, in addition to himself, nothing. Dad did not love. Mom died. Originally he was the eldest house, but because of the single tree is difficult to support, was forced to go far away from the mountains as a treasure-holding people. The current him, although he couldn't compare to Chao Yuan in terms of power, but in terms of financial power, he was half-hearted. What if Chao Yuan has a rich mom? If your brother is a bully, then wouldn't it be better for me to find one that's even more of a bully than your brother? Eyes rolled and his mind molded over. That is, Lu Deng didn't know what he was thinking. If he did, Lu Deng would have returned him with a high and low sentence. No need to say more. You give resources to me to do the job. Don't care if it's his brother or his father, as long as the heavenly materials are given in place. Even if the King of Heaven comes out, I can still block back for you. Of course, this presupposed that Chao Yuan's brother couldn't be particularly outrageously strong. The time came tonight. It's time for Lu Deng to be active again. When he got back from the 5 Viscera Sangha, he slept comfortably until 9 o'clock at night. When I got up and stretched, I heard my whole body crackling. Lu Deng subconsciously picked up his cell phone and unlocked it in preparation to take a look, only to have it display a message from the 749th Bureau app near the end of the night. It said that the aftermath of the Dinghao neighborhood had been dealt with, and since he had dealt with the Yin domain overlap cleanly this time, avoiding the risk of mass casualties among the general public, the higher-ups had decided to give him 150 contribution points as well as a cash reward of 2 million. This was undoubtedly great news for Lu Deng. It didn't matter if it was money or not. He still had a lot of it in his hand. It was mainly contribution points. This time the 150, plus the previous. Together Lu Deng has more than 200. Now he can finally exchange the heavenly materials and treasures. See, the Ghost Festival will be coming. Lu Deng has to seize the time to enhance their strength in order to face all the emergencies before. Open the redemption section of the 749 app. There was a wide array of various types of heavenly materials and treasures, which really made people's eyes glaze over. Ripped Buddha Sprout. Price, 80 contribution points per copy. The stone Buddha has a spirit. Cultivating the stone into flesh. Can nurture vitality. Can be used as a point of spiritual enlightenment. Can also be used to concentrate the medicinal power to expand the spirit. See? Have the money. Buy it. Taste the salt. See how it goes. Falling sand. Price, 70 contribution points per copy. Specialties of the Feng Shui Spirit Swallowing Bureau. Can be used externally to strengthen the physical body, and can also be taken internally to expand the spirit. See? Have the money. Buy it. Taste the salt. See how it goes. Full Moon Dew. Price, 80 contribution points per copy. Collecting the essence of the full moon by a secret method can cleanse the soul. The main function is to expand the spirit sea. Take a look at the balance. Not much, but still enough. Lu Ding a bite. Save and keep it is not as good as spending and eating. Buy it, taste the salt and see how it is. With the payment pressed, Lu Ding's balance was instantly zeroed out. Heartache this is his hard-earned money. Now a hand all out. Join 749 cent 10 contribution points, plus the black old ladies 20. Fire mold zombies 50. This time the netherworld overlap of 150. A total of 203. All gone. I hope the medicine doesn't disappoint me. Soon after, 749 sent a special person to deliver a cardboard box. Unpacking the box, there was one box and 2 bottles inside, neither of which were large. The box is loaded with open Buddha buds. Open a look. A total of but 10. The size of the tea leaves with the bamboo leaf green is almost the same. The appearance is not bad. The color is dark gold. No fragrance. There is no golden light. Looked mediocre. As for the full moon dew and the falling spirit sand, one was a silvery white thick liquid emitting a light fragrance similar to jasmine, and the other was a yellowish sand that smelled like fried chestnuts, and the two might have a total of about 200 milliliters together. That's too little. The lesser Lu Ding felt as if his contribution points had gone down the drain. The lesser he didn't know how to eat. Looked around, picking up the teacup that has never been used in the room. Lu Ding first poured in the full moon dew and falling spirit sand, stirring and stirring. There was no reaction, just like the construction site and the cement, until after he threw in the Ripper Buddha bud. The inside of the glass began to bubble and the white foam kept churning. Lu Ding frowned and hurriedly called the wiring department. Very uncertainly, he asked, "Open Buddha buds, falling spirit sand, and full moon dew, can these 3 be added together?" The opposite party did not hesitate in the slightest. Yes, as long as there are no special remarks on the heavenly materials, they can all be mixed together. Though the words are there, but Lu Ding looked at the cup that poured the foam. He still had some mutterings in his mind. Unsure. Whatever. When the phone hangs up, it's a straight-up mouthful. The surging medicinal power instantly exploded in Lu Ding's body, swam through all the limbs and bones, and rushed straight to the spirit sea. The rumbling sound rang out, and the heaven and earth spirit air was pulled, mixed with the medicinal power together. And Lu Ding's spirit sea was the drastic transformation. As the area of the spiritual sea and the quality of the spiritual liquid were improved, Lu Ding's realm was also climbing rapidly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Over here, Lu Ding was still cultivating. On the other side, the people from the Great Black Mountain were finally here. For C's group branch, Xia Shunan was sitting in his office wearing gloves and playing with a jade gourd that had a simple shape but was of excellent color. Last time, after what happened between Yi Xian and the old man surnamed Huang, she had then been looking for a gift that could be used as an apology to Lu Ding as a gesture of sincerity from the 4C's group. Finally, under the effort, Xia Shunan bought this Raising Fury gourd. She just got it today too. Haven't even had a chance to cross-reference this gourd's divinity yet. The door of the office was violently slammed open, and several figures with strong auras barged in. "Yo, Raising Fury gourd, and this good stuff?" The youth raised his hand, and a powerful suction force instantly ripped through the gourd in Xia Shunan's hand. She rose with a stony face. Dragon Claws? Chapter 51, Wild? Take Lu Ding's stuff and talk to him yourself. The youth rubbed the gourd to feel its texture, twisted his head, also quite literate wellness solution. Actually know the Dragon Claw hand. Since you know it, then you should know me, right? Xia Shunan looked at the youth whose body was slim and whose cheeks were deeply sunken, but whose eyes were shining, and he already had an answer in his heart. But Xia Shunan snapped out, "I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. This is not something you should take. Give it back to me." The youth froze for a moment, really not expecting Xia Shunan to play dumb with him. "Since I don't know each other, let's get to know each other. My name is Yi Feng. I'm from the Great Black Mountain. Yi Xian is my cousin. As for this gourd, I shouldn't take it. My cousin Yi Xian and my village elders all died in the Cloud Sea, in your 4C's group's territory, not to mention a Raising Fury gourd. It's you. I'll take it, and no one will dare to say anything against me," Yi Feng said as he walked forward while playing with the Raising Fury gourd. Xia Shunan looked at him indifferently. When did the people of Great Black Mountain become so rampant? Do you really think it's still the past? What do you think should be done about this? Account? What account do I give you? Whether it's Yi Xian or Elder Huang, it was Lu Ding who killed him. So go find him if you can. Madness, chanting, and then crazy Xia Shunan have seen, such as Tang Hu. That more crazy, lawlessness flaunted, but also the treasure prosperous district of the ground snake forces. The result, even death is not complete. Spelling cannot be spelled up. The reason for everything was because he was looking for death and went to mess with Lu Ding. Now there's another wild one. It was as if Xie Shunan had foreseen his end. Yi Feng slightly put away his smile. Yes, that Lu Ding is indeed powerful and has 749 on his back, but I'm not afraid of him. I'm just afraid that 749 can't afford to mess with him. If he's not relying on 749, I'll go and get him killed right away. Saying this, Yi Feng's eyes swept up and down over Xie Shunan. You also don't think about what to kill with a borrowed knife. I'll tell you plainly, I won't go to his trouble for the time being. The person died under your Miss Xie's eyes. I'm here, just to find your Xie's family's trouble. Persimmons have to be picked to pinch the soft ones. You're this soft persimmon I'll pinch. He put up 3 fingers. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days. You want to think by yourself or not? Look for your father to discuss or not? 3 days later, I want to see the attitude of your Xie family. If not, then in the future, the 4 C's group, it will become the 3 C's group. Don't ever doubt my words. I'm from the Great Black Mountain. Do you know that, Miss Xie? I'll take this raising fury gourd counted as interest. If you think about it, come find me at Chao's alley. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, Xie Shunan was silent for a long time before she slowly took her seat. Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, but if the other 3 families of the 4 C's group were on Yi Feng's side, then his words were no joke. Rather, it can really be done to turn the 4 C's group into the 3 C's group. Disintegration is usually from within. Xie Shunan only felt some irony. The older generation may not be able to do it, but the successors of the other 3 may not. And the fact that the other 3 families were able to give Big Montenegro an attitude showed that the elders of the other 3 families were tacitly approving of Big Montenegro's behavior. Sad, really sad. Pulling open the drawer in front of him, he pulled a tape recorder out of it. Another look at the hidden camera on the bookshelf. With a mocking face, he said, "Dirtbag, what age are you still threatening people, taking Lu Ding's things, and still talking about wanting to go against him? Go talk to him yourself." Xie Shunan turned her hand and then sent the video audio in her hand together, without any editing at all, to Gao Zhangliang, asking him to help forward it to Lu Ding, and asking Lu Ding to contact her after watching the video. This way, looking at his Spirit Sea second level realm and the somewhat ridiculously large Spirit Sea, Lu Ding once again fell into doubt. I remembered that a normal Spirit Sea second level shouldn't have such a large Spirit Sea. A normal Spirit Sea realm first level, the size of the Spirit Sea was a puddle, which was correct. His Spirit Sea at the beginning was also this big. Subsequent realm elevation by 1 layer would increase the size of the Spirit Sea based on the original foundation according to the talent, physical body, and the different heavenly materials and treasures used, from the smallest doubling to the largest 10 times, which was the result of the experience accumulated over countless years. However, Lu Ding's Spirit Sea of the second level was dozens of times larger than the first level of the Spirit Sea. This strange situation caused Lu Ding to fall into deep thought. Although the heavenly treasures one uses are all good, they are not so good that they are good enough to break cognition. Then it's not the heavenly material that's in trouble. As for the Kung Fu, if the Kung Fu visualized by the Flying Bear visualization diagram had such an effect, then he would never be able to reach the Flying Bear visualization diagram. Moreover, so far, the Gong methods he had comprehended from the Flying Bear conceptualization diagram had not shown such a miraculous place. So it's not the feats either. That would be yourself. However, looking at his golden finger, what Lu Ding had obtained from it, except for the Forgotten Forms predicate that could manually open the state of celestial unity to aid in cultivation, there were no other skills that could aid in cultivation. Could it be because of the celestial union? Lu Ding opened the 749 app and started searching for relevant literature in forums. After some searching, there were really a few pages of literature that caught his attention, and no one said that the Spirit Sea expansion would hurt this much. The moment he saw this title, Lu Ding was puzzled. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. In the future really need to read more. Some time ago I closed to break through the second level of the Spirit Sea. I had thought in Xian realm, the cultivation of the water to the channel and then break through the small bottleneck. Will be able to arrive at the next small realm. Who knows that heavenly materials and treasures with the use of the next after the pain is very painful. It feels that the body is going to be torn apart like. Finally, I would like to advise all colleagues who are ready to break through the small realm of the Spirit Sea, must be psychologically prepared. This is all experience. Comment below to reply. Ha 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 ha, another one who fell for it, laughed me to death. Originally I wanted to come out and talk about it in the first place, but no one else did. And I didn't say anything, so we all hurt together. You're crying out for pain at the second level of the Spirit Sea? I'm telling you, the further you go, the more pain you'll feel. There were people who didn't dare to break through to a higher realm because it hurt too much. You've read the novels, right? You know that the cultivators inside the novels have to carry through a thunderbolt when they break through the realm, right? That's right. The pain that the expanding spirit sea endures is the same as the tribulation that these air refiners need to endure in our real life. Cultivation is supposed to go against the grain. The natural law is to grow naturally. Cultivation belongs to perverted development, unnatural growth. And of course, one will suffer pain, let alone at the spirit sea realm, which is known as the second watershed. There are painless breakthroughs, but that's not a chance that ordinary people can get. Know about the unity of heaven and man. As long as you happen to enter the state of unity of heaven and man when you break through, you won't be in pain. The state of celestial unity can be hard to come by, let alone just at the time of a breakthrough. Chapter 52, Tomorrow? Today? Go get e-phone now. These comments echo what the literature says. The literature says that the so-called unity of heaven and man represents one's integration into nature, into all things in heaven and earth. As soon as you can get into the celestial union, that's when the Tao bellows to you. The bottleneck and the pain of expanding the spirit sea are both limitations that the Tao places on the air refiner. Refining air is to create something out of nothing, without reciprocal conversion, contrary to the natural growth of man, but also because of the avenue of the 4-9, to hide its one. This is the vitality and infinite possibilities. So ordinary people can become a gas refiner, and gas refiner can continue to climb up the cultivation, but it takes a lot of obstacles to get through. This hindrance can again be applied to the saying that the 4 or 9 of the avenues are hidden from the world. This one, the beloved of the Tao, is a back door, an opening that can be exploited and has no side effects. Accurately to explain the words, this young AI and empty sun, is the unity of heaven and man. Later generations of gas refining people can be understood as God to help you cultivate. Lifted you a hand. God lifted his hand. When Lu Deng thought of his forgetfulness, the smile at the corner of his mouth was somewhat suppressed. From the time he became an air refiner until now, God was afraid that he had lifted more than one hand. That's lifting him up. How's it feel to be chased by God? God really didn't call me wrong. You are really my grandfather. Rumble. In the middle of the day, the flat earth thundered, and the frightened Lu Deng twisted his head to be a vibrating knife, and shivered for no reason. 2 steps to the window and look up at the sky. It should be a coincidence. Forget it. Can't think about it, whether it was a coincidence or not. Lu Deng rushed to get rid of the whimsical thoughts in his mind. Getting up and getting dressed. He had to do something to distract himself from his thoughts, and that's when he saw it. In the past, the weak letter, which was basically not used in the past days, actually had a message alert today. A little open. It's a high positive beam that was added earlier. He sent a video and recording. Here's another sentence. Xia Shunan asked me to send it to you, and said for you to contact her after reading it. Lu Deng clicked on the video and recording, and after listening and watching it in its entirety, the softness in the bottom of his eyes gradually dissipated. If it's not by 749, get me dead right away? After traveling for almost 20 years, this was the first time he'd heard someone say they were going to get him killed. The great Montenegrin Yifeng. Good. That's a name he's memorized. As for Xie purpose in sending this video and audio to Lu Deng, it's also well understood that it's nothing more than an attempt to ask for help, or cooperation, and to express an attitude. It wouldn't have been sent in such a complete form if it was intended to be a loner. The woman is indeed quite clever. Lu Deng commented. The size of Yifeng's existence was a threat to Lu Deng, although it didn't necessarily cause any serious consequences, but the toad was lying on the top of his foot. It doesn't bite, it disgusts. Who knows if one day in the future this person will suddenly have a brain fart and pull something. After all, the future is uncontrollable. Lu Deng also didn't like the feeling that this time bomb would start at any moment. What he wants is to have all the circumstances at his fingertips. Tomorrow. Oh, no, it was today. Right now. Lu Deng decided to go to Caojia Alley to straighten out Yifeng, so as to nip any threat in the bud. As for the Great Black Hills, now he didn't have time. He didn't have much strong strength for the time being. After a while, when he had enough free time and his strength had arrived, Lu Deng decided to go up to the Great Black Mountain. Nothing else. He had only one purpose. The Great Black Hills banditry. Get up. Pushing open the door of his room and walking out. Yan Fifan lived next door, and after hearing the commotion in Lu Deng's room, he hurriedly followed him out. Lu, looking at Lu Deng's back, he shouted. That aura belonging to the Zhaoxian realm was unmistakable. Lu Deng looked at him. A breakthrough? Well, after breaking through, I'm now a powerhouse of the Zhaoxian realm as well. That's right, a powerhouse of the Zhaoxian realm. Yan Fifan himself said with a bit of a lack of confidence. At this time, He looked at Lu Ding as if he were gazing into an abyss, not seeing the bottom. Unfathomable. Before he stepped into the Zhaoxian realm, his perception wasn't that sharp. Seeing Lu Ding was like looking at a mountain through a window, only seeing the view. But now that he had broken through to the Zhaoxian, when he looked at Lu Ding, he was truly stepping into the mountain. Already, you can get an initial sense of his terror. Very well, Zhaoxuan Realm Powerhouse. We'll be relying on you from now on in our treasure flood region. Lu Ding snickered. Yan Fifan hurriedly asked, where are you planning to go, Brother Lu? I woke up but I heard about your glorious battle record during this time. That's awesome. Battling the Yin domain in blood and abusing Tang Hu. Now your name of uncorpsing the corpse Taiyang has a sound when you drop it on the ground. What sound? Lu Ding asked. Matching his words, Yan Fifan gave a thumbs up. Rattling sound. Ha 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 ha. Alright, stop playing games. Now that you're awake, come with me on a mission. Mission? Yan Fifan was a bit puzzled. He hadn't received any news or notification. Someone is intent on killing Investigator 749. We need to go and nip the criminal in the bud. Upon hearing these words, his expression instantly became serious. In a serious tone, he asked, who are the criminals trying to kill? Lu Ding pointed at himself. Kill me. Ah, no, ah. At this moment, Yan Fifan's expression was particularly wonderful. This man is sick in the head, isn't he? He's tired of living? As the two of them walked outside, Lu Ding took out the audio and video to show him. When Yan Fifan finished reading, he only said 2 words, asterisk 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 him. Buzz. As soon as the gas pedal was pressed, the black off-road hissed and roared as it rushed out of the Baofeng District Security Bureau. In the car, Lu Ding sat in the co-pilot and slid the cell phone screen, and on the chat interface, Gao Zhengliang sent Xie contact information. Hit the motion dial to call it. It didn't take more than a few rings for the opposite side to pick up. Lu Ding opened the door and said, I'm Lu Ding. I saw your video and audio. Now I'm free for the time being. You can say whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. I don't have much time. Lu Shisun. It's like this. Do you have time? I can come to you now. The situation is a bit complicated. I think it's better for us to talk about it face to face? In person? Fine. Go wait for me at Saojia Lane. I'm on my way there now. I'll see you at Saojia Lane later. Xie Shuanan's eyebrows knitted together when he heard this. After a long silence, she spoke. Yes. As soon as the phone hung up, Xie Shunan only felt that his head was big. She was ready to deal with everything, including, but not limited to, Lu Ding threatening her. Lu Ding being furious and feeling that she was killing people with a borrowed knife. Lu Ding's lion's den taking advantage of the fire, and so on. And she also knew that Lu Ding would definitely look for Yifeng's trouble, but she didn't expect it so soon. This is going to kill Chao's alley. No, are you at least ready to get ready? This thing is not just about you and Yifeng not still have me in it, which does not care at all about my opinion and whether I will benefit. Directly go up is to kill Yifeng. Crazy, the world is really crazy. This is a madman. Men, prepare my car. Chapter 53, Yama points out that Lu He is Yifeng. Night and early morning is when Saojia Alley shows its true colors. A lot of stuff it can't see the light of day, so it can only be done before dawn. At night, the dark streets of Saojia Alley are bustling with people and the sound of hawking. Porcelain from the Jing dynasty, bowls from the Yu dynasty, swords from the Shang Yuan dynasty, and swords from the Kai Ming dynasty. That's a whole lot of everything. Except for these. Plus, there's, like, the stalls, the drug sellers, the old man on the corner who pulls you in to watch a play. TSK. All sorts of things, all sorts of people, all sorts of rare things, all sorts of weird people you can think of. There are all sorts of things here, and there are all sorts of things you can't think of here. This is the dark street of Sao's Alley. Yifeng walked in the crowd, eyes full of surprise, followed by an elegant and easygoing youth, wearing a white coat, waist hanging a CUI-colored palm jade, carved with a fish into a dragon, tied with a rope of gold silk. Walking is a 4-way step. The hands of the disc that is called Sandalwood Fan. Who else could have this kind of faction in Saojia Alley but the contemporary young master of Saojia Alley, Chao Yuan? Brother Yi, how about this Saojia Lane of mine? Yifeng couldn't help but nod his head in praise of what he had seen along the way. This place is really good. No wonder the old things on the mountain say that Saojia Lane is a golden chicken that lays eggs. That said, I think we can cooperate a little bit. How about dispersing the things from my big black mountain to sell in your Saojia Lane as well? Chao Yuan was waiting for this, and now that Yifeng had made his words clear, he instead appeared not to care so much. Leave a stall till you can, but cooperation. You also know, although I am the Chao family contemporary young head, but many things, or have to help the family over support. I actually do not have so much power. Yifeng turned around fiercely. Young master, that's not a good thing for you to say. A booth and a partner. Which is more important? That is more profitable. I believe even a fool can figure it out. Yifeng had come all this way for more than just Yi Xian's business. He was older than Yi Xian, maybe not as talented as Yi Xian, but temporarily his strength was higher than Yi Xian, and his heart and mind were also more than Yi Xian, just not by much. Take it easy and hear me out. Chao Yuan closed the folding fan in his hand and gently dropped it on his shoulder. You came down from the Great Black Mountain this time. Isn't your purpose to find trouble with the Xie family? It just so happens that I'm a little bit interested in the business outside as well. My mom has just come back from abroad with a large sum of money wanting to do some business in Yunhai, but far away. We cannot insert into the hand, close to the treasure prosperous district, business and all the 4 C's group. If you can get down to understand the family, the share of their share transferred to me. The cooperation thing, what you say we are what? Although Yifeng's brain couldn't turn to Chao Yuan, he wouldn't agree to this matter rashly. Market share and equity in the 4 C's group of solvers, if it goes down, that's real money he can see at the moment. But if we share it with Chao Yuan, while it is true that it may pay off a few times or even a dozen times, dozens of times later, that takes time, doesn't it? And it's not always 100% insured. He'll have to think about it. Just about this time, Lu Ding arrived at the entrance of Chao's alley. As soon as the car stops, the people come down and respectful security walks up. Hello gentlemen, do you have tickets? There's an event going on inside. It's quite formal. Lu Ding took out 749's ID and handed it over. Tickets, here. Security. I don't know how. It is clearly written on the top of the 2 big words of national security, but he is more and more like tickets. Aha, that's right, it's tickets. Taking a step to the side, he extended his arm. After you. Lu Ding stood still and didn't move. What are you waiting for? Report the news. Let the people inside you report upwards. Say that Lu Ding is here. Let your young master come out to see me. How big Caojia Alley is? Lu Ding doesn't know. And he doesn't want to know. He only knows that if he directly drills in to find someone, that would be really not smart. Instead of actively looking for it, might as well just let Chao Yuan deliver. Anyway, when Yifeng entered Caojia Alley, Lu Ding only recognized this. When you get to a place, look for the groundlings. He's on a case investigation now. It's not too much to ask for a little cooperation from the precinct, is it? Other side. Chao Yuan received a notification from his men that Lu Ding had come. He was suspicious in his heart. Before he invited this corpse-relieving Taiyu to eat, he was too busy to kill Yi Xian to have time. And now Yifeng's front foot had just arrived not long ago, and he came on the back foot. Glancing at Yifeng, Chao Yuan muttered in his heart, how is it that this surname Yi is a Lu Ding trap? For a moment, his mind began to make trade-offs. He understood that if Lu Ding could come, it was completely directed at Yifeng. Logically speaking, Yifeng didn't say that he was going to find trouble with him, so he shouldn't do anything to Yifeng, right? I guess not. And this is Chao's alley. Even if he wants to do something, he will more or less be scrupulous. Offending Lu Ding, Chao Yuan didn't want to, and giving up Yifeng, he didn't want to either. The fish and the bear's paw, he wanted both. Chao Yuan was prepared to be a peacemaker in his mind. At the same time, he made a second move and sent a message to his older brother, who was a police officer in the 749th Bureau. Over there, he told him that there is an urgent mission in the field now and can't leave, but he will call his Spirit Sea Realm buddy, who is also an official investigator of the 749, to come in case Lu Ding goes crazy. After all, he didn't do things by the book. It was something that the entire Cloud Sea knew. With the assurance of Big Brother and the presence of the Spirit Sea Realm 749 investigator, Chao Yuan only felt that it was a stable hand. Instantly, he straightened out the unwarranted creases in his clothes. Brother Yi, I have an honored guest arriving. Do you want to stroll around on your own for a bit, or do you want to follow me forward? An expensive guest? How expensive? Baofeng District Executive Patrol, 749 trainee investigator, nicknamed the corpse-solving Taiyu Lu Ding Lu Taiyu. Do you think it's expensive? Yifeng instantly had a cold face. Thoughts surged in his heart. Damn, did not wait for Xie Shunan, but waited for Lu Ding. How he came to be. This maniac. He's not going to take a shot at me. But I didn't pick on him or offend him anywhere. Seeing that he couldn't hold back a single word for half a minute, Chao Yuan comforted. It's fine. This is Caojia Alley. He won't make a move on you. Don't be so timid. Thanks to you, you're still coming down from the Great Black Mountain. Be a bit more energetic. My brother said that he would call his Spirit Sea Realm buddy. who was also the official investigator of 749, to come to watch over the situation, so as to avoid this corpse decomposing. Taeyuyi, to show his handiwork, pulled the pedal on the emotions plus give the tranquilizer to eat. Even if Yifeng was muttering from the bottom of his heart, at this point, he couldn't say the word not to go. It'll be a disgrace. Just go. Isn't it just Lu Ding? I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. It's fine to see him. This was said to Chao Yuan and to himself, as a sort of self-congratulation. The two walked together to the entrance of Chao's alley. Just showed up. The security next to him spoke as if taking credit. Sir, that's our young master. Yen Fifan was also very good at coming to terms with things as he took out his cell phone and held it flat against the people following Chao Yuan. Next moment, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Yifeng as if he were the king of Hades pointing his finger. That's right, it's him, Lu He's Yifeng. Chapter 54, I work in my district. No one else can tell me what to do. When these words came out, Yifeng's face instantly changed. What do you mean? Spot kill? You're serious. A chopping attack came instantly. He rushed to dodge, but it was not too timely. One ear fell to the ground on the spot. Blood scattered horizontally. The pain Yifeng grimaced and hid behind Chao Yuan. None of the people present had expected that Lu Ding would actually dare to storm out on such an honorable occasion. Chao Yuan was just about to open his mouth and say something. Lu Ding was one step ahead of him. Yifeng, you intended to murder Investigator 749. Come with me. Yifeng himself froze at the sound. How did he not know he had such guts? Not to mention him, even his elders who were still on Black Wind Mountain didn't have the guts to murder 749's investigators. This is undoubtedly provoking the majesty of the Great Han. You fart. Who did I murder? Surnamed Lu. You don't want to add to the crime here. You said that I intend to murder the 749 investigator. Who did I murder? You bring out the evidence. Right, Executive Inspector Lu. Talking and doing things should be based on evidence. Although you are the Executive Inspector of Baofan District, you can't just say that you'll arrest anyone. Chao Yuan also helped out. Lu Ding gave him a look. What are you guys? When does 749 need outsiders to supervise what it does? And ask me for evidence? Ask yourself if you are worthy first. If you have any doubts, go to the bureau and complain against me. Anytime. Now I'm going to arrest the suspect. Anyone who tries to stop me is an accessory and violently resisting arrest. Get the hell out of my way. When Lu Ding's aura opened up, it shook the surrounding area with walking stones and flying sand. The calm darkness began to surge, as if something extremely terrifying was about to crawl out of it. The aura was materialized at this moment. Lu Ding's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Yifeng and Chao Yuan. He flew and raised his hand, and the flying bear shadow behind him replicated his movements one by one. And the terrifying flying bear was about to slap down with the broad palm that was even bigger than a human being. Meeting is a killing move. The original life skills are used. This is how much revenge Chao Yuan's mind has thoughts flashed. Straight in the face of such a raging might he no longer dared to harden his heart and not hide. He understood that if he didn't dodge today, Lu Ding's move could even kill him with Yifeng. The kind where you have me and I have you mixed together to become mush. Chao Yuan bends and rolls to avoid it. He was considered somewhat competent, but Yifeng was not so lucky. The palm slaps away to land on top of the chest. 2 clicks sounded one after the other. The first thing that shattered was the raising fury gourd that he snatched from Xie Shunan, and the second thing that shattered was the long lifelock that the elders on the mountain had given him to protect his life and defend himself. But even with 2 treasures for defense, Yifeng also still had half of his chest cavity collapsed by this palm. The whole thing slammed into the wall with a loud bang, crashed out a broken brick, and then look at himself, lying in the pile of broken bricks, long breath short out, a half-dead look, as if it has been seriously injured to the extreme, just short of the last breath. Yifeng couldn't figure it out. Whether it's the nurturing fury gourd or the long lifelock, that can be a good protective treasure otherwise he would not have been moved to rob directly from Xie Shunan, not to mention that he would not have brought the long lifelock to protect his life and defense. How did this break? Such terrifying power. Is he really human? He asked himself that he was also a genius, but in front of Lu Ding, how could he be so unbeatable? Stifled, unwilling, horrified, confused, all sorts of emotions intertwined in his mind, until the bricks covering his face were brushed away. Once more he saw that fearful face. Yifeng stomped his leg back with all the strength he had left. It wasn't me. I didn't. It's none of my business. It's all a misunderstanding. Let me go. Let me go. I'm going back to Dehaishan. I won't come out okay. Lu Ding took a step to step on top of his chest. Just listen. Click, click, click. Misunderstanding? Not you. Come on. Look. Lu Deng held up his cell phone and aimed it at his face, of which the image was the very moment he was pretending to be in Xie office. The people of the Great Black Hills have always been so wild. That Lu Deng is indeed powerful, but I'm not afraid of him. I'm just afraid that 749 can't afford to mess with him. If he's not relying on 749, I'll go and get him killed right away. Sentence by sentence, word by word came from the cell phone. It was none other than his Yifeng's voice without a doubt. Lu Deng put away his cell phone. Have the people of Great Black Mountain always been this crazy? Come on, let's see another crazy one. Intending to murder the 749 investigator, plus threatening to blackmail the entrepreneurs in my jurisdiction. Yifeng, how many heads do you have enough for me to twist? Daring to be so lawless. I'm really just saying. I'm going back. I'm going back to Big Black Mountain. I swear I'll never come out again. I'm going right back. The words were just finished when the sound of high heels on the ground rang out sharply. Xie Shunan came jogging to make up the last cut. Lu Shi Xian, he also robbed the gift I was going to give you, on the last collapsed area of the matter. I really feel sorry. Then prepared a raising fury gourd wanna give you. The result is that he rushed to the office to rob it. The fury gourd? Where is it? When Lu Deng twisted his head, there was a jade gourd lying on the ground that had been shattered and could not be put together. Lu Deng, could it be that the treasure magic weapon really has no connection with me? Xie Shunan added. It cost me $50 million, plus a favor debt. Yifeng sniffed and cast a resentful look at Xie Shunan. This woman pits me. She screwed me over. No, I didn't. She didn't talk to. What you don't have. There's a video to prove it. I told you it wasn't something you should have taken. Told you to give it back to me. And instead of giving it back, you threatened me. Xie Shuanan's expression was slightly aggravated when he said this, but the laughter in his heart was almost impossible to suppress. Big Montenegro has a lifelong habit of robbing people. In your next life, I hope you'll keep your hands to yourself and never take anything that isn't yours. Well, you also embezzled public property. The crime is compounded. The crimes are combined. In the name of the Baofeng District Law Enforcement Patrol, 749 trainee investigator, sentence you to death. Immediate execution. No. Vomit. Yifeng still wanted to say his last words, but as Lu Deng's foot that landed on his chest slammed down hard, his internal organs were instantly squeezed out from the depths of his throat by this huge force. Subsequent decapitations are made up, with the head and body separated so as not to swindle the body. Since when does an investigator in training get to act on the cheap and make life and death judgments? The visitor stood still at the top of the treetops at the mouth of the alley, under the moonlight, holding his hands. Really pretentious. People came, but they came just a little too late. Yen Fifan skimmed his lips. In his heart, Lu cannot see someone more than he can pretend. And this pretending level is not at all. Really think that he read 2 martial arts novels as a warrior? Brother Chao Yuan shouted, and he didn't dare to speak until the person who supported him arrived. Previously, Lu Deng's aura was just too sufficient and overpowering. From the moment Yifeng was hit, he was afraid to say even a single word more, for fear that Lu Deng would give him a blow in passing. Yen Fifan quietly paced to Lu Deng's side. Brother Lu, this person's name is Chou Tianjian. Just like us, he is an official investigator of the 749. He possesses spirit sea cultivation, and he is nicknamed Ghost Seeing Worry. Since the end of the last White Kiln ancient town matter, Yen Fifan has nothing to do but love to look at the official investigators of the Bureau's little information, and not for any other reason than to get the muckraking right, and he knows that in the future, Lu Deng will definitely be entangled with other investigators again. After all, Lu Deng's temperament said that the entanglement is to put it in a good way. To put it in a bad way, that is to start a conflict. Once a conflict arises, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to win 100 battles, isn't it? Just in time. It came in handy today. Lu Deng looked at Chou Tianjian in the treetops and then at Chao Yuan. He seemed to understand something. In the same tone as usual, he said, so who are you here to make decisions for again? Chao Yuan? Or Yifeng? It's not anyone else's turn to tell me what to do in my precinct. So if you don't understand, then I'll make it simpler. None of your business. Understand? Other people this appearance. This attitude, clearly is to come to the station to calm things to help waste to do gall. For this kind of people, do you still want to give him a good face to see? Chapter 55, 1 minute. I'll leave you lying there. Come up here and question. Emphasize your status as an official investigator. And discuss your seniority. Is an official name something that can be done with just a few quests and a few monsters? Really that much to brag about? Originally, Chao Yuan wanted to say something, but he heard this sentence from Lu Ding. Why don't he just close the mic? Zhou Tian let fly from the treetops. Don't you dare repeat what you just said. As soon as the aura opened up, the sharp edges swept by, cutting the skin and flesh of the people present raw and painful. Lu Ding only found this man interesting. What does repeating it over and over again tell us? Is it a way to give yourself a step down without saying it a second time? Or is it a way to show your mighty power in verbal intimidation? If it's the first point, then I'm sorry. Lu Ding's first sentence came out. Even if it's 10 times 100 times, he won't change it. If it's the second point, this guy really isn't good enough, and he's not strong enough. You don't need to do it again. 100 times. A spirit sea realm like yours really isn't enough. Let's do it like this. Lu Ding pointed to the corner where the big trash cans were piled up outside Chao's alley and said, 1 minute, just 1 minute. In 1 minute, if you don't lie down in which place. Today's matter, what do you say? Let's do what we say. Zhou Tianjian narrowed his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen an intern as arrogant as you. Do you really think that no one can rule over you if you can act as a bully in Baofeng district? He knew Lu Ding's name. But so what? Genius? Who isn't a genius anymore? A tough one? Who doesn't kill people with a deadly hand? Since he, Zhou Tianjian, was able to come here today, it meant that he didn't bring a bit of fear of Lu Ding. It's still the same, but a trainee investigator. If you're tough, how tough can you be? Besides, where is the development cycle? And halfway, but where Lu Ding is an air refiner family or heritage origin. Today Zhou Tianjian will not be this attitude. Lu Ding ignored him. The man was purely brain dead, and he didn't bother to talk to him. Raising his hand over his shoulder, he stretched out 2 fingers to beckon at Yin Fifen in the back. Just listen to the drop. Mechanical sounds rang out, and the crowd heard them clearly in their ears. 1 minute countdown begins. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Zhou Tianjian was extremely fast, but Lu Ding was faster than him. A foot kicked at Zhou Tianjian's hand that was drawing his sword, kicking the long sword that he had just drawn out less than half a foot back into its scabbard, and then rising his right foot to strike violently across the room. Bang! A silhouette slightly folded and flew backwards, crashing heavily into the garbage. There were paper towels flying around and green garbage cans rolling everywhere. Speed, reflexes, strength, fitness, everything comes from the body. A somewhat gifted air refiner and Lu Ding a physical body opened up in a stick-face ratio reaction. Isn't this just a way of asking for abuse? But whenever he had to pull away a bit, it wasn't such an ugly loss. Maybe with a distance buffer in the middle, he could have lasted a few more moves. Lu Ding laughed. This kind of lesson in the last life of the old ancestor Ring Zhang said thousands of years by himself. First, 2 long weapons should not be sheathed, here specially named swords. Second, when drawing the sword, leave yourself enough time and wide enough space. Otherwise, you will face 2 outcomes, or be whisked away like the old man. Otherwise, like Zhou Tianjie, he was sent flying on the spot, until he fainted and slept to death without pulling out his sword. His hand was still on the hilt, and the sword was still in the scabbard. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding's laughter mocked. He walked towards the outside. Extraordinary go. Eat hot pot to go. Last time when I went to Dinghao neighborhood, I smelled a hot pot especially fragrant. Let's go and try it too. Eating the cafeteria of the security administration every day. Lu Ding was already a bit tired of eating. While it tastes great and is nutritionally balanced, that's not something you can eat every day. In the summer, it's all about the hot pot. Hot red pot with a bottle of cold beer. Eat almost after the ice coke. Ice Sprite. That is a cool. The atmosphere in the arena was terribly quiet, and the group of people just watched Lu Ding leave. Xia Shunan thought about it but followed. Until after they're all gone. It was only then that Chao Yuan dared to run to the garbage heap to help Zhou Tianjian up to run his air and comb through the qi and blood that had gone astray in his body. Wake up moment. Zhou Tianjian violently drew his sword. Under the raging sword qi he looked left and right for Lu Ding's figure. Where is Lu Ding? Where did Lu Ding go? Chao Yuan. He really didn't think the gap could be this big. Although it is said that Lu Ding has a fierce reputation, he seeks Zhou Tianjian is at least a spirit sea realm air refiner, and is also a 749 investigator just like Lu Ding. 1 internship, 1 official. How to say, how to see, that is Zhou Tianjian to win alright. It turned out to be Sakan's out of hand. Although Lu Ding had also killed Spirit Sea Realm combatants, the Spirit Sea Realm outside and the Spirit Sea Realm that came out of 749, could that be the same? Again, the difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and dog, but now it turns out, it might be different for others, but it didn't seem to make a difference for Lu Ding. facing him as a result of losing anyway. Chao Yuan somewhat regretted his greed. He shouldn't have made this choice of wanting both the fish and the bear's paw, and now he was out of both the fish and the bear's paw. Not only did Jifeng die, he also offended Lu Ding. The idea of hitting on the deconstructionist family also fell through. Had he known that he would have respectfully sent Jifeng out without informing his big brother is not good. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets. Looking at Chao Yuan's silent appearance, and the place he was in, the memories from earlier came flooding back. Lu Ding's voice rang in his ears as if he were hallucinating. 1 minute, just 1 minute, and in 1 minute, if you don't lie down somewhere. Zhou Tianjian looked down at the longsword in his hand. In his heart, he couldn't believe that he had lost when he faced Lu Ding without even drawing his sword, and his defeat was still so clean. Wasn't it said that he only has the Xiaoxian cultivation level? Is this Xiaoxian? A wonderful cultivation is the same as a well-done maintenance. It is hard to judge the person's age from their appearance. Lu Ding also didn't display his own means that belong to the spirit sea realm, so this recognizes that hatred sky makes it even more unacceptable. Brother Chiu Yu, it's okay. Chao Yuan finally asked. It's okay. Do I look like I'm okay? Where am I going to put my face after today? Ghosts see me and I'm worried. But the problem is that right now I have a headache when I think of Lu Ding. More so than ghosts see me. Lu Ding's kick to give shadows are drying out. If the two of them went on for 3 moves or 2 and Xiao Tianjian was defeated and lost, he would at most be struck down and then know his shame. But this is a second move, and people have told him ahead of time where they're laying down. And it's not a blow, it's a ing mental note. Chapter 56 Lu Ding is not good at magic. Kite him. Then my big brother's side. Vengeance Skyjin got up and patted the garbage that stained his body. A mouthful of air grew out. I'll talk to your big brother on his side, but don't get your hopes up. Your big brother can't get him. That's something I can be sure of as well as certain of. No way. My big brother is so strong. Not that. Say. What's there to say? Your big brother can't kill me in seconds even if he's strong. Chao Yuan's words were interrupted. So what now? Could Lu Ding have been on to him? Moreover, Lu Ding is still the executive inspector of the Baofeng district, and it's still far away from the date of change of office. The thought of having to work under Lu Ding's watchful eye in the future. Chao Yuan's heart tightened for no reason. No, it can't be. Looking up at Xiao Tianjian, he wanted to say something, but at that moment, Xiao Tianjian was on the phone. Flying Heron Lake National Wetland Park, Wangjiang City. Dozens of official 749 investigators are laying siege to the remnants of the Wine God faction. Wine God sect, a small sect. As the name suggests, a group of wine monks, under the name of sprightliness and recklessness, doing extra-legal things, good and evil. Beautiful name. Dashing, drink too much can do anything out. In order to a mouthful of good wine is anything. Everything can be soaked in wine, which also includes people. I don't know where this wine god school got the recipe to make wine with people, using secret techniques with a variety of medicinal herbs to make lees for people to eat and wait for fermentation, waiting for the right time to bleed to catch the wine. It is also said to be mellow and smooth to the throat, with a long aftertaste. For such a sect, the only end that awaits them is destruction. No, 749 deployed dozens of regular investigators and hundreds of trainee investigators. It was directly assigned from above, led by a powerful man of the Sifu realm, to besiege the Wine God faction, making sure to wipe them out before the Ghost Festival, lest these rat turds would fish in troubled waters and jeopardize the lives of ordinary people at the end of the day. When Yu Chuan and Yin Feng were among them, it also included Chao Yuan's older brother, Chao Ziong. As soon as the tiger hook claimed his life and cut his throat, taking the life of a member of the Wine God faction, Chao Ziong flung his weapon and fished out the phone from his bag. Didn't I tell you I'm on a mission? Why are you calling me? On the opposite side, Xiao Tianjie opened his mouth and said, You've screwed me over. Chao Ziong was a bit unsure. You didn't go to look for Xiao Yuan. How did I screw you over? Let me ask you, what realm is the Lu Ding you told me about? Facing Xiao Tianjian's question, Chao Ziong blurted out, Shine Xian realm ah, but it should have the combat power of an average spirit sea realm. What's wrong with it? You're asking me? I still want to ask you. The Xiaoxian realm can second me in one move? The average spirit sea realm's combat power can second me in one move? Zhou Tianjian spoke excitedly, while Chao Ziong listened in silence. One move second. Xiaoshuan realm. How this sounds, how it feels abrupt. He even asked with some uncertainty, You mean Lu Ding killed you in a second with one move? I'm ashamed to say it myself. To be precise, he told me ahead of time that he was going to do it, and planned out where I was going to lay my head, before making a move that would kill me in a second. Or did I make the first move? and he made the second move. Chao Ziyan felt like he was listening to heavenly books. Since when did the Zhaoxian realm have such terrifying combat power? He pondered Lu Ding's intelligence in his mind. After rehearsing it countless times in his mind, he asked, "There is only one possibility for him to kill you in seconds. You were face to face and he didn't give you the time to draw his sword, defeating you with his physical body only. How do you know?" Xiao Tianjian was a bit surprised. Obviously Chao Ziyan wasn't even here. How did he know so clearly? Chao Ziyan shook his head helplessly. "I've told you many times, we're modern people. Use your brain before your hands." Lu Ding's war record, deeds, don't need to do any special homework. You can see it on our bureau's website just by looking around. He cultivates the Fei Xiong Guanxi. He should have realized a more subtle fleshly body technique. So his fleshly body is extremely strong, and at the Zhaoxian realm he was able to kill the Tianli sect's Yuan Baifeng, who is known for his fleshly body. Sparring with him in the flesh, you can't have a slight advantage. He was able to kill you in seconds, although it was a bit beyond expectation. But it makes sense. When facing someone like this, you should pull away. Fade with your art and assist with your sword art. Pay attention to avoiding his chopping attacks. The kill is in the mind, not in the art. Chao Ziyan said the right things, and Xiao Tianjian listened to the reasoning, but his heart was not very comfortable. "Isn't that a horse's ass? Why didn't you say so before you came? What's the use of talking now?" And besides, he knew something about Lu Ding. Which old man surnamed Huang from the collapsed area before wasn't also at the Spirit Sea realm, or specialized in arts? According to you, how was he killed by Lu Ding? As soon as I heard that, Chao Ziyan instantly felt that Xiao Tianjian was a bit stupid. You yourself have said that he specializes in arts, that the physical body must be a defect. Let Lu Ding close body he certainly cannot fight, and Lu Ding is not no long distance attack means. His shortcomings are too short cultivation time. There is not too much time to cultivate other arts. To be the right medicine to work, the lion pounces on the rabbit also with full force. Is the gullibility of the enemy? They are all masters with a heart of gold. Friends are friends and feelings are feelings. If I do something for you and get beaten up, I won't be able to get away with it. Not to mention getting a lecture from you. What man with a temper can stand it? Asterisk 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 you. Chao Ziyan. You. Yes. I was gullible. You're great. You're awesome. You go and settle the score with Lu Ding yourself. I won't serve anymore. Bye. There was a beep on the other end of the line. Chao Ziyan looked at the phone and rushed to the person next to him. Look, this person is in a hurry again. Brother Tianjian is still so impatient. Just wait until we get back and buy him a drink. The person who answered smiled in a way that made people just feel like they were in the spring breeze. At first impression, you will only think that this person is very gentle and elegant, but the more you look at it, the more you will think that this person is good-looking. The ever-present smile on her face and her arched eyebrows are a delight to the eye. Originally, squinting was a disadvantage, but on this man's face, combined with the dimples on either side, it became an unrepeatable feature. This person was the same as Lu Ding, who had made a name for himself as an investigator in training. Immortal Officer Su, Wen Rushu. On the contrary, it's this Lu Ding. Brother Ziyan, what are you going to do? They're all co-workers. You mustn't make things too ugly. Chao Ziyan tucked back into his cell phone. You're right, but as a senior, I have to teach him what respect means, and showing off the flesh can only be nothing more than a small path. Flesh? Who doesn't cultivate a flesh anymore? Chao Ziyan's fleshly body was equally powerful, but he was completely surprised that his fleshly body and Lu Ding's fleshly body could not be on the same level at all. On the contrary, it's you. With Lu Ding's sudden rise to prominence, are you sure about this year's first year's marshal? Or are you confident that you can win against Bai Helmian and Tantai Chenyue? When Rushu did not think, it's best if you can enter the top 3. It's okay if you can't. Don't hurt the feelings of your colleagues. Thanks to Yen Fifen is not in. If he heard this sentence, high and low have to curse in the heart. Toad pretending to be a frog. You're pretending to be your mother. Anyway, across the board, win or lose, you have something to say chanting. Damn squinting eyes. Chapter 57. You're wasted for making such a big deal out of his precinct. The words are split. Lu Ding followed his memory and guided Yen Fifen to drive to the hot pot restaurant he had stumbled upon the smell of last time. He actually kind of wanted to try it that day, but it's more or less strange to eat fondue alone. It just so happens that what happened today is worth celebrating, and the highs and lows have sort of eliminated a hidden danger, and Yen Fifen had made a breakthrough. Now that there are 3 more of us, it's nice to have fondue to liven things up. Looking at Xie Shunan, who was a bit formal, Lu Ding casually said, "What are you afraid of? Didn't you say you have something to discuss with me face to face? Say, there's just time now. Originally, what Xie Shunan wanted was to talk to Lu Ding about Jifeng. Turns out there's no need to talk about it now. People are dead. And Lu Ding didn't mention anything else from start to finish. This made Xie Shunan a little uneasy. She had thought a lot along the way. Now that Lu Ding took the initiative to speak, she said, Lu Dai Patrol, thank you for helping my Xie family to solve the crisis this time. I don't have anything I can repay you for. See what you need. As long as my Xie family has it, I can satisfy you. Although this time Lu Ding is for his own sake, but the crisis of the solution of the family dissipated in it also cannot be false. He's not polite either. Directly, he said, I don't need anything else. Help me look for heavenly materials. Something of better quality. The magic treasure is certainly good. Lu Ding also heart, but their own strength is the most important thing. Iron still need to harden themselves although good heavenly materials were hard to find. It wasn't impossible for the Xie family to find them if they put their minds to it. This is not a difficult request. Xie Shunan inquired again. Then, there are others? No more. I'll take the heavenly material. Well then, Lu Shisun, I'll give you news after a while. After she finished speaking, she said to Yan Fifen, who was driving in front of her, Yan Shi Xian, please put me down at the intersection in front of you. I'll just go back on my own. So early? Come all the way here. More pairs of chopsticks for that matter. Have a bite to eat before you go back. The humanistic habits of his previous life are still affecting Lu Ding. Like, come what may, it's just one more pair of chopsticks. A mouthful of food won't make you poor or rich. No, 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 Lu Jianxi, my father doesn't know about this today. I have to go back and tell him. Since people had said so, Lu Ding had no choice but to stay. Find an intersection for her to drop off. Look at the far-off taillights. Xie Shunan felt in his heart that Lu Ding actually didn't seem that scary, provided you don't mess with him. The well is dry, and he's still gentle. As for where the tenderness is, he'll even ask people to eat hot pot with him. Isn't that gentle? Maybe other people's families called. Xie Shunan will call him crazy. I'm such a big president you ask me to eat hot pot with you in the middle of the night? But Lu Ding, people are different. Another story. The car drove off, curved and circled, and had to get out of the car to climb the slope and go up the hill. And finally under Lu Ding's keen sense of smell, hiding deep in the alley, Shu Di Lao hot pot was successfully found by him. Into the house. Order food. Pot. Bubbling. Pick up the tripe 7 on 8. While still a little hot into the mouth. Crisp. Spicy. Refreshing. And then a bottle of cold beer. Cozy. Sea of Clouds broken bridge pier. At 4 in the morning. Tong Bao watched the charm sparks floating away before his eyes unsleeping. And he couldn't help but ponder. What are these gringos raving about? During this period of time near the ghost festival, the yang energy of heaven and earth is weakened, and all kinds of cow ghosts and snakes and gods come out. The business of the 5 Viscera Sangha has also become much more. As a result of Tang whose self-inflicted wounds, the 5 Viscera Sangha was missing a fierce general. Tong Bao, who had been mostly in charge of managing things, was now on the scene himself. Evening. The Jinla man he was doing business with suddenly messaged him to ask if he was interested in taking on a job with a wealthy patron. Asked what the details of the work. The real La people stammered half a day before talking about the focus said that is to super death of the souls of the dead. To get rid of the break. Tong Bao heard, this job can be professional counterparts. Any member of the community can be arranged to go. Then he asked how much to pay. The true waxer opened his mouth for $50 million. Before he could put the teacup he had just lifted up into his mouth. Tong Bao put it down again. Taking less? $50 million? You're giving me $50 million for a death ritual? He didn't feel right about it, but the money were not always there for such a big job. So Tong Bao was ready to take on the fight himself. And as soon as he agreed, people told him to meet him tonight at the Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier. However, thinking about it, Tang Bao still think, 50 million, get rid of the break supernormal, where he played a mind. In the incense hall grab the handful of incense kneaded into the mud doll, and then use the blood of the tip of the tongue to open the light attached to the spirit. Go, he is going, but he'll hide far away and use the thing to do his own ministry instead. There is no problem then it is the best. If there is a small problem, he will come out in real body big deal to charge less money. If it is a big problem, then he will just run away. As soon as we arrived at the place, the true Raman stood by like a little brother. The leader was a big man-woman with a couple of white skins, and the woman Tang Bao more and more familiar. Think carefully, this is not Chow Yuan just returned from abroad, mom? After communicating for a while, Tang Bao realized that Chow Yuan his mom and these white skins were the employers. But it doesn't matter, just pay the money. As they had told him, Tong Pao set up his altar on the mouth of the pier and waited an hour to the left and an hour to the right. When he heard the whine of a steam whistle, and a cruise liner drove up in the distance, that guy black smoke, followed by the same, the night look at all conspicuous. Of course, this is not really on, but the resentment. The moment he saw the cruise, Tong Bao's own heart was drumming. What the is in this? Soon his doubts were answered. When the cruise ship docked, Chow Yuan's mom and Bai Pai and the Truaxers all knelt down. On deck, pale and delicate white-skinned, in a tuxedo and gentleman's hat, with a cane in his hand and his chin slightly raised, contempt floated to the surface. With the cruise ship docked, the man's figure dispersed into a pile of bats falling to converge on his human form. Until this moment, Tong Bao didn't recognize the man as a vampire, but it was none of his business. He just did what his employer told him to do. The vampire didn't look at him either, walking his own way, eyes always leveled and not shifted. Assuming that aristocratic stance, Chow Yuan's mom came up and told Tang Bao that he could start, as he shook the bell and burned the talisman paper. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, and finally hundreds of obsessions transformed into shadows holding the grievous chi floating on the cruise ship. The rune paper burst into flame, glowing with an eerie green light. Tong Bao was flabbergasted. He didn't wake up until the flames reached his fingertips. All these obsessions are the faces of the cons. The possessed old fairy sighed in his head and said, harmed by the beasts. A raging rage instantly rushed to Tong Bao's brain. The Zenaras sensed that Tong Bao's mood was off, rushed up and said, Tong Bao, I hope you can make it clear that I can introduce you to this business solely because you are smart. Ms. Jia and Earl Federer believe in you after my introduction. We are friends. You don't want to do anything to harm our friendship. You can't afford to mess with either Ms. Jia or the Earl of Fidelity. There's an old saying in your great Han that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them, and I hope you understand that. Tang Bao looked at the man in front of him. So, all the people on this boat, they killed them? Listen to me. Answer me. Did they kill this boatload of people? The true wraiths didn't expect Tong Bao's reaction to be so drastic. The quarrel over here attracted the attention of those white skins and Jia Yuanfang nearby. The vampire, on the other hand, hadn't moved, and it was as if the person Tang Bao didn't even exist in his eyes. Tong Bao, what are you doing? Jia Yuanfang walked over, and behind her, two white skins looked intently at Tang Bao with a strong aura emanating from their bodies. Seeing this scene, how could Tang Bao not know that if he had come in his true form today, he would definitely not be able to walk away if he made this mess? But luckily he came in a fake body. Okay, I can't afford to mess with you guys, but there's always someone who can afford to mess with you guys. You're bullies, but you can't be bullies all the time. Jia Yuanfang, you're wasted. You made such a big deal in his precinct. You're wasted. I'm X your X. Chapter 58, Vampires, Fresh Goods Rare. Without waiting for them to do so, Tong Bao turned around and jumped towards the sea. He was in the shadows, controlling the mudbloods to swim as far as they could. He himself quietly sent a message to Lu Deng, and then moved inch by inch to escape. Two white skins on the dock jumped in after them. On the shore, Jia Yuanfang's face was grim. Originally, the vampire count didn't have so much to do when he came this way, but on the way here, this count went as far as to kill everyone on the cruise ship, with not really much of a blood meal, but more to have some fun during the boring sailing time. Ordinary people, in its eyes, are lower than cattle and sheep livestock. Kill and be killed. But the consequence is that Jia Yuanfang has to wipe his ass. This is not a good thing to fix. First, you have to find someone who can have the skill to get rid of the grievances of hundreds of people who died in vain. These people all died at sea, and the ship was heading towards the country, and each of them harbored thoughts and ideas of going home before they died, and their grievous fury was even more terrifying than that of ordinary people, so it must be something real. Second, the person conducting the puja must be close by, must know what they are doing, must be ethical, and must make sure that they do not disclose it. Otherwise, one wrong step and the 749s will bite like sharks on a scent. It's also important to have real skills, to know what you're doing, to be close enough to avoid arriving too far to be noticed by the 749s, or arriving untimely and having a grievance fury erupt, and to have a work ethic, a confluence of conditions, almost none. But it was also at this time that the Zenra people they worked with recommended the 5 organ Sangha. First of all, the 5 Dirty Raw Society professional counterparts, but also close, in the Baofeng district. And secondly, Tang Bao is very smart. His work ethic is almost a benchmark in the industry, or else it would not be possible to make the 5 Dirty Raw Societies so big. Jia Yuanfang also instantly thought of this young man she had once met, plus a little more intelligence gathering, and after reading it she instantly tapped it. It's just him. but these people have not counted 1,000 times. Tang Bao seems to have no bottom line, but in this kind of problem, if he hesitates for a second he is a beast. Yes, he was never a good person in the first place, but that's a personal issue. Now this matter has nothing to do with personal qualities. No one else could stand it for a second. Jia Yuanfang's words echoed in her head as Tang Bao's words echoed in her head, and all she felt was a pang of trippy nerve pain. Lu Ding uncorpsing the corpse Taiyu. What a pain in the ass. It was a good thing that most of 749's free forces were out, so as long as the place was cleaned up and no evidence was left behind, there shouldn't be any accidents to speak of. However, just to be on the safe side, she turned to the vampire count and said, Earl Fadel, please move. We will take care of things here, and we will definitely not let the bugs disturb your pleasure. The vampire count nodded slightly. Mysterious Eastern lands. I love it here so much. Find me some delicious ladies tonight. I need to talk about life with them. As you wish, my Lord Earl. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ding and Yen Fifan, 2 people. 1 person at least 5 pieces of beer. Eat people hot pot restaurant back kitchen are empty. It was close to giving the potatoes piled up in the corner of the warehouse a nibble along with it. Originally, this hot pot restaurant is not big, and the usual side dishes are more than enough anyhow, but today this was completely out of the store. Who'd have thought we could have 2 of them who could eat and drink so much? They are all air refiners. Lu Ding's physical body is even stronger, and the food here is delicious. Throwing open his arms to eat in a hurry, there are really not a few families who can stand him. Ding dong. Lu Ding picked up a lotus root slice and was just about to stuff it into his mouth when he heard his cell phone ring. Pick it up. The 5 Viscera Sunga Tang Bao, Lu Zhiguan. Something big has happened. Jia Yuanfang, this in the Yunhai broken bridge pier with vampires from abroad. Mutilated hundreds of ordinary people. The whole cruise ship grievances. And now they want to kill me to silence me. You quickly come Jia Yuanfang? Vampires? Killed hundreds of people. Lu Ding rubbed his feet. Seeing his serious expression, Yen Fifan hurriedly put down the bottle. What's wrong with Brother Lu? Someone's eating out of the palm of their hand to give us an eyeful. Lu Ding took the clothes, and the cell phone was thrown in front of Yen Fifan, who read it all. Jia Yuanfang. Isn't this Chao Jia Lane's Chao Yuan, his own mother who came back from abroad? Still bringing foreign capital with her? Saying she's returning to Yunhai to do business. Sao Jia Ali Chao Yuan? Well, it's you again. I think it should be enough to live. Yi Feng related to you. See, you do not speak, not to block. I thought things would be so finished and forget about it. Turns out your side just finished. Your mom screwed up again. Next time it's not your dad, your grandpa, your grandparents. And get a vampire. Also fresh, rare. I don't know what reward you get for killing it. Lu Ding looked forward to it in his heart, and his mouth was not slow to speak. Extraordinary. Call the wiring department for information on Jia Yuanfang and the foreign capital behind her. I'm going to check out the Yunhai broken bridge pier dock first. He knew in his heart that if he went now, there was a high probability that the people had already left. After all, Tongbao was exposed, and people couldn't stay there and wait for a risk that might come up. But even so, Lu Ding still had to go over. Since Tang Bao could give him a message, he would be able to secure this person. Hades can't even take it away. If he can't protect Tong Bao today, if something like this happens again in the future, who will dare to tip him off? Acting infernal. Anyone is afraid of meeting an unreliable superior. Lu, I'll do it right away. I'll get the car first. Yen Fifan got up and walked out. As for the drunkenness or not, what does it matter now? Just drive over there and be careful on the way. I'll meet you there first. It's too slow to drive there, and by the time they get there, the soup panthers will probably be cold. Lu Ding took a step out of the door of the hot pot restaurant, straightened up and just flew away. Looking at the early morning out of the street sweeping sanitation Moncler outlet online. Is this the day for yourself? The sky is falling. At this point, Tang Bao sighed. Yes, he is a front fake body to attract attention, but others just look a little white, and not stupid. Down to swim a few laps to find that just still in the line of sight of the person suddenly scattered into a mass of incense ash with the water swings away. Anyone who understands what's going on, it's not being played. Turn around and go ashore and start searching. Tong Pao, who wasn't supposed to be fast in order to retreat without attracting the vampire's attention, and a couple of white skins returning to their senses weren't slow either, and found him through the traces he'd left behind 10 minutes later, all the way to the chase. Eventually, they surrounded Tongpa within a park. Fark, cunning Han Yu, run again. Whitehide moved his neck. Now go back with us and do what we did on the honest dock and we can pretend everything never happened. The resentful fury on the pier is still there. Tong Bao can't live, but he can't die until he's done with it. This was the task Jia Yuanfang had given them. Chapter 59, Lu Zhixin Patrol. I'll give you a report. They beat me. Tang Bao looked around. 4 white skins in 4 directions of southeast, northwest and north sandwiched him in the middle, each with a strong aura, even if it is the dead Tang Hu, but also to weaken them align. And there are still 4 of them. Tang Bao sneered. It had always been the 3 of them who had surrounded others. And the purpose of creating the 5 Viscera Sangha was also to bully the few with the many and hold the group together. I didn't expect that today he would actually be reduced to the point of being surrounded by people. Get things done. I'll get your mom done, okay? Stupid ex-white-skinned pig. Although I am good at seeing things and doing things, but boxing and kicking, I'm just as good. Come on. The 4 white skins looked at each other. Since words don't work, let's fight first. The 4 of them struck out in unison, their fists landing on Tong Bao's body like rain. That's all he's got to say. While resisting, he shouted, "Didn't you eat? It doesn't hurt. Fark, tough-talking yellow monkey, try and see if this hurts." One of the white skins ripped off a nearby trash can that was fastened to a shelf and was about to slam it down on Tong Bao's head. Suddenly a black dot fell from the sky, gradually enlarged into a silhouette, and smashed straight into the white skin holding the trash can high, stomped all over it, along with the trash can. Boom! The unexpected situation in the field and such tyrannical tactics drew the attention of the other 3. "Who are you?" the white-skinned questioner asked. "I am God." The moment Lu Deng replied, he raised his hand to make a palm, and his fingertips plunged straight in, penetrating through the man's face and out the back of his head. Such a tactic instantly shocked the other 2. Now, ruthless words of doubt can no longer say mouth. The thoughts in his mind were all replaced by a quick run. Out of the gate. You're dead. Out of the gate. You're dead in seconds. How dare they come to dip their hands in such a battle? Run? Now you know to run? What did you do just now when you hit me? Lu Shisun, I'll give you a report. They hit me, Tang Bao shouted, and I don't know if it was a hallucination. Lu Deng vaguely heard aggression from it. He didn't care if it was a hallucination. Today, he, Lu Deng, is the master. The figure flashed, raising his hand and half turning it into a claw. He clasped the back of the neck of one of the fleeing men in passing, and with the force of his head and spine, he drew it out as a weapon and slammed it against the man next to him, directly to another person from the right shoulder smashed into. Under the ribcage smashed out into 2 halves fell to the ground. Blunt weapons made Lu Deng feel like a sharp weapon. The object in his hand was flung. Fishing out wet wipes from his bag to wipe his hands, he handed another one to Tang Bao. "How's it going? Is everything okay?" At this moment, Tang Bao finally understood how Yan Fifan felt. "What's wrong with me being weak? What's wrong with my food?" There was strong willing to take me, and he was also strong and completely unreasonable. "Yes, you're strong. He's strong. You're all strong. But are you stronger than Lu Deng?" "Sorry, I hang out with Lu Deng. For that, it's useless if you're better than me. You have to be better than Lu Deng. Don't say I'm Zhao Xian. I'm just a ordinary person. Don't you dare touch me if you don't care." Security. Full of it. Phantom. This is definitely Phantom. Thoughts intertwined in his mind, and after a long time of coming back to his senses, Tong Bao took the wet wipes and wiped the blood from his face. "No, it's okay, Lu Bailiff. My bones are hard. His fists are soft. Small problem. Tell me about the broken bridge pier." Tang Pao narrated it in a single speech. "Yesterday, I received a message from the people of Jinla. They said that they have a job for me, and the remuneration is given to $50 million. From start to finish, there is nothing to hide." Looting listened completely. "They shouldn't be at the pier right now. They've gone back to the company." "Lu Jianxi, do you think you should inform the top?" Tang Bao asked tentatively. He had thought that according to Lu Deng's temperament, this kind of situation would have directly looked for the past, just like his second brother, Tang Hu, did at that time. But who knew that Lu Deng spoke? "Of course you have to inform. He's looking for the past now, and there are definitely a few people he's gotten killed. It's not easy to get around without reporting in advance, and they're all foreigners." Lu Deng understood his own business. It's something he can't tolerate a little bit, so he can't soften his hand a little bit. And more than just informing, he's taking it to the serious side. But the briefing presupposes that the human and physical evidence comes together. You all make sure things are true before you report them up the chain. It's like the last time the nether regions overlapped. It just so happened that Tang Bao had just said that these white skins had told him to go back and finish the rest of the spell, which meant that the wrong spirits on the broken bridge pier should still be there for the time being. Now that the human evidence is there, get the physical evidence. At that time, a notification, not waiting for the 749 people to come. Lu Deng will directly kill the door to act cheaply. Close to the water tower, first get the moon. Dead vampire. Carry Chao Yuan mom to find Chao Yuan. See his reaction. Once there is a problem, then the mother and son together to catch. On the spot execution. The charges Lu Deng have all been thought out. Murdering ordinary people by the hundreds. Threatening social security. Colluding with foreign demons. And treason. Once these charges went down, no one would dare to say anything wrong about Lu Deng even if they were killed 800 times. Dare to work with demons to harm ordinary people. The road has gone narrow. Get up. I'm going to check out the broken bridge pier now. So you go on back. No. Lu Dai patrol, I'm better off with you. Tang Bao hurriedly followed and got up. Perhaps by now Jia Yuanfang had already arranged for someone to go to the five Viscera Sangha and wait for him to throw himself into the net. As early as just now when he was informing Lu Deng, he had already informed his big brother to go out and hide. Leaving Lu Deng now is looking for death. Give people a chance to take it one by one. Tong Bao is not stupid. He can't do this. Lu Deng could see what he was thinking. Helping people to the end. Sending the Buddha to the West. Such a possibility. Tong Bao really should not take on. It's not possible to use someone else and then throw them away. Is it? That's not polite. Okay, then you'll follow me to the broken bridge pier first. One grabbed Tong Po's neck collar and flew up into the air. Feel the clouds recede and the scenery move back. Tong Bao was envious. When would he be able to fly? Although it was possible to travel a little bit of the long sky by borrowing the law, that was at most gliding, not flying. If you can fly, you can run away even if you can't fight. Originally he was wondering if Lu Deng would be bad at dealing with that vampire. Now look, vampires are nothing. If you can't beat them, you can also run. Although vampires can also fly, but compared to Lu Deng's speed, it's completely the difference between a mallard duck and a fighter jet, and you have to change into a bat swarm. Isn't this an animal? How fast can you go with fluttering wings? It's just a big fluttering moth. Lu Deng was very fast, and in a short while, he arrived over the broken bridge pier. Looking at the cruise ship docked below, the air of resentment filled the sky. The obsession remains, holding the idea of going home to embark on the cruise ship, but the homeland is close at hand but cannot go ashore. This is the man who died at sea. Lu Deng's heart anger grows. The gas does not flow, do not look good. The more he thinks, the more he suffocates. Why these people are on the boat, he does not know, but look at their obsession is to want to go home. That's enough. Maybe it's crew, maybe it's traveling to see the world, maybe it's something else, but they don't deserve to die just like that as a result. Feeling the aura erupting from Lu Deng's body, after looking at the white skins wandering below and patrolling the docks, Tang Bao asked Lu Deng, Lu Ji patrol, what are we going to do now? Lu Deng pressed out the recorder on his chest. The physical evidence image record of the cruise ship is available, and that recorder should be out of battery for that to happen. He pointed at the cruise ship with one hand. They're dead, and moved his finger down to point at the white skins patrolling below to keep outsiders out. Then they shouldn't be alive. One thought in Tong Pao's mind crowded out other thoughts to take first place. Going for the kill. Chapter 60. Lu Deng shouldn't come to the door, right? Tang Bao shouldn't talk to him, right? The wind whistled in his ears. This was Lu Deng grabbing him and sweeping him towards the ground. The body was light. Tong Pa fell to the ground. The Lu Deng next to him was already nowhere to be seen. Eyes looking ahead, he saw Lu Deng grabbing one of the patrols, ripping off his arms and legs and then throwing it far towards the cruise ship, smashed out with a thud. The resentment of the gas was stirred up and overflowed, wrapped towards the screaming people. That was the pounce of the people who died tragically on the cruise ship. This is really a case of injustice. Although the rightful owners of the murder are not these people, but they have committed the crime of accessory to the crime. Lu Deng's handling of the situation was also an eye-opener for Tong Bao. I don't think that's a good idea for 749, though feeding the living to the disgruntled ghosts will stimulate their ferocity. But Tong Bao asked himself, pulling over for the people of the five visceral Sangha, and together, we could certainly take care of the place. That's right, he was ready to contribute his role, hugging or not hugging the thigh. This argument is too vulgar. He is clearly cooperating with 749 law enforcement to protect the personal safety of other residents and people in the Pufan district. What a busy aftercare crew 749 has. Help out when you can, and save someone the trouble. Fumble for your cell phone and give a shout out to the group at the Five Dirties Raw Society. Soup Leopard / group leader, brothers and sisters who are not asleep. Wake up those who are asleep. Get ready to work. Location, Yunhai Broken Bridge Pier. Details, overcoming the ghosts and souls. Get rid of the evil spirits. Tang Bao did not know that it was also this operation of his hand that stabilized his future position in Baofeng district, and even in Yunhai. It's more like getting a supernumerary aftercare worker in the Baofeng district. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Soon, Lu Deng took care of everyone. In front of the cruise ship, he pinched the white skin of the last suspected ringleader. The man's eyes fell on the star on Lu Deng's shoulder. 749. A bit of eye candy, and recognizing me as a 749 investigator. As a bonus, you have one more chance to leave your last words than they do. Lu Deng spoke in a calm tone. I am not a Dahanese. I demand that I be repatriated. I should be punished by the laws of the white-headed eagles. The man struggled to say the part. Lu Deng looked away with mockery in his eyes and a puzzled tone. Are you only growing your body and not your brain? You have your head in the sky of the Great Han and your feet on the ground of the Great Han, helping to kill the people of the Great Han and thinking about the aftermath. And now you're telling me that you should be sanctioned by the laws of the white-headed eagles? The governing law. That's what it says. Ha 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 row 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 row. Lu Deng's laughter was so unrestrained that the sea water churned. Since you want to talk to me about the management law, then like this, let me put it in another way. Now that I simply look at you with displeasure, it is clear that I want to get you killed. What can you do? You can resist, and I can give you the chance to resist. Come on, resist, counter. If you have any grievances, you're welcome to sue me, and I'm always available if you survive. A chopping strike cut across the board, and Lu Deng grabbed half of it in each hand and threw it towards the top of the cruise ship. Death is near. The man reached out his palms and clawed haphazardly at the void as his last words floated in. How can someone like you be an investigator for Dahan 749? Lu Deng clasped his hands. People like you need to be cured by me. Lu Deng has a sense of justice. Lu Deng has a sense of responsibility. So why can't he be a 749 investigator? Patriotic. He loves it. He grew up receiving state benefits. So ask, did he do a problem as a 749 investigator? One by one, killing people and harming their lives, but also dare to ask for the so-called legal sanction. Like this person, 749. The law governing the management of the air refiners clearly stipulates that the investigator can act cheaply when the incident is sudden. For Lu Deng, whenever he encountered it, it was all a sudden occurrence. You dare to blow up a prick, he dares to kill. After this side was dealt with, Yen Fifan and the large force of the 5 Viscera Sangha had only just arrived. Look at these people. Lu Deng's head was full of doubts. What is this for? Lu Shisun, you do not want to report the matter here. I think your 749 aftermath personnel to come may take some time. You must have more important things to do now. You leave the situation here is not good to control. In case something happens that is a work failure, the 5 Viscera Sangha is the Baofeng district's air refiner force, and should cooperate with you in your work, so you can rest assured that you'll be able to go later, and leave all the aftermath to me, and Yen Shisun can stay here to supervise us, and later, when the aftermath personnel from the 749 arrives, he can report on the situation. This was thought out for Lu Deng from every aspect. There will never be a single moment of delay or efficiency for him. Yen Fifan's expression was a bit grave as he listened from the side. It's these days, how come the odd jobs are still up for grabs? You're not a 749. Why are you so aggressive? What is wrong with you? If you have a problem, go see a doctor. If you're fine at night, go back to bed. So smart and thoughtful. You're the obvious bag. Really obvious. But for Lu Deng, it was really thoughtful. Extraordinary. You stay here, wait for the aftermath crew, explain the situation to them, and report it. I'll do it myself later. Okay, Lu, I'm sending you a text on your phone about Jia Yuanfang's situation. Okay. Lu Deng fumbled for the phone and dialed and then got up and flew off. At this time the other side, Rising Tide Capital. This was also where Jia Yuanfang worked after returning to China, a famous foreign company in Yunhai. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Jia Yuanfang was calling her son, Chao Yuan, with a glass of wine, shaking the red wine. Don't worry, Xiao Yuan, Mom has her measure. Do you have enough money to spend? Okay, Mom knows. Just back. Jia Yuanfang always feel uneasy. On Lu Deng, this person she mostly heard. No, not much, but just based on those who heard is enough to make her sit up and take notice. Send out the people and delayed news of Tang Bao. After thinking for a while, Jia Yuanfang still decided to call her son, Chao Yuan, to ask about Lu Deng. And as for why she didn't call her eldest son, Chao Ziong, it was because Chao Ziong was a member of the 749, and Chao Ziong didn't know about any of the things she had done. The consequences of calling now would be unimaginable if the oldest son were to notice, or if he were to be exposed. Thinking about it, why don't we just give our youngest son a call? It just so happens that Saojia Alley is in the Baofeng district, and it's a local snake power. so there must be a lot of people who know about it, resulting in a question. The news is mixed. The good news is that Lu Ding just killed Yifeng in Chao's alley tonight, and also beat up Qiu Tianjian, and Tang Hu of the Five Viscera Sang Society also died in his hands, and Tang Lung and Tang Bao have the revenge of killing their relatives, and now Lu Ding is eating hot pot to go, and listen to him when he left in his own words. The bad news was that Qiu Tianjian, who was an official investigator of 749, even though he possessed the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, he was not even a one-on-one enemy of Lu Ding. Hanging up the phone, Jia Yuanfang thought to herself, even if Tang Bao will tell Lu Ding about the broken bridge pier, he should go through a psychological struggle. After all, Lu Ding killed his second brother, Tang Hu, and the person who was just sent out said that he found Tang Bao and blocked him, so he should be fine. A few bars said Jia Yuanfang herself did not believe these words. She knew in her heart, this is just her guess. After all, it is not insurance, and it is too far-fetched. Used to self-satisfaction comfort. Okay. Looks like it's better to have the dot cleaned up quickly and come to a dead stop. The pajama-clad white skin leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window next to her yelled out at the pensive Jia Yuanfang. Baby, hold on, I'll make another call. Jia Yuanfang said and dialed the phone number of those people on the pier, but it just beeped for half a day with no answer. Jia Yuanfang's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Next, boom, the facade of the 60-story building shattered. The calling silhouette walked in from the heights outside the 60th floor as if he were idly walking. Okay, fine. I sent you the video footage anyway. You guys watch the arrangements. No. I'm not going to go alone without a fight. The explosion just now was just me getting angrier and angrier as I thought about it, and I just kicked down a random wall. Chapter 61, Pretending not to change your face when the mountain is crashing in front of you. On the way here, Lu Ding had already briefed the 749 wiring department on the general situation of the Yunhai broken bridge pier. Let them build a case. By now, the basics have been explained. On the phone, someone from the 749 wiring department was urging him not to go alone. This was because the last time the Yin domains were reunited, it was Lu Ding who killed his way in alone. This time was different from the last time. If the one who came was really a vampire count, Lu Ding alone might scare the snakes. Because the vampire count not only possessed strength that was at least comparable to the 7th or 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm and upwards, he could also fly. In case it ran away, it would be hard to find it afterward, and it was best to wait for support in dawn, and surround it together then. There were many people who knew about the fact that Lu Ding could fly, but there were also many who didn't. He never reported it upwards himself anyway. The people in the 749 wiring department, surely, knew he would fly, but probably didn't think above flying very fast. Spirit Sea realm, being able to fly, would have been unthinkable. It's like a child who is not yet a year old can run. Adults give a thumbs up to praise this doll is really great. Not yet a year old can run. This is really rare. In the future maybe an athlete seedling. Would you expect a kid under a year old to run faster than even Bolt? Okay, hang up. I've got something on my side. Patrolman Lu, you mustn't act impulsively. Oops. As soon as the phone hangs up, Lu Ding looked at the white skin with a what the face and Jia Yuanfang who was quietly pacing and wanted to run. He said, I'm disturbing your pleasure. Introduce myself. My name is Lu Ding. I'm a trainee investigator of the 749th Investigation Bureau, and I'm also the executive patrol of the Baofeng district. So, Lu Ding looked at the two who didn't make a move. Are you ready to run? Whitey turned and ran. 2 steps forward and his head flew out, his body still in place. Lu Ding stepped on it step by step, and in the quiet room, his footsteps seemed to step on Jia Yuanfang's heart, suppressing her heartbeat. Why don't you run? Jia Yuanfang's expression fell. Run? Is running useful? If I could run away from you face to face, Yuan Baifeng wouldn't have died, Yi Xian wouldn't have died, Huang Zuo wouldn't have died, and Yi Feng Tang who wouldn't have died. Lu Ding glanced at her. This was a long time ago that he had investigated himself behind his back. You know me pretty well, so if you know all this, how did you dare to pull this in my precinct? Just a fluke, Jia Yuanfang said as she was about to walk towards the stool next to her, just about to take a seat. Lu Ding raised his hand and used his air to give a slap to the man and sent him flying. Snap! The beaten Jia Yuanfang spun several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. I didn't ask you to sit down. What's the point of pretending when your death is imminent and you're in big trouble and you want to show off your strong woman's poise and grace? The mountain falls before you and you don't change your face? Jia Yuanfang wiped the blood on her mouth horizontally, and really looked at Lu Ding without changing her color. Lu Jiqing, the last decency you don't even give me. What are you? Lu Ding squinted over. Decency? Do you deserve to be decent? The hundreds of people who died on that cruise ship had no decency to speak of. I say you answer. If you can hear me, let's talk here. After I finish what I want to hear, you wait for the bureau to come and follow them back, and give a good explanation of why you want to get the vampire to Yunhai. In case you can't understand, I also have some murder and execution methods and the 10 great tortures that I wouldn't mind trying on you one by one. Jia Yuanfang smiled to herself. Sua sex broken pot to sit on the ground. Also do not get up, Luji patrol. You want to listen to what I will say, but I only have one request. Do not go to find my 2 sons trouble, counting on me to beg you. Even if in the future 749 want to look for them, you do not go in person. Jia Yuanfang, the ex-wife of Chao Jianshu, the head of the second house in Chao's alley, had abandoned her 2 sons and traveled far away from home earlier because she couldn't stand Chao Jianshu's domestic violence. Later, he met some characters abroad and through diplomatic means, he finally reached a divorce agreement with Chao Jianshu, though the affection for Chao Jianshu had long been gone. But the 2 sons were biological, and Chao Yuan was only a few years old when she left. In his heart, he had always felt indebted to the 2 over the years. For Lu Ding, she also investigated, has always been the code of conduct is to cut off the roots, down to decisive and ruthless. If he goes, Chao Yuan will only die and not live. As for Chao Ziong, it is unknown. After all, they are all investigators of 749. If Chao Yuan's story had leaked out, and another investigator had gone, the most they could have done was to capture and hand over to 749 for trial, and Chao Yuan would still be alive. Lu Ding's words, wherever you are arrested is a court of law, and wherever you are arrested is a penal colony. In response to her words, Lu Ding thought in his mind of the message sent by the wiring department on the way here, and the message forwarded by Yen Fifan, a combination of both. This Chao's alley, it's really got a bit of a twist in it. For 749, this may not be a big deal, but for the average person, it's already a felony. It's confirmed that Chao Yuan, the young master of Chao's alley, smuggled antique plutonium to be shipped overseas. I didn't know before because, it's not a big deal for 749. There's nothing to investigate and no direction. No one knows he'll smuggle plutonium. This is a matter for the sheriff's department. 749 busy day after day sheltering demons and devils. Fighting and killing demons and devils to come can't wait. How can they have the time to check this? Now because Jia Yuanfang is Chao Yuan's mother, was thinking of checking Jia Yuanfang. The results of this check do not need to spend any effort. Chao family alley that point of directly to the surface. Since I'm rushing to a bunch now, Lu Ding is definitely going to treat it as a thing. Casually. You're stereotyping me. As for whether or not to go to Chao Yuan, that depends on whether or not what you say is what I want to hear. This is ambiguous. Yes, Lu Ding is lying to her. Count her deserved. Against this kind of person, do we need to talk to her about credibility and morality? She herself is not a person with credible morals. Jia Yuanfang smiled. I believe in you, Lu Jianxi. Lu Ding also laughed. Do not have to engage in this out of the dark poke moral abduction. I am very double standard to people. You are not in my credibility object. Ask away. Luko Patrol, where are the vampires? Lu Ding asked the doubts in his heart. The flying bear pouncing method is good, but it is not omnipotent. If you deliberately isolate your own odor and do not leave a smell, it cannot be smelled. It just so happens that something like a vampire, with its self-proclaimed aristocracy and elegant demeanor, doesn't leave a taste wherever it goes. Habits are pretty good. It annoyed Lu Ding. Otherwise, why would he waste his words with this Jia Yuanfang? It's long overdue. The basement, it's in the basement of our building. Lu Deacon Patrol, do you have what it takes to take down the Earl of Fidelity? Snap, a slap gives way again. Talking to me in that tone of voice, people who don't know would think we know each other well. This time, Lu Ding's hand was a bit heavier, directly giving Jia Yuanfang a dizzy spell and passing in a spiritual air to isolate her consciousness. Unless one was stronger than Lu Ding, forcing a breakthrough would only cause the spirit air to run rampant, churning the person's brain. Chapter 62, Cutting into a Fine Bashfulness. Do I need to try? 749 Confinement Cell. The iron door pulled open and the long-haired teenager plopped down on the bed. Someone came through the door. Cranes sleep. Next time to do things cannot be so impulsive. Now there is a crime to make meritorious mission I give you to fight. The mission information I sent you on the phone. You look at yourself. Must be done well. Do beautiful. Know it. Commissioner Deng Deng came out of the shadows. By Helmian rolled over and got out of bed, revealing his true face from the darkness, with long hair like a waterfall, a grim temperament, a black coat, black pants, and black shoes with a flower pattern. Not like a living person dressed up, but like a dead person dressed up. A bright green light flashed in his eyes. Living people, living corpses, both scents were present, intertwined and entwined, and it would be wrong to single out either one. Helmian took the cell phone. Looting? Yes, that's Lu Deng. He's a great kid just like you, so you guys get along and don't make a scene. Speaking of Lu Deng, Director Deng smiled kindly. Helmian put his cell phone away. Don't worry, then I'll leave first. You should also take care of your health. Got it. Go out and remember not to be impulsive when things go wrong. Don't kill people indiscriminately, and even more so, don't kill your teammates indiscriminately. The words almost point out the reason for Helmian's confinement. Kill teammates. Helmian's last mission was a multiplayer mission to capture a wanted air refiner on the loose. That air refiner committed crimes elsewhere and killed many people, and then hid in a village for many years, and even became the village chief. Later, when Helmian and his party looked for them, it was the whole village begging them to spare the air refiner. This was proof enough that this person must have done a lot of good things for this village over the years. After some discussion, someone in the team said, or forget it, after so many years, say a sentence that he has died of old age. The top will probably not trace, but Helmian held the opposite opinion. If it is true that the man he killed before deserved to die, then fine. I hold the subjective will that I can spare him. If, say, he and I are close friends, then fine. I can break the rules and spare him, then go back and take my own punishment, and say that loyalty and righteousness can't go both ways. But he's not my best friend. There are so many ordinary people in the people he killed. No matter how well he's doing now, killing people is killing people. We let him off the hook. How come he doesn't let those people off the hook? After receiving the mission, you have to do something. If you don't do something, what are you doing to receive the mission? The atmosphere instantly turned somewhat subtle when these words came out. Then unsurprisingly there was a fight. White Crane Sleep is annoyed. Directly on the spot, he got too hard to release, and then the world suddenly became harmonious. Come back and honestly turn in your assignment, write your report, and head for the brig. It had taken him until now to get a breath of fresh air again. Xingteng Capital Basement Outer Access. A dozen or so security guards are patrolling. Ooh, that one is tall and well-equipped. Looks like a real character. It's really just that. Lu Deng couldn't figure it out in his mind. You say you're a capital group with tens of millions of dollars a minute. It would be good to get some air refiners to patrol the area. What about a bunch of ordinary people doing face-saving tricks to fool themselves? This is your old stomping grounds, and anyone who can fight here can't handle a dozen ordinary people? And there's a vampire living deep in this place right now. Also bad brain goods. Expecting a bunch of ordinary people to patrol for you, to defend security and police the situation, to cover your ears here? Or are you just comforting yourself? Captain, it seems I see a shadow flying quietly in the outer passageway. The man held the intercom uncertainly. Watch it. Looting was about to fly in his face and he was still there as if. What's the point of inviting this all? Lu Deng ignored him and floated straight through. The man only heard a buzzing sound, like an electronic instrument encountered a pulse attack a moment. Instantly a black eye motherboard malfunction fainted. This was still the power of Lu Deng's drumming heartquake technique that he had only used for a drop. Walking down the aisle, listen to the voice coming from behind the wall. Lu Deng only thought, it seems that money doesn't do whatever it wants. The quality of soundproofing in this kind of place would actually be so poor. Isn't this tofu dregs? On the other side of the wall was a spacious, lavishly decorated, fully enclosed room, in which a dull red light shone. Several jade bodies lay on a soft bed several meters in size. The vampire, pale to the point of eerie complexion, flew up and rolled up his clothes, hanging his entire body in the corner above the only entrance and exit door. Lu Deng spotted it through the wall, and likewise, it spotted Lu Deng. After all, Lu Deng did not conceal his presence, and the main focus was a big swing. Strong humans, Eastern air refiners, delicious blood. The Honorable Earl of Fidelity used its brilliant brain to come up with a seamless preemptive strike. Sneak attack. As soon as he waited for the person outside to come in through this gate, he'd pounce down on him on the spot and suck his blood dry. At the thought, Earl Fidel licked his crimson lips. His two fangs couldn't help but elongate, and his eyes glowed with the same dark red light as the room. But imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. Only reasonable people go through the gate. Luck Ting doesn't even take the door with him when he goes up to the 60th floor. What makes you think he'll walk through the door when he comes to the basement? Bang! The wall came crashing down, and debris tumbled to the ground. Lu Deng floated in amidst the smoke. Earl Fadel twisted his head to look at the breakage. Oriental alchemist, you really possess an unconventional way of doing things. Oh God! Western vampire, You're damned if you have a standardized translation accent. Earl Fadel shifted his body posture in the corner. Ha 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 ha, being disliked, but it's okay, Mr. Air Alchemist. I will savor the blood in your body like a fine wine with a rich and thick taste. In his line of sight, Lu Ding's heartbeat was extremely strong, and a stream of blood with a bit of golden aura was pumping through his heart to his entire body. It was the first time he had seen blood of such high quality. The vampire pounced, and he was ready to try Lu Ding's methods. But who knows? Lu Ding floated away from the ground, his palm raised, and in a flash, sharp chopping blows filled the entire room. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, the expensive crystal chandelier, the $10 million worth of precious wood king-sized beds, everything was sliced to pieces in the blink of an eye. And, of course, the body of the Earl of Fidelity. His eyes were shocked before they quadrupled into chopstick tip-sized chunks of flesh. This was different from what he thought. Shouldn't we try each other out first to understand the strengths and weaknesses of each other's fighting styles and then target our outputs? We're both meeting for the first time. Aren't you afraid that I'll have a magical and bizarre means of restraining your main means of output? To this, the calm expression on Lu Ding's face seemed to answer him. Do I still need to try? Chapter 63, come on. Beg for mercy. Scream, and follow through with your nobility and grace. Law, body, speed. They stand for jutsu, flesh, speed. Take your pick. Just start the fight. There's no need to mess around with the moves. If you were to compare magic treasures, this Lu Ding really didn't have any, but he asked himself that his fleshly body could also be used as a magic treasure. Looking at the Earl of Fidelity that crumbled and scattered all over the place, Lu Ding just looked at it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fark. Why don't the damn Eastern alchemists leave? Didn't you kill me all? The Earl of Fidelity is not dead. It didn't die that easily either. Well, it was a vampire. It was normal for it to be a bit tougher. Once upon a time, when it went to countries such as Jinla, Annam, and Zhubwa, it relied on this ability to confuse its opponents and avoided many life and death crises. Originally, for Lu Ding, the Oriental air refiner, Fidel did not have much to fear. But this man was too confident and too decisive in his approach, and this wasn't his country, so if things got out of hand, he'd be the one to lose out in the end. So, he then thought of tricking Lu Ding by swindling him to death. After all, by common sense, it's all shattered like this, where they're still not dead. As a result, his unbeatable trick failed today. Lu Ding never judged the death or life of a monster with his eyes or senses. He hasn't gotten his reward yet. Who are you fooling by playing meat foam here? Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Fidel said to hell in his heart, and then the scattered pieces of flesh on the ground reassembled into a figure. Can you tell me how you could tell I wasn't dead yet? And as payment you can choose a gentler death. At the beginning, Lu Ding could still understand, but the more he listened to the later, the more confused he became. Is this person still speaking great Chinese? He wiggled 2 fingers like he was beckoning a dog. Here, come over here and I'll tell you. Ha 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 ha. Oriental alchemist, you are really. Buzz. A sound wave visible to the naked eye swept away with Lu Ding at the center and went straight into the vampire's heart. Drumming and mind-blowing techniques. When the frequency of the sound waves overlapped with the frequency of the vampire's heartbeat. Bang! A large hole exploded in Count Fidel's chest. A large mouthful of blood was spat out and the vampire staggered back. Once again you sneak up on me. Sharp fangs protruded. And this time he was really angry. Idiot, am I here to mess with you? Talk as much as you like. And I'm curious as to how many times I have to kill you before you die completely. Raising his hand, another chopping attack raged. As if a storm swept by, the vampire's form flickered, constantly dodging the attacks. I know, the great Earl Fidel knows, although your physical body is strong, it is weaker than your art attainments. That's why you keep blasting the Honorable Earl Fidel with your art. In comparison, the physical body is where you fall short. Fidel felt he sensed a blind spot. That's it, that must be right. The person in front of him had a strong physical body, but compared to his arts, it must be the arts that were stronger. Otherwise, how could he not use his physical body to attack himself, but use his arts? In the words of Deng, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Although it was hard to accept, Earl Federer had to admit that the spells of this Oriental air alchemist in front of him were too terrifying, both in terms of power and speed of casting, all beyond his reach. But in terms of physical body competition, he was a vampire. An elegant aristocrat in the darkness of the night, definitely not weaker than a lowly human. Suddenly, the dimly lit room exploded with blood and light. The vampire kept rolling around in all corners and eventually rushed to Lu Ding, with wings spread out behind him. The expression was hideous. In the name of the Honorable Earl of Fidel, I grant you death. The palm of his hand was like a sword with a scarlet glow, cutting straight into Lu Ding's head. He did not know how many times he had used this trick, how many people's heads he had taken, the same as the previous means of pretending to be dead. 4 words were enough to describe it. No harm done. Snap. Under the crisp ringing sound, his wrist was actually lightly pinched. Lu Ding looked up, the disdain in his eyes deeply imprinted through Fidel's eyes. It's true that I'm proficient in jutsu, but I never said that my physical body is weaker than my jutsu. And what makes you think that I used my full strength when I hit you with my jutsu? Is it because you were seconded twice in a row by me with my jutsu? Lu Ding shook his head slightly. It's only because I find it novel to see a vampire for the first time. And even more so because I want to torture you. Punk. Torn. One of Earl Fidel's arms was torn away from his body by Lu Ding with brute force. The sharp pain struck again, until his body was grabbed by Lu Ding and smashed heavily on the ground, feeling the hard ground underneath him cracking inch by inch. Earl Fatal's extremely insulting words were still echoing in his mind from Lu Ding. More so because, I want to torture you. Punk. Torture. Being chopped to a pulp by 1,000 cuts is indeed physical torture. The heart was twisting and blowing up inside, and it was torture. But none of this was worth the hurt of having his inner dignity trampled on. The noble Earl of Fidel feels like a joke. All the headstrong analysis and self-confidence was crushed to pieces in this moment, until Lu Ding's voice sounded again. Now, in the name of Baofeng District Executive Patrol, 749 Trainee Investigator Lu Ding, I grant you death. The same words this moment to change Lu Ding said. Fidel heard more insulting. Just now he had spoken out loud this sentence, but in an instant the situation changed. The position of the judge and the judged is switched. How ironic is that? I will not die. You cannot kill me. I am the Honorable Earl of Fidel. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Fidel's body was swung around by Lu Ding's grip on his feet, constantly smashing on top of the ground, and the strong force made him completely unable to get out of control. It ended up being thrown to the ceiling even more. Lu Ding flew afterward. Both fists blasted at Fidel's body like a succession of cannonballs. Bones crumbled, internal organs shifted, and spirit air with a ravaging aura followed the force into his body, stirring up his deeper being. Soul. Fidel's soul wailed in agony as it was overwhelmed. The sharp pain made him scream. The sharp pain made him angry. The sharp pain made him keep struggling, and the sharp pain also made him awake. Feeling the ceiling behind him crumble long ago, the dirt churned and kept falling to the ground. It suddenly occurred to Fidel's mind that this was the basement level, and it was daytime outside now, and the sun was shining. No, no, you can't. I kill people. I do evil. I deserve to be punished. I deserve to be judged by 749. Ha 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 ha. Honorable Count Fidel. Come on. Scream. Beg for mercy. Let out a wail of agony and write the last chapter of your life. Lu Ding's wanton madness fell on deaf ears. Aristocrat? Pretend you're asterisk aristocrat. Thousands of years of civilization inherited. Now look around on the street. Randomly find someone to ask his last name. According to the history of the upward check, how many are not princes and generals? A nobleman? The walker he killed the other day. That was a proper noble. General. Fidel screamed miserably from the pain and cursed angrily from the fear of ushering in the sun's rays. Madman. Madman. Right. That's it. Play the symphony of your life's countdown approaching, and carry out your self-proclaimed nobility and grace to the end. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 64, Reception of Vampires, Fishy Storm Technique. Center of the building campus. The rising sun slid down through the corner of the building to shine on the ground, warming the land that had just emerged from the darkness. Just see the dirt bag arching up. Is that a newborn conception? No, that's death coming. Bang! 2 figures clashed from the ground, bringing up masonry and dirt. Feeling the sun's rays, Lu Ding was warm. The Earl of Fidelity, on the other hand, is a little less well, and he was smoking. The warm sunlight hit him as if the first snow had met the warm sun and was melting by inches. Black smoke rose behind him. Pieces of flesh and skin turned into black smoke and dispersed. Big hands pinched and locked around his neck. The land tripod floated in the air. Count Fidel kept screaming and struggling in his hands. Ah, don't let the sunlight hit me directly, you lowly oriental air alchemist. Watching his hands struggle incessantly, Lu Ding pinched his neck and lifted his body high without a single wobble, allowing Earl Fidel to bathe in the sunlight with abandon. And every now and then he even flipped it over to make sure the fire was even. Ha 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 ha. What a warm sunshine, Earl Federer. Haven't felt it before, have you? Today you'll feel it, and let me listen to your pleasing screams. Holding a vampire aloft in the sunlight is almost the same as holding a man by the neck and roasting him in a blazing fire. Why is it almost? Because sunlight is more deadly and painful to vampires than fire is to human flesh and blood. Looting could have solved it by many means. But why did you let him die so cleanly? How boring that would be. It's always a good idea to find interesting ways to open up in a variety of things in a boring life. Investigator is what looting does. He kind of likes his job. Whenever these wantonly ferocious monsters screamed and hissed under him, Deng would feel from the bottom of his heart that this job was fantastic. Hiding. Keep hiding. Hiding for 19 years. Having a golden handshake doesn't work. It's like when you get an offer from a top company, but he never notifies you to go through the onboarding process. You wait every single day for its notification, but it always tells you that there's no rush. It'll yell at you. Every day you have to fight for your life while still having hope for the future. Because I have a golden finger. I'm a traveler, and I was born extraordinary. I'm just bull, but reality just hits him again and again, day after day, telling him you can't use your golden finger. Where are the monsters? Give a person hope, and then tell that person through reality that hope is slim. That hope is next to nothing. In a philosophical phrase, I could have endured the darkness if I had not seen the light. If Deng had started out as an ordinary person who simply traveled across with his memories, then he could have lived a good life relying on his memories and experiences from his previous life. Instead of knowing you have the golden finger at the start, opening as a swaddled orphan, wasting away alone in a world where worldviews and perceptions have long been characterized, but it's all in the past. Too late to mourn for the ordinary past. Now on the scene is the traveler, the carrier of the gold finger monster prison, the fast climber of the summit, the 749 trainee investigator, nicknamed the corpse-solving Taiyuyu, Deng. Bang! Harder in the hands. The sun-roasted Earl of Fidel went to the end of his life at the hands of Deng. Black smoke drifted away. Sorry about that, oh honorable Earl Federer. It makes your death ungraceful. There is no underworld nor heaven here. There are only legends about hell here. To die in Dahan, you need to walk across the Yellow Springs Road, step on the bridge of Naiha, climb the lookout tower, and drink a bowl of manhwa soup. Remember, don't keep thinking about your Thai hometown when you're at the lookout. Remember to take a look at the still glorious me. My name is Deng, and in this life you were killed by me. Aristocrats? Ha 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 ha. Deng found these two words more and more funny. Corpse and bone nobles. Monsters, vampires, shelter reward, blood rain technique. Blood rain art, blood rain in the sky is fierce and taboo. Spreading a side of blood rain, holding a side of the land. In the blood rain, you are the king. By all rights, that's where Goldfinger's hints should end. But this time, not only did the prompt panel not disappear, but new words surfaced. Wind strike, in position, blood rain, in position. The words representing the two arts began to dissipate and merge, and finally brand new arts made their appearance. Technique, fishy storm. Your arrival is always accompanied by a bloody wind, which blows the soul, and the rain, which melts the flesh and bones. Looking at the new technique, Deng knew that he seemed to have gotten stronger again. The sunlight pours down golden awnings. Deng rose to the ground and went straight up to the 60th floor, grabbing Jia Yuanfang and then flying away into the distance. With the vampire matter taken care of, the next to be dealt with was Chao Yuan of Chaojia Lane. The charge of selling plutonium is a big one, but not a small one. Tu Fu Zi, grave robbers, are all groups that the Han law severely cracks down on. But for the air refiners, this is another thing that cannot be avoided. Drilling the earth to find things, into the mountains to find treasures. Many air refiners are counting on this line of work to eat it, so it's in the bill of administration for air refiners and ordinary people. The sentencing guidelines for this are slightly different. If, for example, the deceased was a gas refiner, and you as a gas refiner stole the tomb, this is called the natural selection of things, and the circle of gas refiners digests itself without endangering ordinary people. If the deceased was an ordinary person, you, an air refiner, went and robbed the tomb of an ordinary person, then you're going to jail. The first rule of the air refiners: anything that is not allowed to jeopardize the rights of ordinary people. Two circles, two worlds, to be completely divided. Avoiding the air alchemist who clings to ordinary people and sucks their blood for a living. If it is not rectified by strict laws, imagine you are a billionaire sleeping at home and suddenly one day you feel someone inside the room. As soon as I opened my eyes, a young man stood at the end of the bed and said, "I'm short of money to spend now. Give me money to 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 give me money." You call him a psychopath. He says you don't know how to give face. You think I'm such a big boss that someone would dare to rob me. Then he's an air refiner and gives you a spell. And your $10,000 is voluntarily transferred. Worked hard most of my life and it's all over before I'm even old. What the hell is this ordinary person living for? It's all become leaks. In the end, the root of air refiners is ordinary people, and maintaining the rights and interests of ordinary people is the only way that more air refiners will be produced in a steady stream. That's part of the point of 749's existence. This Tsaojia alley dumping and selling plutonium belong to destroying the harmony and boundary between ordinary people and air refiners, and it's being dumped abroad. It's not too much to say that it's treasonous to the enemy. What's a plutonium? Artifacts. Lying in the ground is fine. Let's not do that random digging of other people's ancestral graves. After all, if you dig, you can't guarantee that your own ancestral graves will not be dug in the future. But if it comes out, we should catch it. We really can't catch it. We didn't find it. The worst result is circulating in the country. Essentially it is still in the country. You send it abroad. What do you have in mind? Chapter 65, the sky can't fall, but the door can. You're craving purple egg soup, right? No vegetables or flowers or soup kind of thing. Just purple eggs. Lu Ding fumbled for his cell phone and dialed Gao Zhengliang's number. Hey Gao, it's early in the morning. What is Lu's instruction for the inspector? Get up and arrest someone. Gao Zhengliang took small sips of thin porridge. Hearing this, he put down his spoon. Arrest someone? Arrest who? What's the offense? Where? Several queries in a row instantly caught the attention of the other magistrates in the cafeteria, and that one's eyes cast over to rest on Gao Zhengliang. There was only one thought in their minds. This must be the big case. General cases, but will not be conveyed through Gao Zhengliang. He is the secretary. Only major cases, important cases, will be conveyed through Gao Zhengliang. Lu Ding sent the intelligence information from 749 to Gao Zhengliang while saying, location Chao family lane, arrest targets, including but not limited to, the names of those Chao family members on the information I sent you. Gao Zhengliang took a look at his cell phone. When he saw the information, it was Chao Jianshu, Chao Yuan, and Chao Yutong again. His head instantly grew big. Chao Jianshu, the head of the second house of the Chao family. Chao Yuan, the contemporary young head of Tsaojia Lane. Chao Yutong, the head of the first house, and likewise the head of Tsaojia Lane, and Chao Ying's old man. This place, Kojiaxiang, emphasizes the importance of establishing a virtuous person rather than a relative. The election for any position is a test through contribution determination, means comparison, and so on. That's why we're in the situation we're in now. The man from the first house will be the eldest, and the man from the second house will be the youngest. When Lu Ding saw this, he thought to himself, following the footsteps of the times, you guys are pretty democratic. Lu Xian, this can't be a joke. You have a long list of names behind you. All can be the Chao family's second house of direct descendants. Most of them are air refiners. I'm going to go out of order. He's sheriff's department, which regulates ordinary people. What's the point of arresting an air refiner? Isn't this your 749 job? Let you go. Catch dumping and selling plutonium. In the final analysis, this is what your security bureau should do. Lao Gao, you have to cooperate with law enforcement. If you are really afraid of these people violently resisting the law, you arrange your arsenal of rocket launchers, anti-instrumentation big snipers, explosives, grenades and whatnot, and surround my Chao's alley tightly. I'm not asking you to take anyone up there to arrest anyone. You evacuate the regulars for me. I've got everything. I'll do the clearing and you'll do the coming in and squeezing when it's time. I'll end up borrowing your place for a bit. We'll just wait for 749 to send a car. Catch one. That is to capture the cultural relics traffickers. This is to catch a group. Political achievements a Lao Gao. You don't want it for nothing. Gao Zhengliang was persuaded by Lu Ding. The words sounded really right, and the information looked really right. Then it means that this Chao Jiaxian's backdoor work is estimated to be 8 or 9. That arrest. It seems right. Since it's all correct, the job seems to be working. It's the processes and procedures that seem to fall short. Gao Zhengliang thought for a moment. Not just need to write a report afterward. Damn dry. Big deal. Old strong tea a brew. Write him all night. Lu Xian. I agreed to this only because I trusted you. Don't screw me over. Don't worry, old Gao. How could I screw you over? Gao Zhengliang's phone hung up. Emergency assembly. And at this point in time, the home base of Xingting capital. Darkness invaded, and White Hesian stepped out of it. Looking at the mess, he took 2 steps forward. A light hand touched up the black ash on the floor. Solved? That fast? Who is Lu Ding? He has not heard of and does not know, because he was confined. But the information sent by the Bureau has his honorable war record. Even by Helmian has to look sideways for it, but only sideways. But now the death of the vampire count made by Helmian think with hindsight that this person seemed to be stronger than he thought. So where did this go? Sao Jiao Lane. Chao Yuan tossed and turned in bed all night. Horizontal and vertical cannot sleep, said the mother and child. Since the early hours of the morning after his mom's phone call, he is more sleepless. Thoughts grew haphazardly like weeds in his head. If I offend Lu Ding, he won't take revenge on me afterward, right? It's all in Baofeng district. Will he give me a hard time later? What if he's on to us because of this incident and the matter of the medallion is exposed? Why is mom calling in the middle of the night? And it was Lu Ding who asked. Did they have something to do with each other? That's not right. They shouldn't have any contact with each other. No, it's not a good night's sleep. Chao Yuan got up and fished out his cell phone from under the pillow, dialed the phone to Jia Yuanfeng. He had to ask a good question to be able to do it. But this phone call, once, twice, 3 times, time and time again do not answer. This made Chao Yuan sit up a bit. Turning to his elder brother, Chao Ziong, he sent a message to him, telling him of his concerns, and of his mom's call last night to ask about Lu Ding's situation. It didn't take long. Message back from across the street. Xiao Yuan, you remember not to act rashly. All things wait for me to come back. Today things can end. The night I will be able to go to the Cloud Sea. By then I am in. The amount of his Lu Ding have 10 guts do not dare to lay hands on you. The big deal is that the means above to see the real chapter. I have insight into his shortcomings. Once the hands, between us, the winners and losers of the 8 or 2, I 8 he 2. Seeing this message, Chao Yuan was instantly relieved. As long as Big Brother is around, the sky can't fall. Though there was the foregone conclusion of hatred heavenly gene, but Zhou Tianjie is Zhou Tianjie and Chao Ziong is Chao Ziong. They cannot be compared. He was sure that Big Brother would win. Definitely. Inside the Chao family compound, many of the Chao family's children had already begun their morning exercise session. A day's plan lies in the morning. A year's plan lies in the spring. For the air refiner, the morning is undoubtedly the best time for a day's cultivation. As the sun rises in the east, the purple chi comes from the east. Inhale a mouthful of the morning's heaven and earth's spiritual chi. Ice cold. That is called an authentic, quiet and peaceful atmosphere spread out. Chao Yuan is right. The sky cannot collapse. With or without Chao Ziong, the sky cannot collapse, but the door can collapse with a boom. Some of the clansmen guarding the Chao family, along with the 2 vermilion gates, flew backwards and smashed into the courtyard. A group of Chao family's children looked over. Lu Ding strides with wind. Aura hunting, voice stirred away. Shocked people's chest for no reason. 749 arrest. Tell Chao Yuan to get his ass out here. The sky dark clouds converge. As he steps down and up, the sky dark clouds follow the front pressure, covering inches of light. There is a kind of wind and rain momentum. The sense of oppression instantly pull full. This was the technique that Lu Dingxin had acquired. Fishy wind and bloody rain. If the Chao family cooperates today, then everything is fine. Arrest the arrested. Release the released. If not, the sky is dark. The wind rises. The rain falls, blowing the 3 souls and 7 souls, eliminating the blood, flesh and bones. Chapter 66. If the old one doesn't come out, let the young one come out to top it. The sound echoed within the high-walled mansion. Once the word 749 came out, the atmosphere in the arena instantly fell to a pin drop. It is said that the name of the tree of the shadow, 749 prestigious, Lu Ding murderous reputation outside. See in the eyes that to retreat. Listen to the ears of the people called the wind and fear. It's still the same. Chao family alley is not small. And neither is this Chao family mansion. One by one to find the past. How much time will it take? Anyway, Lu Ding recognized you Chao Yuan is this Kojiaxiang people. Cannot run away from the monk, cannot run away from the temple. Today the door blocked. Asked you to give or not to give people. What a bunch of bull **** about finding someone to find a debtor. Looting doesn't talk that way. Since you all chose to push him to be the young master, then this consequence will have to be borne by all of you. He took a step forward. Although these surrounding Chao family children were afraid, they still followed and took a step forward, trying to resist his advance. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow. I don't know what to say. A dull sound was heard resounding within him as sound waves erupted. Dozens of Chao family's children instantly fainted in their death throes. Uncorpsing the corpse Taiyang is really overbearing. How dare he come to my Chao family to flaunt his power and injure my Chao family members? Could it be that he's bullying my Chao family? The figure from the deep courtyard leaped to carry the might. A little cold on first. Listen to the sword chant piercing the ear. Lu Ding raised his hand and grabbed the white mangled longsword horizontally with his flesh and blood. With the huge force on his body, the longsword crumbled by inches. The youth then arrived, condensed the air in the air, and stomped down. Lu Deng stood up his leg toward the sky to stomp, from the bottom to the top, although in a vulnerable place, but that foot out. How the man flew here is how he flew back. Only when it flew back, it wasn't as graceful as when it flew in, and it collapsed a good portion of the brick wall. I thought it was some kind of ruthless character. Today the one who bullied is your Chow family. No one. What can you do to me? If you had someone in the Chow family, would you push a loser, Chow Yuan, out to sit in the position of young leader? If you had someone in the Chow family, would you be in the business of dumping plutonium abroad? If your Chow family had someone, would you fail to expand and be reduced to wanting to cooperate with Great Black Mountain and annex the deconstruction family's share in business? Now that the big ones aren't coming out, let the little ones come out to take the top. Ha! Immediately let Chow Yuan and the Chow family's head of the family come out for me. Seeing that Lu Ding's aura had been drawn up to a certain level, it made people shudder. In the depths of the mansion, a group of people saw that they couldn't avoid it, so they could only fly out with their heads held high. The two people in front of them are Chow Yutong and Chow Jianshu, who assisted and cooperated in agreeing to Chow Yuan's selling of plutonium out of the country in the 749 investigation information. All of them are veteran Spirit Sea realm. One of them, Chow Yutong, the Chow clan's eldest family member, took a step out. Lu Xian, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? He asked himself how well he had handled the dumping of the plutonium, and it was impossible to leave any traces of it. So where did this Lu Ding know? Resisting law enforcement is impractical, and there is no point in fighting it or not fighting it, unless it is a last resort. So right now, all he had to do was bite the bullet and say no. Chow Jialane had done no such thing, but there is a saying, the ancient genie way, contemporary 749, if you want people to know, unless they do not do. Under the modern various high-tech and 749 that pervasive means, as long as you have done things, how can not leave a trace? Lu Ding didn't bother to talk nonsense to him on this. Evidence? Take out the evidence. What if you guys drag me around and let Chow Yuan get away? And how many novels are there where they come in for questioning, then produce the evidence, and finally fight it out and let the key players get away? These are living lessons. Lu Ding wouldn't do such a thing. Eyes swept away. Giving you face and calling you Chow Dongjia. Not giving you face. What kind of thing are you? I'm arresting people now. Do you not understand human language? I'll give you 3 minutes time. Within 3 minutes. Can't see Chow Yuan. You this Chow Jialane is harboring the crime of harboring. Listen to it or not. Lu Ding a little face not to give. According to common sense, Chow Yutong should have long been blackface. You a junior young man, in Sao Jialane, in front of so many people, out of the mouth to insult him a Chow family in charge of the family. This change who cannot endure. There's still some fire in the mud, but Chow Yutong didn't. His face lightened and he let out a tight breath of relief. You only found out about Chow Yuan? Good, good, good. It's good that it didn't implicate Chow's ally. Insults and insults, insults and cannot lose a piece of meat. The whole treasure prosperous area who do not know this Lu Ding crazy boundless, strength and fierce outrageous. This belongs to the normal persona of Lu Ding. If he is not this attitude, Chow Yutong will feel strange. As long as it doesn't involve Chow Yutong or Chow Jiaxiang, then everything will be fine. And then again, Chow Yuan is not his son. Life and death is none of his business. Now, once Chow Yuan is arrested, as long as he comes to a death without proof, say a sentence of fear of crime, then the matter of selling plutonium will be over here. The problem is solved. The big thing is that Chow's lane in the future do not do the business of selling plutonium is not just good, it's enough to make a living. Anyway, this business shouldn't have been done by Chow's lane in the past, so it won't hurt to give it back now, and it's a way to earn extra money, and it also vacates the position of young master. Any one of his sons will do. In the generation of the Chow family's second house, apart from Chow Yuan and Chow Ziong, there was not a single one that could be watched. Chow Ziong is another 749 investigator. He can't be a lesser leader, and he can't do it. It's simply the best of both worlds. It passed through my mind that none of the people in charge of the house were really simple-minded. At this moment, Chow Yutong's attitude became very positive. Patrolman Lu, Chow Jialane, will definitely cooperate with you in enforcing the law. Wait a moment, I'll go and bring Chow Yuan right away. This is Sito's intention, and everyone knows it. Chow Jianshu knew what he was thinking, and so did Lu Ding. But Lu Ding does not matter. He wants just a result. Live dead. The result is the same when the time comes. Anyway, all die. Directly mention a dead still save a thing. As long as you see the body of Chow Yuan, Lu Ding will riot to do it. Take down the two old things. It's okay to play along with you for a while, just for fun, but not Chow Jianshu. That's his son. Dear son. Immediately, His face changed and he reached out to block. Chow Yutong, you son of a, what do you want to do? The hand was halfway out when Lu Ding stopped it and pinched it steady. His tone was cold. Chow Jianshu, are you trying to obstruct law enforcement? Feeling the huge force on his arm, Chow Jianshu couldn't care less now and shouted, Lu Din patrol. Lu Ding, this son of a Chow Yutong tried to kill my son. The deeper meaning of this is illuminated. Chow Yutong looked at Lu Ding with apprehension. It was found that Lu Ding's face was firm, impossible. Chow Dingjia's but Cao Jialane is the person who is in charge. Chow Yuan is Cao Jialane's lesser master. You open your mouth as the big master wants to conspire to kill the lesser master. How? You have nothing to say. Right. How can I conspire to kill Xiao Yuan? He is my nephew. Now Lu Executive Patrol face to face. As a Treasure Prosperous District Executive Patrol, he can't possibly wrongly accuse Xiao Yuan. This is Xiao Yuan did something wrong. Our Chow family preaching to do it should be recognized. You as Xiao Yuan's father, in order to avoid suspicion you can't go. Xiao Yuan is the young head of Chow family lane. Others don't have enough status to go. As the Chow family's eldest head of the family and Xiao Yuan's eldest uncle, it's up to me to go. Lu Shi Xian, you control my family's elder brother's emotions. He might talk nonsense. I'll go and come. These two were singing in unison, and those who didn't know would have thought they were on the same side. Looking at Chow Yutong, who flew forward, fearing to walk slowly, Chow Jianshu only felt finished, but in his heart there is a trace of fantasy. Blood is thicker than water. This is his pro-big brother. Is Chow Yuan pro-big uncle? Will not, should not be. Chapter 67, please me and you can keep your body. This side of the room. Chow Yuan had just gone to sleep and was not yet asleep when the wooden door of the room was slammed open. He rolled over and got up to do his guard. Seeing that it was his eldest uncle Chow Yutong, Chow Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He subconsciously thought that it was Lu Ding who had hit the door. It's all getting landlubber-phobic, but it was normal. How many of those who went against Lu Ding could survive? It's normal to be afraid. It's not normal not to be afraid. Chow Yuan rubbed his eyes and inquired, Big Uncle you. The man who spoke did not notice the fierce light in Chow Yutong's eyes at all. Lifting his palm and slapping it in the air, the spiritual air surged into Chow Yuan's body, destroying the vitality in his body. From the outside, it looked no different from a normal person. But if one probed carefully, one would realize that Chow Yuan's entire body's meridians were broken and his chi whirlpool was destroyed. OMG, my little Jen. Ahahahahahahahahahaha. You are so dead. So dead. The expression on Chow Yutong's face changed from sadness to laughter. Although he does not like this nephew too much, but so long feelings, from childhood uncle shouted to big, today just so get dead. Chow Yutong heart also sad, but if you don't get killed, then it's not a matter of being sad or not, it's a matter of being straight through it all. Now that Chow Yuan is dead, the matter of selling plutonium, where to say where, is broken here. In the future, Chow Jiaxian will be a good boy, and this is a lesson from the past. Chow Yutong picked up Chow Yuan's body and shook his head helplessly. Alas, Xiao Yuan, you don't blame uncle. When this difficult time passes, uncle will go home and work hard with your great aunt. You will strive to be reincarnated in uncle's family. And then won't the position of the young head of the family still be yours? Dai Yu Chow Yuan 1. Happy our family? This deal can be done. This deal can be done, ah child. That's kind of comforting to say. The quilt wrapped around the body and left quickly. A few entries out. The sound of people arriving before they arrive. My little Jen ah. My Xiao Yuan. Uncle sorry for you ah. Why did you just go? Even if we really did something wrong. Mr. Lu will do the right thing. Why are you afraid to commit suicide, leaving your father and your eldest uncle, as well as a number of elders, to send off their black hair in vain? Chow Jianshu's body trembled a little when he heard this, and he turned around in disbelief. The eyes instantly filled with blood as they looked into Chow Yutong's arms. The teenager's eyes were closed and his face was as normal as if he was asleep. But when you look into the perception, there is no half of the breath alternation. He staggered 2 steps and extended his hand, just about to pick up Chow Yuan in Chow Yutong's hand. Just then, behind him, Lu Ding's voice rang out, TSK, the white hair is indeed sad, but don't worry, you lie down and wait for a while, it won't be long before you'll be there to accompany your son. An arm hooked to lock Chow Jianshu's neck. Lu Ding twisted his waist and exerted force. Chow Jianshu directly flew up on dry land, drew a semicircle in the air, and smashed heavily on the ground. The lapis lazuli floor tiles were in tatters. He was lying on the ground with his face on the ground, was already seriously injured body. This blow made him completely lose the ability to move. The whole body bones do not know how many broken. As for why Lu Ding didn't kill him, It was because he had all talked to Lao Gao before and had to send people political achievements, treating Jia Yuanfang with no credibility. That's because this is originally a person with no credibility, helping foreign monsters to brutalize their own people. Does this kind of person deserve it? Gao Zhangliang is different. In the security bureau this time, people so big a director to Lu Ding running back and forth, and is to pass the message, and is to give information. Do people have to understand the return? The scene happening in front of him caused Chow Yutong to be a bit stunned. He looked at Lu Ding, who was moving his muscles, and asked somewhat uncertainly, Lu, what are you doing? Lu Din patrol. Lu Ding spread out his hands and said with a reasonable face, isn't this very clear? Solve one first, and how much easier it is to leave you one. Chow Yutong was still trying to say something. Lu Ding raised his hand and interrupted him. Come on. I don't want to hear what you're talking about. I don't have the right to give you answers to your doubts. Now listen to me. The reason why I didn't sneak up on you to resolve the fight simply and directly is simply because I heard that you were a Spirit Sea Realm 8th level air refiner with 2 brushes on you. Lu Ding paced casually, seemingly disorganized, but the more Chow Yutong looked, the more alarmed he felt. It was blocking his escape route from any direction. Unless he can fly, dry land and just bolt. But he won't. Just listen to Lu Ding continue. As for me, I've learned a new art. It's different from all the ones I knew before. It's very special. I'm very curious about its effect in actual combat, but I can't find a suitable opponent. It's impossible to grab whoever you want and beat them up. So, Chao Danjia, I'll give you a little bit of decency and call out to you as Chao Danjia. Just use all your strength to attack me. Unleash your lifelong cultivation to please me. And if you can satisfy me, I can keep your whole body as a reward. But if you pull your crotch, let's agree up front that it's going to be divided into 8 segments. In the old days, it was one monster, one jutsu. As for the fishy wind and blood rain, it was a product of the fusion of the blood rain technique and the wind setting technique that was rewarded after killing a vampire. Other arts, Lu Ding can wait for the opportunity to slowly try. Just like the general paste armor art, and the living molten living life art, Lu Ding wanted to try it if he had the opportunity, and forget about it if he didn't have the opportunity. After all, one is adding overall combat power to his original, and handsome. The other one is a rep skill. As far as his current combat power is concerned, he can't even meet any opponents, but also generals posting armor, posting it to fight Hua. Even less people or monsters could injure him, and a living molt could only be taken and looked at. But good thing today there is this Chow Yutong. Spirit Sea Realm 8 this is considered to be the strongest opponent Lu Ding encountered inside the moment. But he wasn't greedy. Try a fishy one and you'll be fine. General paste armor and living molten living. Wait a few days and try it at the Ghost Festival. Lu Ding's tone was relaxed and his form was cozy, but Chow Yutong saw it in his eyes, but his heart couldn't stop sinking. The quilt-wrapped body in his hand was casually tossed. Chow Yutong stood defensively and looked at Lu Ding. Lu Ji patrol, can't we really talk about it at all? Lu Ding's figure moved to pull out the phantom dissipation appeared in front of him, and the speed was so fast that Chow Yutong could not react at all. Lift your hand. Snap. A slap fell, smacking his face and making it quiver, high and swollen on the spot. Still talking? It's all ing over with you. Can you talk? Can you talk? Deaf. This slap completely ignited Chow Yutong's anger. Who was he? He was the contemporary Grand Master of Chow Family Lane, a veteran Spirit Sea Realm 8th level powerhouse, and now he was actually slapped in the face by a fledgling junior? 3 times. Humiliate me 3 times. Lu Ding, I'm at loggerheads with you. The aura belonging to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea Realm pulled away, blowing dust flying around, sleeves hunting. Chow Yutong's waist sank, a strange pulling force pulling the spiritual air between heaven and earth. Open palm with one hand and push the chi outward. This is the Chow family's best skill, the spirit hunting stake and the spirit breaking palm. Chapter 68, Celestial Being plus Een Domain Reunion. You're definitely not human. You're a monster. Lu Ding stood in place. In the tone of a good show opener, he said, now, the warm-up begins. Spiritual air slipped through Chow Yutong's palm. He used his palm to open the way, taking that short striking dexterity without losing his fierceness. Lu Ding casually inclined his head to dodge, his pace elegant, constantly switching body positions, feeling that the aura in his body, as well as the surrounding area, was being rapidly disturbed. He praised, spirit breaking palm, the word break, it's really spiritual. Seeing that he was not affected by the spirit breaking palm in the slightest, Chow Yutong was somewhat unable to accept it. Why are you fine? The Chow family's greatest skill, the spirit breaking palm. The person who is hit will be cut off from the operation of the spiritual air in the body. resulting in the blockage of the meridians. And finally the spiritual air will not be able to run, stagnate in one place, and finally explode and die. Even if you don't get hit, when you fight with a spirit-breaking palm user, you will be struck by its unique way of transporting air, disturbing the heaven and earth's aura as well as your own spiritual aura's movement, thus achieving restricted movement, obstructed air transportation, and finally being struck by the spirit-breaking palm. Spiritual air operates like a one-way lane. Originally, the spiritual air in the body was traveling normally with orderly traffic. The spiritual air that had been disturbed by the spirit-breaking palm was traveling against the traffic, even crossing the middle of the road, or suddenly changing lanes and hitting the guardrail front and back, in which case a car accident was inevitable. As for why Lu Deng was not affected, your spirit-breaking palm is nothing more than an understanding of spirit air, and by disturbing it, you achieve the goal of having the target's transportation of air blocked so that they can be struck by you. Although my realm isn't as high as yours, your understanding of spiritual air is less than a millionth of mine. Hubris. Too much hubris. You're a guy under 20 years old telling me about spiritual air understanding. How dare you say that the 8th level of Spirit C is not as understanding as you, a 2nd level of Spirit C. Xiao Yutong just wanted to make a sound, but he realized that something was wrong. He was extra sensitive to the wandering of the heaven and earth's aura because he practiced the spirit-breaking palm and spirit hunting stake. Under his fine feeling, Xiao Yutong was shocked to find that Lu Deng, the spiritual qi hovering around him. How is it so much like the situation when the spiritual qi comes to itself during the state of celestial unity? Reiki goes through the 8 channels of qi jing to enter the body of the air refiner. That is needed to be sucked from between heaven and earth to suck the Reiki into the body. This is not the case with the celestials. Cultivators only need to open the meridian valves, and the spiritual air will be able to accept the blending into the body on its own. How much can go in all depends on how much the meridians can take. Celestials in one. How is it possible? Celestial unity is not. How do you? Looking at Lu Deng's idle appearance, and still being able to talk to him so eloquently, Xiao Yutong only felt as if he was dreaming. Everything was too dreamy, and was constantly impacting his worldview. In response, Lu Deng said, "Sorry, I forgot to close it after I opened it." Xiao Yutong, huh? He didn't get it. Alright, Xiao Dongjia. I'm quite satisfied with your performance. Next, we're going to get to the point. Lu Deng raised his hand high above his head and flung and snapped his fingers. Ta! All of a sudden, the wind and clouds changed. The sky was dark. A feeling that could not be described in words came over, and the place where one's eyes were was a dim and bleak world. In domain reunion? Xiao Yutong shouted. This time his heart was broken. Is this still a tactic that people can use? How can a person use the in domain to reunite? The celestials plus the in domains are reunited. Yes, this is not a tactic that people can use. Lu Deng, you are a monster. You are a monster, right? You are not human. At this moment, how he wished that Lu Deng could answer him with an affirmative. You guessed it, coupled with a wry laugh. But anything like that Xiao Yutong could accept. But all that responded to him was the sound of rain. Lu Deng lazily ignored him. This person is purely sick. He is such a big living person can be a monster? However, it had to be said that even Lu Deng himself felt that this fishy wind and bloody rain technique was really too much like the in domain reunion when used, especially since he had personally come into contact with the in domain reunion a few days ago. The only difference was that Lu Deng could be sure that he was human, and he could be sure that Fong Du was a ghost. So it must not be a netherworld overlap. A drop of blood-colored rain fell from the sky, hitting Xiao Yutong squarely on the forehead. He hadn't even had a chance to touch it yet when a sharp pain hit him, melting flesh and blood and sinking white bone pits. Countless blood-colored raindrops smashed down from the air immediately after, densely packed without the slightest space to dodge. Xiao Yutong was drenched on his head. Come out, come out. Lu Deng, come out to me. You monster. What kind of skill is it to hide and hurt people with backstabbing arrows? Come out to me. The flesh and blood on his body slid off as the rain kept washing it away. Xiao Yutong couldn't dodge or avoid it. Under the pain, he mobilized the spirit air in his body to the maximum extent to bombard everything around him. The blood rain hazed the vision. Xiao Yutong seemed to see shadows flickering in the middle of the blood rain in a trance, from far to near. That eerie feeling, oppressive feeling, chilling the bottom of one's heart. Not many air refiners would be afraid of ghosts, but if they encountered such a situation, not many air refiners would not be afraid. It's scarier and more suffocating than a ghost. Maybe it's a bottoming out of emotions. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Xiao Yutong wiped the rainwater from his face, and after bringing down half of his face, he rushed towards the silhouette in the rain. Ha 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 ha, Lu Deng, you still say you are not a monster. You are a monster. You are a ghost. Kill you, kill you. The pace of the charge went from fast to slow. In the end it turned into stumbling feet, lifting the leg, dropping it, and being half a point shorter, then lifting again, then dropping again, and being half a point shorter again. He looked back up and down. It turns out that while running around in the rain, his legs melted into the blood-colored rain that puddled on the ground, until the lower half of his body completely disappeared. Chow Yutong mortared himself in front of Lu Ding's close proximity. He looked up with his face already white and bony, his teeth falling out, slurring his dying words. Gotcha. Lu Ding pressed the timer on his cell phone to pause it. The wind stopped, the rain went out, and all the visions disappeared. He shook his head. 5 seconds. 3-3. Fishy wind and blood rain. You only lasted 5 seconds and 3-3 in the rain. I had so much hope for you, but you only lasted 5 seconds and 3-3. I didn't even use fishy wind. This was the first time Lu Ding felt speechless after a battle. I really have to wonder if this spirit C8th level of yours is watered down. Looking at Chow Yutong, who was only half remaining and still in pieces, it was also the first time he had broken his word to his own words. These 8 segments, it seems, don't need to be cut. Generally speaking, the effect of the fishy wind and blood rain technique, he is quite satisfied. Is that the consumption is a little bit big? Every drop of rain is his spiritual air. If the time is too long, Lu Ding cannot hold on to his own spiritual air to maintain the fishy wind and blood rain technique. At most, can only be maintained for a day only. Lu Ding twisted his head to look deeper into the Chow family's mansion. Isn't it often written in novels that there are old monsters sitting inside the family? As long as the family encounters any crisis, the old monsters will come out. How come this hasn't moved yet? Chapter 69, Chi Man Chi Ma. Just give me a cover? The Chow family did have an old master, but people had been in seclusion attempting to break through the Divine Palace realm, and the outside world was aware of it. Only once a year would he come out to show his face on his birthday or a major event of the Chow family. As for where the retreat is, no one knows. Some say it's in Chow's house, others say it's in the deep forest. Lu Ding, who was not happy enough, ran in and searched for a while, not to mention the people, but even the birds didn't fly out. Forget it, find a powerful monster to keep trying next time. Seeing him turn around and leave, inside the deep mansion of the Chow family compound, the old man on the rattan chair let out a long breath of air, still holding a pigeon that was leaping into flight in his hand. The young people nowadays were really more terrifying than one another, and his old bones couldn't withstand the tossing and turning. As for the death of 2 sons and a grandson, is this a big deal? Make it sound like he doesn't have any other sons or grandchildren. Bad seeds that should be discarded. If he wasn't the sitting Thai master of the Chow family alley, he was just an ordinary old man who was an air refiner and only had these 2 sons, he would have rushed out to fight with Lu Ding for his life. Anyway, they're all old bones, and there's not much point in living alone. But he's not. There are so many people in the Chow family lane, and he has so many descendants. If he is gone, and the Chow family has not produced a figure that can really carry the load now, it is estimated that when the time comes, the Chow family lane will be eaten up by the people outside, and there will not be any bones left. So the death of 2 sons is not a big problem. It's not a big problem to die a grandchild. Isn't this Chowing coming back? Compared to Chow Yuan, he prefers Chowing. Now that Chow Yuan is dead, the position of young master is vacant. When he thought of this, the Chow family's old master suddenly gave a start. People are old. What is the young master? Yu Tang is gone. The position of the eldest master is vacant. Directly let Chowing on the position of the eldest master is not good, ha 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 ha. Outside the Chow family compound, Lu Ding stepped out and waved his hand to signal the people outside to go inside. A large group of sheriffs assembled with real guns pressed in instantly. Gao Zhangliang unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Tough for you, Lu Jiwei. How is the situation inside? Lu Ding took a sip. Of course it's like what I promised you. It's all taken care of. They definitely don't dare to resist. Just grab it. But there's just one thing. The 3 main offenders I've only left you with. Which one? Gao Zhangliang asked a curious question. Only Chao Jianshu is left. Chow Yuan was killed by his eldest uncle, and Chow Yutong is now half left. Half cut? You cut it? When these words came out, Lu Ding almost choked on the mineral water in his hand. That's not true, but it has something to do with me. I just wanted to try out my newly learned technique, but it turned out that he couldn't hold on to it. Originally, I wanted to say that I would leave him with a whole body. Who knew that he was so unhelpful? Gao Zhangliang opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Lu Ding, this person is good. That is really good. Work efficiency is outrageous. Come to Baofeng district this time. People also tube. Ghosts also tube. Baofeng district. 3 local snakes are refining forces. He hard to teach each one of them a lesson. And do not make a little mistake. This gave Gao Zhangliang a firm foundation to carry out his work in the future. In the future, if the Public Security Administration needed assistance in handling a case, and then went to find these 3 families, the others would probably look at Lu Ding's face and actively cooperate with him. Instead of the magistrate can't control the air refiners. It's your own business, depending on my mood and all that. But there's a bit of a beauty to it. That's the hand that's so vicious. He's never even seen a couple of them in one piece. Many times when Gao Zhangliang thought about it, he would think, hey, it's good that he's a human being, or an ordinary person, and doesn't get involved in the affairs of these air refiners of theirs. Otherwise, it would be really bad luck to meet someone like Lu Ding. One by one, the accomplices on the list were brought out. The corners of Gao Zhangliang's mouth were grinning up to his ears. This is a serious case. The amount of money involved is several $billion, and there are also gas refiners involved. He is also considered to be linking up with 749 to enforce the law, and Lu Ding let him take the lion's share. Although at his age, he can't climb anywhere, but after a lifetime of working as a magistrate, who wouldn't want to leave a few more completed big, serious cases on their professional resume? Lu Ding walked to the garbage can on the side of the road and lit a cigarette while taking out his cell phone to see if there were any messages. This turned out to be a good look. Yan Fifan, Lu brother, White Crane sleep investigator found the peer to come. He said the bureau let him come over to support. In Xingting capital did not find you. I fooled him a few words. Do you see to tell him where you are now? White Crane sleeping. The one with the white cranes sleeping at the bottom of the piazza? Lu Ding went back to the message. No need. Let's meet at the bureau. Things are almost done on my side. After rubbing out the cigarette with his hand and throwing it into the trash can, Lu Ding didn't choose to fly directly this time. After all, this is broad daylight. If people see the impact is not good. Asked Gao Zhangliang borrowed a car, took Jia Yuanfang toward the bureau to drive. Morning. Yunhai entered the city on the national highway. 3-wheeled motorcycle speeding 80 meters. Chowing sat down in the bucket, pushed away the body pressed against him, and opened his mouth to poo-poo, spitting out half an ear. Blood stained his entire mouth and ran down his chest. Ha 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 ha, rob with me. Rob from me, do you guys deserve it? Ha 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 ha. Between reckless laughter, Chowing took out an object from his bosom, roughly looking like a scaled-down version of a small person riding a carriage and horse, on which there was a flow of dark light and a Chinese cover for the top, which was the Qi Man Qi horse. Legend has it that if you eat Lingji, you can become immortal and fly up in the daytime. But this is a legend. In reality, this Qi Man Qi Ma has the effect of breaking the boundary of prolonged life, but also can enhance the cultivation, deepen the sense of heaven and earth. The blessing of the deep can rely on this thing into the state of unity of heaven and man. The old master of the Chow family had been trapped at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, not allowed to enter the divine palace. This time, when Chowing returns, he wants to compete with Chow Yuan for the position of the young head of the Chow family lane again. He has to get the consent of the Chow family's old master. By definition, this is almost impossible. The position is set and set. How can there be any reason to fight and change again? But with this Qi Man Qi horse, that's not so sure. The little brother driving the motorcycle next to him let out a wanton laugh after Chowing. The two of them oh made strange noises driving all the way back to Caojia Lane. Turns out it just got to the place. Chowing was dumbfounded. A car of the Public Security Administration was parked outside the Chow family mansion, and looking at the car through the iron bars, it still contained those members of the second family, all of them hanging their heads in shame, like eggplants that had been wilted by frost. No child. What does this mean? Chowing looked at the little brother beside him and saw that he was also in a state of confusion. Chowing was just about to go up and find someone to ask, when his ears suddenly rang with the voice of the Chow family's great master, telling him to go to the back of the mansion. With a puzzled mood, Chowing arrived at the rear residence. The old master sat down on the recliner and unhurriedly stated the cause and effect. So this person must earn money within their own ability, must recognize themselves, cannot be greedy. You say right, Cao Cao? Calling out Chao Ying's nickname. He did not answer. The old master twisted his head to look and realized that Chowing was fuming and his hand was still moving in his arms. Yes. That's it, right. I told you earlier that Chow Yuan was absolutely no good as a young master. You see, now I've got it right. Then, you say, if Chow Yuan is not to be, who should be? The old master looked away with a smile. Of course I am. As Chowing spoke, he fumbled out the umbrella cover he had just broken off from the top of Jirenji's carriage in his arms and respectfully handed it over. Grandpa, Chowing has not been by your side all these years, and has offered you less filial piety on New Year's holidays. this is the Chi horse that I just snatched today. I heard that you are breaking through the divine palace, so this should be of great use to you. The old master reached out and took it, his eyes looking strangely at the object in his hand. Just give me a lid? Chapter 70, Lu Deng is arrogant, but he's actually very low-key. Chowing pointed to the wretchedness on his body. For this cover, your grandson I have paid a small price. My brothers have been killed or injured, and I have spared this life to snatch it back. It's really not much. It would have been. What he intended was to give it all to the old master. But here's the point. He spent a large amount of money to buy the wind-fixing bead from Lu Deng, and spent a lot of manpower and spirit to go up to the top wind mountain to rob this Shimanji horse with Li de Cripple and the Tianli sect, in order to pay homage to the old master and pull him in, so that he and Chao Yuan can grab the position of young master again, the kind of thing that sets up a ring. But now that he's gone round and round and he's not coming back for a few days, it seems like he doesn't have to rob it. Not only is there no need to rob, but even Chao Yuan is dead, along with his father. That's two hidden dangers solved at once. Then this Chima said a little bit, before he was still thinking about the old master's side of the matter is resolved. How to go to pull together Lu Deng stand his team. Don't even think about it now. Send most of the rest to Lu Deng to deliver a good one. One thing to do two things. Isn't that a great deal of money? As for the old master, well, you are so old. It's okay for you to eat a little less, because you can't keep up with your plans, but it has to be said, this Lu Deng is really ruthless. Xiaoying muttered in his mind. He actually managed to get his old man Chao Yutong killed, although the two were father and son, but for Chao Yutong's death, Xiaoying not only did not feel the slightest bit of sadness, he even wanted to laugh, and wanted to set off firecrackers. It's just as good to die now as it was to die anyway, so it's a good time to die. Is there really only one cover? The Chao family's old master asked a question with some disbelief. Xiaoying nodded confidentially. Really? At this moment, the hand in his arms was spewing out spiritual air, wrapping around the gaping hole of the Chima, preventing it from leaking its scent fragrance, lest the old master notice. This thing, he is going to take it to Lu Deng. In the future, Saojia Ali, he is in charge. Lu Deng is also Baofeng District Executive Patrol. Less cooperation. Xiaoying wouldn't do something as stupid as Chao Yuan. He's smart. Chao family's old master nodded with satisfaction. Then you prepare to get ready. Choose a good day to ascend to the position of Chao Family Lane's Grandmaster. Do a good job in the future, and strive to lead Chao Family Lane to create another glory. Me, big dog? You mean me? Xiaoying pointed at himself, and for a moment, he was somewhat caught off guard by this sudden surprise. Originally, his goal was to be the young master, but now you're telling him that he doesn't have to go through any process, and he doesn't have to use any tricks, so he'll just sit in the position of the eldest master. Not you or me. I'm so old. Cannot afford to manipulate this family's heart, but I want to mention one thing to you. Don't go to mess with Lu Deng in the future. This doll can have a force of evil. Your father 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The slams disappeared. Returned to the island a bit on the left half of the pestle on the ground. The corner of Chao Ying's mouth twitched, but when he thought of Lu Deng, he stifled a smile in his heart. Chao Yuan is not dealing with Lu Deng. That is his stupidity. Although he cannot say how good his relationship with Lu Deng is, but he is definitely not cross, and he can even say a few words. Looking at the lid of the Chiran Chima in the old master's hand, Xiaoying suddenly had a feeling of regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have given it to the old master. He is so old. Understand what him. Why don't you give it to Lu Deng to deepen your impression? LOL. Pity. After all, no one could have imagined that in a few days' time, they would be transformed to see a new day. In the meantime, 749th Precinct entrance, Lu Deng managed to meet up with Yen Fifan, and along with him came Bai Helmian, who he had met for the first time. The two of them sized each other up. Bai Helmian looked at Lu Deng, and the information about Lu Deng that he had just checked with the 749 app in the car kept floating in his mind. Slightly thoughtful, Bai Helmian was the first to open his mouth for no reason and asked, Lu Deng, do you think monsters all deserve to die? He had thought that Lu Deng would have to think for a few moments, but who knew that he didn't even think about it? Of course, if the monster doesn't die, do I? Where's the reward if you don't kill the monster? How can you fulfill yourself and control your destiny without rewards? As for whether there would be any good ones inside the monsters, sorry, this was not something Lu Deng should consider. As Bai Helmian listened to this, his mind thought about the deeds about Lu Deng, which fit perfectly. So you've never been lost? Lu Deng was a bit confused as to what this person meant. Confused? I do get quite lost when I can't find a monster to kill. It was the truth. and for 19 years he'd nearly died of confusion. The good thing is that the effort is not enough. Helmian pulled out a smile. Why did he pull it out? Because this smile of his was too fake, but the smile was from the heart. Reaching out, my name is White Crane Sleep. White as in white crane, crane as in white crane, sleep as in sleep. Flowers warm the green ox lying down, pines high up the white crane sleeping. You have a good name. My name is Lu Deng. Lu Deng's words caused Helmian's eyes to look slightly surprised. This was more or less at odds with Lu Deng's persona on the profiles he had seen. How can you export and still be a chapter? This made Helmian more or less embarrassed, and he was hard-pressed to think of a verse that could complement Lu Deng's name. You, very cultured and play on the spot? Lu Deng had little interest in plagiarizing the verses of the ancients from his previous life. Written by Li Bai, the poetry immortal. I'm just using it temporarily. Helmian nodded, making a mental note of the verse. I've got to turn in my quest, so I'll talk to you next time. Looking at Lu Deng carrying Jia Yuanfan's departing back, Helmian pondered, until his back completely disappeared. Helmian touched his cell phone and typed in the search software. Flowers warm the green cow lying down, pines high and white cranes sleeping, a few words, and finally clicked search. No? He was a bit puzzled and then searched for Li Bai, the poet, and then still nothing. Looking at the oxymoronic search page, Helmian suddenly felt that the Bureau's information seemed to be somewhat inaccurate. Judging from the information, Lu Deng should be a person who was cynical and at the same time arrogant and domineering to a degree. But just now the initial meeting, Helmian is feeling. Lu Deng is very cultured, but also very cultured. The exit can become a chapter. Now on the search software. Again, I can't find the verse, much less the person Li Bai, the poet. Helmian felt even more that Lu Deng, it's very low-key, so his arrogance is just on the surface, and on the inside he's a low-key person with substance who's strong at the same time. Low profile with connotation. This has always been Helmian's pursuit, and Lu Deng's view of monsters coincides with Helmian's in some places. His eyes instantly lit up. Friends, having the same ideas, having something to learn from each other, and not pulling each other's leg, aren't those the necessities needed for a close friend? Emphasis added, the protagonist's sexual orientation is normal. Chapter 71. Chao Ziong, who almost broke down. His home is gone. Helmian felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Grandma used to say before she died that people gather in groups. A good friend can influence your whole life and change your mind, so you must keep your eyes peeled when you make friends. Don't be led astray by bad people, and learn from the good ones. Helmian also thought about making friends, but the people I've met over the years are either too stupid, have no substance, or are overly showy. It led to a boring life as an ordinary person. Then he joined the 749. He thought he could find his own friends in the world of the air refiners, but after joining the 749 Helmian realized, never have an inexplicable filter on people. An air alchemist isn't really much more than an ordinary person. It's time to be stupid or just as stupid, and those guys are too weak. How can you be friends with someone who is also too much of a loser and can't practice anything for a few days? The sense of existence in heaven and earth are different. Such people cannot grow together. The final result will only become his white crane sleep faster and faster, behind the people more and more distant. And in regards to the question he just asked, he also asked other people who were reasonably talented, but a bit weaker than him, which was kind of Helmian downgrading himself downward to be compatible. Take one Rushu for example. As a result, White Heejin got the answer. How can it be? We can't beat all monsters to death with a single shot. Everything has to be felt firsthand. Immediately, he felt that when Rusha had a problem with her brain, wouldn't it be exhausting to feel everything? How do you feel when it's not the same time, not the same place, not the same people, not the same mood, too many different factors, even race? It's clear that they have their eyes open. But today, Lu Deng's answer was the one that opened the door to a new world for Helmian. The time came to evening. Lu Deng was still in the report room and did not come out, due to the fact that this time the matter was relatively large. Hundreds of people died and there were foreigners, relying on Yen Fifan alone to submit a report. The above will not recognize. No way. Lu Deng could only follow along, asking questions from the beginning to the end, all sorts of side questions. It's not over on his end. On the other side, Chao Ziong landed at Yunhai East Station. Huddled in the crowd, he frowned with a serious expression. On the screen of the cell phone is the interface of his and Chao Yuan's chat. Dozens of messages out, all of them sent by him, but Chao Yuan hard one did not return. It's not just Chao Yuan. His own father, Chao Jianshu, his own mother, Jia Yuanfang, and his great-uncle, Chao Yutong, have not returned his messages. Even when he sent a message to the rest of the second house's clan, No one answered him back. This is outrageous. If one person doesn't respond, it's fine. A bunch of people don't respond. Is something wrong? It shouldn't be. If something happened, it wouldn't be to all of them. Chao Ziyang's footsteps accelerated. He wanted to quickly go back to see and confirm the situation, so that this big stone in his heart could quickly fall to the ground. Behind her, when Rushu walked up with accelerated steps, and her tone was still as calm as ever, saying, "It seems that something has happened. You open the 749 app and search for Xingting Capital to see." Chao Ziyang couldn't stay calm anymore this time. While tapping on the 749 app, I speculated, could a monster have attacked my own mom's Xingting Capital? The results page came out. A large line came into view. Xingting Capital colluded with vampires to murder hundreds of people. The mastermind Jia Yuanfang has been arrested by trainee investigator Lu Deng, and the mastermind vampire, Count Federer, has been put to death. Chao Ziyang felt as if he had seen a heavenly book. How is this possible? Tap on the details, which sprawl out over thousands of words, roughly describing the cause and effect, until the end of the page. Chao Yuan, the youngest head of Chao Jialane, Chao Jianshu, the head of the second house, and Chao Yutong, the eldest head of Chao Jialane, colluded with Xingting Capital to sell plutonium, which was discovered in time by the trainee investigator Lu Deng, and Chao Yutong brutally killed Chao Yuan in the process of arrest, and attempted to use the death of Chao Yuan to stop the trainee investigator Lu Deng from continuing to investigate the case. Lu Deng discerned Chao Yutong's scheme. The two sides broke out in conflict, and eventually Chao Jianshu was seriously injured by the Public Security Bureau in custody, and was later picked up by the 749 for questioning. Chao Yutong died on the spot, and a number of Cao Jialane refiners involved in the case were arrested. My mom's conspiring with vampires to murder ordinary people? My brother and my dad and my oldest uncle sell plutonium? My eldest brother chose to kill my brother to silence him to prevent Lu Deng from continuing his investigation? Seeing this, Chao Ziyang only felt his eyes darken. He didn't believe it, even if he had broken the sky today. In his eyes, his little brother, Chao Yuan, was so obedient. How could he possibly sell plutonium? Although Dad Chao Jianshu was a bit violent, he didn't even dare to do such a thing. He didn't have the guts. As for Uncle Big, he loves his little brother so much. How could he kill him? Finally, the figure of the gentle woman appeared before Chao Ziyang's eyes. How could such a kind person collude with foreign vampires to brutalize ordinary people? Ridiculous. Lu Deng. It must be Lu Deng. Chao Ziyang's eyes gradually reddened as he thought about the message his little brother had sent him earlier, and then combined it with the rumors about Lu Deng from the outside world. He is ruthless and vindictive, with no room in his eyes for sand. A combination of things. A thought appeared in Chao Ziyang's mind. All of this was a trap set up by Lu Deng to get back at Chao Yuan, in order to wipe out the living forces of Chao's ally, and fear that Mom will use her international relations to be accountable. So even Mom is trapped in it. Right, that must be it. Absolutely. Little brother, Dad, Mom, Uncle. There's no way they would ever do something like that. As the saying goes, the one who is in authority is in the dark, and the one who is watching is in the dark. And Chao Ziyang was caught in this situation. In the eyes of his heart, he could only think of the good of Chao Yuan and the others, and could not see their bad. And now with such a bad outcome, he didn't want to believe that his brother, his father, his mother, his great uncle, his clan, could have done it. Then, the reason for everything can only be found in outsiders. It just so happened that Lu Deng's conflict with Chao Jialane had erupted intensely in the past few days, coupled with the fact that Lu Deng had the glorious deed of not driving far to kill a demon of the Tianli sect just for a word of threat. Therefore, Chao Ziyang instantly blamed Lu Deng's head for this. Seeing him lose control of his emotions, when Rushu beside him came in coldly, maybe there's some kind of hidden agenda in it? Ugh, but it's too late for that. That statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, it's late. It's all late. Little brother is dead. Nope. Chao Ziyang raised his head fiercely. Although his little brother was dead, his father and mother were still alive. One of them was captured and the other one was seriously injured. If he could find Lu Deng and force him to tell the truth, then he could save his mom and dad, and clear their names and that of his little brother. Chao Ziyang, whose thoughts were clear, once again looked at his cell phone. Posting time 1835. There must be a lot of formalities to go through after such a big event. Lu Deng must still be at the station. Chapter 72. I don't have time to confront you. Just sign the death warrant and kill the fighter. 749th inning, 1921. Lu Deng walked out of the inquiry room. Behind them came the two staff members who had asked earlier. One of them opened his mouth and shouted at Lu Deng. Lu Deacon Patrol. Can you next time just say a little gentler? As far as possible, leave the living. Like this time the vampire has a great research value, and can also provide you with quite a lot of contribution points. If you could stay, you'd have fewer missions to run, wouldn't you? Including the last domain reunion as well. You are now 2 missions away from being promoted to full investigator. If you had left all those monsters behind before, you would have probably been promoted long ago. I want to, but every time I encounter a monster, I can't help but want to lay my hands on it. Staying alive? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible for any monster to survive in his Lu Ding's hands, unless it was some small monster that could only get small colorless crystals from killing it. Suddenly, he thought of the last time the nether realms overlapped. Didn't I keep some that could breathe last time? Those monsters don't count? Yes, you did stay, and indeed you were able to breathe, but you were only able to breathe, and you left a head to hang on to your last breath, and they were all small and not very powerful, and if that is to be counted among the promoted monsters, then you are really making it difficult for us. It seems that this is indeed the case. The ones that could breathe were the ones he couldn't see without meticulous cuts. It's normal for the Bureau not to see such a small role. I hope you can pay a little attention to it. Although there is no hard and fast requirement from the Bureau, it will help you to get promoted and get some more contribution points. I'll leave you now. Have a nice mission. The man walked in front, and the girl following him quietly raised her fist to make a cheering gesture at Lu Ding. Go for it, Lu Xian. Okay, you too. Oh, come on. Lu Ding responded to the girl with the same action. Just as he turned to leave, look far beyond the square at the bottom of the steps. The imposing man walked with a fishtail double-fronted hook in his hand. His aura was overpowering, and his determined eyes stared at Lu Ding dead in the face. Looking at the face that he had seen on the profile before, Lu Ding exhaled a mouthful of air. Still really do not let people idle down. I have been in a row more than 20 hours. Big and small fight several games. I am only 19 years old. You guys are using boil old man tactics? It wasn't particularly tiring, but he was genuinely uncomfortable with being awake for over 20 hours. For Lu Ding nowadays, sleeping was not an immediate need, but sleeping was a kind of enjoyment, a physiological habit that had been cultivated for decades. He always felt like something was missing if he didn't sleep. Lu Ding, regarding the matter of Chao Jiao Lane and Xingteng capital, I want you to give me an explanation. Listening to Chao Ziyang's words, Lu Ding could not help himself somewhat. He could hardly understand what the man was thinking. You wish? You wish for things that others must fulfill? Are you some kind of leader? Do I have to report back to you for an explanation? Or do you think you can intimidate me by carrying a broken hook? Lu Ding's words instantly caused Chao Ziyang to hold back. In public and private, it really wasn't his turn to question Lu Ding, but if he did nothing, he would be sorry to his own people, to his brother's spirit in heaven, and even more so to his parents for raising him. Rising the hook and pointing it straight at Lu Ding, before he could even open his mouth, Lu Ding then snatched a step ahead to end this nutrient-less conversation. Alright, I don't have time to act out the confrontation bridge of a bad novel with you here. We have a deathmatch table, life and death in the Bureau. Now sign on the table right away. You win. You say what you want to hear. I'll tell you what you want to hear, and you die if you lose. It's very simple, and I don't have to worry about being confined or being punished. I don't want to say anything else. Just immediately right now. Fight or not. There's no place for that kind of nonsense. It's not like kids have to fight about you being right and me being wrong. Originally, Lu Ding was pondering over the handling of Chao Ziyang. But now, well, there was no need to think about it. It was delivered directly to his door. Then sign a life and death contract. Life and death are destined to be rich and famous. They are all air refiners. The ability to practice is used, not practice to see. Right or wrong, high or low. Set on the stage. Originally a bellyful of words wanted to say Chao Ziyang once again stuck. Before coming, he never thought to fight with Lu Ding to the death of the fighting stage. Signing the certificate of life and death. That place is 749 dedicated to solving the dead grudges between the investigators to use. All he wanted was an explanation. An answer. But he hadn't thought about it at all. Lu Ding wasn't his father, so why should he spoil him? And why should he give him an explanation? The current situation was beyond Chao Ziyang's expectations. At the same time he was puzzled. Could this Lu Ding not see the gap between him and himself? Just by virtue of him being a trainee investigator who had just stepped into cultivation not long ago, did he really think that he could be carefree after killing a few spirit sea realms on the basis of a few talents? Why is he so mad? Because the notice sent out said that Chao Yutan was dead, but did not say how he died. Chao Ziyang did not know that Chao Yutan was killed by Lu Ding, the details of which, in the circumstances, he did not have so much brain and mood to think about it in detail. At this time when Rushu, who chased him all the way here, opened her mouth and said, Lu Ding, right, I think there may be a little misunderstanding between you and Zhang. Let's talk about it and it will be fine. It is better to solve the grievances than to tie them up, and you should also sympathize with him a little bit. After all, this case involves his family, and he is now like this. Well, you shut up too. What are you? You don't know anything and you come to be a peacemaker and make peace. You're no good. I'll allow you two to sign together. Together. I'll go 1-on-2, fight or not. For people like Rushu, Lu Ding was really disgusted. Without understanding anything, it comes up as you're at fault. You're at fault. You shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have done it. No. Do you know the truth of it and you're a judge? There is only one way to deal with such a person, and that is to rip his mouth off. If he agreed to sign a life and death contract and go on the deathmatch stage, then it would be best for Lu Ding to directly beat the man to death on the stage. If this person does not sign, it does not matter. Lu Ding will be in accordance with the heart of the thought. Later after the fight will be torn his mouth, to cure him like to come out in mud of the problem. As for who this person, what is the name of the first name? Lu Ding does not matter, don't care. If you dare to stand up and make peace, you'll have to suffer the consequences. When Rushu didn't expect this fire to actually reach her, he took a step back with a smile but not a word, although there was nothing unusual on the outside. When Rushu's heart was cursing at Lu Ding repeatedly, Chao Ziyang roared in a low voice, Sign! Sign now! Sign and fight! He couldn't care less. Since Lu Ding was so godless, he could just take advantage of the deathmatch stage to avenge his brother. Flesh is strong, isn't it? Immediately you'll understand that the gap between you and I can't be bridged by a seemingly strong physical body. As the people watching around them spread the news, soon, the entire 749 knew that Lu Ding was going to sign a life and death contract with Chao Ziyang to beat the fighting stage. One is to pass the perfect examination, has to solve the corpse 2-year-old so ferocious nickname of the trainee investigator Lu Ding. Jiaxian kill spirit see one person to break the Yin domain is his brilliant war record, the other is a veteran official investigator. Hook messenger Chao Ziyang, double hooks to capture the soul, stained with blood countless. Once a person killed into the ghost of the mountain for 5 years long, just when the people thought that he was dead. 5 years later, this person returned strongly, a fishtail double blade hooks with a bizarre and poisonous. Chapter 73, General's Armor Patching Technique? I'll be more handsome. For a while there was a lot of 749 talk, a life and death fight between a new generation of tough guys and a veteran big hitter. Is this year's meta match so exciting before it even starts? Many of the investigators who were idle and not doing their assignments, or who were temporarily back at the station, flocked towards the deathmatch table. The highs and lows are to see what's going on, to see how it's done. They all say that Lu Ding is ruthless. They want to see this Lu Ding in the end ruthless in where? Is it in vain, or is it a reputation in the name of no false? How did this Lu Ding go up against Chao Ziyang? By all rights these two should not be able to fight each other. One internship, one official. Who knows? Just watch the fun. I know. The latest notice on our bureau's app. The main culprits in it are Chao Ziyang's family, and then his family was arrested by Lu Ding. So I guess the point of conflict is here. No? Then what? Cannot be arrested. Have done bad things or still not happy to arrest? Where is this ing reasoning? Impartial handling of the case. Arrested people will be forced to kill the fighting stage. Sign a life and death. This Chao Ziyang is also too bullying, right? 749 Surname Chao. You don't say. You really don't say. You say this. I am the more I think the more angry. Not why can't you grab grabbed what can be. Can be what? Still have to force people to fight life and death. No. I have to quickly go to grab a good position. My explosive temper. I can't stand it. This is the back door to 749. Where is this? This is the first line of battle with monsters. You yourself are a 749 investigator, but your family is not competitive. You still harbor? I don't know how it was passed on either. Anyway, in the end, people talk, it becomes, because Lu Ding arrested Chao Ziyang family. Chao Ziyang cannot be angry, annoyed and angry to find Lu Ding killed fighting stage, and then all at once, it stirred up a lot of discontent. What do you mean? Outsiders can be arrested, but an investigator's relatives can't be arrested if they've done something bad? Just 2 words. Why? The promised fairness and impartiality. You now want to engage in the backdoor that play, so to engage in, that will inevitably be someone's status high, low status. Then the future is not the status of high to do bad things are alright? What do you want the low status ones to do? A formal investigator. You say you bully people also even if no one cares about you. You now because to arrest a group of should be arrested to the death of the fighting stage. that other people more or less is a little bit looked down. Listening to these people, it seems to make sense, but Yen Fifan, who had experienced the reality of it, felt that, how come the more he heard it, the more wrong it was? Luck has become the weaker party? Hiss. Wasn't it because Lu didn't like to talk nonsense with people and took the initiative to call out the deathmatch platform Life and Death? How did it become forced by Chao Zion? He forced Luck to do it? He deserves it? That doesn't seem right. On stage, the staff member in charge of the notary brought the life and death certificate and the sealing clay. Just sign your name and get your hand stamped. Lu Deng directly started the pen to fall on his name, and then stamped his handprint. Seeing him so decisive, Chao Ziong wrote while looking at Lu Deng with a cold face. You and I have a 2 to 8 chance of winning. If you can tell the truth on stage later, I can just plant the wound and not take the life. Ha 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 ha. Lu Deng really didn't know what to say. Why? Why did every single person feel good about themselves? Was his appearance so unintimidating? 2 8s. What a 2 8s. May. Hearing this, Chao Zion thought he had agreed. Then Lu Deng followed up. I'll fulfill your request. Unbeknownst to him, what Lu Deng wanted to fulfill was his death sentence. Isn't it a 280? As Lu Deng ascended the stage, Chao Ziong's hand seals were pressed down, his face soothing. You're quite sensible, so I'll let you have some decency and see me at my full strength. Hand pinch spell, pressed on the chest, an inch of scale armor surging to cover the whole body. Fish pattern plate body, scales, but a good pair of fish scale body armor. Chao Ziong rolled onto his back. Under the death struggle stage, one investigator's face is strange. This ing Chao Ziong face don't want, although Lu Deng Sheng fame, but you a veteran formal investigator. Beat others trainee investigators, actually use the general to paste the armor of such a high-end spell to add a body. Do you still want your face? The other investigators watched this scene and immediately shouted loudly at Lu Deng in the ring. Lu Deng, don't be ing afraid of him. His general's paste armor hasn't been cultivated to great completion yet. His legs can't be wrapped around him. Attack his lower plate. Lu Deng, don't you die. Just hit him like you hit me. Him. Little Buster Xuanning shouted from below. Although he had a very unpleasant incident with Lu Deng before, he was very convinced after he woke up, and he was still convinced. It's right to have the strength to be mad. If you don't have the strength to hold back, and if you do have the strength to hold back, what's the point of practicing your skills? Can't you change a 1,000-year-old turtle's seed? And he also heard from the mouths of other investigators that Xuanning, this person is also crazy and unself-conscious. But if he encountered the things that Jia Yuanfang Chao Yuan and those people did, he also caught. Now Lu Deng was forced by Chao Ziong to sign the contract of life and death and killed the fighting platform just to catch these people. If he encountered such a thing in the future, and after catching them, other people also came to force him, what kind of thing is that? If I stand idly by today, will there be no one to rally for me when disaster strikes me in the future? If Chao Ziong loses this fight today, he deserves it, and if Chao Ziong wins, he won't be any better in the future. As for being able to win, Chao Ziong said that it could be won. It would be won. It would be won steadily, listening to those very unfriendly voices towards him coming in from below. Yes, my general's sticky armor is not cultivated to a great extent, but you are just a strong physical body. As long as I pull away you don't have the slightest chance of winning. Lu Deng looked at his feet with some concentration. Even his feet could not be wrapped? This look, however, fell on Chao Ziong's eyes with another layer of meaning, and he said, don't be delusional. Get ready. Just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean I'm being delusional and less speculative about other people's psyches. I'm just wondering why anyone would use the general's armor patch technique in such a trashy, ugly way that it doesn't even wrap around their legs. It just so happens that this general's armor posting technique is something he knows. Raising his hand and pinching his knuckles, a ball of flame emitting a black aura burned out of thin air in Lu Deng's palm. Suddenly from the front of a spread, pull out the fire snake. Black gas rises. Under the flame burst, there is a human figure from which out. A dark light 4 beasts fight ferocious armor. The fierce gas is majestic. Feet step on the withered bone-tired mountains, step on the cloud boots. The waist set huaguang overflowing dispersal of transmutation beads. The knife to the knife does not come into the arrows to the arrows do not hurt. The 4 beasts showed all their ferocious power, and the whole hall was shocked to be human. How do you know the general's armor paste technique? Lu Deng raised his hand. It's not just the general's armor sticking technique. I know more. Go down and ask your eldest uncle. Spiritual air surged and the chopping attack erupted, like a gust of wind, destroying and destroying everything in front of him. Chapter 74, 2 8s, 2 seconds, 888 times. It was only at this moment that Chao Ziong realized that something was wrong, but Lu Deng's strike was too decisive. and it was a killing move right off the bat, or at least that's what he thought. It's all too late. Chopping blows coming from every direction wrapped around him, shredding his half-assed shogun paste armor technique, along with flesh and blood, cutting and hacking away. 2 seconds passed. Lu Deng lowered his arm, and Chao Ziong, who had originally stood in the middle of the stand, was now scattered on the ground, leaving scarlet traces that were conspicuous and piercing. 2-8. It is indeed a 280, cutting you 888 times in 2 seconds. But this Chao Ziong didn't die in vain. At least his death helped Lu Deng test just how much of a boost the general's affixed armor actually had. Overall it's not too bad, but it's only good. But it has a point. Cool. In the crowd below, the atmosphere had been dead silent since he had just performed the general's armor. These people suddenly wondered if they were overthinking things. Is it possible that Chao Ziong went to Lu Deng to beat the fighting stage because he felt that there was no point in living when the whole family had been captured? Not, how dare you! A rounded level general's armor affixing technique is just standing there and letting you slash. I guess there are a lot of people who can't slash. This is no joke. General paste armor. Good, but not good to practice. Consummate level. Can be practiced, that is atop of the ruthless. Not to mention, Lu Deng was also known for his physical body before, and with the addition of this consummate general's paste armor, it was simply like a tiger with wings. Bai Helmian watched the whole thing with recognition in his eyes. Yes, it's people like that who deserve to be my friends. The only way to become friends with this kind of people, who have connotation, strength, talent, and culture, is to improve each other, learn together, and progress together. The only downside was that Bai Helmian felt that Lu Deng was too low-key. With such strength and talent, one would actually be provoked by such a jumped-up clown. He is still too accommodating. Grandma was indeed right. Those who are strong on the inside never bother with unnecessary displays. That's what makes them truly strong. Lu Jiwei, look over here. With a female voice clicking, Ji Yin Shuang pressed the camera shutter. Lu Deng's image was fixed in this moment. From bottom to top, triangular composition. Lu Deng in the middle is dressed in a black light, 4 beasts fighting for the murder armor. The left side of the sky, sea of clouds tossing, covering the sky. The right side of the sky is clear and cloudless. The blue sky is the same color. The sunlight scatters down the side of the face. Bright side, dark side, broken hair brought up by the breeze, and framed by the camera in this best moment. Ji Yanfeng looked at the photo and couldn't help but cover her mouth. Even she didn't expect to take such ambient photos because she was worried about coming over to watch and was delighted by Lu Deng's victory, and only wanted to preserve this moment of his glory. Although there was some doubt that Kei Yinshan would appear here, Lu Deng, but he did not walk over. The two were just meeting in passing, and could not say a flower. Not to mention, Lu Deng had more important things to do. He made the decision. Except for the last time when Chao Yutan didn't leave a whole body, he practiced all the rest. This time, he had said in his mind that he would tear Wen Rushu's mouth. The figure flew towards Wen Rushu in the crowd, seeing Lu Deng flying towards himself in his armor. Wen Rushu froze for a moment. Why was he flying towards himself? He hadn't messed with Lu Deng. In his mind and in his perception, a few words were not messing with him at all. But if Lu Deng's strength wasn't there and his attitude was strong, he might have really been wound up by him and Chao Ziong with white faces and red faces. When Rushu turned around and tried to run, although he didn't know where he had messed with Lu Deng, it was always right to run, right? He didn't think he could beat this guy. Even Chao Ziong he couldn't beat, otherwise he wouldn't have been following someone else. A turn of the head. Bai Helmian stood with his hands clasped. Where are you going? Behind him, Lu Deng came to say, you seem to like making peace. Ha! When Rusha turned back and forth and finally looked at Lu Deng, her expression innocent and always with a gentle smile, not the slightest hint of panic could be seen on her face alone. Lu Deng, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? You just said the same thing. You said that Chao Ziong and I had a misunderstanding. Now that my misunderstanding with him is resolved, it's time for my misunderstanding with you. Chao Ziong scattered all over the place. Do I have to scatter all over the place too? When Rushu took a step backwards. Lu Deng, we didn't sign a life and death contract. You'll be punished for killing me. It's not as simple as confinement. Snap. A pair of hands reached behind his back to hold him down. Pale and eerie spirit air surged into his body, controlling his movements, and Bai Helmian's voice passed through his ears. Just don't move. Lu Deng stepped forward with one hand and pinched the man's mouth. Yen Feifan squeezed his way through the watching crowd and drew out the short knife he had chopped up Ma Chi with last time and handed it to Lu Deng. Brother Lu, this man's mouth is not clean. Use a knife. Also, Lu Deng reverse gripped the short sword disc flower in his hand, blinking the short sword into the sheath. Blood dripping. Bai Helmian let go of his hand, and when Rushu covered her mouth as blood flowed out of her fingers, looking at Lu Ding with awe and disbelief in her eyes, but not an ounce of resentment. He was gifted himself, so he could understand how terrifying it was to have such combat power in such a short period of time between Lu Ding joining the 749 and now, to fight with such a person. He was not worthy and would only bring about his own demise. Good. I'm satisfied with this look in your eyes. You're a smart man, so I hope next time I won't see you making peace at the expense of others on the sidelines, especially if you don't know what's going on, or else what's rotting won't be your mouth. Is that clear? Now when Rusha finally knows the reason the so-called trouble comes out of the mouth is so, he nodded his head not daring to speak, then left the place as if fleeing. Lu Ding dispersed the general's stick-on armor towards the outside. He was going back to sleep. 20 hours or so. It was finally over, and with the Ghost Festival in 3 days, he'd have to get in shape before he could do so. It was only when he left that the chatter broke out completely. Someone exclaimed, "The 4 monster newcomers this year. Several floats of the White Crane Sleep, Jade Goddess of Mercy Tantai Inu, Harmonious Immortal Officer Wen Rushu, and the corpse-solvering Taiyang Lu Ding." I thought that Lu Ding was the weakest, but as a result, a single move seconded Chao Ziang? Warm Fairy Officer Wen Rushu has just been shocked by his momentum. Want to escape without a fight? A few times through the Fudu White Crane Sleep is his good friend. The old investigator Hook Soul Messenger Chao Ziang. Is his hands dead soul? Today we have this yuan year on the martial arts or not to grab the top 3, right? Well, when you meet Lu Ding you don't dare to fight because you don't know if he'll second you. When you meet Bai Helmian you can't beat him. Only when you meet Tantai Shanyue you'll have a bit of a chance. And the 3rd place is still up for grabs. Fighting Tanyu Inoue? Seems a bit impractical too, right? Better than you going for 1st and 2nd with those 2, right? You're right about that. Then we'll specialize in Tantai Inoue and rob her of the 3rd. Lu Ding and Bai Helmian can't fight. Tantai Shanyue I still have the guts to try. At this time, Tantai Inoue did not know that a large wave of people specializing in studying her fighting style and flaws in her techniques were about to come pouring in. Chapter 75, Don't Shoot. It's me, Lu Xiangguo. I've come to bring you a treasure. As Lu Ding left, Ji Yanshuang searched around and did not find his figure. Her heart was slightly regretful. She did not want anything to happen with Lu Ding. She just felt that she should thank people. It might have been a casual act for Lu Ding, but it was a life-saving favor for Ji Yanfeng. In the eyes of ordinary people, she might be a young lady of a powerful family, a rich 2nd generation, but after stepping into the circle of air refiners, she understood that she was just a passerby who wasn't good at fighting and who had but not high talent. Someone like Lu Ding, for her, could be compared to the stars in the sky and the moon in the water. It's so predictable that it makes you ashamed of yourself. It is said that when you are young, you cannot meet someone who is too stunning, or you will be trapped for the rest of your life. And at this moment, Kei Yen Xuan seems to understand. You must always stand in the light. Kei Yen Xuan stopped to look from a distance. The breeze blew the long white skirt swaying, crossing her face and hovering over her dimples. On the way to the Bao Shige district, Lu Ding looked at Bai Helmian who was traveling with him. Do you have something to do downtown? I had clothes made at a store before my last mission, and I had to go get them after being off limits for too long this time. Where is it? Let's give you a ride. There's no rush anyway. It's an idle day. As for Bai Helmian as a person, Lu Ding felt that he was not bad, and he just helped block the love and harmony guy. It's just a piggyback. It doesn't take time. After saying the location, Bai Helmian asked again with slight hesitation. Lu Ding, that poem last time, is there a complete one? He felt as if he had taken some liberties, but there is his name in this poem, and Bai Helmian cannot search on the internet, cannot hear the complete. He always feel as if there is something missing in his heart. There is. Lu Ding opened his mouth. Groups of crags and blue moons are at large and do not remember the years. I'm looking for the old road, leaning on the rock and listening to the flowing spring. The green ox lies in the warmth of flowers, and the white crane sleeps in the height of the pine. Words come to the river in the twilight, and I go down to the cold smoke alone. Yeah, Lu, when did you write a poem? This writing is really good. Close my eyes, I seem to be in a beautiful and quiet fairyland. The white cranes spread their wings. The green oxen lie in the wild, like a hermitage. Lu Ding twisted his head to look. His tone was helpless. Extraordinary brother. Let's open our eyes, okay? In driving, this is the highway. Oh ha ha ha, sorry Lu. So immersive. Well written. So damn good. I'm really impressed. Brush less short videos you. The sound of the two gossiping did not interrupt Bai Helmian's thoughts. Listening to Lu Ding's poem, he seemed to return to the small mountain village where he was born and raised. The breeze was gentle with the fragrance of flowers, and he led his own water buffalo to walk across the small bridge in water, back to the halfway up the hill that belonged to him and his grandmother's home. The early morning birdsong sound into the ears. The kitchen again came the sound of pots and pans collision. That is the grandmother in the breakfast for him. White, it's going to be late, oh, get up and eat. The eyes grew moist. Helmian knew that there was no going back. Nothing was going back. Pressing down on the window and letting the wind dry the remaining tears in the corners of my eyes. It's very well written. May I have a copy? Copy it all right? I copied it. In response to Lu Ding's words, Helmian just pulled out a smile that he thought was still quite gentle. Into the city. When he arrived at the place designated by Helmian, he got off the car and then turned back to look. Lu Ding, if you send me a poem, I'll send you a piece of clothing. Looking at the short black sleeves he was wearing, they vaguely accentuated the muscular lines underneath. Lu Ding really doesn't have many clothes left. It's been even more of a loss this time around. Now that Helmian had opened his mouth, of course Lu Ding would not be polite with him. After all, the clothes could be worth a few dollars. Mind, send it back next time. That's fine, then I thank you in advance. Just can you send a few more? Otherwise they're not even changed. Helmian looked at him. Good. Then he turned away without looking back. Yan Fifan was thinking, did not start for a long time? The traffic lights are over. Lu Ding also does not rush. He would like to see what this person is thinking. Later back to God will not be embarrassed. Results. As soon as Yan Fifan returned to his senses, he blurted out, Brother Lu, why don't I give you a gift as well? Lu Ding, I don't suppose you peeked at my ID. No, how could you say that? Yan Fifan did not understand why Lu Ding would say that. No wonder you don't know my birthday. So early in preparing gifts for me. It's still far away, there's no rush. Give me something nice for my birthday. This time Yan Fifan could hear it. Lu's humor was up again. He didn't say a word either and took off with a kick of the gas. It wasn't a matter of saying anything out of the ordinary. It was mainly because Yan Fifan felt that he had gained a lot of benefits from following Brother Lu. Just this time, for example, Lu Ding was the main coordinator, and in the vampire case, he got 108 contribution points, while Yan Fifan slipped along and got 100 for miscellaneous, which was an astronomical figure that he didn't even dare to think about before. Transfer it to Lu Ding. He definitely won't take it. Now that Helmian brought up the gift, it just nudged Yan Fifan awake. He could prepare a gift for Lu. As for what to give, he still had to think about it. Back to the sheriff's department. Lu Ding got off and walked ahead, thinking to go back to sleep beautifully first. I go Lu, are you so handsome? As a result, Yan Fifan's voice almost shouted that Lu Ding thought something had happened again. What's wrong? Yan Fifan walked quickly and handed over his cell phone, on which was the photo taken by K Yanfang today, with the text below. Victory settlement, a sliver of a comment below. Strong and handsome, my favorite, do not say much. Reward, must immediately reward. This photo shoot too much flavor. In the future one day if I am famous, give me to press so shoot. The photographer is professional. Lu Ding is awesome. Together they make the best publicity picture of the year. When did a photographer named Ji Yinfeng come to the Bureau's information synthesis department? This shot is so sensational. Can you take a few for me privately? I'll use it as wallpaper. I admit that this angle of Lu Ding is inferior even to me. This time, let you win. Information Synthesis Department is considered one of 749's logistic departments. Like what's 749's forum? It is they who are managing it, and all kinds of activities are also planned by them. Basically, they are all air refiners who are not good at fighting. After all, the 749 is an organization. It can't be all combatants. Am I that handsome? Handsome. Hardly handsome. Handsome without rhetoric. From the inside to the outside. Both personal charm and appearance characteristics. That is, our bureau does not choose the scout. Otherwise this position is not Lu Brother you. Seeing Yan Fifan speaking truthfully and giving a thumbs up on his hand, Lu Ding's already good mood now changed for the better. Since the person took such a nice picture of me. Reward, heavy reward. Lu Ding touched out his cell phone, and in a rare moment of bravado, backhandedly rewarded 10 contribution points. Outside the security bureau, Lu Ding was seen standing in the courtyard. Chao Ing, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly got out of the car and shouted from a long distance, Lu Shi Xian, I've come to bring you a treasure. The sentry at the door raised his gun straight away, since the last time they experienced the incident in the netherworld, where the informant drove his car and forced his way in, these sentries that were all pumped up. It's not that what the informant did was wrong, it's just that it's too dangerous for her to engage in that way. Lu Ding and the others are air refiners, yes, but the rest of the bureau are ordinary people. If they get hit, it's a big deal. And Xiaoying really doesn't look like a good person in this outfit. Who's a nice guy bare-chested in a suit with a necklace? Don't shoot. It's me. I'm Xiaoying. Lu Xian. I'm here to deliver your treasure. Xiaoying? Lu Ding beckoned the gate guard to let him in. 2 steps to the front of the body, Xiaoying pulled out from his arms with spiritual air wrapped in the Jirinjima, enhancement of cultivation, breaking the realm of prolonged life of the good stuff. Lu Ji patrol. On the hand palm eyes? Lu Ding was worried that he didn't have too many contribution points to exchange for heavenly materials to widen his spirit sea. Well, someone is delivering. Chapter 76, soaring 3 levels of spirit C5 in a row. I actually have to take into account an intern. Lu Ding took the Chiman Chima from Chao Ying's hands, and his touch was warm and moist like jade, and a bit like the feel of a fungus. Without the Chaoing Ling air package, a light fragrance emanated from the broken top of the Chiman Chi horse, refreshing the mind. Seeing Lu Ding's eyes fall on the breakage, Chaoing spoke with some embarrassment. The cover was given to my old man. He has always wanted to break through to the Divine Palace realm, but there has been no progress. Eating a cover should allow him to break through sooner. It was a bit embarrassing to say that to himself. There's no such thing as a half-gift, but this was indeed good stuff. Even without a lid, its medicinal properties were by no means comparable to ordinary heavenly treasures. Took a lot of work, didn't it? Although Lu Ding didn't know the details of this, he knew that this Chiman Chi horse was something that the Tianli sect had dreamed of getting. Unbeknownst to them, for a wind-stabilizing bead that can go up top Wind Mountain, this group of people actually dared to block 749 investigators. You can imagine how much they valued the Chirin Shima. Now Chaoing is so watery and robbed? Fortunately, they can't fix me. They just lost a lot of brothers. Listening to Chaoing's words, Lu Ding looked at the Chiman Chi horse, and the thing it is a good thing. He also wants it, and now it is lacking. 3 days was just the right amount of time to use the Chiman Chi horse plus the remaining contribution points to exchange for some heavenly materials to go up to the realm. So stuff he collected. But not for nothing. I'll take the stuff. Thank you, but I don't take it for nothing. In the future, if there's anything, look for me directly. As long as it's not a matter of principle. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I don't ask. I'll only stand on your side. Chao Ying's smile curled up at the corner of his mouth was something he couldn't suppress. That was so safe and exactly what he needed. And it exceeded his expectations. Many thanks to the Lu Executive Patrol. Then you are busy. I'll go first. Brothers of the Aftermath has not yet done it. I have to go to their families to play money. Far but also to pick up their father and mother. Holding the treasure people die in the mountains. Not just anyone is alone. Many also have their parents, wives and children. They are all his Chao Ying's brothers. He can't ignore them. They died for him. And now that he has become the head of Caojia Lane, then in the future, their wives and children, that is Caojia Lane to take care of them. The two waved goodbye. Lu Ding instructed Yen Fifan before he took the Chiman Chi horse and left. I'm going to cultivate for a bit in these few days, so I'll trouble you with some of the chores. And if there's anything you can't handle, just come and shout at me. Lu, what trouble or not, don't worry about going, everything is with me. Returning to his room, Lu Ding exchanged the remaining contribution points for heavenly materials together. Now the bag is clean again, not a penny left. As for saving some for a rainy day, how much can you save? Save 3 mil and 2 pennies cannot do anything. It is better to get it now to strengthen the strength. Soon, it's still a familiar flavor. Lu Ding unwrapped the cardboard box and took out the heavenly materials he had exchanged from inside. Ginseng that grows in a feng shui treasure land and draws on the earth's chi to grow. The size of a pear is also similar in shape, black in color, priced at 90 contribution points. As well as the coffin fungus born in the coffins of aged corpses, 80 contribution points. Originally, the thing of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is to be refined into pills, or to make medicinal dispersions and medicinal soups by secret techniques, and only then is it effective. But, all formalities were merely for the better absorption of the medicinal properties within the heavenly materia medica. Lu Ding, there are skills to forget the shape of the so-called, can open the unity of heaven and man. This heavenly material is also born and raised. When other people eat heavenly herbs and earthly treasures raw, 100 of their medicinal properties, he can absorb 20, and he can absorb 50 when they are refined into pills. And looting is straight up 100%. Grabbing the oolong ginseng and the coffin mushroom and the Chiman Chi horse, he went straight for it. The flavor is average, but the results are immediate. Within the spirit sea, the spirit air transformed into liquid sea waves, lifting several meters of waves to slap the coast, and with the rumbling sound, the coast expanded and the sky shook. Outside, Countless heaven and earth spiritual heirs received the guidance of heaven and earth scrambling to come in, fearing that they would fly slowly. Looking at this horrifying sight, Yen Fifan opened his mouth. It's still Lu. People are more than people. He and others are sucking the heaven and earth aura. Lu is pumping. No, not apt. It should be hit. Hit the water hit. If you compare the aura of heaven and earth that fills the earth and sky to a boundless ocean, then Lu Deng is, take an iron bucket and hang a rope. Throw it into the water and then lift it up. Even easier than that, that bucket is the spiritual air he needs. Everyone else is holding a dozen meters of straw, sucking their heads off and not coming on. No comparison at all. 3 days passed. Lu Deng perfect absorption of medicinal power, realm from the 2nd level of the spirit sea, even soared 3 layers to the 5th level of the spirit sea, to change someone else. These medicines, break through a layer is estimated to be the limit. Breaking the realm was only a secondary function of the Chiman Shima. Prolonging life and restoring the state of the body during its period of strength was the main thing. But this is the main role. To Lu Deng useless he is still young, 19 years old, can live a long day, and now is his strongest time. But it's okay, if you add it, who's too old to live? The spirit sea materialized in the body had expanded into an inland sea. A spirit sea in the proper sense of the word, and compared to the spirit sea 5-fold information recorded on the 749 app. Lu Deng's spirit sea was bigger than theirs by an unknown amount. It's mostly a little bit of pulling away. The literature said that opening up the spirit sea hurt, and the obstacles varied in difficulty. But for Lu Deng, difficulty? There's no difficulty. The medicine is potent enough to just expand and repair at the same time. What's that saying? Quality and quantity in both hands. Cultivation and strength in both hands. Obstruction? That doesn't exist. As for the pain, eating heavenly treasures under the belly. Feel warm. The body cannot make endless cow strength. Always want to find some demons and monsters to do a little bit. At this moment, he was stabilizing his realm. Treasure Shift District. Rotten Dockyard. A group of Tenrikyo's men hid in the hold of a randomly parked rotting ship. A map of the Bao Shige district is laid out in front of you. Above, the sheriff's office and Saojiao Lane are specifically circled in red. I'll repeat our plan. Today is the Ghost Festival. Once 12 o'clock passes the Yin and Yang shift, at that time this Lu Deng is not expected to take into account the Chao family lane. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to directly raid Chao Jiaxiang, take down Chao Ying, and snatch back Shirin Jima. In order to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Lai, Guang Fei, you guys go to the Public Security Bureau to monitor Lu Deng's every move, and as long as he intends to head over to Chaojiao Lane for support, you'll send us a message. Peng Zishir, Jin Changhua, you two go and release the break lure. Release it to the east and lure Lu Deng over there. The rest of you, attack Chaojiao Lane with me and capture Chao Ying alive. The one-eyed man threw his voice. 3 days, it's been 3 days since Chao Ying robbed his Chiman Shima. At the same time, his heart also hated Lu Deng. He is so big a Tianli sect's rudder master. Actually have to take into account 749 a trainee investigator. Trainee. The thought made the one-eyed man very angry. But this trainee investigator, you can't do anything about him. He's strong enough. Originally, Lu Deng was in Yunhai before. He did not dare to come to the open to find Lu Deng trouble, so he thought to wait for the opportunity to wait until the Ghost Festival, and fish in troubled waters to find Lu Deng. As a result, this Lu Deng one day a kind. Today is not to kill this or that, but also the last 3 days a little more peaceful. Do not know and what to do. Chapter 77 Python printed Wonwu sleeves. Let you two move your heads. The more Lu Deng killed the one-eyed man, the more numb he became. And the more he killed him, the more alarmed he became. Finally, he killed Chao Yutong, the vampire, and Chao Ziong, the hooker. Seeing this dead person's realm strength getting closer to him, the one-eyed man was enlightened, and so was he. Okay, great. Lu Deng count you bull. Give you a round of applause? I do not come to mess with you, okay? Anyway, now the wind pearl is not in your hands. Let's just forget all about our previous grudges. I won't remember your revenge for stealing my beads. Let's go our separate ways. Anyway, the beads were now given to Chao Ying, and the Chiman Chi horse was in Chao Ying's hands. Is it okay if I look for Chao Ying? It's always none of your business, right? You just had a conflict with the Chao family on the front foot. You should be happy that I'm going to the Chao family now, right? That is why this Lu Xingchuan, the sub-ruler of the Tenrikyo sect, chose between being a wimp and being angry, and chose to be angry at being a wimp. No, is there something wrong with Lu Deng? He's sick, isn't he? You're a trainee investigator if you've got what it takes. Wouldn't it be better for you to be promoted to a full-fledged investigator? What are you doing? Can you kill less people and more monsters? The Chow family is also a bunch of brain dead. What are you guys doing bothering him at work? He kills more monsters. Doesn't he get a promotion? The thought that he, the sub-rudder master of the Heavenly Principles sect, needed to take into account the existence of a 749 trainee investigator. Lu Xingchuan broke his defenses a bit. Even a full-fledged investigator would have said yes, in favor of an intern. It's embarrassing to spread the word. Phew, helmsman, it's been 3 days. What if Chowing ate the Chimanchima? Faced with questions from his men, Lu Xingchuan looked over with one eye open. It won't be. According to my sources, Chowing has been settling the families of those dead brothers under his command in the past few days. And there's no way that the refining of the Ziran Zima's elixir would be that fast. Eating it raw is a waste. He, Chowing, is at least a treasure-holding man, and it's impossible for him to do such a 4-6 thing. So Shiba Man Shiba must still be around, and as soon as the stuff is grabbed, we'll pull out without any surprises. All in all, steady, very steady. Lu Xingchuan is also very confident. He has no solution to this Yang plot. Even if Lu Ding found out, what can he do? Monster on one side, Chao's lane on the other. You can't possibly leave the monster alone to run So's alley. Moreover, the monster outbreak was in the front, and they went to Caojia Lane to arrest people in the back. By the time you, Lu Ding, have rushed to the first scene of the battle with the monster, how are you going to come back? Don't you need time? Do you really think that monsters are all cabbages, just standing around for you to hack? You're strong, you're gifted, but you're not so strong. It's only been how long? Strong, it also has to have a limit. There is a development time. This time, he, Lu Xingchuan, won steadily. A group of people from the Tenrikyo sect also analyzed this point and found it very reasonable. There's just a little bit of a problem with Zhou Lai, Guangfei's personal safety. This Lu Ding is a ruthless character who crushes bodies without blinking an eye. The two of them went to monitor Lu Ding's movements, and if they were discovered, feeling the entirety of the gazes towards his duo, Zhou Lai patted his chest. No harm done. If I'm found out, fight. I ask myself that I can't beat him. That's something I have a clear position on my own strength. Next to him, Guangfei continued, clasping his hands, but in terms of escape kung fu, the two of us are not vegetarians. The crowd nodded their heads once. It made sense. These two are known for their good body skills. Otherwise Lu Xingchuan wouldn't have arranged for them to monitor Lu Ding. Very well then, prepare yourselves, and at 11 o'clock, we will officially leave to split up. Time passes by. Today's Ghost Festival, July 15th. According to folklore, try not to go out after dark. So many people returned home early, especially late into the night. But right, a lot of young people don't eat this. What with all the ghost festivals and 8 festivals? Nightfall is the beginning of life. Late at night at 10:50, Lu Ding pulled open the door and looked at Yan Fifan standing in the doorway with big bags and small bags carrying things in his hands. What is it, Brother Lu? This is the clothes that White Heejin sent in the afternoon. You're practicing. He went back first. Today's Ghost Festival he's going to receive a transfer to be ready for support. Lu Ding took the bag. Open one at random. His eyes lit up as the clothes came out of them. Don't say it. You don't say it. Black and white color collision python pattern Wanwu sleeves. Gold silk tracing outline painting python. A look is not cheap. Not yet worn. Lu Ding know this thing set body must be very handsome. It's just too much of an eye catcher to wear out. It's modern after all. Followed by the second bag. A full set of dark custom suits that were as handsome and elegant as could be, from top to bottom. Although the suit is also very handsome, Lu Ding still prefers Wanwu sleeves. The suits are handsome, and the civilian sleeves are both suits and handsome again. Picked up the bag and turned around. Wait for me for a while. Yan Fifan waited. Not long. Lu Ding from the new out. Refreshed Yan Fifan for handsome cognition. Wide sleeves show elegance set off the temperament embodied connotation. Tight sleeves show force to portray the power to tell the majesty. Combined with Lu Ding's clothes rack-like figure, it's just absolutely amazing. I go, Lu brother you this is a change of skin from the classic change into the legend. They say that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. You this was already very handsome, and now we're so handsome. You let others how to live Ha 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 count on you to speak well. When the ghost festival is over, I'll treat you to hot pot. Lu Ding was also very satisfied. But he had a question. In this short period of time, where did Bai Helmian get these 2 sets of such exquisite clothes? A certain person in the tailor store, where else? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person, and I don't know if I'm a good person. How else would you have dared to squeeze me? Out the door. Doing work, outside the Public Security Bureau. Two figures were hiding in the branches of a green banyan tree more than 10 meters above the ground. The eyes were fixed on the sheriff's department. Looked at Lu Deng walked out of the gate, all in civil and military sleeves. The two of them bristled in unison. Tard X2, that's the line. What is Lu Deng practicing? The flying bear pounce method. You're cricketing it behind the back of a bully who set the north and south of the two boundary mountains? If the general spirits see, I guess the year is not so spiritual. But these two people are unlucky. Just encountered the realm up. Lu Deng is also considered to go backward. A breeze blew by in front of my eyes. What are you guys talking about? I have good ears. Don't talk bad about me behind my back. When Lu Deng's voice rang out, the two of them were so scared that they almost fell out of the tree. Looking at the man in front of them dressed in civil and military sleeves, these two people's heart alarm bells were ringing. How is this speed so fast? Wasn't it said that he had a strong physical body, outstanding talent, and profound arts? How was this also so fast? But no one said they'd seen him with such a fast stance. What should we do? You can't fight. You can't run. The same thought flashed through both of their minds in unison. Play it off. We're just the road. Guang Fei wanted to say that he was just passing by, trying to pull off an excuse. But in the next second he couldn't control his eyesight from moving downward until he saw his and Zhou Lai's headless bodies gushing blood, like a fountain. Seeing Lu Deng's feet levitating and stepping in the void, Guang Fei seems to understand that he is not fast in stance, he is fast in flying. Chapter 78 Sooner Express Yang plot unsolvable. Lu has long seen through everything. The two of them went from cricket looting to head moving in but a single glance. They knew that Lu Deng was decisive, but they didn't expect it to be so decisive. Trying to say pass by? Sneaky in the middle of the night, there is still spiritual air flowing on his body. Today July 15th happens to be on the Ghost Festival. Passing by the sheriff's department also crickets me. Coincidence? Really too much of a coincidence. You guys guess I don't believe it? Does that even need to be asked? It was clear that it was coming for him. What's the point of keeping the enemy if they're all coming for him? Moreover, Lu Deng's enemies are just a few. Tianli sect, Great Black Mountain, and the second house of Chao family. Chao family can't produce such a powerful air refiner now, and it's Chaoing who is the head of the family. No one else dares to blow up a prick. Today is the Ghost Festival, and Lu Deng has read the information about Big Black Mountain many times long ago. During such festivals, there is a great deal of activity up there, and those remnants of the old-time party who do not wish to come down settle down in villages up there to raise their offspring. It was impossible to send someone with such cultivation down to trouble him, because they were no more powerful than Yi Feng. Yi Feng could be killed in seconds. Just these two couldn't possibly get him into trouble. And there's another thing. Fewer people won't work. More people. You can't bring down all the people in the village, right? If you don't bring them down, the powerful ones will go away with no one to protect them, and the rest won't be hobbled by the demons and monsters. Bring it down. When you were told to come down, you didn't come down. Now a village is coming down. How can 749 allow this to happen? And it's a ghost festival. Aren't you blatantly haunting the place? So there is only one answer. The three words Tianli sect surfaced in Lu Deng's mind. Yan Fifan below proceeded to the two heads that had fallen, and opened his cell phone 749 app to aim a sweep at the face. Brother Lu, these two are Tianli sect's Shunfeng Drifter, Guang Fei, and Sticky Earth Tiger, Zhou Lai, who have done cases and still have the reward on them. The two of you can add up to 100 contribution points. A windfall, Brother Lu. Yan Fifan's words also confirmed the speculation in Lu Deng's mind. He floated down, stopping when he was still a few inches above the ground. Lu Deng, a smooth drifter? It does deliver fast. And now the nickname and the person match. Drifter. Isn't that a dead body in the river? A living person is called a drifter. Can that be right? It's only right to die now. Why would these two come to the sheriff's department to spy on us? Is there some kind of conspiracy? Yan Fifan looked towards Lu Deng as he said this. In the past, he was the one who thought about it, and Lu was unwilling to use his brain, but now the man was dead, and he hadn't revealed a couple of pieces of information. He was really a bit confused about it. What time is it? Lu Deng asked without reason. Yan Fifan looked down and reported. It's 11 o'clock, Brother Lu. Then drive over there. There's still time. I'll talk to you on the way. Flying was fine, but that was for rushing things, and it was always not quite right for him to drag Yan Fifan to fly. Driving over there, and not falling in line with Yan Fifan, to avoid being in the middle of such a big event. There's been a little accident of some kind. I used to watch TV all the time when it was obvious that two people could go together and had to go alone, which led to one of them being caught single. Looting has to avoid that. Sitting in the car, Yan Fifan asked, Brother Lu, how to drive where? Go to Chao's alley. These people are from the Tianli sect. they have only one conflict with me, and that is the wind stabilizing pearl, which is now in the hands of Chowing, who used it to go up to top Wind Mountain to fetch the Chi-Man-Chi horse. When I came back, I also clashed with the Tenrikyo sect, so the Tenrikyo sect knows that if he takes something, then the wind stabilizing bead is of little use. Now they still have to come to me. Either they can't swallow a breath in order to take revenge, or they want to make trouble in Baofeng district because it's my district. Needed to know my movements firsthand. That's why they sent someone to spy on me. Screwing up could be to draw out the monster, or it could be to find Xiaoing to snatch back the Jirinjima, but we don't know exactly which one right now. So let's just switch our starting point, from the security bureau to Chao's alley. It's also possible to have both, and it's highly probable that by drawing out the monsters, they'll draw me in and sneak up on Chao's alley, so that I can't take care of both my head and my tail. Lu Ding said this. He couldn't stop a smile from appearing on his face. People nowadays, they've all learned to use ploys. This is truly a young plot that is insoluble once it starts. Once there's a monster, I'll definitely have to deal with the monster. And by the time Xiaojia Alley is attacked, it's basically over. But isn't he not starting now? Yan Fifan twisted his head to pick up. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ding laughed wildly. At the same time also find it interesting. The reality is really not quite the same as the TV novels. Novels are conspiracy. The reality with you to engage in a conspiracy. The conspiracy can be broken. The conspiracy is not solved. It's one of those things that must be stepped on and hit. But this one presupposes that the phallic conspiracy has already begun. Yeah, the only breaking point was just given away. What a smooth drifter. Delivered really fast. Same-day delivery. Yan Fifan couldn't understand what Shunfeng meant, but Lu Ding couldn't stop laughing. He laughed alongside him. In his heart, he said, sure enough, Lu usually just doesn't want to use his brain. You still want to get rid of luck? I don't know what the Tenrikyo religion is, but Lu has seen through everything long ago. You think luck won't go, don't you? Yan Fifan couldn't wait to see the shocked faces of those people. How did Lu Ding appear here? Surprise, here we go. The voice of Lu Ding next to him interrupted his fantasy. Send a message to the 5 Viscera Shrine, as well as the 4 Seas group, and tell them to secretly send people out to keep an eye on every inch of the Baofeng district, and report back to me as soon as there's any situation. Okay, Lu, this is the Lu Ding's Baofeng district. Other places, you so poorly make the native land snake. People high and low is going to be dissatisfied in the heart. It's your job to keep order in the precinct. I don't get paid by you. I don't get any favors. So why should I be assigned? Why should I work for you for nothing? But in Baofeng district, these 2 local snakes, oh no, these 3 local snakes, are not a matter of dare or not, but simply will not think so. Match, 100% fit. As soon as the news went out, the 5 Viscera Sangha and the 4 Seas group immediately moved. The group of members of the 5 Visceral Birth Society, Soup Panther / group leader, brothers and sisters who are not asleep, wake up those who are asleep. Take the good things and shake up all the old immortals, and release all the rampant soldiers to be restrained and ready to work. Executive Inspector Lu issued an order for us to keep an eye on the Baofeng district and report to him as soon as there is anything going on. We handled the broken bridge pier thing well last time. The leader of 749 Logistics said that he could consider giving us a supernumerary status to assist 749 in the aftermath of the aftermath within Yunhai City. And if we handle it well this time, we could be 749's people. The following message scrolls. Jiang Zilin, Brother Panther, we can also join 749? You're not kidding. Mao Changhua, I don't think we can pass the political trial. Fong Yang, I have committed a crime before, though not a big one, but 749. Seeing that the members are puzzled, Tong Bao, so people are considering, not immediately agreed, or to see the performance, to give us this opportunity, that is in the face of the Land Patrol Lu brothers' face. Looking at the entire Yunhai, which power is supernumerary to 749? None, not a single one, and we have that opportunity. Yen Honglang, not to say much, I immediately go out. I have long wanted to join the 749, although there is no establishment, but supernumerary can also be Jo, if we can get into the supernumerary. We can also exchange 749 resources and feats, and work with the supernumerary's name on top. Who the hell dares to try yelling at me again? Liao Yao, I don't think it's perfect. Brother Bao, let's not bother Lu Jiwei with small problems. He's busy today too. As supernumeraries, we should share the pressure with them. If we encounter something, we'll deal with it by ourselves, and only report to Lu Jiwei if we can't deal with it. When Tang Bao saw this news, he instantly stood up. Just now he was too excited not to think about this. Tang Pao, you're a genius. That's it. Everyone move move move. Those who receive things receive things. Those who raise the altar raise the altar. The warehouse door is released. Give me whatever you want. Chapter 79 The Lu Ding Who Broke the Door. I'll let you pretend. The atmosphere of the 5 Viscera Sangha is hot and fast, and the 4Cs group side is not slow either. Although the 4Cs group is a formal company, it is not comparable to the group of raw grass of the 5 Viscera Sangha, but people are not less motivated. When he saw the message sent by Yen Fifen, he immediately started mobilizing his manpower. The full moon in the sky hangs high above the furled edge, with the sound of the big clock in that bell hall in the Pafan district, striking the 12 o'clock arrival. Fei Xiang Dao, the northernmost part of Baofan district. 2 sneaky figures walked into the depths of the alley being set up for something. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of small green eyes behind them were watching their every move. This stuff is really intense. How much are we playing? You do the math. 10 grams can attract something 5 kilometers around. We have 50 grams here. That's 25 kilometers. Today's ghost festival, the density of demons and ghosts is high. Casually give him some no matter how many. The effect is horrible. Definitely make Lu Ding anxious and have no time to care about Saojia Alley. Another person spoke up. It's better not to make it too big then, lest too many people die and it ends badly. When the time comes, the people of 749 are afraid that they will chase us and bite us to death. Just mean it, we're not retaliating against society. The two were talking on this side. After the little gray fairy child passed the news back, immediately a front pounce turned into a residual shadow together, gripping the 2 hands of the transparent small glass bottle on the run. Hey, where did this little rat bastard come from? Grab it, don't let it get away. Damn rats can make holes, drilling into walls. Give the wall a smashing. The group of members of the 5 Visceral Birth Society. After Tang Bao received the news, he immediately mobilized everyone in the group to press towards Fei Xiang Dao. That was one of the reasons he started the 5 organized Sangha in the first place, to bully the few with the many. 1-on-1 might be enough, but what if it's 10-on-1, or even 100-on-1? You think you're Lu Ding and can be so ridiculously strong? Soup Leopard / group leader, dare to cause trouble in Baofeng district, catch and beat to death. The following group members concurred. Damn, this is not taking us seriously. At least we are 749 supernumerary members. When the rat touches the cat's ass, pure rats looking for death. Still want to attract monsters, maim ordinary people, count on luck, give him face, him, I'm almost there. Where are you guys? I can't wait. I want credit. A lot of credit. Catch them both. We're stopping a disaster. 749 supernumeraries. I'm ing hot. There is a delay in sending back news and progress on this side. Lu Xingchuan frowned. Something should have happened. How about Guangfei and Zhou Lai's side? Be cautious at all. Caution is the only way to achieve great things. Stay on the Green Mountain and not afraid of no firewood. This is after all not the Tianli sect's home turf. The handler replied, I'll ask right away. Guangfei, what's the situation over there? Is Lu Ding still there? Yeah, the bag's here. It's solid. We're watching him. The man looked at the message on his cell phone. Don't worry, helmsman. Lu Ding didn't make a move. He's still at the security bureau. Lu Xingchuan was relieved to hear that Lu Ding was still in the security bureau. As long as Lu Ding doesn't run around, then it's all good. Caution? What caution? In riches and riches. He's getting his own back. What's the in caution? Charge in for me. Capture Chowing alive. Kill on sight. Tonight I'm going to leave no chickens or dogs left in Chow's alley. If you dare to rob me, you'll have to pay the price. The Chow family mansion. Lu Ding sat on a recliner. Next to the old master of the Chow family sat a small horse zipper next to the brewing of tea. Of course, it wasn't Lu Ding who took the initiative to ask for this. It was people who had to do this. Come on, Mr. Lu, you comment on my tea. Ming Qian. Lu Ding end of the tea smacked a mouthful of lips and teeth, eyebrows raised and put down the teacup. The flavor is indeed good. So you'll take 2 pounds back to drink later? 2 pounds. The muscles on Yen Fifen's face ripped as he listened. This old man was really willing to shed blood. Brother Lu, as you expected, they sent a message, and I said you're still at the Public Security Bureau. Yen Fifen raised his cell phone. In modern times, of course it has to be cell phone communication. Chowing watched Yen Fifen go back to the news from the side, his heart celebrating. Luckily, he chose wisely and gave the Chi-Man Chi-Horse to Lu Jisun, or else this group of audacious Tianli cult would not have lifted Cao Jia Lane. It didn't matter to him before. That's because Cao Jia Lane wasn't his call. Now Cao Jia Lane is his. It's his property. Eyes drifted unobtrusively to his own old master's body. Chowing is very tempted to ask, To Master, Gayer, have you eaten? How about giving it back to me? Lu Deng also got up at this moment. Let's go, it's almost time. Let's go into the compound and wait for them. The Chow family mansion. A large courtyard. Dozens of people swooped into the mansion. Most of them flew in from the roof. Only Lu Xingchuan, the helmsman, walked in arrogantly from the open vermilion door with a raw wind stride. The voice comes before the person enters. Chowing, Chow Donjiaz, where are you? I, Lu Xingchuan, have come to look for you. You've made me miss you so much these past few days. You're really a great person. Spending my own money, doing my business, helping me buy back the wind-fixing pearls from Lu Ding's hands, and helping me make a trip up to the top wind mountain to go out of my way to retrieve the Chi-Man Chi horse. You're really a great person. Speaking of this, Lu Xingchuan raised his hand and rubbed his chin, speaking in a voice that forced a smile. In order to repay your great kindness, I decided, let you, Saojia Ali, have no chickens or dogs left behind. Give me. After Lu Xingchuan stepped into the threshold forward, the word kill had not yet been exported. The vermilion red door behind him instantly shattered, and Lu Ding killed from behind the door. I'll let you pretend. With the palm to open the way, the spirit air attached, wrapped in the brutal and domineering strength of the flesh, breaking the red door as if it were tofu, and finally printed on the back of Lu Xingchuan. Just hear a dull bang. Tianli Sect's branch helmsman, Lu Xingchuan of the Divine Palace realm, directly lunged forward and crashed out, smashing the wigwam and falling into the koi pond. In a sorry state, since he had taken a slap from Lu Ding in the back, a piece of his forehead protruded out, blood spurted and spat, staining the pool water with fragments of internal organs. He got up with serious injuries, and in his eyes, unwillingness, incomprehension, doubt, anger, and all sorts of emotions were intertwined. Looking at Lu Ding, who came out from behind the door and raised his hand to chop and dazzle, cutting and dividing his men. How did he get here? Not, isn't it at the sheriff's department? Loudly, he shouted, Lu Ding, you don't even have a face to do this kind of sneak attack. At this moment, he thought with hindsight that he had still miscalculated. Such a well-thought-out plan would actually be detected by Lu Ding, and he was ambushed and sneaked up on him. Why is he so shameless? Broke out of the corpse, too old, such a big name. Actually do sneak attack this kind of thing. Chapter 80, Verbal Abuse of 749 Public Officials. You're guilty as charged. Lu Ding looked at Lu Xingchuan, who was all wet in the pool water, with a broken defense. Sneak attack? I, Spirit C, beat your divine palace. What's wrong with sneak attack? I just sneak attacked you. What's wrong with that? Spirit C to fight the divine palace, not sneak attack is a fool. Although Lu Ding asked himself to be able to beat him, but sneak attack to save trouble. Do you still have to set up the ring and talk about the rules? Saying that you cannot hit the crotch line below, cannot use the legs, cannot hit the back of the head. You think you're boxing? Are you still going to stand up for the greater good and condemn me? Taunt, pull full. A demonic cult that condemns him? Lu Ding only felt funny. Chowing also walked out of the room at this time, followed by the old master of the Chow family, and both of them were carrying 2 Tianli Sect demons in each of their hands. Just you can pretend. You this time to pretend a big bar surnamed Lu. Dare in front of the Land Executive Patrol openly want to rob me things. You simply lawless. Think you're some kind of big shot. Why don't you wear a trench coat? Everyone else uses flying over the roof. You prefer to go through the gate. If you don't sneak up on you, who do you sneak up on? Your eyes are bad and your brain is bad. Yan Fifan filled in the rest of his words. The two of them were so angry that Lu Xingchuan's wound hurt even more. These two mouths. I guess the high-speed train cannot pass the security check. Belongs to the control of weapons. They lick a mouth can be poisoned. It's also a good point. Lu Xingchuan's face reddened with anger. Lu Ding, you're an investigator of 749 in vain. I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to do such despicable things. As a result, Lu Ding's sentence directly gave him another mouthful of reverse blood in anger. Internship. Put. A mouthful of old blood spewing. That's the tone. That's the look. I know you're an intern. Don't stress it to me. As soon as those words came out, Yan Fifan consciously ran towards a safer place. Chowing was a little less able to understand. Where are you running off to? Just stand still. As Yan Fifan's words fell, a raging aura instantly shook away, rushing the people around them, each of them falling to the ground, unable to stand. The hideous beast head manifested behind Lu Ding. Abuse 749 public officials. You are guilty as charged. Hands transporting air. Lu Ding's speed was pulled to the extreme. The distance of tens of meters was instantaneous, as if he had suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xingchuan. Both palms pushed away, and between the surges of darkness behind him, a hideous beast's head snapped out. emitting a shocking hiss. The wind slashed through the slits of Lu Ding's palms, pulling out white traces, which was the ultimate pictured tension belonging to the strength of the physical body. Lu Xingchuan back to his senses a little slow, immediately air blocking, when the back of the heart position and a vague pain, resulting in his air blocked, slowed down by 1 point. The difference is 1,000 miles. Boom! The whole person was hit and flew backwards, learning to hover like a flying car in the air and ruthlessly collapsing the wall. Temperamental asshole. The body injury aggravated. Lu Xingchuan at this moment only want to greet Lu Ding up and down 18 generations of ancestors. He said he'd do it without any warning. You're still a human being. Do not speak the slightest Jianghu rules, either sneak attack, or violent hands. On the contrary, their own is also ridiculously strong. Is that necessary? Lu Xingchuan really broke the defense. When he pushed away the brick wall in front of him and cursed, Lu Ding had already pressed in front of him again, not giving a single chance to catch his breath. Call me names and don't allow me to get angry. Lay down for me. Another kick with a sonic boom-bang explosion. This time with foresight, Lu Xingchuan transported air into a shield in front of his body, but it still didn't help. The seemingly hard shield was as brittle and thin as the ice in January in the south in front of Lu Ding's speed plus power of this leg. The kick was heavier than a steel whip landing on his body. Vomit. Blood mixed with vomit spurted out of Lu Xingchuan's mouth. Enough! He steadied himself and bellowed, and the deity's shadow rose behind him, holding a weeping rod, with a figure of more than 10 meters and a gloomy aura. Today is my home turf. Yell like your mom. Lu Ding raised his hand into a circle into a claw and pressed downward. The sky had a blood color convergence. As early as just now when these people came, the sky changed. It's just that these people aren't paying attention. The droplets of blood rain in the seemingly normal dark clouds, sensing Lu Ding's call, immediately coalesced together and transformed into a huge blood-colored palm from which it slapped down. The deity's shadow, which was more than 10 meters in length, was immediately shattered. The scattered blood rain corroded Lu Xingchuan's body, and large chunks of flesh and blood seemed like thin mud sliding down with the blood rain. Listening to his screams, seeing the scene, other members of the Heavenly Principle sect could see that Lu Xingchuan's defeat was already apparent, and immediately wanted to run, but with one step, the bloody puddle on the ground converged with a spear that directly pierced him through and through, picked in the air like a candy cane. Come on, make yourselves at home. And now you want to run? It's too late. Lu Ding lifted his hand and pinched. The rain of blood scattered on the ground immediately erupted as a sharp spike rose up in a forest, killing half of the members of the Tenrikyo sect in seconds. But there were others who took to the air to avoid it. Run separately. As this loud shout went out, the members of the Heavenly Principle sect who had dodged a bullet immediately split up and ran away. As for starting a fight with Lu Ding, I'm sorry, they are not so stupid to this extent. One move seconds so many people. Fight with him. If it is looking for death, it's fine. You really find the right person. Unbeknownst to them, their behavior of leaping up into the air and trying to run fell right into Lu Ding's hands. Chopping burst. The art of living disintegration, displayed in the air. Behind, the seriously injured Lu Xingchuan didn't know when he took off the eye patch that he had been wearing on his face. Where there should have been eyes, there was a mouth full of sharp teeth. Is sputtering? My turn. The soul birth coffin. The 100 coffins locking life. Lu Xingchuan quickly pinched the spell, and a coffin with purple runes posted on it smashed down out of thin air from the sky, knocking directly at Lu Ding's location with the open mouth of the coffin. His figure kept flickering to dodge. Finally, he stomped away a falling coffin. This is the means that the Divine Palace realm should have. Finally something that's good enough to see. Lu Xingchuan changed the spell in his hands, and the bizarre mouth on his eye socket continued to speak. Enough to see? Kid, you're really cocky. Then I'll add more to you. Anorexic coffin. Footless woman. The red coffin pulled itself up from the ground, and as a creaking sound rang out, a gray palm with emerald-colored nails poked out from the edge of the lid, but not before it was completely extended. Lu Ding's figure flickered to the front of the coffin and kicked it to directly interrupt the spell casting. It's not a death wish to have an appearance animation in front of him. The coffin, which had just opened a crack, was kicked closed with a boom, and then crumbled and dissipated. Enough to see how great the power of this kick was. There's no need to show me something that's not a real monster when it's manifested by a spell. The damn Lu Ding, relying on his strong physical body, is really not reasonable at all, and he does not even let people make a move. Lu Xingchuan secretly cursed between. The blood rain puddling on the ground instantly probed out thousands of red threads that shot out. For this move, he had been prepared for it after all. The other members of the Tenrikyo sect had just been killed in seconds by this unknown artifact. Chapter 81, You're dead. Where's the sense in talking? He dodged and dodged, switching his stance constantly, mentally cursing. On the contrary, his spells can be instantaneous and powerful, and they seem to consume little. What kind of monster is this? Lu Ding's flesh is too strong and too fast, as well as the intrusion of these bloodlines, causing Lu Xingchuan to not be able to pinch and cast spells in time, and to be disrupted to transport air. It has to be pulled off. Lu Xingchuan thought and looked to where Lu Ding was before, but at this look, he was a bit dumbfounded. Where is anyone else? It is already empty. The next second, dark shadows flickered beside him, and his eyes didn't focus squarely as he looked at them in the afterglow. Lu Ding has been in front of his body, clenched his hand into a fist, a piece of tiny armor scales, along with his fist movement from the fingertips wrapped on the arm, gradually spread all over the body. General sticker armor, all-around strength enhancement. A fist blasted out, bringing up a white band of air around the hand, and boom, as Lu Ding slammed his fist, the two shockwaves in the air scattered and rushed away in a ring, a large one and a small one in front of the other. Originally his power was great, and also counting the increase brought by the speed and burst, and finally adding the enhancement of the general's armor paste technique. That punch, smashing Lu Xingchuan's entire head, the headless body was carried away by the force and crashed into the mansion, smashing out a large pit. The creepy eyes with mouths were scattered next to the headless body. Looking at the floating Lu Ding, it asked breathlessly, "What a Lu Ding? What a corpse-relieving Tai Yu? Is this your full strength? Spirit C5 weight defeat God Palace. Full strength? All of his strength Lu Ding wouldn't dare to exert it here, and his full strength would have to be counted as a fully exerted blood rain and fishy wind technique. Maximize it, then it's not pulling people into the space of the art, or the sky accumulating blood rain for him to use at his disposal, and it's directly the sky falling blood rain and the fishy winds raging. At that time, it was estimated that the people and construction in this area would have to be wasted, their vitality cut off and reduced to dead land. This is a residential area. Lu Ding won't play like this. As for the Spirit Sea defeat God Palace? No, it was the Spirit Sea killing God Palace. Want to live? Ha! Reincarnate if it really works. The long-mouthed eyeballs panicked. Seeing Lu Ding lift his foot and come, he hurriedly shouted, Don't kill me. I know a lot of things. I can report back to 749. You take me back. You can get credit for taking me back. I can get a promotion and a raise. Aren't you a trainee investigator now? Arresting me will immediately make you a full investigator. And you'll even be able to move up in rank. Contribution points. Right, contribution points. Catch me. Catch me, catch me, descend back there. Snap. The eyeballs exploded into pulp on the soles of Lu Ding's feet, and the raucous sound, along with the remnants of the spiritual air, disappeared. Before death, Lu Xingchuan floated one last thought. The temperamental son of a who won't let people finish their sentences. Die you must. Where's all the talk? Lu Ding had been listening to him jabbering since before the fight started, and if he hadn't been thinking that he might get a surprise out of it, he would have gotten him killed long ago. Turns out waste is waste. It's all jutsu manifestation stuff. It's useless. As for the intelligence, secrets, and promotion in his mouth, Lu Ding doesn't want to hear it, and is not interested. If he wants to be promoted, he would have been promoted long ago, and left a few monsters on the line. The old master of the Chow family looked on in a cold sweat. He celebrated his wise decision. Fortunately, it's a good thing it didn't come out in the first place. Otherwise, he had already thought of his end. When he came out, he certainly would not directly strike, and would certainly want to say misunderstanding just let it go or say that his realm is high, Lu Ding realm is low, and so on. Then Lu Ding will definitely make a move. Also as now, don't want to hear no interest, when his first word has not yet been exported. The oncoming is Lu Ding's stormy continuous attacks, terrifying speed, terrifying physical body, bizarre techniques, and imperceptible chopping strikes were switched and used in conjunction with each other. Hit him without the slightest power to fight back. Not even the Divine Palace realm could inflict injuries on him. Yourself shouldn't last through all these tricks. Lu is Lu, really handsome. To master you don't freeze Hurry up your good tea for Lu. Lu is the one who saved Art Sao Jialane. Old Master Chow, you are a real grandson. Let you say nice words. Let me pay for things. Eat no good food. Just give me a cover. I think you're the one who's my great-grandfather. LOL. A sigh of helplessness escaped. A smile hangs on the old master of the Chow family's face. Brother Lu. Luji Patrol. In a flash, everyone looked at it in unison. The old master of the Chow family was a little embarrassed. A mouthful of ladybugs shouted in Ouroboros, mainly because the shock given by Lu Ding was too shocking. Adding to that, Chowing and Yen Fifan shouted Brother Lu left and right, making his head spin. Patrolman Lu, Take a seat first, I'll go get a new set of tea utensils. After saying that he looked at Chowing again. No. You quickly go and send out all the people from our family to cooperate with the work of Luji Patrol and patrol the Baofan district. By the way, call someone to come in and scupper these things on the floor. It's hot and it's going to attract flies if you don't get a grip on them. I'll go right away. Lu, you drink well. I'll go back. Chowing turned and ran out. Luden said as he scuffed the sticky soles of his shoes over by the steps. Old Master Chow, so many of your walls were broken today. Tomorrow you give a tally of the damages to Extraordinary, and I'll grant you a note. Luding's tone of voice bent Old Master Chow's back when he heard it. When you meet this old lady when you fight Chow Yuan's family, that's the enemy. Never show mercy. Get you killed, old bastard. Today came to Caojia Alley, which is different again. Although the strength is not as good as Lu Ding, but his age is there. Although Lu Ding is crazy, but the question of politeness, this is the culmination. Shouting at Chow, old master. Not a crime. Dare not dare. Lu Jipu, you say this. You are here today for Chao Jiaxiang. Without you, after tonight Chao Jiaxiang and not certain. But don't be like this. The old man, I can't afford it. The old master was really shaking as he listened. Before almost died in the hands of Lu Ding because of a thought. He did not dare to respond. People shouted that is the quality of people where respect for the elderly. As for breaking the wall, let alone the wall, he wouldn't say anything if he broke someone. It's a lifesaver. This land patrol is really, can't say anyway. The old master turned to make tea. Yan Fifan walked up and said with a slightly serious face, Brother Lu, just now when you were beating up Cyclops, the 4C's group Xie Shunan sent a message saying, there were 8 people carrying coffins and borrowing the road from the Yuanfeng crematorium, passing through our Baofeng district, and although they didn't make a mess, they took away a lot of demons and ghosts. Took the demons away. Lu Ding's voice was a little higher. Chapter 82, 100 Ghosts Night Journey takes away the monster. Tonight was supposed to be his harvest night, and days like Ghost Day only come once a year. It wasn't even 1 o'clock yet. It was still far too early for dawn, and he'd just gotten this side of the hidden danger out of the way. You're telling me that demons and devils were taken? The mildness on Lu Ding's face faded by 3 points. He asked as calmly as he could, where did you take it? Did Xie Shunan say anything about it? This she didn't say. Originally she sent someone to prepare to follow a section, but as you know, Lu, you also know that the Yin borrows the road this thing. A flash of light, not as fast as flying, but more outrageous than flying, so I don't know where it went. After hearing Yan Fifan's words, Lu Ding pondered. The whole shady man borrowing the road thing is a big deal, depending on how it plays out. According to the small said, just borrow a road. The Yin people borrow road young people back to avoid, and then see the world scenery to eliminate the obsession. If you look at the big picture, this is the origin of the 100 ghosts of the night. Now that we've taken away the demons and ghosts of the Baofeng district, it looks like there's a good chance that it's going to be 100 ghosts in one night. A rare flash of excitement appeared in Lu Ding's eyes. Has it been reported? It's already been reported, Lu. What's going on here? Should we report it? The matter here is also reported first, but there is no requirement to send an aftercare crew. Caojia Lane will take care of it on its own. We're going to be busy tonight, so let's save what we can. It's not like he's in need of anything. It doesn't. Chowing returned with the cleaning crew. Yan Fifan pondered for a moment next to him before speaking. Brother Lu, I see that this is going to be 100 ghosts marching at night. Will there be a group fight tonight? Hit the regiment. It's been a while since I've heard that term. You have to say, though, that when the word comes out, it instantly mobilizes one's desire to fight. 100 Ghosts of the Night versus Cloudsea 749. Isn't that going to be a group fight? If you let these things roam around in packs, the average person is wasted. Whether it's people or these demons and monsters, they all avoid piling up in groups, because once they converge, there's always someone who goes eh. Then there's the idea I had. I don't get it. Often, at times like this, he couldn't bring himself to think about how bold he was. Tea for the Land Deacon Patrol. Old Master Chow walked out with a new tea set, demonstrating tea techniques on the side. Wash the cup, drop the tea, brew the tea, scrape the foam, all in one go. There is the fragrance of tea overflowing. Lu Ding picked up a cup of fine sip, then look at it first. Anyway, now we treasure prosperous area temporarily nothing happens. If you want to play group, at any time to go over. If not to play, the rest Lu Ding didn't say. You know, Tong Bao's side had seized the raw rhinoceros powder. This thing is rare and rare. Hard to get, is really hard to get, but to say that the baby it has only one role, to attract ghosts and monsters, but the more powerful the strength, the more resistance to this thing. Originally, Lu Deng had thought of using it to gather a wave of monsters and brush up on rewards. Now that the demons and monsters are all being held hostage by the Ing people borrowing the road, the ones attracted by the use of the raw rhinoceros scattering are at best ordinary goods. It's not much use. Tomorrow, if the group does not fight today, then Lu Deng will find a place to spread the raw rhinoceros and disperse tomorrow, and he will play by himself. If we're going to fight in a group today, then this raw rhinoceros scatter, for the time being, won't be of much use. With one wave of the group, it was expected that all the powerful demons and devils would be cleared out. Or maybe it's the end of Cloud C749, but that's hardly likely. So, all he has to do now is wait. Wait for a sign to hit the group. 2 o'clock midnight. The procession of Ing people carrying coffins on borrowed roads is getting bigger and bigger. Starting from Yuanfeng Crematorium in Wengqiu District, passing through Anong District, Baofeng District, Taisai District, and now it is going through Fengyang District. At the back of this line, hundreds of silhouettes trailed behind. The Divine Palace and the Sifu Realm powerhouses were mixed in as well, monitoring, trailing, and threatening. Monitor your every move as you shady people borrow the road and threaten to kill you if you try anything else during 100 Ghosts' nightly walks. The team. Someone cursed. Damn. Make such a big mess before being discovered. Wengqiu District. Anong District's law enforcement patrols are doing what they eat. Wrapped up 2 districts of monsters across the Baofeng District before being discovered and reported. If we could have discovered it earlier, we could have just pressed it to death in the cradle, and we wouldn't have had to fear for the safety of ordinary people like we do now. If it had been discovered earlier and intercepted earlier, the S borrowed the road. Just the S borrowed the road. Carry a coffin, it is not much what. Feel free to press dead inside the cradle, but it has developed several large areas, wrapped up a host of demons and monsters, so that if you venture out, the demons and monsters are scattered. The ordinary people around them will all suffer, and the damage caused by starting a fight with so many demons and devils in a downtown area is incalculable. The risk is too great to bear. So after Lu Deng's side reported it, they sent someone from above to hang it from afar. If these demons and devils do not infringe on the interests of ordinary people, and they are just 100 ghosts parading in the streets at night for fun, the past will pass away, to keep the average person safe. But if these things do it to ordinary people, then follow it immediately to minimize the risk. While there are problems with this approach, there's nothing you can do about it, and by the time you cross the Baofeng District and come out to the Taisha District, this ghostly procession is already huge. By the time the 749th's brigade arrives, they'll have almost finished with the Taiji District, wrapped up again with all the ghostly things in the Taiji District. Once you do it on the spot, are the people in the other districts human beings? But are the people in the Taiji District not human beings? Therefore, one can only wait and see what happens, thinking that these ghosts, all the way so peaceful, maybe after this Fengyang and the last new area, these things will be out of the sea of clouds. Someone in the group responded to the earlier man's words, and you don't look at what the executive patrols in those 2 districts of Wenshu and Anong are all about. Look again at who the executive inspector of the Baofan district is. That's Lu Deng, the most ruthless newcomer this year. Can it be the same? The executive inspector of the other districts can't find out. Although it's unexpected, but it's also reasonable. Also Lu Deng really quite ruthless. I just casually complained about complaining. Could have been killed by the press, and now can only threaten. I'm not happy about it. Come on, don't be upset. These ghosts stopped. Ahead. Luo Pingon construction site. The 100 Ghosts night parade stopped here. The coffin carrying the line immediately exploded. The man in the black robe flew out from it, and when he raised his hand, the foundation poured with cement in front of him shattered. The dirt tumbled. Between the black-robed man flew down from the air, cupping the blood-colored dirt and feeling the scent on it. His expression was hideous as a terrifying aura spread out. Images of the past come to mind. At the top of the mountain, 2 stubborn stone, a small one by the wind and rain. The small one is the South Mountain stubborn stone, the legendary seed of the sky, and the big one is just ordinary stone. Later, a group of villagers climbed up the mountain, kneeling and worshipping the big one, offering incense and livestock, and wrapped in red cloth, manpower to lift and transport to the foot of the mountain. The best stonemasons were invited to pick the best auspicious day to carve the 3 big characters of Shi Dangdang. Chapter 83, Fengyang District Site Opening, 749 vs 100 Ghosts of the Night. It was later erected at the entrance of the village, keeping his side safe. Time passed, and the years went by like a shuttle, and just like that, Shi Dang gradually developed a trace of spiritual wisdom in the time he spent enjoying the incense and guarding the village. Cluelessly, he took the stone that had accompanied him on the mountaintop for countless years as his own brother. He understood that his brother might have an extraordinary origin, so he had been waiting for the day when the stubborn stone in the South Mountain would come out of the world and take shape. Hundreds of years ago, wars were fought, smoke filled the air, and demons were rampant. It was also made to repair fortifications by passing soldiers. Being so far away, it has never felt the breath of the stubborn stones of the southern mountains since then. Later, after he drank the blood of the battlefield and absorbed the chi of the fury and grudge, and had the ability to take shape and come out of the world, he went back again and found the stubborn stone in the South Mountain. At that time, the stubborn stone in the South Mountain had already given birth to spiritual wisdom. It tells men, he himself must pass the human jinx before he can come out of the world without being interfered with intentionally by others. After more than 100 years, he will be dug up in this part of the Fonyang district, but the probability is that he will not be in the way, just waiting for the day of the Ghost Festival that year. But the man understands that there is no such thing as a 100% sure thing when it comes to hijacking, but there was nothing he could do about it. The thing about manjacking, you had to get through it. It was as if he had been moved to repair a fortification. And if a shell fell over and smashed him, that's even if the other guy didn't get through the robbery. And people robbed cannot let others help, otherwise it does not count. Not to mention, the back will be more dangerous. 9 deaths. Therefore, he could only leave the Nanshan Tenacious Stone to continue where it was. As for himself, he hid in the Far Wind's funeral parlor and continued to be the windblown stone daredevil, sucking in the een and fury of the Far Wind's funeral parlor in the meantime. But the results. Today was clearly the day for the South Mountain Stubborn to come out, and something happened to it. Originally, everything was normal, but Nanshan Stubborn Stone had encountered the variable of looting. If it wasn't for looting, those workers don't really dare to move it. At that time, when Lu Ding was making his move, those workers were just stopping him and persuading him. Even Luoanping was hesitating, but it can't hold up to Lu Ding's paradoxical shift in language arts. That's what led to the opening of his golden finger and the failure of Nanshan Tenacious transmigration. Anger that was hard to describe welled up from the man's heart. I want you to bury my brother with me. Rumble. The earth trembled, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Although the man's origin was just an ordinary stone, but the words stone dare to be dangerous were engraved on him for hundreds of years. Again, after the blessing of incense and faith, and all sorts of coincidences. Though in the end, he drank his fill of blood and absorbed the grievances of the dead to go off the path. But even so, he can still barely claim the word God. The 100 Ghosts Night March, which was originally marching neatly forward, instantly exploded. 749 in the ranks. The leading Sifu realm powerhouse shouted, "Pull the earthquake alarm, open the cyber bulkhead, block off traffic, and get the Aftermath members in to evacuate the surrounding population. Send another urgent message, gather the investigators who are not fighting at the moment to come immediately. Make sure to purge these things in this area. Now, try to gather them up. Keep them from scourging out, and buy time for the masses to evacuate." With a flurry of orders, hundreds of 749 members pounced towards the 100 Ghosts of the Night's team. Damn, after following you guys all the way, it's finally time to do it. And a burial. You count as an egg. I'll give you a burial. Guys, I'm going first. Ow. Keep an eye on me. Don't let the monsters sneak up on me. Team up in twos. Have a flesh cultivator fight match. You Mallarp, come and hit me. The wailing members of the 749 charged with more life than a monster. Mouths gushing out of the nationalist added gravitas. Qualities? It doesn't exist. If you're fighting with demons and monsters, you can't talk about quality. Here and there, the explosions of spell impacts dissolved into a loud siren. At this moment, the entire Fonyang district heard the mechanical female voice that warned of an earthquake. 18. Drip. 17. Drip. 16. Drip. 15. DDT. At this time, many ordinary people were still asleep. Listen to the warning and wake up instantly. Crap wife, wake up. 2 warnings. Dad, Mom, don't sleep. An earthquake is coming. Quick, get your son on. It's too late to run. Let's go hide in the restroom. In the meantime, 749 Logistics Wiring Department. Human voices rang out one after another. Report, the warning alarm for a felt and highly destructive earthquake has been sounded. Report, the satellite has been turned on and the feed is coming back normal. Report, the communication barrier is open. Current test data, interception function is normal. Report, the roadway sealing and control order was given successfully. Currently all roadways in the vicinity of the 10 kilometers of the Hao Park 2 construction site are being sealed and controlled, and it is expected that the sealing and control will be completed in 10 minutes. Report, the Aftermath personnel have been assembled and are on their way to Fonyang District. Report, Close match file sent. Report, the emergency directive has been issued, covering the entire Yunhai metropolitan area, and accurately placed to every 749 investigator. The woman clasped her hands and looked at the various data on the big screen and the images of the battle that were coming back. This is a big scene that hasn't been seen in years. The wild god leading 100 ghosts on a night march. Gods and demons mixed together, shouting for people to be buried with them. God, stay where God is, and demoniac, you stay where demoniac should be. Who can you blame if you can't get past the human catastrophe? This is your own calamity. Is it hard that you can only succeed but not fail? This is fate. As the supervisor of the 749 wiring department, she certainly knew that Nanshan Tenacious was killed by Lu Deng. But so what? Not to mention not knowing ahead of time. Even if you did know, this would be the same result. It's said to be a human robbery. Is it a surprise that you can't get through? Besides, a Nanshan stubborn stone for Lu Deng. A monster genius who loved his job and had zero tolerance for demons and monsters while possessing a terrifying talent. This is simply not worth it. To put it bluntly, everything is a given. The emergency message was sent out, and immediately all the idle 749 investigators in Yunhai were rushing over to Fengyang district. Such is the advantage of playing at home. 100 ghosts at night sounds like a large number, but don't forget, this is the Sea of Clouds, the location of Division 749. 1. Comparing with others in their lair, isn't this looking for death? Most of the investigators of 749, although in terms of doing things, they were not as brief and direct as Lu Deng, but they could face monsters and enemies. They've never had a 1-2 punch, side by side. It's the overall ethos. In the meantime, Lu Deng, who was far away in Baofeng district, also heard the sharp earthquake warning sound. Yan Fifan got up and shouted with his cell phone, "Brother Lu, the Fengyang district is opening up." Chapter 84, I heard you wanted to see me? Hosting the Yanghua Ghost Corps Spirit, our people fought with the Nightwalkers 100 ghosts, right on the Haoyuan 2 construction site in Fengyang district, where the main battlefield is. All investigators who have received word are now to go over. Yan Fifan's face was a little agitated. It's a big scene. However, Lu Deng was a bit strange-faced. Fengyang district Haoyuan Phase 2 construction site. Isn't that the place where he drilled dead Nanshan Stubborn Stone and opened the Golden Finger? How did the fight get started there? However, Lu Deng couldn't afford to think too much right now. Since everyone is going over there, that place will be the wolf's playground later. It was expected that several 749 investigators would take place, surrounding the image of a demon or devil. He had to go quickly before he was too late for the soup. It's all about the trip if we get a great deal today. Finish your cup of tea in one gulp. Old Master Chow, you guys keep an extra eye on the Baofan district for me. I'll go first. After saying that, he didn't even wait for Chowing and Old Master Chow to reply. Lu Deng flew out with a grip on Yan Fifan's collar. His advantage over other 749 investigators is that he can fly. As for bringing Yan Fifan over, it was because, with this kind of scene, it was estimated that after it was done, he would discuss the merits and rewards, and bring Yan Fifan, so that after he got to the place, he would go and play on the side. A little bit of rubbing is a little bit of rubbing. It's more or less a contribution point. It's more or less meat. Anyway, Yan Fifan knew how to escape from the ground, so he couldn't run away even if he couldn't fight. In the meantime, accepting the transfer, White Cranesleep raised his hand and crushed the head of a monkey-shaped elf, listening to the incoming alarms. He looked at the emergency alert that popped up on the 749 app in his phone, thinking, Lu Deng should be there too, right? Friends, it's all about going through things together, and that makes the friendship deeper. Like, for example, fighting. Thinking of this, he didn't care about the 2 investigators he was supporting behind him, and his entire body turned into darkness and vanished towards the distance. One hangs in the sky. One turned to darkness on the ground and vanished. Both of them are point-to-point heading straight toward Fengyang district. At this time on the construction site of the second phase of the Haoyuan in Fengyang district, Yin Feng slammed a meteor hammer, and the half-human, half-snake woman in front of him raised her hand as a block and slapped the head of the hammer away. A hand stretched out to transform into countless brightly colored vipers swimming from the air at an extremely fast speed. Yin Feng dodged in a mess. Too late to pinch and cast a spell. It was also at that moment that the man wearing a half-covered face mask killed from behind him. With a pinch in his hand, there was a magic disc enlarged in his hand. 100 killing golden arrow. A golden arrow shot out from the Dharma disc, nailing a poisonous snake that swam by. Yin Feng saw the visitor. One Rushu? Is it still recognizable with the mask on? One Rushu was a bit puzzled. Ever since he had his face cut by Lu Deng, he wore this mask. The reason for this is not to hide the scars, as it is said, but the injuries on his face have long since healed, leaving no scars at all. Wearing a mask is a constant reminder to change the love of blind talk. After all, no one had ever treated him like this before Lu Deng. It is also after the Lu Deng's thing. He somewhat understand his own mouth. If you don't care about it, in the future to meet an outsider, perhaps this is the source of his killing. As for your question about whether he resented Lu Deng, when Rushu will tell you, no, do not dare to have, in case he found out, pulled himself to kill the fighting platform what to do. He had heard that Lu Deng could read people's eyes, and a man had been beaten by him before because his eyes resented him. Chatting while fighting is not a good habit. Won't it hurt you guys if you get distracted later? The odd voice came from behind, with the word pain falling into his ears. In Fong and Wen Rushu felt a burst of drilling pain inexplicably coming from their bodies in unison. The two men were instantly hit and fell to the ground. Got to see the real face of the spellcasters. Men's physique, dressed in green clothes floating off the ground. The face of the four eyes of which the eyeballs keep turning. It is really bizarre. The means is also strange. The two people can't see the followers of this monster demon for a while. The pain in his body intensified. When Rusha hate to smack his own mouth? Damn, how this broken habit is still affecting him. Really a time to change back chant. If he hadn't taken In Feng's words just now, maybe he wouldn't have been distracted and fallen for this monster's trick. Seeing the two who were in so much pain that their faces were twisted a bit, the floating elf opened his hands. Talking too much during a battle can be a distraction. Hearing these words, the more when Rusha thought about it, the angrier she became. No, don't understand what you're bragging about. Aren't you talking too much in combat right now? I do know someone who doesn't talk crap in combat. It's just that he's not here right now, and if he were, you'd know that one more word would be a luxury for you. Oh, really? I'd really like to meet then, the elf said as the half-human, half-snake woman next to him seemed to sense something. The scent of a flying centipede. How can there be the scent of a flying centipede here? Immediately, he looked around alertly and kept searching. The woman's essence was a beautiful snake, not the kind that Spirit Nun had ripened with her secret method, but a proper wildly attained and cultivated beautiful snake. Flying centipedes are her natural enemies, but after scanning a large circle, the woman never found the point of origin of the flying centipede's scent. It's like it's floating around in the wind. The four-eyed elf monster next to him casually said, "There's no such thing as a flying centipede. Your clan is really scared of being ruled by this flying centipede. We don't have that kind of guy in our group this time." Women, think about it. If she had, she would have felt it long before, and to her death, she wouldn't have joined tonight's 100 Ghosts nightly procession. Alright, they're out of the fight. Leave them to you. I've got to go find some other fun. The four-eyed elf turned and floated away. But the next moment, the four-eyed elf's body froze in place. A palm clasped his four-eyed head steady. Fingers as white as scallion root knuckles fell from the top of his head to press against his forehead. The ancient carved and painted face peeked over his shoulder. It was obviously a human voice ringing in his ears, but it sounded so horrible. "I heard you wanted to see me?" It was as if the four-eyed elf's body had been subjected to a fixation spell, and Lu Deng was unable to move. Turns out monsters can sweat like a pig. For a moment, running lights flashed across the monster's four eyes, and life experiences quickly surfaced and swept by. After an instant it returned to its senses. "Am I going to die? I'm gonna die right now." Click. With a crunching sound, the head of the four-eyed elf was casually removed by Lu Deng. Last words are pretty extravagant. It was the last thing on its mind before it died. The immediate cue appears. Homing monster, poplar ghost ghouls and ghoul spirits. Shelter reward, dark deadly black coffin technique. The dark coffin of death, a coffin with 6 sides, in which the enemy is trapped and killed in the darkness. Poplar ghost ghoul. Recorded by the ancient book. Tai Ching Jin Ku Hua Immortal Book of the 8 Extreme Divine Chapters of the 3 Emperors within the secret text. A poplar ghost corpse spirit, the shape of a man and the shape of a man, white or green, 4 eyes and no feet, often night swim in a quiet place, in order to make people call out. Mouth said the pain of suffering, people or listen to will be the real disease, or a questioner answered the voice. The person is dead. This is a deep coffin of the essence of the year also. To put it bluntly, it's an old coffin spirit that likes to sneak around in the dead of night, shouting about pain and illness, and if you go and take it up on its words, you die, and if you listen to what it shouts, you're no better off. Next to it, the beautiful snake spirit was already shaking like a sieve by the wind-fixing technique breath that Lu Deng had just brought, her face pale and bloodless. It's the feeling of oppression from a natural enemy, but most of all, it was because this wind-setting technique was cast by Lu Deng, and it was still at full level. Chapter 85, Fighting Group to Shelter a Beautiful Snake. Get snake bakura big devouring. It's almost the same as, you're terrified of cockroaches, and with a fleeting glance, you see a big black, red cockroach flying past, but then you're not sure and think it's a hallucination. It corresponded to Lu Ding's breath that flew and wrapped in the wind-fixing technique. As a result, you turn your head and there's a cockroach about your size sitting on the couch, looking at you with a cold face. He said, "You, go and stir-fry 2 dishes for me. I've eaten too much raw and cold food in the past 2 days. It's a bit unappetizing. Who the can stand that?" At this moment, in the eyes of the beautiful snake spirit, Lu Ding had long ceased to be in human form, but was a very large, oversized flying centipede that was grinding its mouthparts and studying where to get its mouth from her head. Lu Ding looked to the beautiful snake, the eyes lit up, and the ancients were true to their word. It was a real looker. Points of View Pictorial has a record of it. Jiaotou Mountains produced a foreign snake, head like a beauty, luminous can be seen, Zhu lips Tsue Dai, style sweet, 2 arms curved like snow lotus root, under the full snake shape, but the skin slightly slippery ear, the sex of the Lord May, good ambush tiger AP play, often subject to things hurt, the natives do not get in the name of the call for the beauty of the snake. The famous literary scholar of the past life, Mr. Zhou Shuren also wrote about this in From the 100 Clover Garden to the House of 3 Flavors. As a child, Zhou Shuren wanted to fly centipedes, but at that time Lu Ding was more precocious. He just wanted to see the beautiful snake, how beautiful it really was. Seeing the main man today really opened his eyes to what he was known for. But now it's a fight. Monster, where's the good one? He had just gotten the Dark Death Black Coffin technique, and Lu Ding wanted to see how it was going to work. Raising his hand, a strand of spiritual air erupted out, divulging a decaying flavor. Dark Death Black Coffin. Close. The space around the beautiful serpent rippled at once. 6 squares of different sizes manifested, and with a duck sound, the black rotten coffin boards nested and took shape. Shutting her in, the black coffin stood above the clearing. Darkness invaded, and in just an instant, the coffin dissipated. The beautiful serpent fell to her knees, her hands drooping, her head tilted up to the sky, all drenched in black. Even her eyes were pure black, dead as dead can be. Homing monster, beautiful snake, shelter reward, snake Beka Monogatari, Bakuru Daihatsu, starting the hell of 10,000 snakes, swallowing the enemy to be torn by 10,000 snakes. Lu Ding brought a smile to his face. Serpent Bakura Daioku was another jutsu. Hitting the group is good. Hitting the group. The group fights were rewarding. The wave was fat, and the 2 jutsu instantly made up for his lack of jutsu. As for whether or not it really wasn't enough, Lu Ding only felt that he was tired of using those in the past. It's like clothes, it's better to be comfortable in new ones. Another unseen full-degree jutsu. Just how many full-level artifacts does he know? When Rushu, who had fallen to the ground, thought this in her mind, the weird chopping attack, the general's armor-sticking technique, the divine flying technique, the terrifying strength of the physical body, and the flying bear pouncing method, all sorts of things. Is this really something one can practice? Even though he has unparalleled talent, is his energy inexhaustible? Suddenly, a terrifying thought popped into Enrushu's mind. Could it be that Lu Ding was meditating every day in addition to fighting people and monsters? The kind that practiced whenever they had time and never stopped. Otherwise, how did he practice these things? It's the only explanation that barely makes sense. Thinking of this, Enrushu's mood was somewhat inexplicable. Even someone like Lu Ding is working so hard. What qualification does he have not to work hard? Are you two okay? Thoughts were interrupted at the moment the voice sounded. When Enrushu looked up, in the sky was the full moon, and in front of him was Lu Ding in his clerical sleeves, the man who had torn his mouth off. But when he stands in front of you, if you are an enemy, the oppression you feel, it is a huge wave sweeping the earth towards you. But if you're a teammate, an ally, someone who's on his side, it's standing behind him and following him to the top of the mountain. A view of the mountains. The wounds on his body faded. When Rushu stammered a little. Are you asking me? Or you could be asking me. Infeng said playfully and flipped up from the ground with a carp. Who else is here besides you two? Lu Ding was speechless. How come this person's brain is not working well after being beaten once? When Rushu got up, he was a bit in disbelief that Lu Ding would actually talk to himself. Aren't they at odds with each other? Fit, healthy, light, and able to keep doing it. Infeng spoke from the sidelines. Lu Ding nodded his head. Time was precious now. He had to hurry before he heard the sounds of battle in the building in front of him. He took a step and leapt away. Yen Fethan stepped out in the darkness at this moment. Don't think too much. The conflict between you and Lu is only because you are nosy and talk nonsense. It's not like you've committed any damn major crime that offends Lu's bottom line. He won't be bothered with you in general, and I've rarely heard Lu praise someone for being smart, and he said you were smart before. If it were normal, Yen Fifen's class would not be enough to say this to Wen Rushu, but now, the words coming out of his mouth. Wen Rushu listened attentively. As the crowd talked, fighting raged in the building ahead. Electricity arced in the man's fists as he slammed them together, a piercing zing echoing through the rough room. The black shadow stepped back, standing in the window. It was a cat-shaped monster the size of a leopard, body lines attached, outlining the sword, spear, sword and halberd. 18 kinds of weapons are available. The white head looks like it was planted on the back. Licking its cool tiger paw, the monster spat. Strength there, accuracy almost there. I'm worse than you, Pine do it. The window behind the monster should have been empty, but with a shout from Zhuoqianqiu, a silhouette fell from above, the wind blade turning in his hand as if it were a sawing disc, and sawed up at the back of the monster's back head. Finally, I'm letting me shade you, aren't I? Zip zip zip. Cutting sounds rang out and under the sparks, it turned out to be a shield blocking Liang Yusong's attack. Correspondingly, a piece of the pattern on the monster's fur was empty, and that piece outlined a shield. It twisted its head and looked. So there is another one. You dodged quite well. The accuracy is also there. Just the strength is almost. Otherwise I can't keep this head. Hey, it's always good to be cautious. I'm not as strong as I should be, but he's not as strong as he should be. Eat me. There was another ear-piercing electric sound. Having felt the power of Zhuoqianqiu's fist, the monster did not dare to underestimate it, and immediately twisted his body to prepare to dodge. Unexpectedly arcing fists with electricity didn't come crashing down. Instead, it was the whip kick that swept the monster across the room, shattering the wall and falling into the air. The neck was also bleeding from a hideous wound sliced out by the rotating wind blade in the other man's hand, propelled by the strength of the kick he had just delivered. Not a punch. Chapter 86, Plum Blossom, killing Liang Chu again, getting the power of palm soldiers. I changed my mind on the spur of the moment. I haven't had a chance to yell yet. I'll yell now. Eat my foot. Do you think it's satisfactory? Monsters that didn't feel like anything in the first place. Now I heard the man say this. Instant outrage. Despicable human air refiners, only daring to sneak attack. One is a waste with only power but no accuracy, and the other is a waste with only accuracy but no power. To provoke me, the body lines manifested all kinds of weapons hanging in the air, killing opportunities. Faced with such a scene, Zhuoqianqiu and Liang Yusong instantly stood straight and moved in a neat manner, raising their arms and shaking them from side to side. And then in unison, I shouted a long trailing, "See you again, monsters!" It was a little puzzled as to what these two human air refiners were up to. Next moment, the hairs on its back suddenly exploded, instinct prompting it, "Your destiny is at hand, then try my accuracy and strength." Lu Deng made a move behind him, hanging in the air, raising his leg as a sword and slashing from top to bottom. Bang! The kick's added power fell and collided with the monster's flesh. Bones shattered and pierced the epidermis. Blood and flesh squeezed out from the wounds and splattered in all directions. And the monster, which was still arrogant to the extreme, was exploded by Lu Ding's kick. Sheltering monster, Liang Drain, shelter reward, power of the soldier. The power of holding a weapon. All kinds of blades in the world can be used at your fingertips, as you wish. Beam drainage. It is recorded in the Shanhaijing, the Sutra of the Middle Mountain, and 70 miles northeast, said the mountains of the calendar stone. It's would more Jing panic. It's sun more. There is a beast. It's shaped like a cat, and the white head of the tiger claws. The name of the Liang drainage. See then its state has a large army. That's what it says. Wherever it appears, there is a sword fight. Looting. Liang Yusong shouted, attracting Lu Ding's attention, and he raised his thumb. Awesome. The two of them had just seen Lu Ding, and that was why they had acted that way. How? Still, life is boring and you have to have fun within it. Otherwise, if he had been fighting monsters day in and day out, he would have collapsed. Although Lu Ding didn't recognize them, he still gave a thumbs up back. You guys are awesome too. He then turned his head to look at the center where the storm of battle was most intense in the distance. There, with the biggest boss of the night. Although Lu Ding hadn't seen what it looked like yet, but just by the aftermath of this battle, he could feel its power. That's what he's after. Although in terms of realm, Lu Ding was definitely inferior to the two sides that were emanating the might of battle, but Goldfinger gave him so many rewards just to let him fight over the level. That's a battle of the Sifu realm. If we participate in it with our current realm, we'll die. Next to the roof of the building above, White Crane Sleep Do Not Know when quietly appeared half crouching on top of the stone pillars. A brocade dress, all show temperament. He could see what Lu Deng was thinking. So. Lu Deng hung in the air, his tone calm. I once said that the strong are born to oppress the weak, and that the weak are the strongest, which is the fundamental law of nature that has remained unchanged for ages. However, most strong people are not born strong, and it is the weak who dare to challenge the strong that have the foundation to become strong, but they must also be prepared to die. Defeating more equal existences on the same level is no proof of true strength or weakness. Only by defeating the strong, gnawing on their flesh and blood, and trampling over their bones, can one achieve more. A great man once said that the eagle strikes the sky, the fish flies in the shallow bottom, and all kinds of frost compete for freedom, challenging, defeating, and killing stronger existences. That's what I'm best at. After getting such a reward, if he just had a small fight with some small monsters, Lu Deng was afraid that others would laugh his ass off when he said it. It's like playing a game where you're fully leveled with godly armor and you run off to the newbie village to cut down the little kobolds. And even Celia is like, "Warrior, what the are you doing here? Get thee outta here." Underneath the tall building, when Rushu and the others came around to hear the whole thing, each face was pensive. Lu Deng's words, crazy, madness, wildly out of bounds. But if you take a closer look and review his past deeds, most of them were in challenging, defeating, and beheading existences that were higher than his realm. It was at this moment that they realized, in terms of mentality, Lu Deng was different from them. Do all kinds of frosty skies compete for freedom? By Helmian listened from the side and asked, is there a complete before and after? Yes. Finish typing here and let me make a copy. Okay. As the words fell, the two of them rushed off in unison to the distant battlefield where the might of the battle was the most terrifying, transforming into 2 points. One soars in the sky, the other disappears into the darkness. Asterisk. This is a hot mess. Just for a moment, the two of them rushed out together. One in the sky and the other on the ground. It's awesome. Zhuoqianqiu rubbed his fists and said in a somewhat agitated tone, let's go too. Brother song. Up. The atmosphere is here. Can we not? Punch. Two people rushed out of the building window. One borrowed the wind in the body gliding to the ground. There is a light wind to lift. Floating away, borrowing power in all places. A step of more than 10 meters. The other, his body wrapped in arcs of electricity, sprinted to the ground, pulling blue bolts of electricity behind him. Rushing out with them were Wen Rushu and Yin Feng. As for Yen Fifan, he was playing with the camera in his hand, pulling up the image of the moment when Lu Deng and Bai Helmian had just rushed out. Couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. If this photo is pitched to the Ministry of Information Integration to be sent out, it should be able to share a lot of contribution points. Last time, ever since he saw the photos taken by K Yin Shuang being rewarded by Lu Deng, Yen Fifan was pondering, since Ji Yinxiong could shoot, could he also shoot? K Yin Shuang just happened to see Lu Deng and recorded it. He's following Lu around every day. Then he sent a message asking for someone from Information General. Got the result that he can vote the photo to the Information General Department even though he is not a member of the department. There are buyout and split options. Hearing this, Yen Fifan decisively chose to split. Later, he even spent a lot of money on a camera, which he kept in the bag behind his back like a treasure bag at all times, just waiting to take it out and use it anytime. He had quietly felt his way out just as Lu Deng was speaking, and ended up filming the scene of the two rushing out in unison just in time. Although he's not very skilled, but he couldn't help the fact that both Lu Deng and Bai Helmian were handsome, and the construction layout around them was in place, which directly made up for his technical deficiencies. Putting the precious camera into his bag, Yen Fifan quietly disappeared into the ground and followed with a still not too skillful dog paddle. He was remembering Lu Deng's words. Safety is paramount and everything is about your own safety. Slowly, just slow down. Must be safe. If something happens, when the time comes, Lu cannot care about him, and he is not willing to pull Lu Deng's leg. Chapter 87, Buffed Lu Deng. Power moves to Chopshire Der Deng. Road. Feeling the aftermath of the battle ahead getting more and more prevalent, the recluse White Crane Sleep looks up at the sky. He saw that Lu Deng was flying while applying the general's paste armor technique to himself, and his hands were still compressing and converging the spiritual air in his body. That huge amount of spiritual air made his heart tremble. At the same time, doubts arose in his heart. Just how much spirit air was stored in Lu Deng's spirit sea? As Lu Deng kept repeating such behavior, a palpitation-inducing aura emanated, and it continued to become thicker. Bai Helmian couldn't help but sweat. He opened his mouth and asked, "What are you doing?" The corner of Lu Deng's mouth arched up. "Do what?" "I'm going to hold a big one for it." The aftermath continued in front of them, and it looked like the battle between that monster and the 749 strong should have reached a stalemate. This also points out in another way. There was not much difference in strength between the monster and that strong man. Either side doesn't have the strength to beat the other in a short period of time. In this balance, the competition is lasting and outlasting. And this is the Sea of Clouds, the land of the 749. Compared to the monsters, that would definitely be 749's strongest first. Once the rest of the 749's powerhouses arrived, there was only one way for this monster to end up: die. This situation was not quite acceptable to Lu Deng. After all, such a powerful monster could surely burst out good things. Therefore, he was going to be the fastest person to replace the strongest person who came to support 749 and be the existence that broke the balance. It's easy to think, but hard to do. People are all strong in the Sifu realm. No matter how strong Lu Deng was, he was only strong enough to get the not-so-powerful Divine Palace killed. Of course, this was in the context of a solo fight, belonging to his strength in single combat. This is no time for one-upmanship. There was plenty of time for him to prepare and someone to draw fire for him. As it was, he was going to have to use the oldest of precast shakes. Counting all your skills, what is the most offensive and lethal? Not the Serpent Becca Monogatari Great Devouring, and the Dark Death Black Coffin technique, which he had just acquired tonight, nor the fishy fusion of the Wind Fixing and Blood Rain techniques. Rather, it's the simplest and most straightforward, Poundcar way, compared to other spells that are so fancy in their descriptions. When Lu Deng obtained this item, it only had 4 big words: nothing can be cut, and it's even more of a distinction between quantity and quality. Simple, easy to understand, but with a high ceiling, combined with the generals of fixed armor to increase all-around combat power. Lu Deng was holding back from just now, holding back and pouring all of the spiritual air in his body into the way of the caddy cart. He kept hitting his limits, coupled with the meaning of forgetfulness that had never been turned off. He kept triggering the unity of heaven and man, raising the upper limit of the Lu Deng once again, and in the midst of the compression over and over again, he had a realization in his heart. Each time there is a deeper, newer understanding of the way of the pound car, the way of the caddy car as a foundation, the general of fixed armor reinforcing the foundation to enhance the comprehensive attributes, the unity of man and heaven to pull up the upper limit, direct buffs affixed full. If this couldn't break the balance, Lu Deng had a solution. Run. What else can we do? It's impossible to stay where you are and let someone beat you to death. There's no shame in the weak running away. That's called knowing what's right. The raging aura could no longer be suppressed, and terror was overflowing. Bai Helmian felt the destruction that was hosting Lu Deng's body. At this moment, he accelerated forward to clear the way for it, and in his heart, he was even more looking forward to how powerful Lu Deng's move would be. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield ahead, the traces left by the battle radiated for several kilometers around. A piece of debris comes into view. Looks like this place is going to be demolished. On the devastated ground, a figure crashed through the half-cornered building that was about to collapse. With a boom, the building collapsed. Deng got up and stood amidst the smoke and dust, tapping his shoulder. An invisible shock penetrated through his shoulder blade, hitting to shatter the collapsed building even more. If that's all it is, you can't hurt me or keep me. His body was a stubborn stone that had received the wind and sun for countless years, and defense was his most prominent place. Li Xianlong looked away flatly. So you're trying to run? Ishigaki shook his head. I know this is your territory and I shouldn't be causing trouble here, and I know your backup will be here soon, and I'll only die if I stay. But, I want justice. Deng hissed and poked his hand right where his heart was. My heart. It tells me that if I go today, I am ashamed of all those years I spent with my brother on top of the mountain in the wind and rain. I'm just abandoning him again. Even to avenge him, I can't do it. Li Xianlong just looked at him, not in a hurry to make a move. Say it, just say it. Say it for as long as you want to say it. Anyway, the longer you delay, the smaller the chances of running away. Support is on the way. You drag it out a little longer now, and you'll save some money on compensation for the buildings around here. If he could, he would very much prefer to just move his mouth and not his hands, because he couldn't get this thing to die. The skin was too thick to punch through, but this guy can't help him. Phew, a mouthful of air was exhaled, and Ishigaki controlled his emotions. I have also been the patron saint of ordinary people, warding off evil plagues and demons for them, but I always have to live for myself. All I want now is justice for my brother. Why won't you guys give it to me? When he heard this, Li Xianlong immediately overturned all his mental activities just now. He couldn't help it. You put your mother's ass on the line. Kokomo starts off with a frontless shaker starter. Justice, gong your grandma's leg. It was you who screamed for us to bury your brother. That's the original story. You don't want to admit it now? What? Everyone burying your brother is justice? Because you made a mess and broke so many buildings. We 749 have to pay out so much money. Who the hell is going to give us justice? And we're not willing to give it to you. We'll give you justice. Is it fair to line up one by one and come up here for you to kill? That's justice. And then again, your brother, that's a human calamity, can't get through. And it's not like someone else is targeting it. What? Cultivating a road. Everyone else has to go through a tough time, while your brother has to have a smooth sailing. Demons and devils come out of the world to cross over. This is the law of heaven and earth, the law of nature. If you want to find justice, go to God and ask him why he set the rules like this. Tell us no such thing. Sure, Gundang's face reddened with dislike, unable to say anything as the human in front of him spoke every word. But the big truths that make sense are often the most poignant. Sure, Dongdong's aura climbed around him, his mind on the verge of exploding. But suddenly his aura came to a screeching halt. It was still a familiar recipe, still a familiar flavor, and in the blowing wind he felt a familiar scent. Same with the beautiful snake charmer. But there is one difference. One feels a natural enemy, while the other feels a deceased person. Look up, seeing the silhouette flying in, with a familiar and yet unfamiliar aura. At this moment, sure, Daredevil's pupils narrowed drastically, and with his enemy present, his aura burst out without reservation. Give my brother back his life. Li Xianlong reacted quickly, immediately transporting air in his body. Purple light flooded, converging, and holding the sword of the deity silhouette rose up from the ground. As he was preparing to engage in battle again, he heard White Hesian shouting behind him, "Mr. Li, get out of the way." Hearing that it was White Crane Sleep, whom he had taught, Li Xianlong dodged to avoid it. Next, the chop that had rubbed all the way through burst out of Lu Ding's hands, and the terrifying recoil that rushed through him caused his entire body to stutter backward. The rhythm of nothing being cut permeated with the sharpness emanating from the sense of sharpness, cutting through all existence within the range of the attack. The atmosphere in the field was quiet, and the sound of the distant battle had been cut down by the distance, and it was already very faint to the ears. Click, 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 boom. The many buildings that had fallen diagonally to the ground clicked in unison at that moment, breaking the eerie silence. As a rumbling sound rang out, the buildings collapsed again, revealing neat cutouts. Sure, Gundang slowly looked down at the red line creeping across his chest. Chapter 88, Auxiliary and Playing Field. Beheading Sure Dang. The blood slowly oozed out, and then changed from oozing to spraying. Sure Dang was almost directly cut off at the waist by this move. Li Xuanlong's eyes were shocked as he twisted his head to look at the hanging Lu Ding. At this moment, he was even wondering if he was blinking. The Spirit Sea realm was right. How could this break the defense against the monster in front of him who was about the same realm as him, and a monster known for its defense? Although this move could not be called fatal, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a serious injury. Li Xianlong can't think too much, can't be distracted in the middle of the battle. Now Sure Gundang's defense has been broken and also suffered a serious injury. It's a good time to take advantage of his illness to kill him. The deity holding the sword at the end swung the divine sword in his hand and slashed down fiercely, and the dozens of meters of great sword brought up the mighty pressure of all evils to slash down. I want you dead. Dragging his heavily injured body, Sure Dang raised his hand to harden against Li Xuanlong's strike, and the blood spilled even more from the cut on his chest. The square ground instantly crumbled. He flexed his legs and prepared to jump, and in between those moments of effort, Bai Helmian raised his hand and choked. Seal. Darkness encroaches and stains the surroundings. He raised his hand into a sword finger to point backward at Lu Ding. The darkness sealed again, and Lu Ding's figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the fist wrapped in terrifying power smashed out from the darkness beside Sure Gundang. Dang! The shockwave brought up by Mock's ring blew people's clothes. The deity that Li Xianlong had condensed once again swung his sword. Bai Helmian pinched again, and the land tripod reappeared in the darkness. Before Sure Gundang, who had been knocked out horizontally by the punch, could stabilize his stance, he saw the long sword coming at his head again. He was just about to dodge when a fluctuation between the surges of darkness was detected, and trying to sneak up on me. Raising his hand, truck-sized rocks converged instantly in his hand to smash away at the darkness. Unfortunately, it fell flat. Lu Ding's figure emerged from behind him, chop in hand to build up power. This way this time. The terrifying chopping attack erupted again, landing hideous wounds on Sure Daredevil's back, and blood was waved. He raised his hand to gather stone thorns in his hand and stabbed abruptly towards Lu Ding behind him, but then the jab came up empty. The moment the deity's sword, which had fallen short of a slash, turned its blade to strike Sure Gundang's chest in a sweeping motion. It flew backwards. By Helmian once again used his air, corpse chi in his hands, and his hands faded to a bloody color. Green light flickered in his pupils, choke and pressed the ground to the sky. The nether realms are reunited. Corpse Ridge Mountain. Rumbling, the earth shook. The scenery changed. There were mountain peaks rising from the ground, on which there were countless hollows. There was a cloudy wind blowing, whistling, hissing sounds rose up all over them. Just look inside the corpse cave. A pair of green eyes lit up, and in the next second countless figures scrambled to fly and run from them, all of them hideous and terrifying. Upon closer inspection, they were all living corpses, zombies, and dead bodies. Densely packed corpses rushed towards Sir Daredevil to tear and gnaw, and due to the sheer number of corpses, a huge ball of corpses soon surfaced. By Helmian choked and recited slowly, 10,000 corpses in a cage. Above the long sky, Lu Ding pinched his hands together and rejoined a knock. Do! An eerie wave swept away, raising his hand into a claw and aiming it at the 10,000 corpses cage. Serpent Becca Monogatari. There were ripples jagged on the ground, and the image changed as the head of a huge triangular serpent rushed out of it to take a bite out of the cage of 10,000 corpses. As Sir Deng descended into the passage of flesh and blood, up and down, left and right, in the sky and on the ground, it was all the world of snakes. As he arrived, countless vipers of various colors shot in to nibble. But that's not all. One move starts again. Just listen. Dark death black coffin. In the void, there were 6 pieces of decayed shrubs of different sizes that showed themselves knocking, including the 6 directions of up, down, left, right, front and back. Ishi Dang with his hands up. You think that you can kill me? Then let me do it. The surrounding illusions were torn apart by a huge divine sword, bringing up divine sounds and attaching monstrous might, as the sword hacked down, leaving huge sword marks that stretched for hundreds of meters and went away, leaving deep cracks on top of the earth. From the beginning, Lu Ding and Bai Helmian cooperated, and the two of them were just playing feints, in order to just hold and distract this Sure Gundang, and in the process inflict injuries on him. The final killing move had to come from Li Xianlong, a serious Sifu realm powerhouse, with a sword cut to disrupt and seriously injure the spiritual air running in his body. A line of blood appeared from Sure Daredevil's forehead, gradually going downward. I won't. Lu Ding appeared out of thin air and raised his hand, in which his breath rolled. The figure lurched back. Another power storage chop erupted from his hand, slicing through Sure Gundang's neck and sending his head skyward. This chop, although not as powerful as the move at the very beginning where Lu Ding had stored up his strength all the way, the current Sure Dang to have his foundation broken and his spiritual air disturbed. It's like hardcore aerobics. If you can't transport air, you're nothing. Therefore, Lu Ding's chopping blow easily cut off Sure Daredevil's head, sending him on his final journey. Housed Monster, Ishigaru, Pseudo, Shelter Reward, Fury Town Reincarnation Tablet, Fateful Town Reincarnation Monument, the Monument of Condensed Air Fury. With the power of suppression, Sure Dang is here, to kill the evil to retreat. A boss is a boss, and the stuff that explodes is really different. Feeling the mystery in his heart, Lu Ding sighed. This fracking town turns around and specializes a little bit in town. The terrifying power of suppression. If it fell on Lu Ding himself, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to struggle. It's that sick, and it is very strong and invulnerable to all laws. It can also be used as a shield. It's really the fivefold rohypnol of the air refiners. So good. Love it. Just can't find anyone to try the recruiting. Next to him, Li Xianlong looked at Lu Ding and the somewhat disengaged Bai Helmian. It was only at this moment that he cared to be surprised anew. Two-Spirit Sea Realm. Hard to help him. A powerful person of the Sifu realm. Join hands to solve an enemy that he could do nothing about. Li Xianlong. What's going on here? And the two of them this cooperation. Say as a motherborn is not too much. Without a word of nonsense. Without a superfluous action. As if the eyes blink know each other up the mind. White Crane's sleep disrupts the line of sight. And this teenager in front of him, strikes out with a terrifying physical body feint. And then inflicts injuries on Stone Daredevil with a bizarre chopping attack. Allowing White Crane Sleep to gather air in his body and perform in-domain reunion. Restrict the monster's movement once again. This teenager with a terrifying physical body raised his hand and used 2 consummate level spells, twice, 3 times to inflict restrictions on the monster. In the end, he, Li Xianlong, would be the one to make up the crucial cut. It gave him the feeling of a high-level player, inexplicably being carried away by a low-level maneuver player. And those aren't the most critical. The most crucial thing was that this teenager, storing up his moves and coming, that horrifying chop, almost gave this monster 2 halves of the waist. That was a monster that even he couldn't break the defense. I can't believe I'm going to be cut down like this in one move. If it wasn't for that move, Li Xianlong estimated that he could only maneuver with the monster and then wait for the support to arrive. The time and the process. The monster though said that he wouldn't run, but whether it really doesn't run or it doesn't run, only it knows. It would have been a real grass if I had let it get away and caused so much damage. Turning around, he looked at the surrounding buildings that had been cut down by that chopping blow from Lu Ding. Li Xianlong, grass. This ing destruction is even greater. Chapter 89, the two of them match like they were born from the same mother. Bai Helmian sat down on the ground off his feet, his face a little pale. He smiled and looked at Lu Ding, who looked as usual, sure as strong and scary. Then he thought of the two of them joining hands and beating that monster that was comparable to the Sifu realm without the slightest power to fight back. One move after another, seamlessly connecting all sorts of bizarre moves. He felt good again. Fighting, that's what it's all about. In the past, he didn't want teammates because he felt they had trouble keeping up with him, much less matching his tactics, but Lu Ding was different. Whether it was a technique or a physical body, they all echoed White Crane Sleep's means. The two worked together to fully utilize the result of 1+1. This was something that Bai Helmian had never dared to think about in the past. Those teammates, he was already thankful to be able to maintain the power of 1+1 equals 2. How dare he ask for more? Lu Ding walked over and reached out at this point. Bai Helmian rose from the ground with a hitch. Well, there's room for one more fight. Seeing him like this and still have a hard mouth, Lu Ding can't help himself a little. You're so damn good at bragging, ha 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 ha. White Crane Sleep, though it was a little different than he expected the answer to be. But there's something really comforting about that authenticity and lack of reservation. Li Xianlong walked over. You two are really bold. The Spirit Sea dares to run to participate in the battle with the Sifu, but if he comes out with some empty hands, you two will be wasted. It's okay, I can vanish, I can fly. Li Xianlong, I'm the one who's going to get beaten up, right? Looking at the star on Lu Ding's shoulder, Li Xianlong froze. Internship? He seemed to think of something. Is your name Lu Ding? Lu Ding nodded. Yes, leader, my name is Lu Ding. Ha 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 ha, what a leader. You can just call Instructor Li, or call me Teacher Li just like Xiao Bai. It's just as polite as Commissioner Deng said, Li Xianlong secretly said in his heart. He walked over, took a cigarette and handed it to Lu Ding, then lit it for him and said, hard work for a cigarette. Director Deng told me about you, and during this time, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I didn't think that it would be even more exaggerated to see you today. With this performance of the two of you, there's basically no suspense in this year's Yuan Yin discussion martial arts. If you ask me what's the point of competing, just take the two spots and let you two bail out to further your education. While that is true, and the facts seem to be that way, the rules can't be messed with. Rules are rules. There are no rules. The movement of the battle in the distance, gradually weakening, more pangs of breath mixed in, the result of 749 support arriving. Sensing this situation, Lu Ding was glad that he had rushed over at the first opportunity. Otherwise, this boss would have leaked out from inside his fingers. Alright, people also arrived. You two also hard work. Go back to have a good rest. After this finished today, Yun Hai estimated to be able to stop for a period of time. You guys go back and relax, and when you get the news come to the station for a meeting on the merits. I'll give you two a message in advance, just for your two performances. I guess the first credit is not running away, especially you. This last you refers to Lu Ding alone. Li Xianlong smiled. You spread the news of the 100 Ghosts Night journey, and now this culprit is also you who broke the defense and seriously injured and helped to get him killed. Lu Ding, this time you've made a lot of money. Have you ever thought about what you want? I'll go back and talk to Director Deng and get you something you want. Isn't that a bad rule? Lu Ding casually asked a question. Oops, the rules aren't that rigid. For example, people who have made merit. People lack heavenly materials to expand the spirit sea. You give people good feats. It's good, but it's not just a need. Or rather, other people don't lack heavenly materials and treasures, but they lack techniques. And if you give someone a magic weapon, even though it can be used, it's not just a need. There seems to be some truth to that. Lu Ding thought about it for a while. It seemed like he didn't need to use any magic weapons for his means, and the feats were enough for now, so he could change them afterward. At the moment, what he lacked the most was heavenly materials and treasures to open up the spirit sea. What is there that comes with more security than one's own strength? No, strength is what counts. Everything else is just fancy. I want heavenly materials to open up the spirit sea. He wasn't polite and directly stated his needs. I want the heavenly material too. Bai Helmian followed and added. Fine. I'll go back and talk to Commissioner Tang and prepare heavenly treasures for you too. Then that's all for now here. I have to hurry up and send this thing's corpse back to headquarters before I can do that. After Li Xianlong said that, he immediately grabbed Sure Daredevil's corpse and bisected body and leaped away to leave. Lu Deng and Bai Helmian also got up and left. It's all over. What's the point of staying here? Might as well go back and get some rest and recuperation. Feeling Yan Fifan's aura, Lu Deng flew to a high slope and reached out to grip him from under a large tree. Blah blah blah. Lu, are you guys done? Opening his mouth to spit out dirt and sand, Yan Fifan asked. Lu Deng nodded. Tonight should be the night. Why are you hiding here? Yan Fifan patted the camera in his hand. It's safe here, and it's from a high position. So I'll take some pictures and then submit them to the Information Comprehensive Department to earn some money. So are you done shooting? It's over. It's over. There's nothing to shoot for. We'll leave when we're done and treat you both to hot pot. Still the same one from last time? Yan Fifan asked under his breath. Sure, I didn't get enough last time. But Lu, this says late and not early people open the door? Hearing this, Lu Deng raised his head slightly. We're rich. It's not wrong to spend tens of thousands of dollars to make the boss work overtime, right? Under the moonlight, pulling out the reflection of the three people slowly away. Day 2, the battle report came out, and one of the threads about Lu Deng and Bai Helmian topped the 749 forums as the most heated. The photo of the flush rushing out, due to Yan Fifan's unsteady hand, pulled out a bit of a stump, but it was this little flaw, in that atmosphere, but became the finishing touch. No, 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 no. It's true that the strongest people sympathize with each other. Shallow people, you only focus on the photos, but not the content. Lu Deng's words are the key. Okay, challenging, defeating, killing stronger beings, that's what I'm best at. Listen, listen, how crazy it is. And it's crazy for a reason, and crazy and handsome, and still the truth. The Battle of Fame kill Yuan Baifeng. Zhaoxian kill the Spirit Sea. Are you convinced? One person with the cultivation of the Zhaoxian realm solves the Yin domain overlap. Are you convinced? Are you convinced that Zhaoxian killed the zombies? Chao's Lane. Spirit Sea killing God Palace. Are you convinced? Now assisting the Secretary. Killing monsters that are comparable to the Secretary realm. Damn it, why isn't such a legendary life mine? Chapter 90, Uncorpsing a Corpse Taiyu equals Uncorpsing a Poem Taiyu. A bunch of people down there chimed in. Speaking of Tso's Lane, then we have to mention the two members of the Tenrikyo religion who were taken away by 749 this morning to release the rhinoceros dispersal. When they see the 749 staff, eyes instantly red. Finally, you guys are finally here woo-woo. The local air refiners in the Pafan district are too impolite. Swarming us, the sky and the ground are full of old immortals and rampant soldiers. They can't even stand up More than 100 air refiners just beating the two of us, and so many old immortals. Freshly cooked yellow rice just dipped in cold water hard to stuff, and said it was their old family tradition This is a clear case of bullying me for not being a northerner and not understanding that this isn't dealing with human traffickers. Get us out of here. We confess. We'll say anything. Professionally trained 749 staff are supposed to be very professional and generally don't smile, but now they just can't hold it in. There was no way to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The people of the Tenrikyo sect actually had this day. They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts what Tang Bao and the others, in the end, had done to these two. Okay, stop howling. It's not alive and well. It's still crying. The bowels are cooked, sir. It's none of my business. If you screwed up, would you do this to you? The man finished. From behind him took out a banner and handed it to Tang Bao, who was silent beside him. Tang master, in order to thank you for guarding the Bao Fan district last night, this is the banner. And after we have decided, from now on, all of you from the 5 Viscera Sangha, who are now on the roster, will be supernumerary members of our 749. After that, we'll issue you special IDs, as well as cell phones. Hear this. Tang Bao, as well as those members of the 5 Viscera Sangha behind him, were all laughing so hard that they could hardly pocket their teeth. Although not on staff, but who dares to disagree when I say that I am a 749, not to mention in the Baofeng district, even in Yunhai, you can't find a second one like them. Tong Bao straightened his clothes and solemnly accepted the banner. Thanks to the organization. Thanks to the leaders. Thanks to Lu. The man from 749 smiled. The person you should be most thankful to is Executive Inspector Liu, who personally called the aftermath department last night. That's all there is to say, and Tongpai can understand it anyway. Other put on the mouth to thank, is thankful, but for Lu Ding, Tang Bao is truly put in the heart. The feeling of touching the banner in your hand is better than making $100 million. It's not easy, it's really not easy, it's come all this way. He actually led the 5 organized Sangha to shore. After the departure of the 749 staff, Tong Bao gave a big wave of his hand. Set up a banquet, for 3 days in a row. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Give me out $30 million to seal the red envelopes. Send it out when you see it. The scenic area of Lianhu, about 10 kilometers next to the headquarters of Yunhai 749, under the white walls and tiles. Lu Ding, Bai Helmian, and Yin Fifan were all dressed in suits and had straight posture. We have a meeting tonight, and the precinct has nothing to do. And with that incident yesterday, the demons and devils were all taken out in one fell swoop, so peace and quiet for a short time. Catching up on the good weather today, the 3 of them then proposed to come to a closer place to play and feel the nature. By the way, let Bai Helmian copy the great man's work. It's more atmospheric here. I'm good. Bai Helmian held the pen and said. The sound of Lu Ding's voice was heard along with the breeze, and the sound of the leaves rustled. Independent of the cold autumn, the Xiangjiang River to the north, Orange Island Head. Look at the 10,000 mountains covered with red. The layers of forests are dyed. The rivers are full of blue, and 100 barges are competing for water. White crane sleep dribbles the brush and leaves the word strong and powerful. The eagle strikes the sky, the fish flies to the bottom, and all kinds of frosty skies compete for freedom. When I read this, Yen Fifan, who adjusted the camera, luck launched in the hand, giving a boost to the breeze. There are falling leaves flying, see Lu Ding hair fluttering. In despair of the lonesome, I ask who is in charge of the vast expanse of the earth. Bringing 100 couples had traveled, remembering the great years of the past. Today is the location of the 749 meeting to summarize the merits and rewards. There are not many nearby attractions, the most famous and only this one. So many investigators are here today. Among them were Lu Ding's former classmates, now 749's trainee investigators, Lu Yun and Chu Hao. And together with them, there was another person from 749, the Jade Goddess of Mercy Tantai Inu. Seeing the crowd converging in front of them, each face familiar, they looked in unison. Several people followed. Just a whisper was heard. Uncorpsing the corpse Taiyang. I don't know who gave this nickname. Double entendre. Well taken. Uncorpsing the corpse and uncorpsing the poem. Wen Wu. No wonder people wore Wen Wu sleeves yesterday. Who would have thought that such a ferocious Lu Ding would still have such a side? Originally I thought, the strength is not as high as him. Forget it. The talent is not as good as him. Forget it. Now even the culture is not as high as him. This is more or less a little bit of a miscalculation. What? You're going to compare your poetic attainments with Lu Ding like a roadie in a novel? You're nuts. Then what poetry attainment? Of course it's worship him. Good-looking people. Good words. One reads. One writes. One records. I'm a little envious of them. If only I could be one of them. Damn. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. My friends and I are foot washing and massaging. People read and write poetry. They deserve to be bullied. Tantai Chunyua listened to the discussion of these people. Again, he heard Lu Ding's voice keep coming. Just when I was a student, I was in the prime of my life. I was a scholar. I waved my hand. I pointed to the mountains and mountains. I was excited by the words. I was a dung heap in the year of 10,000 vassals. Have you ever remembered to the midstream, to the waves and to the boats? Listen to the whole thing and applaud. Lu Yun and Chu Hao's eyes shifted. Their faces soothed, and they looked at the man fixedly. Suddenly it's like a stone's throw away. The only chance they had to cross paths was just missed. This time, there is no more chance, as if two silk threads intersected only at one point, and if they missed it, there would be no more. Repentance gurgled in his heart, but there are no pills of regret for sale in this world. Looking at Lu Ding, Chu Hao's mind drifted to a thought that perhaps in the future, when he became famous, it would be a kind of honor for him to have endured a chop from him. After all, up until now, the one who had received Lu Ding's chopping blow seemed to be the only one who survived. Isn't that an honor? For the convergence of these colleagues, Lu Ding is aware of this, and after reading the great man's work, he casts a smile, said, "Thank you." With a click, Yen Fifan pressed the shutter. The sunlight shone obliquely and hit through the forest leaves dappled. Lu Ding's smile was so gentle, the crowd just felt it. He doesn't seem so scary when he's calm, provided you don't disturb his silence. Otherwise, the gentle Lu Ding turned around and came face to face with 749 official investigator. Baofan District Executive Patrol had killed the Spirit Sea with Jiao Xian. The Spirit Sea killed the Divine Palace. The Spirit Sea seriously injured the Divine Palace and was nicknamed as the corpse relieving Taiyao. Lu Ding,